Chapter 1. The Arrival of the System. In the Hidden Leaf Village, within the confines of the Ninja Academy, the protagonist of the Hokage world, Naruto Uzumaki, sat languidly in class, his mind wandering far beyond the present moment, his gaze vacant and utterly inattentive. Unbeknownst to him, Irika, who was teaching at the front of the classroom, abruptly halted his lecture upon witnessing this scene, his face contorted with anger as he bellowed at Naruto, "Naruto, do not let your mind wander during class. Pay attention, for how do you expect to graduate from the Ninja Academy in such a state?" "But Irika-sensei, class is just so boring." Naruto initially contemplated retorting, but the sight of Irika's furious expression caused him to swallow his words. "Honestly, just focus. Now, let us continue," Irika said, relieved to see Naruto settle down. However, just as he was about to resume his teaching, the sky outside suddenly darkened. A luminous curtain appeared above the hidden leaf, or rather, over the entire ninja world, and soon after, a voice resonated in the minds of all within the realm. "Ding! The competitive live streaming and editing system has descended upon the ninja world. All individuals, please pay attention. To familiarize everyone in the ninja world, including the Pure Land, with the capabilities and origins of this system, there will be a self-introduction. During this period, we ask all to maintain silence. This system is a unique, supreme consciousness birthed in the primordial world. This system will host various types of competitions and edit footage from the past, present, and future. Victors and participants who rank will receive rewards. The rewards are highly random, entirely reliant on individual luck, similar to resurrection, various bloodline limits, life energy, metallic ores, divine weapons, abilities from other worlds, and various items and techniques. The introduction is complete. The first competition hosted by this system in the ninja world will commence in 1 minute. Please look forward to it." Observing the sudden appearance of the shimmering curtain, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, sitting in his office, instantly changed countenance. He raised his hand and with a gentle wave summoned an ANBU operative wearing an animal mask into his office. "Go investigate the nature of this curtain and ascertain who is behind this spectacle," Hiruzen commanded, taking a drag from his cigarette. "Understood." The ANBU operative acknowledged the command before swiftly vanishing from sight, shadows flitting past the window as they disappeared. Is this competitive live streaming and editing system truly as it claims, or is it merely a ruse? Once the operative departed, Hiruzen gazed pensively at the curtain visible even through the walls. Meanwhile, in the land of Earth, the third Hokage, Inoki, immediately dispatched individuals to investigate upon witnessing the curtain in the sky. In the land of lightning, the fourth Hokage, along with the Sunto, fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei in the land of water, and the fourth Kazekage, Raza from the land of wind, also ordered investigations to be conducted. These leaders, perched atop the pinnacle of power in the ninja world, found it difficult to believe in the extraordinary claims of the suddenly manifested system without tangible evidence. At this moment, the entire ninja world was engulfed in an enigmatic silence, with many refraining from conversation, uncertain of the true nature of the so-called curtain and whether it posed a threat to them. Others, however, engaged in hushed whispers, deliberating the veracity of the system's declarations. In the previously lifeless Pure Land, figures long since deceased began to awaken from the footage, some bewildered, some astonished, and others utterly confused, questioning how they had returned from death. What was this system that had appeared in the sky? Before long, a minute had elapsed, and the system's voice resounded on cue. "Ding! Time's up. We shall now introduce the contestants for the first competition, along with the rules of the contest. They are renowned as the strongest individuals of their respective villages, well known throughout the ninja world, each possessing strength on par with Hokage. They stand atop the pinnacle of the ninja world in various domains, and they are none other than the past Hokages of the Hidden Leaf Village. This competition shall be known as the Strongest Hokage Tournament." The Strongest Hokage Tournament? Why is it those Leaf Village fellows? Upon seeing the inscriptions in the sky, the irritable Hokage, A, was so enraged that he hurled his desk out of the window. "Fine. Let your Leaf Village take the lead and see if this so-called system is genuine or just a farce. The cunning Tsuchikage crossed his arms, wearing a look of amusement. For ninjas, the techniques and skills they possess are closely guarded secrets. In battle, revealing one's jutsu capabilities could signify defeat. Thus, not only the Tsuchikage, but also the other Kage were eager to witness the abilities of the Hokages firsthand, allowing them to gather intelligence on these leaders. Rules of the Strongest Hokage Tournament are as follows. 1. During battles, all participants may utilize their peak strength, so there is no need to worry about age, frailty, or lost limbs. What you wield is your utmost prowess from the past, present, and future. 2. Each Hokage will be eliminated after losing 4 matches, and thus the strongest Hokage will be determined. 3. Except for the first round, where participants are randomly drawn, subsequent battles will follow a pattern. Winners face winners, and losers face losers. 4. As there may be winners who achieve consecutive victories and earn multiple rewards, the following battles will be conducted based on the fewer rewards received. Those with no rewards will compete using only their original peak strength. If there are multiple rewards, the victor may use one of their rewards along with their peak strength for battle, and so forth. The aforementioned outlines the rules of the Hokage tournament. The next step is to rely on one's skill to defeat opponents and claim victory. Now, we shall introduce the participants, who are the Hokages born since the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village up to the present. Note, the born Hokages refer to those who will become Hokage in the future. They are the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the fifth Hokage, Tsunade Senju, the sixth Hokage, Kakashi Hitaki, the seventh Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, the eighth Hokage, Shikamaru. These 8 Hokages from the past, present, and future will participate in this Hokage tournament. The introduction of participants and rules is complete. The competition will commence in 5 minutes, and we shall draw the contestants for the first round. Chapter 2. The Hokage Tournament begins. In the face of the suddenly materializing system and the announcement of the past, present, and future Hokages of the Hidden Leaf, reactions varied widely. Some were elated, while others seethed with anger, particularly among the villagers of the Leaf. The 5th Hokage is Tsunade. Wonderful. I knew the 5th would be chosen between Druzuma and Tsunade, and I guessed correctly. Kakashi Hitaki. That guy became the 6th Hokage. What? Why did that demon fox become Hokage? On what basis did he become the 7th Hokage? Who is this 8th Hokage? Shikamaru? I recall he is the son of the current head of the Nara clan. The first 4 Hokages had little need for introduction. They held immense popularity in the hearts of the villagers of the Leaf, especially the living 3rd Hokage, who was regarded as the strongest Hokage in their eyes. As for the latter 4, while some possessed similar popularity, one was infamous, and another was merely a son of another clan, lacking any notable reputation. Damn it, what is the future me thinking? To choose to become Hokage? I must have been drunk and hallucinating, Tsunade muttered, downing a bottle of sake in a hotel in a land of fire, feeling the absurdity of her image displayed on the curtain. The 5th Hokage is Tsunade, and that 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, is Minato's son. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, peering from a nearby women's bathhouse, gazed at the images of Tsunade, Naruto, and Minato on the curtain, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes. On a bench in the Leaf Village, Kakashi Hitaki, holding a Riska book, still found it hard to believe as he stared at the curtain. At that moment, a green-clad figure dashed towards Kakashi, shouting with enthusiasm, as expected of my eternal rival, Kakashi. Let us have a spirited match. No thanks, Kakashi replied, extending his hand, his eyes exuding a lethargic aura as he declined the eager proposal from Might Guy. In a cave in a land of rain, the masked Obito Uchiha glared at the image of the 6th Hokage, Kakashi Hitaki, his teeth gritted in frustration. Oof. Kakashi has become Hokage? This world is indeed a farce. I shall create a true world. In the base of the Hidden Leaf Village, Shimura Danzo gazed at the content displayed on the screen, his eyes shrouded in gloom. To him, the so-called Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was merely a weapon, unworthy of claiming the Hokage title that he had long coveted. Simultaneously, within the Ninja Academy, an oppressive silence enveloped everyone, including Uzumaki Naruto. In Nara Shikamaru's classroom, the stillness was so profound that the sound of a pin dropping would have resonated clearly. All present were rendered speechless by shock, unable to fathom that the underachiever they often scorned had actually ascended to the position of Hokage. Is it really me? That means I will definitely become Hokage in the future. This is amazing. After a moment of silence, Uzumaki Naruto sprang up in exhilaration. Just the thought of hearing that his dream had come true was enough to fill anyone with joy. How can this be possible? Sakura stared at the lively Naruto beside her with disbelief etched across her face. Not only Sakura, but the entire classroom was filled with incredulous expressions, with the exception of Hinata, Sasuke, and their classmate Shikamaru, who was also a Hokage. Hinata blushed deeply, her heart swelling with happiness for her beloved Naruto as she watched him bounce with energy. Sasuke, however, was indifferent to who became Hokage. His sole focus was on growing stronger to seek vengeance against his brother, Uchiha Itachi. Meanwhile, Shikamaru found himself bewildered as to why he would be bothered with the troublesome position of Hokage. In the Pure Land, Uzumaki Kushina beheld the visage of her son, the seventh Hokage Naruto, her eyes brimming with tears. If it were possible, she would dearly wish to witness her son in person as a mother. The pride and joy of seeing her son become Hokage filled her heart. On the other side, within the belly of the Grim Reaper, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, shared a proud gaze with his wife as they watched the words and faces resembling their own appear on the screen. Where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Certain unnamed figures, such as the Raikage and Tsuchikage, had already begun discreetly dispatching agents to assassinate the future Hokage announced on the screen. As 5 minutes swiftly elapsed, the sky resonated with the voice of the system. Ding, time's up. The Strongest Hokage Tournament is now commencing. Prepare for the draw of the first round's matchups. Draw complete. First match of the first round, second Hokage Senju Tobirama versus fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Competitors, please prepare to select the battle arena. First match of the Hokage Tournament, second Hokage Senju Tobirama versus fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. The battle arena is a plane. Contestants, take your positions. Teleportation will commence in 3 seconds. As the system's voice faded, 2 beams of light descended upon the Pure Land, illuminating Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato in the belly of the Grim Reaper. Simultaneously, the content on the screen transformed into an endless expanse of desolate plain, devoid of any flora or fauna, resembling a lifeless zone. With the arrival of the 2 beams of light, they materialized into 2 figures, injecting a hint of vitality into this lifeless landscape. One figure donned blue armor over a black bodysuit, with silver hair and red eyes, bearing 3 markings on each side of his face. His demeanor was cold and imposing. He was the master of forbidden jutsu, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. The other figure, possessing exquisite features and dressed in a Leaf Village vest, wore a Hokage cloak adorned with fiery patterns, with striking blue eyes and golden hair. He was the yellow flash of the leaf, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Ding, teleportation complete. Adjusting both competitors' states now. Ding, this system has activated bullet comments. Individuals in the Ninja World, Pure Land, and even within the Grim Reaper's belly can send messages via the bullet comments. Chapter 3. The Strongest Hokage Tournament begins. This system has activated bullet comments. Individuals in the Ninja World, Pure Land, and even within the Grim Reaper's belly can send messages via the bullet comments. As the system's voice echoed, the first bullet comment swiftly appeared on the screen. Senju Hashirama. So this is what bullet comments are? They seem quite interesting. Hachimura. Long time no see, Hashirama. Is this system something your Leaf Village concocted? Otherwise, why would the first match be organized between your Hokages? Senju Hashirama. Madara, I have no idea. I'm also curious who set this up. I suspect it was my brother, Tobirama. Senju Tobirama. Brother, please don't assume everything is my doing. I have no clue about this either. Besides, I'm already dead. How can this system pull me from the pure land into this plane? Its methods are truly impressive. Uchiha Izuna. Useless Tobirama. The system has already introduced itself, and you seem to be in a match. Don't you have time to ponder that? Isn't it a bit disrespectful to your opponent? I say, Namikaze Minato. If it were me, I wouldn't tolerate any of this nonsense. Namikaze Minato. Kazahana Tobirama. You brat. The abacus is about to crash into my face. Get lost, evil Uchiha. Stop trying to sow discord among us Hokage, you inherently malevolent imbecile Uchiha. Uchiha Izuna. What rubbish are you spouting? Tobirama. Just as Kazahana Tobirama was preparing to retaliate, the voice of the system echoed. Both party statuses have been adjusted. Kazahana Tobirama and Namikaze Minato are now at their peak states from the past, present, and future. Unleash your full strength and win this battle. Therefore, this system announces that the first round of the Hokage Championship, Match 1, second Hokage Kazahana Tobirama versus fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, officially begins now. As the system's voice faded, the two men within the light screen did not rush to attack. After all, they were filled with skepticism towards a newly emerged system claiming to offer various rewards for winnings. Fearing it was merely a tool used by other organizations to study their abilities. Having both been Hokage, they were acutely aware that even when the battle commenced, they intended to reveal only a fraction of their strength. Testing the veracity of this so-called system. Are you the fourth Hokage? Kazahana Tobirama asked, arms crossed, gazing at the distant Namikaze Minato. Indeed, second Hokage, Namikaze Minato nodded, simultaneously gesturing to the Hokage cloak draped behind him. To become Hokage, your strength must be considerable. Let me test your prowess. Kazahana Tobirama declared, his eyes gleaming with battle intent, subtly signaling Minato to conceal some strength and not overly expose any hidden cards. I look forward to our duel, second Hokage. Please guide me, Namikaze Minato replied, nodding in agreement, exchanging a knowing glance with Kazahana Tobirama, both aware of each other's intentions. With that, Namikaze Minato launched the first strike, swiftly hurling a shuriken towards Kazahana Tobirama, then rapidly forming hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The shuriken split into 2, then 4, transforming into countless shuriken that rained down upon Kazahana Tobirama. Bring it on. Water Style. Water Barrier. Kazahana Tobirama responded immediately, forming seals, and a torrent of water erupted from his mouth, forming a swirling wall of water that blocked the barrage of shuriken clones. Simultaneously, Kazahana Tobirama continued to weave seals. Water Style. Water Dragon Bullet. Instantly, a massive column of water shot skyward, morphing into a colossal water dragon that surged towards Namikaze Minato. What an enormous water style. Truly deserving of the legend as one who has made a pact with the sea. Second Hokage's water style is indeed formidable. Namikaze Minato's expression shifted at the sight of such a grand water dragon bullet for the first time, but to someone who possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, such an attack was hardly daunting. In a flash, Namikaze Minato threw a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal to his side, and just as the massive water dragon was about to strike him, he vanished from his original position, reappearing where the kunai had landed. This is my Flying Thunder God technique. I never expected the fourth to have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique I developed. You are truly a genius, Kazahana Tobirama exclaimed, slightly taken aback, then unabashedly praising him. Although Kazahana Tobirama had previously taught the Flying Thunder God technique to his disciples, none, be it Uchiha Kagami, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, or others, had managed to learn it. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique was not easily mastered. Those lacking in space-time aptitude found it exceedingly difficult. Kazahana Tobirama was genuinely pleased to see someone had learned it after his passing. Indeed, second Hokage, your Flying Thunder God technique and many forbidden techniques have greatly influenced Konoha. Namikaze Minato replied, slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head. Kisame Hashigaki, why does the second Hokage's water dragon bullet have such simple seals yet possess greater power? I learned a water dragon bullet technique with 44 seals at the Hidden Mist Village Ninja Academy. Could it be a sham? A certain Konoha Chunin, to unleash such powerful water-style ninjutsu in a place devoid of water. Is this the power of a Kage? A certain elite jounin from the Hidden Mist. Goodness, the second Hokage is so formidable. Moreover, if it weren't for his Konoha insignia, I would have thought he belonged to our Hidden Mist Village. A certain Konoha Chunin see. You're overthinking it. Did you not notice the title of this grand battle? The Hokage battle has nothing to do with your Hidden Mist Village, so refrain from butting in. Uchiha Izuna, TSK, a Hokage proficient in water-style ninjutsu. Kazahana Tobirama, are you targeting me? A student from the Konoha Ninja Academy. What's going on? How did the fourth Hokage suddenly teleport from one spot to another? This body flicker technique is astonishingly rapid. Kushina Uzumaki. So cool. Minato. Go for it. Hashirama Senju. Go for it, my dear. Just as the comments erupted in fervor, Uchiha Sasuke's heart burned with fervor, his gaze fixated on the battle unfolding on the screen. Seemingly eager to glean something from it, if I possessed such strength, I should be able to kill that man, right? Chapter 4 Kazahana Tobirama vs Namikaze Minato 4th. Let me see if you can surprise me further. Kazahana Tobirama declared, hurling several kunai toward Namikaze Minato. These were flying Thunder God kunai, which posed a threat. Namikaze Minato easily dodged the kunai, but immediately recognized the flying Thunder God seals upon them. Understanding Tobirama's intent to engage in close combat, prompting him to raise his kunai defensively. The next moment, a great sword descended from above, striking with tremendous force upon his kunai. Although Minato managed to deflect this powerful blow, the recoil left his arm somewhat numb. Yet, drawing upon his years of combat experience, he quickly kicked out, forcing Kazahana Tobirama to leap back, swiftly creating distance between them. The second Hokage's power is impressive. Namikaze Minato thought, glancing at his slightly trembling hand gripping the kunai. Genjutsu, dark walking technique. After being forced back by Namikaze Minato, Kazahana Tobirama did not rush to attack. Instead, he swiftly formed seals.I in an instant. The surrounding space was engulfed in darkness, rendering everything invisible. This is bad. I was careless, realizing he was surrounded by pitch blackness. Namikaze Minato thought to himself, yet his hands did not falter as he clapped his palms together, beginning to absorb the surrounding natural energy, preparing to enter Sage mode. Could it be that action? Fourth, you have indeed surprised me greatly. Kazahana Tobirama observed this scene, not hurrying to attack but instead standing calmly at a distance. Namikaze Minato entered Sage mode in less than 3 seconds, opening his eyes to reveal orange markings at the corners and his pupils transforming into horizontal slits. I truly am not adept at Sage techniques. Sigh, did the second Hokage choose not to attack while I was entering Sage mode? How gracious of you. Namikaze Minato nodded towards Kazahana Tobirama, for two ninjas who defined their prowess by speed. 3 seconds was ample time to conclude a battle. Fourth, I never expected you to possess Sage techniques. Upon witnessing Namikaze Minato enter Sage mode, Kazahana Tobirama did not rush to attack. Rather, he regarded him with admiration. Hahaha, not at all, second Hokage. I merely know a bit of Sage techniques, but I am not very proficient. Namikaze Minato shyly scratched his head, feeling that he had not yet reached the level where he could enter Sage mode with just a clap of his hands. That was not true proficiency. Your Sage mode must be from Mount Myaboku. Yes, I learned the Sage arts of Mount Myaboku from Master Jiraiya, but I am not very adept. I cannot fully integrate Sage mode into my combat style. Fourth, you need not be modest. I am well aware of the difficulties in mastering Sage mode that I too have attempted to cultivate it in the past but failed. Your success is already quite remarkable. Senju Tobirama shook his head. The more he observed Minato, the more he grew fond of him. At that moment, he entertained the thought that had Minato been born a few years earlier or later, he would have directly bequeathed the position of the third Hokage to him. After all, Minato was exceptionally talented. Even Sage mode was within his capabilities, a feat that Tobirama himself had once endeavored to master. Fully aware of its inherent difficulties. Third Tsuchikage Inoki. Were you two not just engaged in battle? Why has it suddenly turned into mutual flattery? Fourth Raikage. Indeed, you've barely exchanged a few moves. And now you're chatting? I say, system, shouldn't you intervene? If they keep talking like this match will be rendered pointless. It has been noted that a warning to second Hokage Senju Tobirama and fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, if you do not launch another attack within 1 minute. This battle will be deemed a draw, and neither side will receive any rewards. Commence the next match. Furthermore, a new rule has been added. In the upcoming matches, if no attack is initiated against the opponent within 1 minute from the start, the match will conclude in a draw, with no rewards for either party. Very well, fourth Hokage, let us continue. It is time to bring this battle to a close. Upon hearing the system's declaration, Senju Tobirama directed a remark toward Namikaze Minato and swiftly hurled a kunai. Second Hokage, I was just thinking the same, Minato responded, deftly dodging the kunai by tilting his head. He then gathered a substantial amount of chakra in his right hand, forming a blue Rasengan, and turned to launch it forward. At that moment, Senju Tobirama also utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the scene. Witnessing the Rasengan mere inches away, he quickly executed the technique once more to evade it, while simultaneously forming hand seals. Water release. Water break wave. Tobirama unleashed a torrent of water, creating a high-pressure water jet aimed directly at Minato. Nevertheless, Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish from his position and retaliated with a lightning release, unleashing a streak of pale lightning that tore through space, hurtling toward Tobirama at an astonishing speed. However, Tobirama did not even cast a glance at the lightning bolt. With another application of the Flying Thunder God technique, he effortlessly evaded the attack, all the while maintaining his offensive momentum. Water release. Great waterfall technique. He conjured an immense cascade of water that inundated the arena, leaving Minato no opportunity to use the Flying Thunder God for escape. Moreover, Tobirama summoned shadow clones, inscribing the Flying Thunder God mark upon them, allowing the clones to control the advancing water, relentlessly pursuing Minato in an effort to obstruct his escape routes. That I see, you intend to maintain control over the battlefield, preventing me from utilizing the advantages of the Flying Thunder God technique. While I possess a means to counter this match is merely a test, and there is no need to resort to serious measures. Through his Sage Mode perception and the current circumstances, Minato discerned Tobirama's intentions. Although he had the means to counteract, it would require revealing his trump cards, and he had no desire to escalate the situation, thus deciding to concede this round to his predecessor. Subsequently, Minato hurled a Flying Thunder God kunai at Tobirama while simultaneously gathering a Rasengan in his right hand, which visibly expanded at an incredible rate. Upon seeing the kunai, Tobirama instantly grasped Minato's intentions that he swiftly gathered a large amount of chakra, causing the water previously expelled from his feet to coalesce into a massive water sphere. Chapter 5. Senju Tobirama's Resurrection. Senju Hashirama. It seems Tobirama intends to settle this match with a single decisive strike against the fourth Uchiha Madara. A tedious battle, both sides only showcasing their most proficient jutsu, and there are likely many hidden cards left unplayed. Who are they truly trying to outmaneuver? Uchiha Izuna. I, for one, could not care less, as long as that worthless Tobirama does not win the match. Uzumaki Kushina. Go for it, my husband. Go, Minato. Third Tsuchika Jinoki. Is this how the battle will conclude? What a pity they did not fight with their full strength. The intelligence gathered is far too scant. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Who could argue otherwise? Nonetheless, this battle has indeed been quite exhilarating. Sage Art. Super Giant Rasengan. Water Release. Water Dragon Bite. Senju Tobirama poured every ounce of his strength into controlling the water sphere in the sky, transforming it into a majestic water dragon. Meanwhile, Minato executed the Flying Thunder God technique, swiftly appearing before Tobirama, his right hand wielding the colossal Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, which he directed towards Tobirama. At the same time, Tobirama commanded the formidable water dragon to intercept the enormous blue sphere, resulting in an explosive clash at close quarters. In an instant, the two techniques collided, generating a violent explosion that billowed dark smoke and unleashed a terrifying shockwave, propelling both Tobirama and Minato away. They rolled across the ground before quickly regaining their footing. Minato, having exhausted his Sage Chakra and depleting his own chakra reserves from the earlier Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, found himself at a disadvantage. However, Senju Tobirama, despite the water dragon bite consuming much of his chakra, possessed a chakra reserve that dwarfed Minato's due to his Senju lineage. Soon as he stabilized himself, Tobirama utilized his remaining chakra to extend the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting behind Minato by virtue of the Flying Thunder God mark inscribed upon him during their earlier exchanges, delivering a powerful and rapid downward strike. Minato reacted swiftly, raising his kunai for defense. Though he managed to block the forceful strike, Tobirama quickly unleashed a water needle. Minato, realizing the impending danger, found his hands occupied and was unable to evade in time, helplessly watching as the needle struck his heart, marking the conclusion of the match. As the water needle pierced Minato's heart, the system's voice resonated simultaneously. The first round of the Hokage Championship, Match 1. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama vs. Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Winner, Second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Congratulations to the victor, Second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Reward, Resurrection. Resurrection? Tobirama gazed at the luminous screen above, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. He had not anticipated such a grand declaration from the system. If it truly granted him resurrection, the system's capabilities were indeed formidable, and it validated the claims made by the system. The ensuing events promised to be intriguing. Not only Tobirama, but the entire Shinobi world, even those in the Pure Land, fixated their gazes upon the illuminated screen, eager to discern the veracity of the system's assertions and whether it truly possessed such miraculous powers. Please, Victor, Senju Tobirama, choose your resurrection location. I choose the Hokage office. After contemplating, Tobirama decided upon the Hokage office for his resurrection. Understood. You will resurrect in the Hokage office in 3 seconds. As the system's voice faded, the image on the screen shifted to the Hokage office. At that moment, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk. Suddenly, a figure materialized in the office, transitioning from ethereal to corporeal, slowly revealing himself. Master, Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock upon recognizing the figure before him. His mentor, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, had truly resurrected before him. Tobirama, however, had no time to concern himself with Hiruzen. He was engrossed in the sensation of his current state. The rhythmic beating of his heart and the chakra coursing through him. Each pulse and flow affirmed to Tobirama that he had returned to life, and remarkably, he had reverted to his youthful self. Approximately in his 20s, the sight of Tobirama's resurrection sent shockwaves through the onlookers. Fourth Raikage, no way, he truly resurrected. Is this real? Third Hokage, you are witnessing this firsthand. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is indeed real. I am witnessing it with my own eyes. Shimura Danzo, congratulations, Master, on your resurrection. This is truly a monumental event for Konoha. Though Shimura Danzo harbored a multitude of objections against Tobirama's revival, he realized that at this juncture, he could do nothing to prevent it. He resolved to at least maintain a FAA of support. As for the other villages, their expressions turned ashen. The resurrection of a formidable leader capable of commanding an entire village added a significant layer of depth to Konoha's strength. The strengthening of Konoha was far from a welcome development for them. Uzumaki Kushina. What a pity. Had Minato won, he would have been the one resurrected, and then he could have reunited with Naruto. Boruto, huh? It's nothing, Kushina. Naruto is also a contestant, and you will see him soon. Uzumaki Kushina. By the way, Naruto, why aren't you speaking? Are you watching the comments? Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, are you two looking for me? The fourth Hokage and Aunt Kushina? But I don't know you at all. At this moment, Naruto felt perplexed. Although he had heard of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, he had never met him or Uzumaki Kushina. Why were they both mentioning him in their earlier conversation? Uzumaki Kushina. Wait, why did you call me Aunt? At this moment, Kushina doubted her own eyes, as Naruto had just referred to her as Aunt in the comments. However, Naruto's next comment sent Kushina into a complete state of emotional turmoil. Uzumaki Naruto. Of course, Aunt. If I don't call you that, what should I call you? Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina. Well, that's obviously Mom. Didn't he, the third Hokage, tell you that Minato and I are your parents? Mom? Parents? Seeing this comment, Naruto was instantly stunned. The terms mom and parents felt so distant and unattainable to him. Chapter 6. The first round of the Hokage tournament. Second match. Naruto had previously asked Sarutobi Hiruzen about his parents, but the only answer he received was that they were dead, rendering the knowledge useless. Now, someone was telling him that she was his mother and that the fourth Hokage was his father, which left Naruto in disbelief. Uzumaki Kushina. What's wrong, Naruto? Why aren't you responding? Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina. Don't scare your mother. In the Pure Land. Seeing Naruto's silence made Kushina anxious. Uzumaki Naruto. Is what you said true? Are you and the fourth Hokage really my parents? Naruto stood frozen, struggling to accept the reality. When he had asked the third Hokage, the answer was simply that they were dead and questioned the value of knowing. But now, someone was telling him that the fourth Hokage was his father. If that were the case, why had he borne the name of the Ninetales and endured years of scorn, insults, and disdain in the Hidden Leaf Village? Minato Namikaze. It seems the third Hokage told you nothing. But Naruto, it is absolutely true. Kushina and I are indeed your parents, and you are our most precious son. Minato had not expected Naruto to ask such a question. Clearly, the third Hokage had said nothing, or else Naruto would not be unaware of his parentage. Uzumaki Naruto. You're lying. You're all liars. If I were your son, then why does everyone hate me? Why do they all call me the Ninetales? Why has no one told me who my parents are? At this moment, tears streamed down Naruto's face as the grievances he had suffered over the years erupted. No one knew the extent of his suffering, nor did anyone care about the hardships he endured, all while he forced a smile, pretending not to care. His mischievousness and pranks, were they merely a sign of his naughtiness? No, he simply yearned for others to notice him, even if it meant attracting disdainful gazes. Minato Namikaze. I'm sorry, Naruto. I'm sorry. In that moment, Minato felt overwhelming pain and guilt. He was no longer the fourth Hokage, but a father. Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto, my dear, I truly am your mother. You must believe me. Seeing her son not recognize her, Kushina was at a loss, frantically sending messages to prove her identity. Hey, is that Ninetales Naruto really the son of the fourth Hokage? Why has no one mentioned this before? The villagers of the Hidden Leaf Village were in an uproar upon hearing the news, shocked to discover that the Ninetales they once feared was actually the child of the fourth Hokage. The disparity between these two identities was akin to a chasm, one filled with disdain, the other with profound respect. The identity of the Ninetales represented a release of fear, discrimination, and hatred, while the son of the fourth Hokage was a symbol of heroism, someone they revered deeply. Yet, they could hardly fathom that this hero's son had been scorned and bullied for over a decade. Meanwhile, ninjas from other major villages watched with expressions of disbelief, initially hoping to glean secrets about the Hokage's techniques, only to be met with such astonishing revelations. After all, Naruto Uzumaki was a contender in this Strongest Hokage Tournament, destined to become Hokage himself. The fact that he had faced discrimination for so many years only added to the intrigue. Ding, have you finished your family chat? If so, we shall continue. The first round of the Hokage Tournament. Second match is about to commence. That if not, you may continue your conversation. This system can wait until you are done. As the comments from Naruto's family faded from the screen, the system suddenly interjected. In fact, the second match was supposed to start a minute after the first match concluded, but due to the unexpected discussion about Naruto's family, the system decided to delay the start of the second match. Uchiha Madara. Is it not the system's responsibility to pause the match when a family reunites? If it were other living ninjas conversing with deceased loved ones, would you still suspend the match? No. This system simply has sympathy for Naruto and did not wish to interrupt his moment of warmth. Others do not have the same privilege. Uchiha Azuna. Well, it seems you might be this Naruto's personal system. Why does he receive such special treatment? This system belongs to no one. As for why he has unique privileges, it is simply because this system desires it, and if you disagree, then bear it. Uchiha Azuna. You, Minato Namikaze. Haha, my apologies for the interruption, everyone. Let us resume the match. We can discuss our family matters after the competition. Minato had not anticipated that the system would pause the match due to their family discussion, but he did not want the situation to escalate. After all, this was merely their family affair, and there would be plenty of time for reminiscing later. Furthermore, there were certain things Minato did not wish to disclose in front of everyone. And what about you, Naruto Uzumaki? Do you have anything else to say? If not, the match will continue. No wiping the tears from his face, Naruto shook his head. Ding, then let us proceed with the Hokage tournament. We shall now draw the contestants for the first round, second match. Draw complete. The first round, second match of the Hokage tournament will feature the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, Senju versus the eighth Hokage, Shikamaru Nara. Contestants, please prepare. We will now select the match venue. The match venue for the first round, second match, Shirut Street, teleportation in 3 seconds. Chapter 7. Nara Shikamaru Tsunade-sama. Wake up, it's your turn. Seeing the content on the screen, Ino quickly shook the inebriated Tsunade beside her, trying to rouse her. What is it, Ino? As Tsunade regained a flicker of consciousness, a radiant beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping her within its luminous embrace. Simultaneously, within the confines of the Konoha Ninja Academy, a similar shaft of light descended upon Nara Shikamaru, amidst the astonished and curious gazes of those nearby. The two beams ascended into the sky together. At that moment, the visual display transformed into the image of a quaint town, renowned throughout the ninja world as Shortbook Street. However, unlike its usual bustling atmosphere, the Shortbook Street depicted on the screen was devoid of any human presence. Accompanied by the two beams of light, two figures materialized on the main thoroughfare of Shortbook Street. One of them, appearing somewhat inebriated, sported long, light yellow hair typically styled into a high ponytail. With a blue-purple mark emblazoned on her forehead, she donned a tea-green long robe adorned with the character for Gamble, and her most striking feature was undoubtedly her voluptuous figure. She was none other than Tsunade Senju, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, the fabled Great Fat Lamb, granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the future fifth Hokage of Konoha. Opposite her stood a boy who seemed around 11 or 12 years old, exuding an air of laziness and lacking ambition, with a hairstyle reminiscent of a pineapple. He was none other than Nara Shikamaru, son of the Nara clan leader, boasting an IQ of 200, and destined to be the future advisor to the Hokage, as well as the acting Hokage after the disappearance of the seventh Hokage. What an indolent display for all to see. Is this not a disgrace to our village? Nara Yoshino, Shikamaru's mother, fumed upon witnessing her son's lackluster demeanor. Ah, indeed, this is quite unacceptable. Nara Shikaku, observing his wife's ire, suppressed the words of defense he had intended for his son. Yet, the moment he opened his mouth, his wife redirected her wrath towards him. What do you mean unacceptable? This lethargy is clearly inherited from you. Can't you refrain from being so? Senju Hashirama. Was Tsunade intoxicated? No wonder she hasn't sent a single message in ages. Uchiha Izuna. Another disgrace from the Senju clan. That Nara Shikamaru better give that Senju girl a proper thrashing. Senju Tobirama. Evil Uchiha. Do not provoke my ire. Uchiha Izuna. What of it, Tobirama? I support my favorite combatants. Look at that Tsunade. Utterly inebriated at her age, yet Nara Shikamaru, though seemingly unmotivated, is still young. Once he matures and takes on responsibilities, he will not remain this way. Regardless, Shikamaru possesses an impressive chance of victory. Jiraiya. Ah. What sagacity! Had I not known the truth, I might have been swayed by your words. Orochimaru. Sagacity, you say? Clearly, he's simply harboring a grudge against the Senju clan, deliberately making a mockery of them. Ding. Both parties have been successfully transported, commencing adjustment of their states. Ding. Due to the participant, the 8th Hokage Nara Shikamaru, still being a child, this system will not only elevate his body to peak condition, but will also inject memories of his future battles into his mind, enabling him to adapt to his ultimate potential. Furthermore, Nara Shikamaru will be able to learn the jutsu he will master in the future based on these memories. Note, the duration for the battle memory injection will take approximately 1 minute. Due to the length, this system has specifically edited footage of Nara Shikamaru's future battles with his opponents to provide entertainment in the meantime. Now, without further ado, we shall begin injecting Nara Shikamaru's future memories. Just as Nara Shikamaru was about to voice his thoughts, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. Concurrently, the screen displayed a youthful figure against the backdrop of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Congratulations, you have qualified. From this day forth, you are a ninja. In the video, Shikamaru received the forehead protector that symbolized his status as a ninja, flanked by 2 peers of his age, Akimichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino. Alongside a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, Asuma Saratobi. What? Are these 2 going to be my future teammates? Ino's face fell at the sight, disheartened by the prospect of being paired with a chubby boy and a slacker. While the older man appeared somewhat reliable, yet none were particularly handsome, leaving her feeling despondent. Especially as she noticed Sakura Harino nearby, giving her a thumbs up, further destabilizing Ino's composure as the footage continued to shift. The 4 stood amidst a forest, besieged by countless shadowy figures launching relentless attacks. Yet, they deftly countered each assault with their respective jutsu, showcasing remarkable synergy. The scene then transitioned to the Konoha arena, typically reserved for the Chunin exams, where Shikamaru stood at the center facing a girl with golden hair wielding an iron fan. If you're my opponent, then you're in for a rough time. Future 8th Hokage of Konoha. Upon seeing his own image on the screen, Temari from Sunagakure licked her lips, eager to witness the video depicting her triumph over Konoha's future Hokage. However, the footage seemed to contradict her expectations. In mere seconds, it became apparent that she was the one being overwhelmed, ultimately forced to surrender at that moment. The video transitioned once more, revealing a considerably older Shikamaru, appearing around 15 or 16. His adversary had also grown significantly stronger. With multiple fleeting images of one-on-one battles flashing before the audience, the only extended sequence lasting 5 to 6 seconds featured a man clad in a black and red cloud-patterned robe, wielding a blood-red scythe. In the footage, the man employed some unknown technique to eliminate Shikamaru's mentor, Asuma, leading to an enraged Shikamaru's retaliatory strike that obliterated his opponent, sending him tumbling into a deep pit. Chapter 8. The terrifying 10 Tails. As Asuma watched the scene unfold, he fell into a contemplative silence. Beside him, Yuhi Kurenai wore a pensive expression, uncertainly voicing, "Asuma will be fine, right?" The system did mention it was just a compilation. The content may not reflect reality. Is that so? Asuma replied, casting a doubtful glance at Kurenai. Though he yearned to refute her, he ultimately swallowed his words, mindful of the woman he cherished beside him. The video continued to shift, revealing Shikamaru clad in the standard Chunin vest, though his forehead protector had transformed from the Konoha emblem to one bearing the character for ninja. At that moment, he stood among a crowd, gazing into the distance at a colossal figure with 10 tails and a massive blood-red Rinnegan. The creature's mere roar sent tremors through the earth, stirring dust and debris as though heralding an apocalypse. What manner of beast is this? Help. Does such a creature truly exist? My heavens, when did such a monstrosity emerge in the ninja world? Why have I never heard of it before? The sight of the gargantuan entity rendered many in the ninja world, including those in the Pure Land, momentarily paralyzed with terror. The sheer horror was palpable, even through the screen, as the audience sensed the terrifying presence of the creature, perhaps due to the ignorance surrounding the existence of the Ten Tails. The system took the liberty of summarizing its significance in the footage. The Ten Tails, the origin of chakra, the mightiest of tailed beasts. The phrase the origin of chakra suggested that the chakra utilized by ninjas derived from it. Observing the text on the screen, Senju Tobirama furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, in Amigakure, Uchiha Obito gazed at the image of the Ten Tails with fervent excitement. At last, I have succeeded. The next step is to employ the infinite Tsukuyomi. And then I shall create a world with Rin. Ha ha ha. Oddly enough, if the infinite Tsukuyomi were to succeed while that brat is still so young, he should never become the 8th Hokage. Could it be that he only attained that title in a dream? Unlike Uchiha Obito, who was brimming with excitement at the resurrection of the Ten Tails, Uchiha Madara, residing in the Pure Land, remained remarkably composed that he found it perplexing that if his plan had indeed succeeded. Then in the realm of the infinite Tsukuyomi, each individual's dream would be distinct, making it impossible for Nara Shikamaru to become Hokage. This situation either indicated that Nara Shikamaru had already attained the position of Hokage during this period, or that his infinite Tsukuyomi plan had failed, or perhaps the system was lying. There were no other possibilities. Under the fearful, questioning, and astonished gazes of everyone in the Shinobi World and the Pure Land, the video on the screen continued to play. Roar. The Ten Tails unleashed a few deafening roars, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble and stirring up a tempest of unparalleled ferocity. The ninja allied forces, including Shikamaru, desperately placed their hands before them to withstand the violent winds, striving not to be swept away. As the tempest subsided, they beheld a horde of white, seemingly lifeless beings charging toward them. Kill. The battle cries echoed, and the ninja allied forces surged forward like a raging sea, clashing with the white beings in fierce combat. In an instant, shouts, screams, explosions, the clashing of weapons, and the sickening sound of blades piercing flesh reverberated through the air. Limbs flew in all directions, and blood splattered everywhere. This scene imparted a grim lesson to those in the Shinobi World who had never experienced war, offering them a harrowing glimpse into its brutality. On the battlefield, Nara Shikamaru, alongside his companions Ino Yamanaka and Choji Akimichi, wreaked havoc, their coordination impeccable as they swiftly dispatched countless white beings. Additionally, other members of Team 7, excluding Naruto and Sasuke, made fleeting appearances in the video. Where am I? Naruto, curious, searched for his own image in the footage, especially since all his classmates had appeared, leaving only him and Sasuke absent. Roar. Just as the ninja allied forces were fiercely engaged in combat with the white beings, the distant Ten Tails suddenly stirred, launching a cataclysmic laser beam from its mouth, as if tearing through time and space, striking directly at the battlefield. In an instant, the explosion engulfed the entire area, obliterating countless mountains and transforming the battlefield into a basin. The once mighty ninja allied forces, who had been pressing the attack on the white beings, were instantly thrown into disarray by this strike. As the flames and smoke cleared, the grievously wounded ninja allied forces revealed themselves. Their eyes filled with despair, devoid of any glimmer of hope, staring blankly at the distant Ten Tails as if awaiting their demise. How terrifying. Just one strike has reduced so many to this state. We are utterly outmatched. Anyone coming to save us, not only the ninja allied forces in the video, but also the ordinary viewers and many shinobi watching felt a profound sense of hopelessness. At that moment, the Ten Tails in the footage began to gather chakra once again, preparing to unleash another colossal laser beam, reminiscent of the previous attack. Is there no way out? Witnessing this scene, Shikamaru collapsed to the ground. His gaze dimmed, hope extinguished. It was not just Shikamaru. Even the ninja allied forces in the video shared his despondency. Boom! The next instant, the Ten Tails unleashed its tailed beast ball, the terrifying sound of sonic booms preceding the scorching white laser striking the ninja allied forces. The thunderous explosion echoing through the heavens once more. However, when the smoke cleared, the ninja allied forces stood unscathed. A radiant layer of red chakra enveloped them, shielding everyone from the formidable tailed beast ball of the Ten Tails. Before the ninja allied forces stood a figure radiating golden light, akin to the sun, illuminating the dark night and dispelling the despair in their hearts, instilling within them a flicker of hope. Here we go. Chapter 9. The great battle against the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Here we go. The figure, glowing with golden light, shouted, simultaneously hurling a rapidly spinning white shuriken that sliced through the air, striking the Ten Tails. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated against the Ten Tails, yet this seemingly powerful attack inflicted no harm upon it. However, the explosion acted as a trigger. In an instant, a myriad of attacks, infused with red chakra, surged forth from the ninja allied forces, cascading down upon the Ten Tails like a torrential rain of crimson light. While a single attack was insignificant, the sheer volume of thousands upon millions of assaults finally elicited a response from the Ten Tails, which let out an enraged roar. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of monsters emerged from the ground, much like when the Ten Tails first appeared, accompanied by subtitles identifying these creatures. Ten Tails clones. As these Ten Tails clones roared, they marched towards the ninja allied forces in unison. At that moment, the shining figure at the forefront of the ninja allied forces charged forward, the golden light dissipating to reveal his visage to all in the Shinobi World. In the Ninja Academy, everyone in Naruto's class turned their gazes towards the astonished Naruto. Is that the future Naruto? He looks so cool. Ino exclaimed in surprise. Her curiosity piqued. It was no wonder Ino felt this way. After all, the Naruto on the screen was enveloped in golden chakra, exuding an undeniable charisma, whereas the younger Naruto bore no resemblance to such charm. The others, except for Sasuke, nodded in agreement. The current Naruto, shining like a miniature sun, certainly embodied the essence of coolness. Kill. After Naruto charged forth, the ninja allied forces followed suit, plunging into battle with the Ten Tails clones. Among them, Naruto stood out as he cut his way through the clones, his target set on the Ten Tails' main body. In that moment, the colossal form of the Ten Tails was suddenly drawn into a vortex, leaving behind a white egg. Cracked, the egg shattered, revealing a figure clad in white scales, with a pointed head adorned with several spikes, hovering in the air. Uchiha Obito, Ten Tails Jinchuriki. As before, the system kindly provided an introduction to this individual. How can this be? Obito. Upon seeing the familiar face in the video, along with the 10 characters beside it, Kakashi's pupils constricted in disbelief, his mind racing with questions. He could hardly fathom that Obito, whom he believed to be long dead, was still alive. If that were true, why had he not returned? And how had Obito become the so-called Ten Tails Jinchuriki? What had transpired? These questions spiraled chaotically in Kakashi's mind. Obito is alive. Even Minato, trapped in the belly of the Reaper, was momentarily stunned, before realization dawned upon him, his expression morphing into one of incredulity as he gazed at the video. Obito, please don't be what I think you are. Meanwhile, in the video, Naruto and the others did not halt their advance in response to the emergence of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Instead, Naruto was the first to gather 2 blue, rapidly spinning orbs in his hands, launching them at Obito. Sage Art, Rasengan. However, Obito merely sidestepped Naruto's attack, delivering a swift kick that sent Naruto flying. Naruto tumbled across the ground, quickly recovering to launch another assault on Obito. After several exchanges, Naruto found himself unable to inflict any damage on Obito, while Obito effortlessly knocked Naruto to the ground time and again. Yet, each time Naruto was sent crashing down, he sprang back up, relentlessly charging at Obito. TCH, like an indomitable cockroach, you refuse to let me fulfill my plan for the Eye of the Moon. Upon witnessing the scene in the video, Uchiha Obito was instantly consumed by rage. As he beheld his transformation into the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, he was lost in a reverie, imagining himself one step closer to creating a world with Rin. Yet, Naruto, like an unyielding cockroach, clung to him tenaciously, thwarting any further actions he might have taken. The sight of this infuriated Obito to the point of wanting to tear Naruto apart with his bare hands. At this juncture, the focus shifted back to the main protagonist, Nara Shikamaru, who, much like in the previous footage, was collaborating with Yamanaka Ino and Akimichi Choji, swiftly clearing away the split manifestations of the Ten Tails. After dispatching the nearby manifestations, Shikamaru glanced toward Naruto, who was being relentlessly battered by Obito, and immediately sprinted in that direction, intent on lending his comrade a helping hand. Following closely were Choji, Ino, and other resilient members of the Leaf Village, all rushing toward the battlefield where Naruto and Obito clashed. Where did Neji run off to? I rushed in with Tintin, but where's Neji? With the video providing close-ups, Lee searched frantically for the figure of his rival, Neji, upon spotting himself alongside Tintin. However, no matter how hard he looked, Neji's form eluded him, despite having been present earlier when confronting those white foes. Are you ready, Kurama? Naruto was once again hurled by Obito. But this time, he refrained from immediate aggression and instead shouted, I've been ready for a long time. Transform into your beast form. Naruto. Kurama's voice resonated within Naruto. Instantly, an overwhelming golden chakra erupted from Naruto's body. And nine tails lashed through the air with ferocity as the colossal golden fox materialized. It unleashed a tail beast bomb aimed at Obito, yet was effortlessly thwarted by Obito's truth-seeking orb. That moment, Shikamaru and the others arrived, and after a brief exchange with Naruto, the nine of them swiftly maneuvered into the massive tails. Once enveloped within, their red chakra dissipated in an instant, replaced by a shimmering golden cloak akin to Naruto's. Before them loomed a Rasengan larger than their entire bodies. Naruto will break his shield for you. Unleash your full offensive, Shikamaru shouted as Naruto directed the immense golden fox forward. The Rasengan controlled by Shikamaru and his allies initiated the assault. Followed closely by Naruto's attack. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of collision and explosions. However, the video cut away, revealing not the clash but rather its aftermath. Obito slowly descended from the sky, with nine distinct figures emerging sequentially from within him, while Naruto and his companions landed safely. Suddenly, a figure clad in red armor surged forth from the side, charging toward Obito. Madara. Why is it him? How did he come to be here, in the Pure Land? Senju Hashirama watched the video, bewildered by the appearance of the armored figure. His mind struggled to comprehend how Uchiha Madara, who should have perished in the Valley of the End, could appear on this future battlefield. Had he been resurrected? Uchiha Madara. You must be behind this, you inherently malevolent Uchiha. Senju Tobirama, upon seeing that figure, was struck with understanding. A group of brats, how could they possibly defeat me? Bastards, I shall slay them now. Uchiha Obito, watching the footage of his own defeat, was seething with rage, his murderous intent boiling over as he yearned to rip Naruto and the others apart. Obito is truly incapable of achieving anything significant. Just a mere boy wielding the power of a beast, unable to defeat a few children. If not for me, he would be utterly lost. Uchiha Madara, observing the video, shook his head in resignation, feeling that Obito was indeed unfit for greatness. To lose to Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, was a profound embarrassment, leaving Madara perplexed as to why he had ever placed his trust in such a fool at the same time. Madara pondered over the resurrection, believing his Moon Eye plan had succeeded. Why then were there other Hokage present? Could it truly be that two individuals ascended to the position of Hokage during this war? As Madara mulled over this, the video showed the nine figures escaping from Obito's body, merging back into the newly formed Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, soaring into the sky, and proclaiming infinite Tsukuyomi. In an instant, a colossal illusion appeared in the sky, the radiant moon merely a single eye on its forehead, towering over the world. The once pitch-black night transformed into a blinding midday, while a gigantic tree erupted skyward, its numerous branches wrapping around everyone like binding bandages. This where it ends? My apologies, Naruto. I can be of no further assistance. The rest is up to you. Shikamaru felt his consciousness gradually fading. Glancing unwillingly at the golden light shooting toward the heavens. It was disheartening to realize that he was powerless to aid Naruto, even lacking the ability to shield others from harm. Soon, he, along with the others, was ensnared by the roots, hanging like fruit upon the tree. In the air, only a white and golden figure remained, colliding with one another before the screen abruptly went black for 2 seconds. When the screen returned, the towering tree crashed to the ground, and those ensnared began to break free. Shikamaru slowly opened his eyes, looking around in a daze as if searching for something. His gaze quickly settled upon the figure he yearned to see, and he sprang to his feet, rushing toward them. The video concluded with the image of that figure, bruised and battered, missing a right hand, yet still wearing a radiant smile. The screen then transitioned back to the battlefield between the 5th Hokage, Senju Tsunade, and the 8th Hokage, Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru had undergone a remarkable transformation, no longer the 11 or 12-year-old child, but a 15 or 16-year-old youth clad in the attire of the Ninja Alliance. Tsunade, on the other hand, appeared unchanged, though she seemed slightly larger than before. Senju Hashirama. Finally, I can send comments. Madara, are you there? What on earth is happening? What is this infinite Tsukuyomi? In that future version of you in the video. When were you resurrected? As the video played, Hashirama had been unable to comment, resulting in a buildup of questions. Now, he seized the opportunity to inquire about Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Damn it, which part went awry? Uchiha Obito, get your ass out here. Reviving the 10 tails requires 9-tailed beasts. Explain why that 9 tails Jinchuriki is still alive. Couldn't you have taken him down while collecting the 9 tails? Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Madara was overwhelmed with frustration, as the footage clearly indicated that he had succeeded, yet afterward, someone had thwarted him. His earlier mockery of Obito now felt unbearable. Even more exasperating was that the video only displayed the beginning and the end, omitting the crucial middle portion, leaving him clueless about where he had faltered, unable to learn from his mistakes. Consequently, he turned to Obito, demanding an explanation for the inexplicable survival of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki after the revival of the Ten Tails. Uchiha Obito, I don't know, but I'm heading towards the Leaf Village right now. I'm going to capture the Nine Tails and eliminate that Naruto. Let's see who can thwart my plans now. Vortex Kushina, wait a minute. Obito, what are you planning to do to my son? Dare to lay a finger on Naruto, and you'll regret it. Kakashi Hatake, Obito, have you lost your mind? Naruto is the son of our teacher. Minato, do you intend to harm him? Yahiko Rin, Obito, what has gotten into you? Naruto has done nothing to provoke you, so why do you wish to eliminate him? Also, what was going on with you in the video? Uchiha Obito, Rin is irrelevant. He's just a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Namikaze Minato, just because Naruto is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Obito, were you that mysterious masked man from back then? Uchiha Obito, ding, it is not the system that questions whether you are done. Uchiha Obito, you, a fool, better halt for a moment. Before the conclusion of the Ninja World Tournament, should you dare to lay a hand on any contestant, this system will obliterate you. Do you believe it? Now, this system announces that the second match of the first round of the Ninja World Tournament, Tsunade Senju vs Shikamaru Nara, officially commences. Some of you better behave, should you attempt to disrupt this system. I shall reduce you to ashes. Chapter 11, Tsunade vs Shikamaru, some of you better behave, should you attempt to disrupt this system, I shall reduce you to ashes. The system's cold voice reverberated. And as Obito made his way towards Konoha, he suddenly felt the piercing gaze of a terrifying entity upon him. Instantly, cold sweat trickled down his back. He swiftly halted his steps and looked up, only to behold a colossal hand looming above him, seemingly poised to descend and crush him to dust should he take another step forward. All right, let the match begin. That fool over there is utterly dim-witted. Hashirama Senju. Where was I? Ah yes, Madara. You have yet to answer my question. Uchiha Madara. I have no desire to answer your questions. Hashirama. Knowing the future of my failure, I shall refine my plan to perfection. This time, I shall not falter. Tobirama Senju. Is your plan the one you devised after utilizing Izanagi to feign death? Truly, you Uchiha are innately sinister. Your plan is evidently not a favorable opportunity. Izuna Uchiha. Nonsense. Tobirama. What are you babbling about? My brother's plan is undoubtedly the most flawless scheme on this earth, and it is not for you to judge, you worthless fool. Tobirama Senju. Alas, the incessant bickering is unbearable. They are all deceased. Why can't they remain silent? Then ignore them and commence the battle quickly. We shall view the comments afterward. Tsunade observed the quarrel in the comments with a sense of exasperation. And only when the barrage of messages dissipated did she lift her gaze to face Shikamaru. All right, young Nara, feel free to come at me. With that, Tsunade beckoned Shikamaru. Sigh, what a hassle. Shikamaru, appearing somewhat lethargic, scratched his head. Yet a glimmer of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. In a swift motion, he produced a smoke bomb and hurled it, instantly shrouding his figure in a veil of mist. Oh, I say, young one, do you really believe such tricks can affect me? Tsunade shook her head. While the smoke bomb was indeed a commendable tool for obstructing vision, for seasoned shadow-level warriors like them, particularly those of her caliber, their perceptive abilities were exceptional. The smoke bomb held little efficacy against them. However, Shikamaru had no intention of using the smoke bomb to conceal his presence. It was merely a prelude to his next move. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several kunai, attached with explosive tags, shot forth from the smoke, heading straight for Tsunade. A trivial stunt. Tsunade casually swatted away the kunai, then abruptly leaped backward, effortlessly evading the ensuing explosions of the explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. The detonation served as a signal, and Shikamaru swiftly emerged from the still lingering smoke, his hands moving rapidly as he launched two shadowy projectiles. Whoosh, whoosh. How sluggish, young one. Your prowess is lacking. Tsunade lamented as she sidestepped the two shadows, preparing to evade the explosive tags attached to the kunai behind her, only to find herself immobilized. Is this a chakra blade forged from special minerals? Now I understand. Infusing chakra into this blade, as long as it is anchored to another shadow, it can trap them like a shadow imitation shuriken. Quite impressive, young one. I retract my previous words. Tsunade glanced at the chakra blade gleaming with blue light, embedded in her shadow, and her earlier disdain vanished, replaced by seriousness. But do not assume this will confine me. With that, Tsunade unleashed a torrent of formidable chakra, a powerful gust erupting, creating a shockwave that sent the chakra blade soaring from her shadow. Undoubtedly, She is one of the legendary Sannin. It seems I must change tactics. Witnessing this, Shikamaru, who had been advancing towards Tsunade, abruptly halted, then hurled a ring of kunai above her, formed from numerous kunai. The ring detonated directly above Tsunade, causing a deluge of kunai, each tethered with explosive tags. To rain down. Futile. Tsunade gathered chakra in her hand, then struck the ground with tremendous force, instantly lifting a boulder approximately 3 meters in diameter, hurling it at the incoming kunai. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions of the tags obliterated the 3-meter boulder, sending a multitude of small fragments and dust cascading from the sky. Meanwhile, Tsunade dashed towards Shikamaru, once more gathering chakra in her fist, preparing to let him experience the sensation of a fist the size of a sandbag. All or nothing. Shikamaru gritted his teeth, charging towards Tsunade, 2 kunai with explosive tags ignited in his hands as he neared her. Do you intend to perish alongside me? Tsunade, equally resolute, gritted her teeth, having no intention of evading. If he possessed the audacity to perish with her, why should she not? Mighty punch. Boom. The explosion erupted, engulfing the area in flames and thick black smoke. Naruto Uzumaki. Whoa, is Shikamaru really that fierce, going all out against his opponent? Speaking of which, in the event of mutual destruction, who emerges victorious? Ding, mutual destruction is considered a draw. No points will be awarded, nor will there be any rewards. This round will automatically be skipped. Moving to the next round. Tobirama Senju. So, everyone should take heed. If you cannot win, simply concede. After all, we are all from the same village. Any rewards go to Konoha. A draw means no rewards. And that would be a loss. Senju Hashirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, Tsunade Senju, Hatake Kakashi, Naruto Uzumaki, Shikamaru Nara, Danzo Shimura. Then, Tobirama Sensei. How will the rewards be determined afterward? Hashirama Senju. Naturally, the victor takes the spoils, if the reward is unsuitable for them. It can be considered for others, but that can be discussed later, as we are all family. Minato Namikaze. I concur with the sentiments of the first and second Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi. I too agree. Kakashi Hatake. I have no objections either. Izuna Uchiha. Wait. You lot have already begun dividing the spoils in the comments. Fourth Raikage A. How about organizing the ultimate Raikage tournament for the next match? It would be absolutely fantastic. Third Tsuchikage Inoki. I believe an ultimate Tsuchikage tournament would also be splendid. Fourth Kazekage Gara. Our ultimate Kazekage tournament would surely attract considerable support as well. Chapter 12. Shadow Demon Tsunade skidded 5 to 6 meters along the ground from the force of the explosion before regaining her footing. Despite her disheveled appearance, with her right hand marred by wounds and a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, she was still capable of continuing the fight. The crowd erupted in fervor upon witnessing Tsunade withstand the damage from the explosive tags. Shizune, Tsunade-sama, is unharmed. This is splendid. She has won this match. Senju Rope Tree. Wonderful, sister. Well done. Nara Shikaku. Tsunade-sama belongs to the Senju clan, whose physique surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Attempting mutual destruction against her was indeed unwise. Just as everyone believed Shikamaru had lost, and Tsunade had emerged victorious. Even Tsunade herself thought so, gathering her strength as she began to heal her injuries. Suddenly, from the dense smoke produced by the explosion, a red claw lunged forth, seizing Tsunade, and she felt a fierce sense of restraint. Then a voice resonated from within the smoke. Shadow imitation technique. Successful. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Shikamaru crouched on the ground, enveloped in red chakra, hands forming seals, as the shadow beneath him extended towards Tsunade. Following the path of the red claw. Can you still wield the power of the Nine Tails? Tsunade gazed in astonishment at the crimson chakra enveloping Shikamaru. The system mentioned a peak moment. Being able to wield this power signifies my own pinnacle. Does it not? Shikamaru chuckled wryly. The good news was that he could harness this force. The bad news was that his peak moment was precisely when he wielded it. Uchiha Izuna. Well done. Kid. Now, quickly defeat that woman from the Senju clan. Uchiha Madara. Humph. Merely a fraction of a beast's strength cannot contend with me. What a feeble woman, scarcely 1,000th of Hashirama's prowess. Naruto. I shall borrow your strength once more, Shikamaru stated calmly, as the red chakra surged forth, radiating a brilliant golden light, which then coalesced into a resplendent divine robe draping over him. Before him materialized a blue sphere. Comparable in size to a person. Is this technique also available? How excessive. Tsunade realized Shikamaru's intentions and immediately let out an enraged roar. Sage art. Spiraling sphere. Yet, Shikamaru did not respond to Tsunade. He deftly manipulated the spiraling sphere, charging towards her with remarkable speed. Due to the shadow mimic technique, Tsunade was compelled to rush towards Shikamaru as well. Curse be this, Tsunade seethed, desperately channeling her chakra to break free from the shadow mimic technique. However, Shikamaru, empowered by the Nine-Tails chakra, had significantly enhanced his shadow mimic technique, rendering her unable to escape in such a short span. She could only watch helplessly as her palm crossed paths with Shikamaru's. Boom! An explosion erupted, flames bursting forth. Despite both delivering palm strikes, Tsunade's hand was empty, while Shikamaru's grasped a spiraling sphere the size of a person, which struck Tsunade's body, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The next moment, a voice echoed from the heavens. The first round of the Hokage Championship, Match 2. 5th Hokage Tsunade, Senju vs 8th Hokage Nara Shikamaru. The victor is 8th Hokage Nara Shikamaru. Congratulations to the victor, 8th Hokage Nara Shikamaru. Reward: Special Entity Shadow Demon. Special Entity, Shadow Demon, a creature that resides in the shadows within another realm, posing no inherent threat. However, it can forge contracts with other beings, once a contract is established. It bestows the contractor with various abilities and immense power. Note: all shadow demons possess ordinary shadow-level strength upon signing a contract. Special entity, you say? Ordinary shadow-level strength is quite commendable for me. A smile graced Shikamaru's face as he perused the shadow demon's description that he recognized that, in terms of true strength, he might rank among the weakest of the 8 Hokage. Even without utilizing the chakra left by Naruto, he could hardly be deemed a shadow-level powerhouse. Elite J-Nin was the utmost he could aspire to. His victory over Tsunade was purely due to her negligence. Had she opened with the Sealing 100 Healings technique, Shikamaru would have struggled to emerge victorious, even employing all his might. Thus, what he currently lacked was strength, and this so-called shadow demon could indeed fulfill that need that a dark shadow soon manifested before Shikamaru. Apart from recognizing its humanoid form, everything else was obscured by a veil of black mist. Only a pair of eyes glowing with a dark crimson light indicated the presence of a being concealed within. To Shikamaru's surprise, the shadow nodded in acknowledgement before diving into his own shadow. Simultaneously, a wealth of information regarding the shadow demon flooded Shikamaru's mind. Subsequently, a beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping him and whisking him away. Following a dazzling flash, Shikamaru found himself back in the classroom. As he remained momentarily dazed, still recovering from the prior brilliance, Naruto suddenly bounded over, clasping Shikamaru's shoulder. Well, Shikamaru, you got to experience my power first. I haven't even had a chance to try it yet. My sincerest apologies, Naruto. As a token of gratitude for borrowing your strength, allow me to treat you to Ichiraku ramen after class. Shikamaru replied, a flicker of sympathy flashing in his eyes. Unlike others who merely glimpsed fragments of the future through videos, Shikamaru had acquired not only substantial battle experience but also numerous memories. Really? That's fantastic. Truly, Naruto exclaimed, leaping with joy. Jiraiya, it's evident that Tsunade let her guard down during this battle. Orochimaru, I suspect she didn't merely let her guard down. Rather, by the time she resolved to go all out, it was too late. Shikamaru seized the opportunity before Tsunade could release her Sealing technique. Tsunade, sigh, I never anticipated that kid would be so decisive, and that he could wield the Nine-Tails chakra. Vortex Mito, alas. There's no helping it. Consider this a lesson learned. Little Tsunade. Be more cautious next time. Tsunade, understood, Grandma. Chapter 13, the first round of the Hokage Championship, Match 3 Ding, the next match of the Strongest Hokage Championship. Round 1, Match 3, is about to commence. Selecting competitors now. Selection complete. The participants for Round 1, Match 3 of the Strongest Hokage Championship are 1st Hokage Hashirama Senju vs 6th Hokage Kakashi Hitaki. Competitors, please prepare. The match venue will now be selected. The venue for Round 1, Match 3. 1st Hokage Hashirama Senju vs 6th Hokage Kakashi Hitaki will be a forest. Competitors, please take your positions. Teleportation will occur in 3 seconds. Hashirama Senju, haha. At last, it's my turn. Kakashi Hitaki, oh dear, my first opponent in this round is the 1st Hokage himself. What a hassle. Uchiha Madara, this match holds no suspense. The victor will undoubtedly be Hashirama. Vortex Mito, though I'm not particularly fond of you, Uchiha Madara, I must agree with your statement. After all, Hashirama is simply too formidable. There is no need for any further organization in the Strongest Hokage Championship. The outcome has already been decided. Vortex Kushina, Water Mito, while I respect you as an elder, my husband Minato and Naruto are no pushovers. They might not lose to the first Hokage. Vortex Mito, you little girl. Well then, let us see how it unfolds in the arena. 3 seconds swiftly elapsed, and from the Pure Land and Konoha village, Hashirama Senju and Kakashi Hatake were enveloped in a golden light. Drawing them into the fray, the screen transitioned to reveal a dense forest, where 2 beams of light descended, transforming into their respective figures. One donned red armor, with long, dark, and lustrous hair, exuding an air of elegance as he bore a massive scroll on his back. He was none other than the first Hokage of Konoha, revered throughout the ninja world, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. The other figure was clad in a standard Jainin vest, with silver hair cascading over his face. Concealing his left eye, the one-eyed dragon, known for his prowess across the ninja world and beyond, the 6th Hokage, Kakashi Hatake. Oh, you are the future 6th Hokage, Kakashi Hatake? Upon seeing the younger Hokage, Hashirama felt compelled to present himself with a demeanor befitting a senior, thus donning a serious expression as he regarded Kakashi. Indeed, it is an honor to meet you. First Hokage, Kakashi replied, his lazy gaze fixed on Hashirama through his single visible eye. Both competitors have adjusted their states. The system now declares the first round of the Hokage Championship, Match 3, First Hokage Hashirama Senju vs 6th Hokage Kakashi Hatake, officially begins. Hahaha, let me witness your strength, 6th Hokage. Hashirama bellowed with laughter as an immense surge of chakra erupted from within him. Enveloping his entire being in pure purple chakra, the sheer force of his chakra generated a powerful airflow, surpassing that of all previous contestants. Yara, this is the god of shinobi, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. The intensity and volume of this chakra are absolutely terrifying, but it seems this newfound power within me is not to be underestimated either. Kakashi felt an unparalleled pressure weighing down upon him, causing a bead of cold sweat to involuntarily trickle down his forehead. However, upon sensing the sudden surge of power within him, its origin a mystery, he realized it seemed far more terrifying than the chakra emanating from Senju Hashirama. Although it might be slightly less in quantity, it could hardly be said to be inferior to his chakra. Would release, birth of the deep forest, with a swift clap of his hands. Senju Hashirama summoned a multitude of tree roots from the ground beneath him. These roots grew at an astonishing rate, rapidly transforming from saplings into towering trees, ultimately coalescing into a vast forest. My heavens, is this the power of the first Hokage? And why does he not need hand seals to perform ninjutsu? Kakashi gazed at the advancing sea of trees, momentarily hesitating to uncover his left eye, which was concealed by his hand. The exposed Sharingan widened in astonishment. He was not only taken aback by Hashirama's strength, but also by his unconventional technique. This man performed jutsu without the need for hand seals. What hand seals? What are those? I merely clap my hands. Whatever I call forth appears. I have never performed hand seals, except when using summoning jutsu. Kakashi's bewilderment momentarily left Hashirama perplexed. Kakashi, upon hearing this, was utterly speechless. This was the god of ninja, possessing an unfathomable amount of chakra. He could unleash powerful would-release techniques with just a clap of his hands. At that moment, Kakashi questioned the audacity of the third Hokage in claiming to be the strongest Hokage. Surely, if he indulged in drink while savoring a meal, he would not become so utterly intoxicated. Tobirama Senju, are you two brothers not both absurd? The previous water dragon jutsu required only 3 seals, yet the latter requires none at all. Shinobi of the Wind, Redo, can you even begin to fathom the sense of helplessness we faced in our era against Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara, look at how astonished you all are. Were it not for your feelings, who would bother with hand seals? Uchiha Madara, my battles with Hashirama have always been a matter of glaring. I summon whatever I desire, unlike you mere novices who require hand seals for combat. Uchiha Madara, only my battles with Hashirama can be deemed combat. The rest are mere child's play, merely a warm-up. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama alone stirs my blood to boil. Naruto Uzumaki, this is so annoying. Uncle, could you please refrain from spamming comments? I can hardly watch the battle. Tobirama Senju, I understand you are trying to praise my brother while subtly lauding yourself, but your words are rather excessive. Mike Guy, indeed, let go of the hand seals. I have your back, Kakashi. I'm rooting for you. Oh dear, what a bother. Let me test this newfound power. Kakashi stood firm, facing the approaching forest of trees without flinching. He lifted his hand to unveil his left eye, revealing the 3-tomo Sharingan, which began to spin rapidly, merging with his right eye to form a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Chapter 14. Senju Hashirama vs. Hatake Kakashi boom. The roots ravaged through the forest, causing the very earth to tremble, and it took a considerable amount of time for the chaos to subside. The system had yet to declare the result of the match, indicating it was still ongoing. Hahaha. As expected of the 6th Hokage of Konoha, to withstand my formidable technique, observing the scattered trees, Hashirama looked up at the sky, noting the system's delay in announcing the outcome. This implied Kakashi had not yet been defeated. He had successfully blocked Hashirama's assault. With a hearty laugh, he rejoiced. Suddenly, a crackling sound of electricity echoed from behind Hashirama. Kakashi had stealthily positioned himself at his back, gathering thunderous energy in his hand before thrusting it forcefully into Hashirama's chest. Bang! The pierced Hashirama transformed into a piece of withered wood. Would release. Would clone. When did this happen? Kakashi glanced at the fallen deadwood and then shifted his gaze to a towering tree approximately 10 meters to his right. There stood Hashirama, arms crossed, gazing at Kakashi with a mix of confusion and surprise. Tell me, 6th Hokage, are you of the Uchiha clan? Or do you possess their bloodline? Where did you acquire that Sharingan? Hashirama was perplexed. If Kakashi were indeed a member of the Uchiha clan, he should have been named Uchiha Kakashi, not Hatake Kakashi. I am unsure myself. One I was a gift from Obito, while the other one I have yet to acquire. I suspect it is something I will obtain in the future. Kakashi gently stroked his right eye, fully aware of the circumstances surrounding his left eye, yet entirely clueless about the origins of the right. At that moment, not only was Hashirama astonished, but so were the onlookers witnessing this scene. Uchiha Izuna. Are you kidding me? This guy is named Hatake Kakashi, and you are sure he is not Uchiha Kakashi? If he were an outsider, how could he possibly possess our clan's Sharingan, especially the Mangekyou Sharingan? Tobirama Senju, what is happening here? I want to know how an outsider could awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan. Or could it be that Kakashi actually has Uchiha blood? Shinobi Tsukumo, 2nd Hokage, Kakashi is my son and does not possess Uchiha blood. Uchiha Fugaku, this is strange. I distinctly remember Kakashi having only one eye. And it was a 3-tomo. How did it become a Mangekyou Sharingan? Uchiha Sasuke, the Mangekyou Sharingan of the Uchiha clan has manifested in this outsider, Kakashi. How is this possible? Uchiha Obito, those are my eyes. Damn you, Kakashi. I only gave you the left eye. How did my right eye end up in your possession? Don't tell me you stole it from me in the future, you scoundrel. Kushina Uzumaki. Look. There's the answer. All right, Obito, you need to explain why you are still alive and why you did not return to the village. Also, why did you attack Naruto? What is going on? Tell me now. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito. I have no obligation to explain myself to a mere illusion. Kushina Uzumaki. What did you just say? Hyuga-rin. Obito, what is wrong with you? How can you talk to Sister Kushina like that? Uchiha Obito-rin. Returning to the battlefield between Hashirama and Kakashi, after a moment of astonishment, Hashirama initiated the assault. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. A colossal wooden dragon emerged from the ground, swiftly closing in on Kakashi and crashing into him. However, Kakashi showed no intention of evading this wooden dragon. He allowed it to collide with him directly, passing through his form and crashing into the ground behind him, creating a massive crater. So that technique is indeed from that mysterious person, Obito. Watching this unfold from outside the video, Minato Namikaze felt momentarily dazed. He had never imagined that the mysterious figure responsible for his family's tragic fate would turn out to be his own student, Uchiha Obito. It passed through. Could it be the 6th Hokage's Mangekyou Sharingan ability? Akin to a jutsu that allows one to phase through walls. Let me try again. Hashirama, taken aback by this turn of events, quickly contemplated the situation. Kakashi seemed to comprehend ninjutsu, yet his mind was not adept at deep thought. After only a few seconds of consideration, he resolved to assess the situation while engaged in battle. Would release. Flowering Tree World. With a clap of his hands and a commanding shout, countless roots erupted from the ground, rapidly expanding to form a lush forest. However, this time, the forest was adorned with towering trees, their branches blossoming with vibrant red flowers, releasing pollen into the air. Kakashi recognized the potential danger of the pollen without needing to think. Unfortunately, he realized he had no large-scale jutsu capable of clearing the trees, leaving him with only one option. At this moment, Kakashi steeled his resolve and bellowed, unleashing the terrifying power of his Mangekyou Sharingan. Accompanied by a surge of chakra that erupted from his being. In the blink of an eye, a vibrant azure chakra enveloped Kakashi, materializing into a colossal figure, a massive, winged warrior towering at least 150 meters high. This was the third power concealed within the Mangekyou Sharingan, the complete Susanoo. Kakashi's father, is that my son? Chiyo, the son of White Fang, possesses such formidable strength. Uchiha Izuna, damn. I still stand by my words. He truly isn't one of us from the Uchiha clan, is he? Uchiha Shursui, Susanoo, the ultimate power hidden within our Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan, and yet he's managed to manifest its complete form. How is that possible? Uchiha Madara, impossible. After all these years, I have never witnessed a Manjiki, let alone one that isn't an eternal Manjiki Sharingan, capable of summoning a complete Susanoo. Uchiha Fugaku, even though our Uchiha clan has perished. Kakashi, if you would not mind, you are welcome to join us. Uchiha Ibito, damn it, Kakashi, that is my Manjiki Sharingan, my Susanoo. I have yet to utilize it, you bastard. With his identity now thoroughly exposed, Ibito no longer harbored any intent to conceal his thoughts. Chapter 15. The complete Susanoo versus the wooden giant would release. Would Golem technique upon witnessing the complete Susanoo standing before him. Senju Hashirama clapped his hands, emanating a terrifying chakra. The wooden dragon beneath him began to twist and transform, as the forest floor sprouted robust trees, gradually forming a massive figure resembling a corpulent giant. Radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure, Hashirama stood atop the wooden giant, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. Sixth Hokage, I never imagined you would manifest a complete Susanoo akin to Madara's. This form compels me to take this seriously. Compelled to be serious. It seems you weren't even earnest until now, Kakashi thought to himself, feeling at a loss for words. Regardless of the prior divine tree descending or the wooden dragon. And now the wooden giant, he found himself forced to exert his utmost effort in response. Yet, this might merely be a minor probing attack from his opponent, merely a small skill, not even a significant move. While he had already been pressured into unleashing his ultimate technique, come now, let me witness the strength of the future Hokage of Konohagakure, Hashirama bellowed from atop the wooden giant, clapping his hands once more. Directing his chakra to command the wooden giant towards the colossal azure figure. Here I come, first Hokage, Kakashi echoed, maneuvering his immense complete Susanoo to meet the gigantic wooden golem. In an instant, two massive fists collided, unleashing a terrifying explosion that resonated throughout the battlefield. Haha, let us continue, sixth Hokage. Under the might of the first Hokage, all plans are rendered futile. Boom, 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 bang, bang, bang. The reverberations of the clashes between the colossal wooden giant and the complete Susanoo echoed across the sky, transforming the once lush and vibrant forest into a desolate landscape. A certain village's lower ninja, my goodness, is this the power of the first Hokage? Konoha's middle ninja, the god of shinobi, is truly not a title to be taken lightly. And the sixth Hokage, this is overwhelmingly powerful. Third Tsuchikage, my heavens, this is utterly terrifying. Uchiha Madara, ha! What you behold is the true might of Hashirama. Uchiha Madara, Kakashi has only managed to withstand Hashirama for this long, due to our Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan. The other Hokage could not even last a moment against him. Uchiha Madara, I reiterate, this contest was never in doubt. The ultimate victor shall undoubtedly be Hashirama. Senju Tobirama, hey, Uchiha Izuna. Keep an eye on your brother. He's on the verge of madness. Do you understand the implications of his words? He implies that even your Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan cannot surpass my elder brother. Uchiha Izuna, humph. Foolish Tobirama, do not presume to understand the bond between my brother and me. Uchiha Izuna, furthermore, what my brother says is the truth, that Kakashi with the Manjiki Sharingan cannot harness its full potential. And while Hashirama is indeed formidable, my brother remains the strongest. No one, not even Hashirama, is his match. Uchiha Madara, my dear Ibito, your words resonate deeply with me. I have indeed surpassed Hashirama, yet the only worthy adversary is Hashirama himself. How lonely it is to be invincible. Uzumaki Mido, damn it, Uchiha Madara, why do all your words revolve around Hashirama? Uchiha Madara, enough. I have no desire to converse with you. You cannot fathom my solitude, only my Ibito understands me. I shall observe Hashirama's battle intently. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna. The battle raged on, reminiscent of colossal matches, lasting several minutes until Kakashi's chakra nearly depleted, forcing him to reluctantly dispel his Susanoo, bringing this titanic confrontation to an end. Despite the wooden giant sustaining significant damage, it was restored in the blink of an eye by Hashirama. The battlefield lay in ruins, pockmarked with craters, littered with countless wooden splinters and toppled trees. Kakashi, feeling his chakra waning, glanced at Hashirama, who appeared utterly unfazed, realizing that choosing to stand firm was not the wisest strategy. There was no choice left. He had to unleash that power and give it his all. Breathing heavily, Kakashi focused on the relaxed and seemingly unfulfilled Hashirama atop the enormous wooden figure. Unable to suppress his thoughts that moment, Kakashi's eyes widened, the patterns of his Manjiki Sharingan spinning wildly. An astonishing power surging forth from his gaze. A chakra stronger than any he had previously summoned erupted from his being. In an instant, the azure complete Susanoo, which had vanished due to his depleted chakra, re-emerged once more. Ha ha ha. I never expected you, 6th Hokage, to possess such hidden strength. Hashirama chuckled heartily, feeling pride for the formidable ninjas among the younger generation. Kakashi, however, did not respond to Hashirama. Instead, he channeled all his energy, converging it into 2 small black orbs that gradually expanded, transforming into 2 colossal black shurikens grasped by the Susanoo. At the side of the enormous black shurikens, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Hashirama's forehead. He could sense an intense feeling of danger radiating from them. Without a moment's hesitation, Hashirama entered sage mode, his eyes adorned with the markings of a sage, gathering chakra with a mighty roar. Sage art would release true thousands hands. Instantly, a gigantic statue with countless arms rose from the ground, its stature dwarfing even the colossal Susanoo by several times. Towering above the earth, it seemed to pierce the heavens. No way. It's enormous, Kakashi thought, furrowing his brow at the sight of the massive statue blocking out the sun, exuding immense pressure, rendering his Susanoo insignificant in comparison. Here it comes, 6th Hokage, Hashirama shouted, commanding the true 1,000 hands to prepare for an attack. Prepare yourself. 1st Hokage, Chapter 16. Deciding the victor. Hashirama triumphs. 1st Hokage, Kamui Shuriken, Kakashi exclaimed as he beheld the multitude of colossal fists descending like a dark cloud. His expression hardened as he directed the Susanoo to hurl the massive shurikens forward. Following closely behind them, whoosh, the 2 shurikens flew forth with great speed, meeting the barrage of enormous fists head-on. Upon collision, the shurikens transformed into spiraling vortexes, devouring all the incoming fists. Yet, the vortexes lasted only a fleeting few seconds before vanishing without a trace. What? How is this possible? This is an onslaught that even Madara might struggle to withstand. The power of this Shinjutsu Shuriken is astonishing, yet the offensive is far from over. Senju Hashirama, witnessing this scene, finds it hard to believe and swiftly manipulates the remaining fists to continue his assault. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between Susanoo and the true Senju manifests in violent explosions, after enduring for approximately 10 seconds. Kakashi's Susanoo finally falters, overwhelmed by the countless colossal hands. Observing this, Kakashi decisively relinquishes his Susanoo, activating Kamui's intangibility to evade the barrage of gigantic fists. Buddha manifestation. Senju Hashirama bellows, commanding all his arms to concentrate their weight into a single fist, relentlessly pursuing Kakashi with explosive strikes. In an instant, the battlefield reverberates with a series of deafening explosions, echoing across the skies as if mountains were collapsing. This bombardment continues for about 5 minutes, until a voice from the heavens announces the first round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament, Match 3. 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama vs 6th Hokage Hatake Kakashi. Winner, 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama. Congratulations to the victor, 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama. Reward, Vajra Sword. Vajra Sword, forged from an ultra-high alloy metal, capable of absorbing chakra to unleash powerful slashes, with adjustable length ranging from a maximum of 1,000 meters to a minimum of 10 centimeters. A weapon, you say? Crafted from ultra-high alloy metal. What exactly is alloy metal? Senju Hashirama scratched his head, pondering the nature of alloys, when suddenly, a gigantic sword, equal to his height, appeared before him. Is this the Vajra sword? So that's how it is. Gazing at the colossal blade, a wealth of knowledge regarding the Vajra sword flooded Hashirama's mind. Finally, he unsheathed the Vajra sword and swung it gently a few times. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, several white energy blades were released, slicing through the remaining massive trees, and in the next moment, the tree was severed cleanly in half, crashing to the ground. What a sharp sword. Just as Hashirama was about to experiment with the Vajra sword's other capabilities, a beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping him and lifting him upwards. Uchiha Madara. Ha ha ha. Just as I expected, Hashirama, there are no surprises here. 4th Raikage A. Splendid. This match is truly remarkable. Compared to the previous 2, it is undoubtedly the most thrilling. No error in. Kakashi, you did your best. You were truly impressive. Hatake Kakashi. Hee hee, not at all. I feel quite ashamed, having not even touched the first Hokage. Uchiha Obito, you worthless fool. Wielding my eyes and using my Susanoo, yet you were so easily defeated. Return my eyes at once. Hatake Kakashi. Sure, as long as you return to the village, I'll personally extract my eyes for you. Obito. Uchiha Obito, why do I always feel like you're setting a trap for me? Wait, you wouldn't be planning to return to the village with the villagers to ambush me, would you? Humph. Devious Kakashi, don't even think about it. I will not return. Hatake Kakashi, you're overthinking it. Obito. Uzumaki Kushina. Obito, you still haven't answered the question I asked you earlier. Uchiha Obito. Uzumaki Kushina, what are you staring at? Answer my question. Ding. The next match of the Strongest Hokage Tournament, Round 1, Match 4, features 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto versus 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Please prepare, contestants. Uzumaki Kushina. Come on, system, can't you let me finish my question? No. You've already had the chance to reminisce with your family. This time, I will not allow anything to interrupt the match. Namikaze Minato. Hee, Kushina, it's all right. We can take our time with these matters. After all, Obito is currently powerless. Uzumaki Kushina. Obito, you'd better pray that Minato or Naruto don't receive any excessive revival rewards. Otherwise, you're finished. Terumime, wow, is this the experience of having a Hokage husband and Hokage son? All participants are muted. Speaking is prohibited during this system's announcement. Really, day in and day out. No respect whatsoever. Now beginning the selection of the arena for the first round of Match 4. The arena for the first round of Match 4. 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto versus 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen will be Konohagakure. Contestants, please take your positions. Teleportation will commence in 3 seconds. Finally, it's my turn to shine. Watch my performance, seeing that it was finally his time. Naruto performed a brief warm-up. You can do it, Naruto. Shikamaru, seated nearby, lazily cheered him on. I will. Just watch. Shortly after, 2 beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping Naruto, who was in the Ninja Academy, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in the Hokage office, lifting them into the air. The image on the screen shifted to depict Konohagakure, but unlike the bustling village filled with people today, the depicted village appeared desolate and empty. Then, the 2 beams of light descended, transforming into 2 figures, bringing a hint of life to the cold village. One stood atop the Hokage office building, clad in a Hokage cloak and wearing a Hokage hat. His figure resembling that of a monkey. He was none other than the longest-serving Hokage, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The other stood atop a utility pole, a child with yellow hair and 3 whisker-like marks on his cheeks. Appearing around 11 or 12 years old, he was the future strongest Hokage, the 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 17. The Hokage Tournament, Round 1, Match 4. Both contestants have been teleported. The adjustment of their states is now commencing. Ding! Due to the participant, 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto, still being a child, this system will not only adjust his physical condition to its peak, but will also inject memories of his future battles into his mind, enabling him to adapt to his ultimate strength. Furthermore, Uzumaki Naruto can learn ninjutsu he will possess in the future based on these memories. Note that the memory injection will take approximately 5 minutes. Due to the lengthy duration, this system has specially edited the footage of Uzumaki Naruto's future battles against his opponents, though adjustments were made for time constraints, allowing everyone to pass the time. Additionally, since Uzumaki Naruto's peak era is exceedingly powerful, sufficiently capable of overwhelming other Hokage, this system will permit the match to continue, while imposing certain restrictions. In this Hokage tournament, Uzumaki Naruto will be limited to using Sage Mode, 6 Paths Mode, and Rebirth Mode only. Uzumaki Kushina. Wait, system, what do you mean? Are you implying that my Naruto in his peak era is too strong? Are you targeting my son? I protest. As soon as the system made this statement, everyone became agitated, with Uzumaki Kushina being the first to send a message, defying the system as prohibition, as she felt it was a direct affront to her son, stronger than Hashirama. I refuse to believe it. Initially, Uchiha Madara felt slightly unconvinced by this claim, but recalling the footage of Shikamaru's future battles, he swallowed his words. After all, to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki and reach a level comparable to the legendary Sage of 6 Paths, he ultimately still lost. Therefore, it is not without reason that Naruto's strength might surpass Senju Hashirama. Surpassing me. Truly, my Konoha successors are remarkable. I am delighted. Hearing this, Senju Hashirama burst into hearty laughter, he has never minded being surpassed by others. Especially if that person is a successor of Konoha. It fills him with joy, proving that the future of Konoha will only flourish further. What a joke. Naruto, that underachiever, will surpass all Hokage in the future. At this moment, Naruto's classmates, aside from Shikamaru, wore expressions of shock. Although Shikamaru's video had already indicated Naruto's strength, they had never imagined it would reach the level of overpowering other Hokage, stronger than Senju Hashirama. This is troublesome. However, it matters not, for you are still a child. Kuratsuchi, once the match concludes, sends someone to devise a plan to eliminate him. That I refuse to believe he can attain invincibility merely through the rewards of this tournament. At this moment, the shadows of other villages had received my orders simultaneously. After the conclusion of the match, they would employ every conceivable method to assassinate Naruto. They could witness the splendid performances of the Leaf Village and its embarrassments on the screen. Yet they were not permitted to allow a formidable warrior to emerge, particularly one stronger than all the Hokages combined. Beep. Protest invalid. This competition is organized by this system. This system defines the rules. To gain rewards, you must adhere to the system's regulations. However, it is indeed quite unfair to Uzumaki Naruto. After all, the initial rules announced by this system permitted the use of peak states. Therefore, as compensation, upon victory, Uzumaki Naruto will be able to upgrade his rewards from 1 to 2, and he may choose any 2 from 3 available rewards. Uzumaki Kushina. But that is unfair to Naruto. Namikaze Minato. It's alright. Kushina. The system claimed that none of us could match Naruto's peak state, so he undoubtedly has no opportunity to lose. Conversely, it suggests that Naruto's Sage Fox mode is something we might stand a chance against. It merely equalizes the strength between us. Uzumaki Naruto. So, Mom, since I can acquire 2 rewards, the chances of resurrecting you both are increasing to no matter what. Even if I am weakened, I will not succumb to anyone. At this moment, tears cascaded down Naruto's youthful face as he felt, for the first time in many years, the warmth of being cherished and cared for by others. Is this what it feels like to have a mother? Now, without further ado, we shall commence the memory infusion. As the system's voice faded, a torrent of memories surged into Naruto's mind. Simultaneously, the imagery on the screen transformed into a dense forest. Congratulations, Naruto, in the video. Iruka removed the headband from his own forehead and placed it on Naruto's head, signifying Naruto's official induction as a ninja. The background was filled with countless images of Naruto relentlessly pummeling an indistinguishable figure, who could only be heard emitting a series of anguished cries. This scene lasted merely 3 seconds before swiftly shifting. In a training ground, Naruto was sparring with Kakashi, while 2 figures conspicuously lurked in the forest. The Leaf Village's ultimate taijutsu, 1,000 Years of Pain. The battle between Naruto and Kakashi leaned heavily in Kakashi's favor. No matter how Naruto attacked, he could not land a single blow on Kakashi. Ultimately, Kakashi formed a tiger seal and struck Naruto with a powerful blow to a sensitive area. Kakashi. Witnessing this scene, Kushina erupted in fury. Meanwhile, Kakashi of the Leaf Village stood frozen, oblivious to when his beloved intimate paradise had fallen to the ground. Yet he understood that the moment his wife was resurrected would mark his own demise. Haha. Is this truly the future strongest Hokage of the Leaf? How laughable. Indeed, huh? That fellow is not the most powerful Hokage, but rather the most comical Hokage. Laughter erupted among others, especially from the villages outside the Leaf, who relished in witnessing the Leaf's misfortunes, particularly concerning their Hokage, and not just 1 but 2.8 locations: throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, collarbone, kidneys, heart. Which area do you wish for me to attack next? The scene continued to shift, revealing Naruto and his 3 companions facing a man whose face was bound in bandages, Zabuza Momochi. Known as the Demon of the Mist, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village, now a rogue ninja due to a failed assassination of the Mizukichi. I say, your opponent is me. Do not lay a finger on my students. Zabuza's assault was parried by Kakashi, and a fierce exchange of taijutsu ensued, during which Naruto and Sasuke collaborated to assist Kakashi, ultimately defeating Zabuza. Chapter 18. The First Valley of the End Battle between Naruto and Sasuke. To think I could be defeated by 2 mere brats. Zabuza felt a profound discomfort at his defeat. He could accept his loss, but not the indignity of being bested by Kakashi, who had utilized only his 3-tomo Sharingan in the video. Clearly, he was being treated as an experience pack. Indeed, if it were a one-on-one duel, Zabuza would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Beside him, Haku nodded in agreement, smiling supportively. In the next moment, Haku's voice and figure appeared in the video. Apologies, but I am Zabuza's tool. I cannot allow you to disturb him. Ice mirrors surrounded Haku as he swiftly maneuvered within, suppressing Naruto and Sasuke inside. Damn it. After being restrained for several seconds, bruised and battered, Naruto shouted in rage, unleashing a surge of red chakra that formed a crimson fox head in the air. His eyes turned blood red with horizontal pupils, and the whisker marks on his face became more pronounced as he instantly overwhelmed Haku, decisively defeating him. Humph. Is that the extent of that pathetic underdog strength? Seeing this, Sasuke felt a surge of dissatisfaction. He may not be as strong as others, but he was determined to train diligently and grow stronger. Yet, he could not bear the thought of Naruto surpassing him. In an instant, his irritation manifested, transforming his eyes into a Sharingan. Allow me to gradually test your strengths. The video continued to shift, revealing a ninja clad in a grass village forehead protector, exuding an overwhelming pressure that immobilized Naruto and Sasuke. That voice, Orochimaru. As one of Orochimaru's close associates, Jiraiya recognized the identity of the figure upon hearing that voice. In the next 5 seconds of the video, Orochimaru ruthlessly defeated Naruto and Sasuke in various ways, ultimately leaving a mark on Sasuke's neck. The scene transitioned once again, revealing a man with a blood-red love symbol etched on his forehead. Half of his body enveloped in sand, forming sharp claws, and a long tail trailing behind him. Die! The man roared, lunging at Naruto, only to be met by a swarm of yellow-haired figures. Multiple shadow clone technique. Now, let the performance of Naruto's ninja techniques commence. At least 1,000 shadow clones surged toward the man from all directions. Damn it. I will kill him. Kill him. Mother would surely relish his blood. In the sand village, Gaara, witnessing this scene, had not yet been swayed by Naruto's words, now transformed into a bright and cheerful young man. And he wore a bloodthirsty, frenzied expression, eager to leap into the video and slay Naruto. Shikamaru and Kankuro, watching beside him, dared not utter a single word. Naruto, unlike Sasuke, you lack the talent to become a ninja. Despite my curiosity regarding the monster within you, do not overestimate yourself, for in comparison to the legendary Sannin, you are as insignificant as an ant. Immediately after, a man wearing the forehead protector of the Sound Village, adorned with glasses and white hair, stood before Naruto, his face rife with disdain. Behind him, a toad, a snake, and a slug were engaged in battle. Having said that, the man brandished a kunai and launched an attack at Naruto. I keep my promises. It is my ninja way. Before becoming Hokage, I will not die. Naruto intercepted the kunai with his hand, blood splattering forth, and with his other hand, alongside a shadow clone, he formed a Rasengan and forcefully pressed it against the man's abdomen. My identity has been exposed. There's no turning back now. Upon witnessing this, Kabuto glanced around, feeling numerous presences converging upon him. He understood he could no longer remain hidden in the Leaf Village, just as he prepared to flee. A chilling voice echoed behind him. You are Kabuto Yakushi, correct? Where do you think you can run? Oh dear, I never imagined a mere nobody like me would trouble the second Hokage to take action personally. The images on the screen rapidly transitioned, no longer lingering as before, ultimately freezing on the statues of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, with a waterfall in the middle, known as the Valley of the End. Sasuke, are you running away from me? Naruto stood atop the head of Hashirama Senju, while Sasuke found himself perched on the statue of Uchiha Madara. Initially, Sasuke had no intention of acknowledging Naruto, yet as Naruto persistently called out to him, he ultimately halted, turning to face his companion. Hey, you foolish idiot. Just leave me be. I have my own path to tread. Tio put it bluntly, my days of frolicking with you Leaf Village fools are over. As for you so-called friends, you cannot help me grow stronger. That is why Orochimaru is more suited for me. His motives, frankly, are of no consequence. What matters is achieving my goal, killing Itachi Uchiha if reason fails. I shall simply beat you into submission, even if I must drag you back forcefully. Thus, Naruto and Sasuke commenced an exhilarating duel. They began with a display of taijutsu, with Naruto employing his shadow clones to engage Sasuke in a back-and-forth exchange. However, once Sasuke activated his Sharingan, he gradually began to overpower Naruto. Yet Naruto remained capable of holding his ground. Aware that prolonging their conflict would be detrimental, Sasuke suddenly unleashed a torrent of cursed seals from his neck, rapidly enveloping his entire body and significantly amplifying his power, rendering Naruto defenseless. Ultimately, Sasuke pierced Naruto's chest with his Chidori. Naruto. Upon witnessing this scene, If Kushina had not already passed away, she would have surely fainted from the shock of it all. It is meaningless, to me, Naruto. You are my dearest friend. It is precisely for this reason that you hold such value for me. Killing you will enable me to awaken my Manjiki Sharingan. This is the extent of your worth as my best friend. Chapter 19. Rasengan and Chidori. What does that mean? What does it mean to be the best friend of Sasuke, that helping him awaken the Manjiki Sharingan is the greatest value? I still do not comprehend why Sasuke chose to fight Naruto. And it certainly does not seem like a mere sparring session that Sasuke's words left his classmates bewildered, pondering the meaning of being his best friend's value, being killed by him to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. Instantly, all eyes turned to Sasuke, who leaned silently against the window. Despite making no outward movements, he felt an immense shock within. He was acutely aware of the conditions for awakening the Manjiki Sharingan. For Itachi had conveyed them to him long ago. Losing the most significant person in one's life would enhance the power of the Sharingan. Currently, within the entire Leaf Village, the only individual Sasuke genuinely cared about was Naruto. In fact, the sole person he prioritized above all else in the world was his brother, Itachi Uchiha, avenging his entire clan. Following closely was Naruto. In Sasuke's worldview, his brother eclipsed everything, followed by Naruto, who shared an equal standing with his parents. And then everyone else. How pathetic. You can attempt to kill me if you wish, even if it is one-sided. But Sasuke, I do not want you to fall into the clutches of someone like Orochimaru. Naruto thought to himself as a colossal, orange-red nine-tailed fox flickered through his mind. Finally, a surge of intense orange chakra erupted from him, sending Sasuke flying. Even if I must shatter every bone in your body, I will not allow you to go to Orochimaru. With that, Naruto radiated a powerful orange chakra, and the resulting gale made it impossible for Sasuke to keep his eyes open. Soon, the tables turned, and the previously dominating Sasuke found himself firmly suppressed by Naruto, unable to lift his head. It was only when Sasuke's Sharingan evolved into its three-tomo form that the battle leveled out. Though it was evident that Sasuke still held the advantage, which he continued to expand. You are weak, brat. You should be thanking me for sealing the fourth Hokage within you. Just as Sasuke began to overpower Naruto, a deep voice resonated from within Naruto. The scene on the screen quickly shifted to reveal a massive ceiling gate, illuminating a pair of enormous fox-like eyes, before switching back to the battlefield. At that moment, Naruto was enveloped in a layer of nine-tailed chakra, resembling the cloak that had previously surrounded Shikamaru. The dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically, as Naruto again pressed the advantage against Sasuke. Are we done yet, Naruto? If you want me to knock you down, will you die? Outside the video, Sasuke could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor. This back-and-forth battle had dragged on excessively, and he was growing weary of it. However, in the very next second of the video, the black curse seal enveloping Sasuke flared to life once more, covering his entire body before dissipating. In its place, Sasuke's once fair skin turned slightly darkened. His black hair lengthened by several inches and transformed into a dark purplish hue. A shuriken-shaped mark appeared on his nose, and a pair of enormous arm-like wings emerged from his back, giving him an overwhelmingly sinister appearance. The chilling laughter of Sasuke sent shivers down the spines of all who viewed the video. His peers, especially the girls who had long admired him, now regarded Sasuke with strange expressions. Previously, he had embodied excellence, charm, and coolness, truly a walking dreamboat for them. Yet, upon witnessing the Sasuke in the video, the once perfect illusion shattered. After all, they were merely children who had yet to experience the world. Their affections were entirely based on appearances. However, Sasuke paid them no mind, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, eager to discover the outcome of this confrontation, whether he emerged victorious or if Naruto did. It must come to an end. Naruto, Chidori. Sasuke, Rasengan. Sasuke conjured dark purple lightning in his hand, resembling 1,000 birds in song. Meanwhile, Naruto formed a purple-red Rasengan. In unison, they leaped forward, marking a climactic conclusion to their battle amidst the waterfall. After the fight, Naruto lay on the ground, while Sasuke struggled to stand beside him, before turning to walk into the darkness, leaving behind only the imprint of his forehead protector on the ground. The tailender will always be the tailender. No matter how strong you become, you are still no match for me. This thought filled Sasuke with immense satisfaction. In his heart, he could accept losing to anyone. But never to Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke, the Hokage seeks you. Suddenly, a member of the Umbu, wearing an animal mask, materialized beside Sasuke. The scene then shifted to reveal a series of blurred figures. Everyone is present. Orochimaru has been out of the organization for many years now. That Orochimaru has acquired the Sharingan. Itachi, is that individual your brother? But it matters not. One day, we shall eliminate Orochimaru. Now, we have 3 years remaining. Can everyone meet their objectives? Our mission is to capture all the tailed beasts, including the Nine Tails. An organization, tailed beasts, capturing all, including the Nine Tails. When did the ninja world harbor such an organization? Wait a moment. Could the 10 tails we saw earlier be their creation? How is that possible? Was that the work of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara? Is it conceivable that this organization is the brainchild of Uchiha Obito? That makes sense. But who are they? You ask me, but how would I know? As they observed the images on the screen, all were momentarily taken aback. The organization, the Nine Tails, the tailed beasts, this amalgamation evoked memories of the 10 tails previously depicted in Shikamaru's video, The True Calamity, a fusion of all tailed beasts. Previously, everyone had believed the 10 tails was merely a resurrection orchestrated by Obito. Yet it turned out there were deeper layers behind it. This so-called organization might indeed be the collector of the tailed beasts, only to have, for reasons unknown, been outmaneuvered by Obito and Madara. Chapter 20. The Nine-Tailed Beasts in their respective Jinchuriki. I say, leader, it seems we have exposed ourselves. What should we do next? Should we strike directly? Deidara observed the video, recognizing from their dialogue that the subsequent footage would undoubtedly pertain to them. He then turned to Pain, who was seated atop the roof, and remarked, "There's no rush. I am quite eager to discern the unfolding future." Had he not previously witnessed the edited footage of Shikamaru's battle, Pain might have adhered to his original plan to continue capturing the tailed beasts. However, upon viewing that video, he promptly summoned all members of the small organization back to Amigakure, for the emergence of the 10 tails was entirely absent from his plans. Additionally, the so-called Infinite Tsuyumi, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, and the Rinnegan wielded by both left Pain, rather, Nagato. Intrigued, he was keen to uncover what transpired next, and to comprehend where their failures lay. In the video, a man bearing a massive gourd on his back, previously seen, Gaara, was engaged in a fierce aerial battle against a large white bird and a figure clad in a red cloud-patterned black robe with yellow hair. Deidara, perhaps due to time constraints, their combat scenes were not extensively showcased. Ultimately, the video paused to reveal a few bold characters that summarized the battle's outcome. One-tail Shikaku was captured by Akatsuki member Deidara. 5th Kazekage, one-tailed Jinchuriki. Gaara died after his tailed beast was extracted, but was subsequently rescued. Of all people, would become Kazekage. Gaara's face reflected incredulity as he beheld the text in the video that he felt a burning desire to obliterate that village. Yet the future version of himself was destined to become Kazekage, a notion he could only describe as absurd. The scene shifted once more, this time to a woman with long, tea-colored straight hair, pinned against a wall, blood oozing from her body, appearing to be in immense pain. Two Tails Matatabi was captured by Akatsuki members Haiden and Kakuzu. Two Tails Jinchuriki, Yujitoni, perished after her tailed beast was extracted. Isn't anyone coming to my rescue? Yujito's delicate face twitched upon witnessing her image pinned to the wall, and she felt a wave of pain engulf her. Next, the footage displayed a colossal tortoise with 3 tails, seemingly overturned and unconscious in the sea, being dragged forward by 2 large birds, with a masked man perched upon it. 3 Tails Isabu was captured by Uchiha Obito and Akatsuki member Deidara, as it was in a wild state without a Jinchuriki. Is this hiding place truly secure? Isabu mused as he glanced at his shelter, contemplating before diving into the ocean, swimming deeper into the abyss. Within a dense forest, 2 Akatsuki members were seen, one wielding the large sword, Samahata, with blue skin resembling that of a fish, while the other, with flowing hair and tear troughs on his face, walked silently beside him. Above them, an indistinct figure cloaked in reddish-brown attire loomed. 4 Tails Son Goku was captured by Akatsuki member Kisame Hashigaki. 4 Tails Jinchuriki, Lakai, died after his tailed beast was extracted. Must you remain so silent, you obstinate fool? There is nothing to say that I lack the skill, Lakai replied, his eyes closed, having grown indifferent to life and death. After all, in living, one must eventually face mortality. He had anticipated his demise due to the extraction of his tailed beast, yet did not expect the assailants to be from a Wagakure. The subsequent footage of the 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, and their respective Jinchuriki mirrored the fate of those before them, captured and perished after their tailed beasts were extracted. Surely, This Akatsuki is rather formidable, having captured 7-tailed beasts in succession, leaving only the 8 tails and 9 tails. Isn't that an obvious statement? If they weren't captured, where would the 10 tails have emerged from? Thin air? Regardless, it was evident that the 5 great nations would undoubtedly unite to confront this so-called Akatsuki. Those aware of the tailed beast's existence held firm convictions that discussions regarding a summit of the 5 Kage to address the Akatsuki's threat had already commenced, if not begun even before the video concluded. After all, the Akatsuki targeted the very essence of the 5 great nations' deterrence, Jinchuriki. Although the villages maintained a grim attitude towards Jinchuriki, this sentiment was localized, and the reactions of others would depend on their leadership's approval. The portrayal of the 8 tails diverged significantly from the previous narratives. It was ensnared by a massive Geto statue, its deep purple chains ensnaring it before being drawn into the statue. However, in the process, it severed one of its tails. 8 tails Gyuki and 8 tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee evaded capture due to their immense strength, but Gyuki was ultimately captured by Uchiha Madara through the Geto statue. 8 tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee survived thanks to Gyuki's unique abilities, preserving his life despite the extraction of his tailed beast. Akatsuki, do not concern yourselves, for I remain immensely powerful, oh yeah. But Uchiha Madara is indeed a more troublesome foe. There is no way to contend with him, Killer Bee exclaimed, rhythmically leaping and striking various poses, exuding an aura that seemed to carry its own soundtrack. Damn it, the despicable Akatsuki, the vile Uchiha Madara. Repeatedly attacking my brethren is unforgivable. Immediately prepare. We must convene the 5 Kage summit. The 4th Raikage smashed his fist upon the table, addressing his secretary, Mabui. Should Yujito have been captured, the 4th Raikage could have contained his fury. Yet his brother Killer Bee was beyond composure that he vowed that the Akatsuki and Uchiha Madara would pay dearly to 9th Tails Kurama, 9th Tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki. These words illuminated the screen, and the scene gradually faded before transitioning to Konoha Village, where a 15 or 16-year-old Naruto, donned in black sleeves and an orange tracksuit, gazed over the village. Chapter 21. The conclusion of the Akatsuki as the video depicted the Akatsuki's relentless pursuit of the tailed beasts. Ultimately, only the 8 tails and 9 tails remained. The Akatsuki had commenced their assault on Naruto, with all members, including their leader Pain, emerging from their hideout. Yet, Naruto was not alone in this battle. He was flanked by a multitude of trusted companions. Unlike in his solitary childhood, the next scenes rapidly shifted, showcasing Naruto's allies, mentors, and elders confronting various members of the Akatsuki. The battlegrounds varied widely, from dense forests to desolate wastelands, and even within Konoha itself. Yet, the outcome remained consistent. The Akatsuki members were vanquished, and the screen flashed with images of their defeats and the names of those who overcame them. Ha ha ha. I have triumphed. I have finally defeated you. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke exclaimed upon witnessing the video of Itachi lying defeated, realizing that his future self had indeed bested and slain Uchiha Itachi, prompting an outburst of exhilaration and mad laughter. How curious. Manjikyu Sharingan versus 3 Tomo. How did I achieve victory? Beside him, Senju Tobirama observed the 3 Tomo in Sasuke's eyes and the Manjikyu Sharingan in Itachi's, his expression one of puzzlement. Is capturing the 9 tails truly so challenging? Even the boss has been defeated. Haiden remarked, incredulous as he beheld Pain being overwhelmed. Just moments prior, the Akatsuki had been tormenting the Jinchuriki, only to find themselves swiftly dispatched by various Konoha ninjas. Most astonishingly, even their leader, universally recognized as the strongest within the Akatsuki. Pain felt in Naruto's might. I have underestimated the combat prowess of the 9 tails Jinchuriki. No wonder they warrant such attention from the system. Pain was rather indifferent to the outcome. Indeed, he had lost out if his defeat had come at the hands of an obscure individual. He might have felt a sense of frustration. However, losing to Naruto, the future 7th Hokage, or to someone who might one day be hailed as the strongest Hokage, did not seem so disheartening. What truly occupied Pain's thoughts was the unfolding of events that lay ahead, particularly concerning Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, and the situation surrounding the infinite Tsukuyomi. Goodness, how extraordinarily impressive Naruto's Sage Mode. Let's call it Sage Naruto, is simply magnificent, Sakura exclaimed, her resolve crystallizing. That I've made my decision, Sasuke. I shan't compete with you for his affection. But Naruto is undoubtedly mine. Ino, captivated by the striking image of Sage Naruto displayed in the video, was momentarily entranced by his dashing appearance and formidable presence. That it wasn't that she had developed an immediate infatuation with Naruto. Rather, it was a fleeting admiration typical of youthful exuberance. Just as she once admired Sasuke's good looks, she found herself drawn to Naruto now. Yet, one could only describe them as a gaggle of superficial admirers. How dare he, when Naruto has always shown a preference for me? Sakura protested, clearly displeased. It's just like that child who hasn't experienced anything. They know nothing of love or affection, simply liking whoever is handsome. The stark contrast between Sage Naruto and Sasuke in his cursed seal form was glaringly obvious. Sasuke's large wings served to intimidate many, for they were truly a fearsome sight. That was the sage mode of Myobokuzen. And a perfect one at that. Is that child of Minato destined to be my apprentice in the future? Jiraiya, observing the eyeshadow on Sage Naruto's face, was utterly astonished. After decades of mastering Myobokuzen's sage mode, he had still barely reached an intermediate level, and yet his future disciple had already surpassed him. Of course, not all members of the Akatsuki had been vanquished by their foes. The last scene of the Akatsuki showed the masked Uchiha Obito eliminating Konan and seizing Nagato's Rinnegan. And thus, the Fourth Great Ninja War commenced. As the video depicted Obito declaring this in front of the other four Kage, the stage for conflict was set to unfold. The audacity of Obito to contemplate the Fourth Great Ninja War. You haven't even gathered the tailed beasts yet. Let us see how you handle our united front of the five great nations. It was no wonder that the previous footage had omitted the presence of the Akatsuki. Indeed, they had been present, but only Haiden had been featured, as the others had been dispatched by the ninja of Konoha, leaving Obito to pick up the pieces. However, one could not overlook the fact that Obito was indeed a member of the Akatsuki. Regardless, it mattered little. Ultimately, he still faced defeat. Yet, this was a war involving the Ten Tails, a calamity that would claim countless lives. On a separate note, why were only the four Kage visible in the video? Surely they hadn't all perished. What are you thinking? Excluding those who have already passed, there are still four successors to the Hokage from Konoha. Any one of them is qualified to assume the role. But where is the Hokage? Is it possible that the five Kage summit was actually a gathering of four? That is not entirely implausible. What are you even suggesting? The video merely showcased a glimpse of the future. The specifics remain unclear, and we shall have to wait and see. The denizens of the ninja world in the Pure Land erupted into fervent discussions upon hearing the words that echoed from the sky. At that moment, Nagato, situated in a high tower within the Rain Village, was consumed by rage, utilizing his sensory abilities to seek out Uchiha Obito. That bastard dared to harm Konan. I will see him dead. Nagato could accept his own demise, acknowledge his failures, and even tolerate the idea of others reaping the rewards of his hard work. However, he could not abide the murder of Konan. That was utterly unforgivable. In the most intolerable of acts, since Yuhiko's death, Konan had become the last vestige of tenderness in his heart. Calm down, Nagato. The strength of your opponent is formidable, and this is merely a video. Konan urged, recognizing the similarity between her current feelings and those she had experienced upon witnessing Nagato's death. However, she was well aware of Obito's might and did not wish for Nagato to act recklessly in a fit of rage. Some matters could not be resolved with mere passion or fury. One must take the time to think clearly. Chapter 22. The Battle of the Tailed Beasts, Naruto and Kurama's Momentous Reconciliation. Naruto. You seem to regard my chakra with such disregard. How rare it is, Kurama, for you to initiate a conversation with me. I understand you're bored. We can talk later. Do you really believe that you alone can prevent this war? If that's what you intend to convey, let us discuss it after this battle concludes. I must take my leave. Whenever a dear friend is slain, hatred and malice inevitably arise. You cannot possibly think you alone can bear this burden. You couldn't even save Sasuke. What gives you the right to act so defiantly here? If you harbor doubts about your decisions, then all is lost. I am familiar with the feeling of being blinded by resentment and rage. It is truly uncomfortable. Therefore, Kurama, I hope that one day you can dispel the hatred within your heart. Haha. Are you a fool? I am the Ninetales, a manifestation of hatred. Then so be it. I am not a fool. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Furthermore, you, in your current state, are worth my attempt. How presumptuous. Wouldn't you agree, Naruto, to utter such words? You truly are a fool. I have observed everything you have done, whether towards me or our fellow tailed beasts. None of it holds any significance. Your sincerity cannot be conveyed. Perhaps it is time to let go. Why persist? No one has ever desired to undertake such folly, yet you wish to do so. As Obito announced the commencement of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the screen faded to black. Naruto's voice, intertwined with a deep, resonant tone, echoed in the video, concluding the dialogue with the voice of the system. The screen illuminated once more, revealing Naruto alongside the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, as well as Kakashi and Guy, clad in his signature green jumpsuit, battling against a group of 6 Jinchuriki led by the mysterious masked man. Each Jinchuriki bore Rinnegan and a Sharingan, appearing as if they were puppets under control, adorned with markings reminiscent of the impure world reincarnation technique. The battle was intensely brutal, due to their numerical disadvantage. It was already exceedingly difficult for Naruto and his 3 companions to hold their ground, let alone mount an effective counterattack. After great effort, they managed to subdue one-tailed beast, the Four-Tails Son Goku. But immediately thereafter, the remaining 5 Jinchuriki transformed into their tailed beast forms, opening their mouths wide to gather chakra, forming black energy spheres, tailed beast bombs. Could it truly be this dire from the outset? Was that masked man Obito or Madara? It should be Obito. After all, I have seen Madara, and with his imposing presence, he would never resort to hiding his face behind a mass .5 tailed beast bombs aimed directly at them meant certain death. There was no possibility of defense. Many spectators were left dumbfounded, especially those aware of the tailed beast bomb's devastating power. Numerous viewers anxiously watched the video, particularly concerned for Naruto and Killer Bee. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the true protagonist of this video was not Obito, but Naruto. This situation does not bode well for you, and you are already at your limit. In the nick of time, the deep voice resonated once more. The scene swiftly shifted to a grand ceiling gate, where the 9 tails loomed over the panting, exhausted Naruto, speaking with a hint of pride. If you require my power, I might not be averse to lending it to you. Naruto, Kurama, your willingness to lend me your strength brings me great joy. However, before that, I must clarify our previous matters. Thank you. Your assistance has been invaluable. Naruto smiled brightly, completely oblivious to Kurama's almost blatant insinuations. Thank you for what? How disgusting. Kurama erupted in fury upon hearing Naruto's words, inwardly cursing at his inability to comprehend the implied meaning. Naruto, taken aback by Kurama's reaction, wondered why expressing gratitude had incited such anger. Children, do not emulate this behavior. It is a classic example of male cluelessness. Without a girl who genuinely loves you, you shall never find a bride in the future. Humph. This time, there is no need for a tug-of-war. Simply consider me overly idle, seeking something to occupy my time. Kurama extended his hand before Naruto, letting out a delicate hum, his tone imbued with an indescribable affection and tenderness. Upon witnessing this, a subtle smile graced Naruto's lips, his heart swelling with emotion, and he promptly reached out with his tiny fist. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be the 9-tailed fox. You are my partner in Konoha, Kurama. Naruto's voice resonated within the luminous screen as the seal's gate gradually creaked open. And in that instant, the figures of man and fox converged. A powerful surge of chakra erupted from Naruto, transforming his very form. Golden flames burst forth from his attire, morphing into a splendid golden robe that enveloped him, while the 6 paths markings on his face transformed into 6 dark stripes, and his eyes became slitted, mirroring those of Kurama. In that moment, Naruto radiated an unparalleled brilliance, exuding charisma and charm, truly breathtaking. I understand, Naruto muttered, then leaped into action, launching the 5-tailed beast balls that lay before him into the air, and in an instant, he transformed into a magnificent golden 9-tailed fox, with a flurry of punches and kicks. He dispatched the 5-tailed beast on the battlefield, astonishing everyone present. My goodness, is this the might of the 9 tails? No wonder it has been said that the 9 tails is the strongest among tailed beasts. To effortlessly defeat 5 of them, surely no others aside from the 10 tails could achieve such a feat. Countless heads filled with confusion pondered the vast disparity among tailed beasts. Ha ha ha. Naruto, you are simply incredible. My precious Naruto. Kushina cheered exuberantly, as if the one dominating the scene, trampling the 7 tails and sending the 6 tails flying, was none other than herself. Yet, it was understandable. As a mother, nothing brings greater joy than witnessing her child's success. Ha ha. I had intended to mock Kurama, but who would have thought he could connect with a human so profoundly? I must remember to send a barrage of taunts once the video concludes. Meanwhile, the other tailed beasts, utilizing their unique abilities, gathered together to discuss how best to ridicule Kurama after the event. After all, they were all too aware of Kurama's previous circumstances. Such a prime opportunity to tease him could not be overlooked. Chapter 23. The Prophesied Child, Naruto's Ascension to the 6 Paths. TCH. Is that sweat? Oh, it's just rain that I thought he could make me sweat. After all, he is merely a residual program that it seems I must take matters into my own hands. Masked Uchiha Obito, observing the thoroughly defeated 5-tailed beasts, felt his wrists dampen with perspiration, coincidentally as the rain began to fall, leading to a misunderstanding. He prepared to intervene and deal with Naruto personally. Consequently, Obito formed a hand sign, swiftly drawing the five-tailed beasts back into the outer path's golem, then carelessly tossed in two gourd-like objects. This maneuver left the entire ninja world baffled. Did Uchiha Obito just throw two gourds into that so-called outer path golem? What are those? They appear to be ninja tools left behind by the Sage of Six Paths, with their function shrouded in mystery, now merely collected by the hidden Cloud Village. But why would Obito choose to toss the Sage of Six Paths tools in there? Just as everyone's curiosity piqued, the video soon provided clarity. The silhouette of the outer path's golem began to transform rapidly, swiftly taking on the appearance of the Ten Tails. At that moment, countless Ninja Alliance forces rushed to the battlefield from all directions. The scene mirrored the earlier video featuring Shikamaru. The Ninja Alliance united in a fierce battle against the Ten Tails. This skirmish was markedly more intense than before, with Uchiha Madara and the Hokage F4 making appearances throughout the conflict, resulting in a more elaborate battle sequence. Yet, the conclusion remained consistent. Ultimately, Naruto and his comrades combined their strengths to vanquish Uchiha Obito, who had become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Suddenly, a dark mass resembling black sludge emerged from the defeated Uchiha Obito, exerting control over him to perform the rebirth of the impure world technique. This resurrected Uchiha Madara, who, upon revival, appeared to have gained extraordinary prowess, first overpowering the reanimated Hashirama Senju and seizing his sage chakra. Subsequently, he acquired a Rinnegan from the earlier appearance of the white plant-like entity, and with just that single Rinnegan, he effortlessly dispatched all nine-tailed beasts, including the Nine Tails. It seems it is better for the beast to remain obediently restrained by a collar. Uchiha Madara declared with immense authority, as he summoned the outer path's golem, extending 9 chains to ensnare the nine-tailed beasts before drawing them all into the golem. At this moment, text appeared on the screen. The Nine Tails young Kurama was captured by Uchiha Madara using the outer path's golem. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, fell into a state of apparent death after the tail beasts were extracted due to his potent bloodline vitality. Ultimately, due to Namikaze Minato transferring the other half of the Nine Tails, the In Kurama, into Uzumaki Naruto, he was revived. Moreover, during this process, Uzumaki Naruto obtained a portion of chakra from the other 8-tailed beasts, becoming the perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, while simultaneously acquiring half of the Sage of Six Paths power, advancing to the Six Paths level. What does the system's message mean? Could it be that there are 2 Nine Tails? Half of the Sage of Six Paths power? Isn't the Sage of Six Paths just a fairy tale for children? No. What exactly transpired? System, even if we're pressed for time, could you not rush us? We have the complete broadcast. The text on the screen left many with perplexed expressions, questioning how Naruto obtained the chakra from the other tail beasts and what had happened with the Nine Tails. Wasn't he captured? How could there be another? And what about the so-called Sage of Six Paths? In the current ninja world, most regarded the legendary Sage of Six Paths as mere folklore, never taking it seriously. Yet now the system revealed that the Sage of Six Paths was indeed real, and Naruto, the 7th Hokage of Konoha, would ultimately gain half of his power. The implications of this left everyone bewildered. At this moment, the scene shifted to Naruto's consciousness space. The atmosphere was bustling with activity, and unlike before, where only Naruto and Kurama resided, there were now several others present. These were the nine-tailed beasts previously absorbed by the outer path's golem. The tailed beast formed a circle around Naruto, who stood at the center, alongside an elderly figure adorned with 2 horns, brown hair, and clad in a white robe. His chest bore 6 black tomo-like patterns, while a red whirlpool symbol adorned his back, with a grid of 9 tomo patterns beneath. The old man's visage conveyed a sense of age. The moment of the agreement had finally arrived. Sage of Six Paths. Indeed, Kurama, the azure-eyed youth, calling upon the names of the 9-tailed beast and frolicking with them, now stood before you. The time has come for the prophesied child to transform the world. Take this, Naruto. To prevent the events of the past from recurring, I shall evenly divide my power between you both. The remaining choices shall depend on you. As the old man, the Sage of Six Paths, concluded his words, he extended his right hand towards Naruto. The screen then split in two. One half depicted Naruto's right hand meeting the sage's right hand, while the other half showed a figure cloaked in shadows, adorned with the Uchiha emblem, also reaching for the sage's left hand. It has been far too long, Sage of Six Paths. We have truly waited too long. Indeed. I had even begun to lose hope. Yet that figure still emerged. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Sage of Six Paths, all the tailed beasts, save for Kurama, were overwhelmed with tears of joy. They had awaited this moment for far too long. So it turns out that Naruto is the prophesied child, the son of Minato. I have searched for half a lifetime and finally found the one destined to complete my mission in the village. Though it seems that Naruto may no longer require my guidance. As Jiraiya observed this scene, he breathed a deep sigh, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He had dedicated his life to searching for the so-called prophesied child, having once believed that both Minato and Nagato were that child, only to ultimately fail. Now, he had at last found the person he sought, never imagining that the one he searched for had always been in Konoha. So that's how it is. I never anticipated that the Nine Tails would be divided into two parts, allowing Naruto to gather the chakra of all the tailed beasts. Leading to this reversal, when reclaiming the Nine Tails, I should have dealt with Naruto thoroughly at the outset to eliminate any future threats. Uchiha Madara now finds himself steeped in regret, for the preceding footage had already unveiled the outcome. His meticulously crafted plan had met with failure, and Naruto emerged victorious at the cost of 1 ARM. In this moment of reflection, he laments why his future self did not decisively eliminate Naruto immediately after reclaiming the Nine Tails, denying him even the remnants of a corpse to resurrect. Chapter 24, Kage Otsutsuki, clad in a robe radiating golden light, adorned with the symbol of the Sage of Six Paths on its back. Her trousers and inner garments were black, embellished with golden patterns. Her eyes showcased the sage's cross-shaped pupils, and two tufts of hair stood erect like horns. Following her were 9 small black orbs, the divine tree. She resembled an upgraded version of the Sage Fox mode. Embodying Uzumaki Naruto's Sage of Six Paths transformation, in this war-ravaged landscape, filled with the scars of battle, the atmosphere was dim and oppressive. Countless massive branches danced in the air, and despite the brightness of the sky, a deep sense of despair permeated the scene, devoid of hope, future, or any semblance of a luminous world. Yet, that figure, radiating golden light, resembled the sun, bringing forth the last vestiges of hope to this dying world, guiding it towards a renewed future. At this moment, all who beheld the scene from the Shinobi realm, including those in the Pure Land, remained silent, fixated on the luminous screen before them. The reason was simple. The spectacle was profoundly shocking. Imagine being the sole bastion of hope amidst a cataclysmic scenario, bearing the weight of countless expectations upon your shoulders, yet standing resolute, like a pillar against the tide, reversing the course of fate and banishing darkness, illuminating the world. However, the subsequent visuals elicited a stark contrast, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. For them, the ensuing battle appeared to be a mere clash between Naruto and Uchiha Madara in an imperial showdown. Yet, the shocking revelation unfolded. A pitch-black hand pierced through Madara's back, as torrents of chakra swiftly converged upon him, causing his form to swell dramatically into a grotesque orb of flesh. This orb gradually morphed into a humanoid figure, with 3,000 strands of hair cascading like waterfalls, pale skin, and blue-white hair. Despite the lack of eyebrows, her exquisite features were breathtaking, flawless in their beauty, adorned with 2 adorable horns and elongated nails. She donned a white garment, accented with black magatama, her eyes white, and on her fair forehead lay a blood-red rinnegan. Her presence radiated unparalleled elegance and nobility with every gesture. Beside her, the system thoughtfully provided a brief introduction. Kage Otsutsuki, Mother of the Sage of Six Paths, Goddess of the Moon, Ancestor of Chakra. The titles of the sage's mother and the progenitor of chakra sounded immensely grand and powerful. Wait, does this imply that Naruto's ultimate adversary is not Uchiha Madara, but rather the legendary moon goddess, Kage Otsutsuki? Oh my heavens, what has become of this world? Were they not mere legends before? How have they now manifested into reality? Not to mention, Kage Otsutsuki is quite striking. A word of caution, however, she may have children, possibly even a husband. At this juncture, the onlookers felt a surge of excitement, as if a spark had ignited before them, ready to witness the showdown between Naruto and Uchiha Madara. Though the footage might not capture the entirety of the moment, it promised to be exhilarating nonetheless. Yet, the next sequence felt like a bucket of cold water dousing their fervor, leaving them chilled to the bone. In the video, Kage Otsutsuki had just appeared when a figure instantaneously teleported to Naruto's side, Uchiha Sasuke. In this moment, Sasuke's eternal Manjiki Sharingan shone brilliantly, while his other eye had transformed into the Rinnegan with 6 Magatama. The black moon symbol adorned his left hand, indicating that he was the one who had inherited a portion of the Sage of Six Paths power. Upon Sasuke's arrival, all 3 parties sprang into action, engaging in a fierce battle that transcended from the Shinobi realm to an unknown world of lava, followed by a frozen realm. Each world bore witness to devastating jutsu, flashing rapidly across the screen in a dazzling display, leaving the spectators only able to discern the three figures clashing relentlessly. The colossal complete body Susanoo exuded an overwhelming sense of power, yet in this confrontation, it proved utterly ineffective, as Kage effortlessly shattered it with a mere flick of her hand. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed his chakra in a flurry of strikes against her. The battle dynamics began to crystallize. Naruto engaged Kage head-on, while Sasuke sought to exploit any vulnerabilities from behind, their synergy reminiscent of twins. Each movement and glance perfectly synchronized, anticipating one another's thoughts and providing cover for each other's assaults. Soon, they seized the opportunity, their hands adorned with symbols of a white sun and a black moon. Placed upon Kage's form.6 paths, heavenly palms, they shouted in unison as countless boulders erupted from the ground, enveloping Kage, her Rinnegan gradually closing, sealing her within the rock. Damn it, you two insufferable brats, how dare you treat my mother this way? And that despicable Kage Atsutsuki, you may perish, but how could you bestow your power upon others? I will not allow my invincible mother to be sealed once more. This is unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Witnessing this scene, Black Zetsu could no longer remain calm. He was unwilling to accept defeat. In his eyes, how could his invincible mother be vanquished by mere insects? The infinite Tsukuyomi and Kage Atsutsuki must be interconnected. Could it be that I have been deceived? In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara stared blankly at the screen, for the first time contemplating whether the infinite Tsukuyomi might be a trap. Was what he had gleaned from the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths erroneous? Otherwise, why would Kage appear after the infinite Tsukuyomi, and why would the sage grant his power to Naruto and Sasuke? Everything was utterly perplexing. Is this truly the conclusion? Hadn't Naruto lost an arm in the previous footage? Could there still be another adversary? Senju Tobirama pondered silently at the video. Although the information gleaned was sparse, the outcome was undoubtedly the same. After all, Naruto had lost an arm to conclude that conflict. Chapter 25. The Second Valley of the End Battle between Naruto and Sasuke. Is this how it all ends? Yet, had Naruto not lost an arm in the footage, who would he be fighting next? Sasuke. Although the previous video depicted the rescue of the nine-tailed beasts and Kage's sealing in a seemingly happy ending, Shikamaru remained furrowed in thought. After all, in the earlier video and the memories he had traversed, Naruto had indeed lost an arm in that grand battle. However, his current state of well-being signified that another clash was imminent, the only one capable of inflicting such an injury upon Naruto, as seen in the footage, could only be Sasuke. Not only Shikamaru, but others with a modicum of intelligence, such as Senju Tobirama and Minato Namikaze, also grasped this implication. Nevertheless, many of Naruto and Shikamaru's classmates were oblivious, particularly the girls, who were mesmerized by the sight of Sasuke's Rinnegan and Naruto's Sage of Six Paths transformation, exclaiming how handsome they were. As the video revealed a sphere comparable in size to the moon. The nine-tailed beasts were freed. Naruto thought this marked the end, only for Sasuke to strike him with a sudden attack. Instantly, Naruto was sent hurtling away, while Sasuke raised his hand towards the other nine-tailed beasts. Earth Explosion Star. Upon uttering the command, the very ground trembled, and countless boulders surged skyward, sealing the tailed beasts in an instant. Meanwhile, Naruto, having been launched away, found himself in the Valley of the End. Sasuke soon followed. Appearing in the frame, the two exchanged glances before rushing towards each other, igniting a fierce battle. This scene left the spectators perplexed. During their last encounter, Sasuke had defected from the village in pursuit of greater power. What could possibly be the motive for this clash now? After all, in the video, Sasuke had acquired half of the Sage of Six Paths power, standing alongside Naruto at the pinnacle of the Shinobi World. Why engage in battle again when he was already so strong? Was it for the other half of the power residing within Naruto? However, the words that soon appeared on the screen dispelled the doubts of the crowd. Uchiha Sasuke, upon discovering the truth behind the massacre of the Uchiha clan by his brother Itachi, and having witnessed the profound darkness of the world, came to understand that the hatred and malevolence of humanity could not be eradicated. Thus, he resolved to bear all the darkness and hatred upon himself, to execute the 5 Kage and dominate all the ninja villages, thereby ruling over the entirety of the world. In stark contrast, Uzumaki Naruto believed that as long as everyone in the world worked together, even if hatred and darkness still existed, the future would undoubtedly be brighter. Amidst these two conflicting ideologies, a fierce battle ensued between the two parties. To execute the 5 Kage and to rule over the world. What grand ambitions! Since you harbor such aspirations, I cannot allow you to reach adulthood. Upon grasping the entirety of the circumstances, The hot-tempered fourth Hokage instantly overturned the table before him. He was inherently quick to anger, and upon learning that Uchiha Sasuke intended to execute him, he could hardly contain himself. He might accept dying in battle, but he would never tolerate such a death. That to be executed by another is akin to unilaterally declaring them guilty. A warrior may be killed, but they must not suffer humiliation. Hahaha. Splendid. Yet another matter to contend with. The third Hokage, Inoki, sat in his office, lowering his head in contemplation about how to secure greater benefits for his village amidst the impending storm. Whether it was the Akatsuki capturing tailed beasts or Uchiha Sasuke's intentions, both were sufficient to unite all villages against them. Even if Uchiha Sasuke hailed from Konohagakure, the other villages would nonetheless exert pressure on them. After all, the system had declared that Uchiha Sasuke's ambition was to execute the 5 Kage and unify the ninja world. While the specifics might be debatable, the 5 great nations would not let him off so easily. After all, being a Kage is not merely a title or position, it represents the faith and foundation of an entire village. Should a Kage perish, it would undoubtedly become a vendetta. How did the Third Great Ninja War come to be? It was precipitated by the disappearance of the third Kazekage of Tsunade, leading the villagers to suspect Konohagakure's involvement, which prompted war without any explanation from them. The audacity of youth is remarkable. I am curious to see who will assist you next. Though you may be a handsome young man, you fail to pique interest when compared to the 7th Hokage. At this moment, both the 4th Kazekage, Raza, and the 5th Mizukage, Mei-Terumi, were consumed by a surge of fury. They should not be underestimated simply because their village was perceived as weak. Uchiha's audacity to contemplate executing them was insufferable. Youngster, you are quite arrogant, living up to your heritage as a naturally malevolent Uchiha. Senju Tobirama observed Uchiha Sasuke standing nearby, his expression frigid, while simultaneously pondering whether to protect the last of the Uchiha clan. Although Sasuke currently harbored no intention of executing the Kage to dominate the ninja world, the mere possibility of such future intentions warranted caution. The other 4 villages would undoubtedly apply pressure on Konohagakure due to this matter. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan was akin to a ticking time bomb, capable of exploding at any moment, with extremist ideologies that could erupt without warning. Thus, even Senju Tobirama could not guarantee that, after bringing down Uchiha Sasuke, he would not ultimately betray Konohagakure. What does the truth behind Itachi's massacre of the Uchiha clan imply? Is there some hidden secret therein? Sasuke was oblivious to the fact that countless individuals within the ninja world harbored murderous intent towards him. His mind incessantly pondering the real motive behind Itachi's actions. Was Itachi's massacre of the Uchiha truly an endeavor to test his own fortitude, or was there something more profound at play? Meanwhile, the battle between Naruto and Sasuke intensified, initially showcasing their taijutsu skills, followed by ninjutsu, culminating in an all-out confrontation. Ultimately, Indra's arrow clashed with the 6 Paths Ultra Big Ball Spiral Shuriken, exhausted from their fierce struggle. Both combatants found their punches lacking strength, until the final moment, when Sasuke seized the opportunity to absorb the chakra that Kurama had prepared for Naruto, regaining a modicum of strength to unleash his Chidori imbued with black flames. Intending to finish Naruto. On the other hand, Naruto received Kurama's sacrifice, relinquishing all remaining chakra at the cost of his own slumber, empowering Naruto to unleash the Rasengan and prepare for a fierce confrontation. Unbeknownst to them, numerous hands were aiding Naruto in forming the Rasengan. He was supported by mentors, parents, teachers, comrades, and countless others. Yet behind Sasuke stood only a solitary, proud figure, Itachi, whose very presence incited a desire for vengeance. Boom! The collision of Chidori and Rasengan produced an explosion of unimaginable force, leveling the Valley of the End. Chapter 26. The first round of the Hokage Championship. Match 4 begins. The clash between Rasengan and Chidori seemed to possess boundless power, transforming the display on the screen into a blinding white light. Amidst this overwhelming whiteness, Naruto's figure gradually rose, appearing battered and bruised, with even his right hand severely injured. As Naruto slowly stood, a colossal tree was seen crashing down, liberating those who had been bound. Did I lose? Was that hand Itachi's? Sasuke stared blankly at the images on the screen, now indifferent to the outcome of his battle with Naruto. Instead, he fixated on the multitude of people who stood behind Naruto during their final clash. While he himself was supported by only one, Itachi, the very figure he yearned to eliminate, perhaps it was better that someone could restrain him. Observing Sasuke's demeanor, Senju Tobirama glanced at the imagery on the screen, shook his head, and abandoned his previous thoughts of forsaking Sasuke. So, this is how it concludes. Indeed, the 4th Great Ninja War must be nearing its conclusion, as there are no longer any opponents left. Just when everyone believed the video to be at an end, the screen continued to unfold, shifting to the vastness of the cosmos, where a cerulean planet emerged at its center. Suddenly, a rift in space appeared, and several figures clad in white emerged above the azure sphere. Each of these white-clad individuals exuded a terrifying aura, causing many to struggle to breathe even while gazing at the screen. The scene transitioned to those in white standing in a desolate expanse, facing a figure enveloped in crimson chakra, adorned with markings reminiscent of the Nine Tails, with 9 fiery red tails dancing in the air behind him. He wore a cloak draped over a man with short, yellow hair. "Come forth, Tsutsuki." The man beckoned the white-clad figures with a hint of derision in his tone, though it remained remarkably calm, even resolute. Uzumaki Naruto, truth-seeking mode. The imagery on the screen froze at this moment, slowly fading to darkness, returning to the figures of Naruto and Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this point, Naruto appeared as he did at the age of 15 or 16. During his most spirited years. Conversely, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared rejuvenated, as though decades had been shed from his appearance, his wrinkles vanishing, presenting a visage reminiscent of someone around 30 years old. Senju Hashirama. Finally, it's over. This video was quite lengthy, but who were those men in white at the end? They appeared formidable. Senju Tobirama. Naruto's final reference to them as Tsutsuki suggests they may belong to the same clan as Kage at Tsutsuki. Uchiha Madara. Speaking of Kage at Tsutsuki. Kurizetsu, come forth. What transpired in the video? Why did you ambush me? And who is this Kage at Tsutsuki? Kurizetsu. Lord Madara, I am equally in the dark. I have been utterly loyal to you. Why would I assault you? Uchiha Madara. Enough. What nonsense are you trying to sell? I am beginning to doubt whether you are truly my will. Senju Hashirama. Wait, what are you implying, Madara? Your will? That thing could never be your will. In the previous video, that thing was merely a black mass. How could the will of humanity be encapsulated in such a form? A black mass. How dare you, Senju Hashirama? You seek death, alas, upon reflection. It seems quite logical. After all, my mother is akin to a deity. How could she possibly be compared to mere mortals? Upon witnessing the barrage of comments directed at Senju Hashirama, Kurizetsu initially felt a surge of indignation, only to be reminded of something, causing him to burst into laughter. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Akatsuki organization had descended into utter chaos, primarily due to Nagato's frantic search for Uchiha Bido. After all, in the previous video, Konan had met her demise at his hands, and Nagato was resolute in his intention to eliminate Uchiha Bido. Vortex Nagato. Damn it, Uchiha Bido, where have you run off to? Show yourself. Uchiha Bido, where do you think I am? I'm standing right here, paralyzed with fear. The system has me under constant surveillance. The moment I make a move, that colossal hand above me will descend a fraction. Vortex Kushina. Hahaha. You deserve this, Abido. It's poetic justice. Namikaze Minato. Kushina. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to be mocking him right now? Vortex Kushina. Silence, Minato. This scoundrel has brought ruin to our family, tearing us apart. This matter cannot be so easily forgiven. Just wait for it. Abido. Uchiha Abido. Ding. Silence. Everyone. We shall now commence the 4th match of the first round of the Hokage tournament. 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki vs. 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Please settle your disputes privately. As the system's voice faded, the barrage of comments gradually ceased. Only when the screen was devoid of comments did the system's voice resonate once more. Now, let us officially begin the 4th match of the first round of the Hokage tournament. I'm coming, Grandfather Sarutobi. I shall not hold back. With the system's announcement, Naruto warmed up slightly, his gaze shifting, and the aura surrounding him underwent a dramatic transformation. Let us do this, Kurama. Oh, Naruto clashed his hands together, instantly enveloped in a golden chakra, entering the Nine Tails mode. Come forth, Inma. In response, Hiruzen Sarutobi swiftly bit his finger, rapidly forming hand seals, then slapped the ground with one hand, summoning Inma. At this moment, he could not afford to be careless. He was prepared to give it his all, for although the system had weakened Naruto, it brought him down to their level, preventing him from being utterly unbeatable. After a puff of white smoke, Inma appeared beside Hiruzen Sarutobi. Inma, I'm counting on you. Hiruzen patted Inma's shoulder. Are you serious? Is there really a need to fight? You are no match for him. Chapter 27. Naruto vs. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Honestly, Hiruzen, is there any point in this match? You were completely outmatched. Inma gazed at the dazzling Naruto in the distance, transforming into a golden staff, addressing Hiruzen Sarutobi. What do you mean you only know after fighting? If I surrender now, wouldn't that be quite humiliating? Hiruzen chuckled, fully aware of his own strength. knowing he could not possibly contend with the perfect Jinchuriki Naruto. However, he wished to take a gamble, hoping that the young Naruto could not fully control his power. After all, even though Naruto had memories of future battles, he was still just a child who had not faced any substantial combat. Thus, Hiruzen was betting that Naruto could not exert his full capabilities at present. Simultaneously, due to his rejuvenated body, his former ambitions resurfaced, and he felt he had a chance to defeat Naruto. Meanwhile, upon entering the Ninetales mode, Naruto stood still, deep in thought, uncertain of his next move. What are you doing? Why aren't you attacking? Are you waiting for the opponent to strike? Kurama, residing within Naruto, grew impatient, wondering what Naruto was contemplating. It's not that I'm pondering. I'm just considering if we should form the opposition seal before battle. Please, that seal is merely childish play. You can use it with peers. But to do so in battle is utterly foolish. Hurry and make your move. Don't waste time against such a weakling. I'm eager for us to team up and take down Senju Hashirama. Kurama, slightly exasperated, urged him on. At this moment, Kurama was solely focused on joining forces with Naruto to deliver a beating to Senju Hashirama, not wanting to squander time against a weaker opponent. Let us first greet grandfather Sarutobi properly. Wind release. Raisen Shuriken. Naruto nodded at the suggestion, raising his hand to manifest a rapidly spinning wind release. Raisen Shuriken, which he hurled forth. Fourth Raikage. Wait, what did that little brat just mumble? A simple greeting. Third Suchika Jinoki. Who greets someone with an S-rank jutsu? Uchiha Madara. Not bad. Kid, I admire your audacity to use such jutsu as a basic attack. Vortex Kushina. Hahaha, he is truly my son. S-rank jutsu are like second nature to him. Goodness, must you come at me with such ferocity? Extend the staff. Hiruzen Sarutobi, seeing the rapidly approaching spinning Raisen Shuriken, utilized Inma to elongate and deftly evade the wind release. Raisen Shuriken. Boom. The wind release, Raisen Shuriken struck the Hokage building Hiruzen had previously occupied. Instantly exploding, rapidly expanding, and continuously spinning before detonating with a blinding light, the thunderous sound echoing across the sky. Simultaneously, the countless minuscule chakra blades contained within the Raisen Shuriken obliterated the Hokage building, leaving no trace behind. Oh my heavens, the destructive power is unparalleled. Be careful, Hiruzen. Now is not the time to be distracted. Still astonished by the Raisen Shuriken's devastation, Hiruzen barely had time to react as a beam of golden light surged towards him, delivering a punch. Boom. Hearing Inma's warning, Hiruzen instinctively raised his staff, narrowly blocking Naruto's fist. However, he was still driven into the ground, creating a crater approximately a meter deep and sending dust flying. Is this sheer strength? No. Naruto has even infused his fist with chakra. He is merely amplified by the Ninetales, resulting in pure, immense power. Hiruzen quickly regained his footing, glancing at the spiderweb-like cracks surrounding the crater. Rapidly analyzing Naruto's information in his mind. While I may not match the first Hokage or Tsunade in strength, those two utilize chakra to augment their power, which is somewhat deliberate, but Naruto's power derives solely from the enhancement of the Ninetales mode. Grandfather Sarutobi, please do not lose focus during our battle. I will not show mercy. From the heavens, Naruto observed Hiruzen's momentary distraction and promptly reminded him before turning around. The golden cloak he wore transforming into 9 enormous hands, which he propelled towards Hiruzen at great speed. Bang, bang, bang. The fists fell heavily, producing a cacophony of intense collisions and raising a cloud of dust. Vortex Kushina. That's right, my darling Naruto. Strike him fiercely. Jiraiya. Kushina, let us remain calm. Vortex Kushina. Shut up. Don't think I'm oblivious. Tell me why my son is labeled a demon fox by the villagers, and why at his age, he remains unaware of his parents. Had he not rejected me, and had I not been so preoccupied with this matter, I would have confronted Hiruzen long ago. Is this how he cares for Naruto? As the previous Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, she had endured the struggles of being a Jinchuriki herself. Though she had the love of Minato, she had also heard of other villages' disdain towards Jinchuriki, the son of the fourth Hokage and a hero. Naruto's identity had remained concealed, yet the moniker of the Ninetales Demon Fox was widely known. From all of this, Kushina could not help but deduce what kind of life Naruto had endured over the years. Had it not been for various delays, Kushina's fiery temper would have compelled her to confront Hiruzen long ago. Alas, old man, you brought this upon yourself. Jiraiya looked skyward, initially at a loss for words before letting out a sigh. As Minato's disciple, how could he not have kept an eye on his student's child? It was merely that he had been preoccupied with finding the prophesied child and had neglected to do so. Returning to the battlefield, as the dust began to settle, a square cage formed by dozens of golden staffs emerged, with Hiruzen Sarutobi trapped within, having used this technique to fend off Naruto's onslaught. Fire release. Great Fire Dragon technique. Dozens of golden rods vanished, transforming back into Sarutobi Hiruzen, who seized the opportunity to unleash a colossal fire dragon from his mouth, charging towards Naruto. In response, Naruto gathered chakra in his right hand, extending a gigantic claw that swatted the immense fire dragon away just as it was about to close in on him. Subsequently, an explosion of golden chakra enveloped Naruto, forming the visage of a giant fox head around him. Tailed Beast Bomb. Chapter 28. The match concludes. Naruto triumphs to in the blink of an eye. A tailed beast bomb, the size of a human head, coalesced within the mouth of the golden fox head, before being unleashed with tremendous force. This is bad. Earth style. Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not confront the tailed beast bomb head-on. Instead, he hastily formed seals and utilized Earth style to burrow into the ground, fleeing rapidly downwards. After all, he had witnessed the destructive power of the tailed beast bomb firsthand. Boom! The tailed beast bomb detonated at the location where Sarutobi Hiruzen had just stood, causing the earth to quake and mountains to tremble. The sheer force of the explosion alone generated shockwaves comparable to a level 10 tempest. A crater with a radius of at least 100 meters was left in its wake. Inuzuka Kiba, wow, is this power for real? It obliterated an entire street in an instant, and such a powerful jutsu was launched almost instantaneously. Uchiha Madara, foolish child. You have no idea. This is merely a fraction of the power I wield. Any jutsu I learned alongside Hashirama could easily match this level of destruction. Uchiha Madara, this contest is utterly lacking in excitement. Naruto has already secured his victory. Truly, the real battles are between Hashirama and me. Only a clash with Hashirama can truly ignite my passion. Senju Tobirama. Stop, Izuna. Do you not find it strange for him to speak highly of our Senju clan? Uchiha Izuna. You have a point. Brother, why not just enjoy the match? With your strength, I'm sure the system will arrange further contests for you. For now, let us gather intelligence on our opponents and defeat them all later. Uchiha Madara. Indeed. I must reclaim my honor in the eyes of the world by defeating Hashirama and Naruto in a blood-soaked victory. Naruto, that fellow has burrowed underground. Let us end this match swiftly. He is not worth wasting so much time on. Kurama grew impatient as Naruto took too long to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen. In Kurama's view, given Naruto's strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen should not have lasted so long against him. The only reason for this prolonged engagement was that Naruto had been holding back. Well, I suppose it's only polite to give Grandpa Third a bit of face. I can't just obliterate him in one move. Can I? Naruto chuckled at the thought. Although he had gained memories of future battles, he was still essentially an 11 or 12-year-old child who had just acquired such immense power and naturally wished to savor the experience a bit longer. Do as you wish, but allow me to remind you, your opponent is approaching. Kurama reclined lazily on the ground, knowing that dealing with Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't require him to condense chakra to assist Naruto. He wished to relish the moment spent with Naruto, for he was not the yin or yang of the Nine Tails, but the complete embodiment of the Nine Tails within Naruto, fully aware of what was to come in the future. Without needing Kurama's reminder, Naruto had already detected Sarutobi Hiruzen's whereabouts. Just as two hands emerged from the ground beneath him, Naruto utilized the body flicker technique to evade Sarutobi Hiruzen's earth style. Decapitation technique. Take this. Wind style. Spiraling shuriken. After dodging, Naruto swiftly turned and hurled a spiraling shuriken with incredible speed. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to evade using earth style, the spiraling shuriken detonated, rapidly expanding and engulfing Sarutobi Hiruzen in its wake, emitting a blinding radiance and a thunderous roar that resonated across the sky. This is bad. There's no time. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought as he was swept away, and countless tiny chakra blades mercilessly sliced through his body, severing every cell within him. It wasn't until Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed his last that the system's voice echoed through the skies. The first round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. Match 4. 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto vs. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The victor is 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. Congratulations to the victor, 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto, who may choose 2 rewards from the following 3 options as a prize for your victory. 1. Manjiki Sharingan. 2. Dual Lotus. 3. Sage Mode, Dragon Cave version. Please make your selection. If you are unsure, feel free to consult your friends and family through the chat. Kurama, Which one do you think I should choose? Naruto inquired, as he was still essentially an 11 or 12-year-old child, uncertain about which of the three rewards to select, instinctively turning to Kurama for advice. Select the Manjiki Sharingan and Dual Lotus. Those two will suffice. You are destined to learn the Sage Mode of Mount Maiboku in the future. The Dragon Cave Sage Mode is utterly redundant for you and will not significantly aid your abilities. Kurama suggested after a glance at the three rewards. Wave Wind Minato. Naruto chooses Manjiki Sharingan and Dual Lotus. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto, listen to your father and choose options 1 and 2. Uzumaki Naruto. In the matter of selecting rewards, Kurama and Wave Wind Minato were in perfect accord. The Dragon Cave Sage Mode was entirely unnecessary for Naruto, who already possessed the Sage Mode of Mount Maiboku. It might provide a slight enhancement, but nothing substantial. However, both the Manjiki Sharingan and Dual Lotus were highly coveted. Kurama and Wave Wind Minato both recognized the immense power of the former, while the latter, despite being unfamiliar, was akin to a blind box. Regardless, it was undoubtedly superior to the Dragon Cave Sage Mode. At least this was a gamble worth taking. Should he win, it would be a joyous occasion. And should he lose, he would not suffer great detriment. Moreover, if Naruto was interested in Dragon Cave Sage Mode, he could learn it later, making the choice clear to anyone with common sense. Okay, I'll heed Kurama and Dad's advice. I choose the Manjiki Sharingan and Dual Lotus. Upon hearing both Kurama and his father's recommendations, Naruto decisively opted for options 1 and 2. Great. Congratulations to the 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto, who has received the rewards: Bloodline Limit, Manjiki Sharingan, and Special Body Technique. Dual Lotus. Chapter 29. Special Body Technique. Dual Lotus, Bloodline Limit, Manjiki Sharingan. This is the Uchiha clan's unique bloodline limit in the ninja world. An upgraded form of the Sharingan. It can only be activated when the bearer experiences extreme emotional turmoil, resulting in the generation of highly unique chakra. The Manjiki Sharingan not only significantly enhances the original abilities of the Sharingan, but also grants 3 incredibly powerful ocular techniques. In addition to the fixed Susanoo. The other 2 abilities will vary depending on the psychological state of the user at the time of activation. Note, the use of Manjiki Sharingan places immense strain on the eyes. Excessive usage may lead to blindness. Special Body Technique. Dual Lotus. In this world exists a pair of twin flowers with the same root and origin. Based on this foundation, the Dual Lotus grants the bearer the ability of duality, enabling them to live eternally, with their essence remaining indestructible. What does this mean? Living eternally, with an indestructible essence? What does that even imply? Upon reading the descriptions of the 2 rewards he had obtained, Naruto found himself momentarily perplexed. The explanation for the Manjiki Sharingan was quite detailed, yet the description for Dual Lotus felt vague at best. I'm not sure either. Let us just wait and see. The system's description sounds impressive, so it should be a worthwhile reward, Kurama remarked, shaking his head. He too was bewildered by the Dual Lotus, questioning the meaning of eternal life and indestructible essence. At that moment, not only were Naruto and Kurama at a loss, but everyone who had read the descriptions also felt equally confused, unable to comprehend the true significance and utility of the Dual Lotus. As the crowd stood in bewilderment, 2 luminous orbs gradually descended from the heavens, entering Naruto's body in succession. Upon the first orb's entry, Naruto's once azure eyes instantaneously transformed into a blood-red hue. With the emergence of Tomo swirling within, first 1, then 2, and finally 3, rapidly coalescing into a pattern resembling a shuriken before coming to a halt. A formidable surge of yin chakra began to manifest within Naruto, accompanied by a rush of information flooding his mind. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the immense power bestowed upon him by the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, the second orb followed suit, morphing into a seed that took root and sprouted within him. Soon, a lotus blossomed upon Naruto's form, and from this flower emerged a branch extending outward, culminating in the emergence of a new lotus, within which a silhouette gradually coalesced. As the figure slowly materialized before the curious gazes of all present, astonishment washed over their faces upon recognizing the visage. Uchiha Sasuke, how can this be possible? Uchiha Madara, so this is the true meaning of dual blossoms. Senju Hashirama, this is simply astonishing. Kushina Uzumaki, this is just too adorable. I want to give her a kiss. Naruto, pointing at the figure before him, stood speechless in disbelief. What's wrong with me? The charming figure asked with a smile. Tilting her head, it was no wonder Naruto was taken aback, for the individual bore the same 6-path whiskers and golden hair as he did, albeit tied into long twin ponytails. while their clothing styles differed slightly, one in masculine attire and the other in feminine. The colors and materials were identical, and their features were unmistakably those of a female version of Naruto. Naruto's astonishment only subsided after he received knowledge regarding the concept of dual blossoms, leading him to mumble in a daze. Dual blossoms, in essence, allowed an individual to possess a twin doppelganger that mirrored oneself exactly. However, rather than mere clones, both entities were considered the original. As long as one remained alive, the other could be resurrected, retaining its full strength and manifesting as an identical counterpart proportional to the original. Senju Hashirama. What does that mean? If they are doppelgangers, why must they also be identical counterparts in proportion? Uchiha Madara. One might think of it this way, both are originals, and the concept of a doppelganger does not apply. Alternatively, one could say that Naruto is the doppelganger of that female, and she is his, making them both originals. As long as one does not perish, the other can resurrect even in death. Third Tsuchika Jinoki. Wait, I just recalled something. Doesn't Naruto host the Nine Tails within him? Does that mean this doppelganger also carries a Nine Tails? In Kurama, you are indeed correct. I can sense my chakra within that little girl, which implies that I have been proportionally replicated within Naruto as well. Henceforth, there will be 2 Nine Tails in this world. Minato Namikaze. It seems so. However, more than that, I am concerned about whether this means I now have an additional daughter alongside my son. Kushina Uzumaki. ISNT, that wonderful. Twins, a boy and a girl. Just thinking about it fills me with joy. I want to hug them both, especially Naruko. She is so adorable. I just adore her. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruko? Mom, is that the name you've given my doppelganger? Naruko Uzumaki. What else would it be? You are my male doppelganger. Naruto Uzumaki. What are you talking about? Clearly, you are the doppelganger of me. Naruko Uzumaki. No, you are mine. Naruto Uzumaki. Clearly, you. Kushina Uzumaki. Enough. You two stop bickering. From now on, Naruto will be the older brother, and Naruko will be the younger sister. You shall refer to each other as siblings. Naruto Uzumaki. Oh. Naruko Uzumaki. Oh. Uchiha Sasuke. Sai? A true underachiever, arguing with his own doppelganger. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke, who are you calling an underachiever? Do you believe I could knock you to the ground with one hand right now? Naruko Uzumaki. Exactly. I'll give you one hand, and if you lose, you'll be the underachiever. Uchiha Sasuke. Naruko Uzumaki. A good man does not quarrel with a lady. I will not engage you. Instead, I'll challenge Naruto to a duel and see who can take down him with one hand. Uchiha Makoto. Hahaha. It seems Sasuke has a good rapport with the children of the Uzumaki household. Chapter 30. Second round matchup. From the sky, 2 beams of light descended, passing through the walls and landing within the classroom of the Ninja Academy, transforming into the figures of Naruto and Naruko. As they touched down, Naruto intended to greet everyone, but was interrupted by the system's voice echoing from above. Ding! The first round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament has concluded. Next, all participants are to draw their opponents and matchups for the second round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. Upon hearing this, the Hokages of Konoha, regardless of whether they were in the Pure Land or the realm of the living, could see each other, as if time and space were irrelevant. Before them stood a table, inscribed with distinct writings, the table for victors marked winners group and the one for the defeated labeled losers group, each adorned with 4 cards. The competition rules have already been announced. The cards before you are numbered 1 to 4, with 2 of each number. Those who draw the same number will face each other, and the number will also indicate the matchup order. Now, all participants, please draw your opponents and matchups. As the system's voice faded, the Hokages exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Then, the eldest among them, first Hokage Hashirama, spoke up. Haha, I understand what everyone is thinking. No need for any false modesty. How about we proceed by age? The youngest from each group can go first, and we'll alternate thereafter. All right. Let us follow the eldest's suggestion. Tobirama nodded in agreement. Recognizing that all present were family, and any rewards would ultimately return to their kin. Sounds good, just as grandfather suggested. Understood. First Hokage. Others chimed in, nodding in agreement. Then I shall go first. Naruto declared as he reached for the cards on the table. Although Naruto shared his birth month with Shikamaru, having been born in October while Shikamaru was born in September, he was indeed the youngest among all Hokages. After Naruto drew his card, the order for the winners included Shikamaru, Tobirama, and Hashirama, while the losers were Kakashi, Minato, Tsunade, and Hiruzen in that sequence. Following the conclusion of the draws, the system's voice resonated once more. All participants, please reveal the cards in your hands. Without hesitation, the Hokages displayed their cards. Ding! The second round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament matchups are as follows. Match 1. 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki vs 8th Hokage Shikamaru Nara. Match 2. 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi vs 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. Match 3. 1st Hokage Hashirama Senju vs 2nd Hokage Tobirama Senju. Match 4. 5th Hokage Tsunade Senju vs 6th Hokage Kakashi Hitaki. The above are the matchups for the second round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. The matches will commence at 2:00 p.m. In the meantime, all participants should rest well and prepare for the battles ahead. As the system concluded its announcement, the glowing screen above the ninja world abruptly vanished, as if it had never existed. Nevertheless, the crowd could still see occasional messages drifting through the sky, reminding everyone of the system's presence. 2 p.m. There are still 3 hours. Where has that monkey gone? You need to explain to me what has transpired in the village over the years. As Senju Tobirama glanced at the clock, he vanished from sight, leaving behind a bewildered Sasuke at that moment. Someone in the sky called out to him, "Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke, Sasuke, where have you gone? We agreed to a one-on-one duel, and you just disappeared. Come out. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke, quit shouting, you laggard. I'll be there shortly. Arika, you two listen to me. It's class time now. Return and focus on your studies. Naruto Uzumaki. That means hurry back to class. Irika-sensei. My brother and I can share knowledge. Let him learn, and I'll go play. Irika, no way. Both of you siblings stay here for class. Naruto Uzumaki. No way. Kushina Uzumaki. Ha ha ha. Naruto, listen to your teacher. You haven't graduated from this school yet. Attending class is your top priority. Kushina Uzumaki. Yes. Exactly. Naruto Uzumaki. Fine. Mikoto Uchiha. Naruto is truly adorable. By the way. Kushina, do you remember the promise you made to me back in the day? Kushina Uzumaki. What promise? Mikoto Uchiha. The one where we said our children would be a boy and a girl, and those two would marry, thus strengthening the ties between our families. Sasuke Uchiha. What? When was that ever mentioned? I never heard you say anything about it, Mom. Mikoto Uchiha. That's because of the incident back then. Kushina and Minato died, leaving Naruto an orphan. Due to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki situation, our Uchiha clan was prohibited from approaching him, and since Naruto is a boy, I chose not to mention it. Kushina Uzumaki. Speaking of that incident. Obito, come out. I haven't even asked you what our family owes you for your actions back then, Uchiha Obito. However, after waiting for a while, Obito remained silent, which ignited Kushina's fiery temper. Kushina Uzumaki. Obito. You absolute. Mikoto Uchiha. All right, Kushina, don't get angry. Being upset won't help. Instead, let us wait until Naruto and Minato win the revival reward and bring you back. Then you can confront him as you wish. Kushina Uzumaki. You're right. Let us not bother with that treacherous Obito for now. That will continue discussing the kids every day. Mikoto Uchiha. Yes, indeed. Sasuke Uchiha. Speaking of which, I have to ask, do I really have to marry Naruto? Naruto Uzumaki. Don't even think about it. Sasuke. Kurama. Within Naruto exactly, don't even think about it. Chapter 31. Time's up. The match begins. Sasuke Uchiha. Wait. Who are you? Naruto's refusal is one thing, but this doesn't seem to concern you. Does it? Kurama, Naruto. Kurama, Naruto, I am Kurama, sealed within Naruto. How can this not concern me? We are one entity. Whoever he marries will never be you, detestable Uchiha. Naruto Uzumaki. Huh? Wait. I'm a bit confused. Are Kurama and I one entity? Kurama, how should I put it? Although we are sealed within you, if we leave, we will perish. Conversely, if you die while we are still within you, we will also die. So, strictly speaking, we are together. Naruto Uzumaki. Oh, I see. Kurama. Wait, what are you doing? Kurama, don't come any closer. Shikaku. What is going on? Are you alright? Stinky Fox, you're not dead. Are you? Kurama. Dark, get lost. You're the one who is dead, Stinky Raccoon. Kurama. Naruto, I see you're looking for trouble, Stinky Raccoon. Do you want to fight? Shikaku, what is it to me? I was just asking what is going on with you, Kurama. Just checking in. You know what I mean. Kurama, I appreciate your concern. Now you can go die, Stinky Raccoon. Shikaku, oh, still alive? Huh. Then what was that scream just now? Kurama, none of your business. At this moment, Kurama was quite irritated, watching Naruto lie on his head and roll around, nearly splattering saliva on him. Stupid Naruto, your drool is almost splashing on me. Keep this up. and I will throw you away. Hihi, don't be so heartless, Kurama. We're friends. Don't be so petty. Hearing this, Naruto wiped his drool and chuckled. Stupid. Who said we're friends? That's our future selves, not now. Right? That's the future. Although I don't know what will happen then. Since we can be friends, it proves that we can do the same now. So, Kurama, be my friend. Naruto earnestly declared, his smile radiating sincerity and warmth. Kurama paused, momentarily taken aback, then turned his head away, refusing to speak to Naruto any longer. Kushina Uzumaki, am I the only one who wonders what you two are arguing about? Aren't we discussing Sasuke and Naruto's marriage? Makoto Uchiha, exactly. Izumi Uchiha, I approve of this marriage. Naruto Uzumaki, your approval means nothing. I refuse. Kurama, Naruto, exactly. Sasuke Uchiha, well, I don't care, Mom, do as you wish, I have no objections. Sasuke recalled Naruto's smiling face, and a faint blush crept onto his cheeks. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he seemed to have fallen for Naruto at first sight. At this moment, the Ninja Academy was filled with wails, and the sound of shattering glass echoed everywhere as Sasuke's fangirls collapsed to the ground in disbelief at what they had witnessed. Sasuke, I'm going to kill you. Naruto was immensely furious. He regarded Sasuke as a brother, yet Sasuke seemed to have designs on him. Although Sasuke wanted to pursue his sister, she was essentially his clone. Equivalent to another version of himself. In an instant, Naruto's azure eyes transformed into a furious crimson, the kaleidoscope Sharingan whirling rapidly, unleashing a terrifying power and chakra that overwhelmed the academy. The next second, a colossal golden giant erupted from the ground, its immense form causing the entire Ninja Academy to crumble beneath its weight. Naruto, quickly revert back. Seeing the destruction of the academy, Iruka was furious, pointing at the giant's head where Naruto stood. Haha, my apologies, Iruka-sensei, I truly didn't mean to. Hearing Iruka's voice, Naruto finally realized what he had done and panicked, manipulating the giant to pick up the shattered walls around him, attempting to reconstruct the Ninja Academy. Unfortunately, as soon as those walls were touched, they splintered into pieces, rendering reconstruction impossible. Can this ordinary kaleidoscope unlock the complete body Susanoo? Moreover, the previous 6th Hokage was also that colossal golden giant, visible from a certain position in the Hidden Leaf Village. Senju Tobirama observed the golden giant, deep in thought. This fool, originally intending to return to the academy, upon seeing the golden giant, Sasuke instantly understood that the academy was beyond saving. So he hurriedly fled to another location. Uncertain of where he was heading. In an instant, the entire Hidden Leaf Village was in chaos. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was 2 p.m. The light in the sky appeared punctually, and the system's voice followed suit. Ding! Time's up. The second round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament begins now. All attention, please. Now commencing the first match of the second round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki vs. 8th Hokage Shikamaru. Please prepare, as the selection of the battle arena is about to begin. Battlefield selection complete. The first match of the second round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki vs. 8th Hokage Shikamaru will be held in the capital of the Land of Fire. Both contestants, please take your positions. Teleportation will commence in 3 seconds. Come on, Naruto, show some mercy. Don't let me lose too embarrassingly. As the appointed time arrived, Shikamaru, resting against a tree, slowly rose to his feet and addressed Naruto, who was beside him snacking with choji. He possessed a profound understanding of his own abilities, in the face of someone as formidable as Naruto. Even with the power of the Shadow Demon, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Moreover, when he received his rewards, Naruto had also been granted his share. No problem, I'll make sure to go easy on you. Naruto declared, just as 2 beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping both him and Shikamaru and lifting them into the heavens. Shortly thereafter, the blank screen of the sky revealed a bustling city. Comparable in size to Konoha, the architecture was unremarkable, composed of ordinary wooden or brick houses, yet many of these edifices were impressively large, with the central structure occupying 1/10 of the entire city. The 2 beams of light settled onto the street, transforming into the figures of Naruto and Shikamaru. Chapter 32. The second round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament begins. Both participants have been teleported. Now, adjustments to their states will commence. Ding! Due to the fact that the 8th Hokage, Shikamaru, has only 1 reward, while the 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, possesses 2, The 7th Hokage is required to select one reward for this battle. Furthermore, as Uzumaki Naruto's peak era was overwhelmingly powerful, capable of overpowering other Hokages, this system has decided to impose certain restrictions for this match. In this Hokage tournament, Naruto may only utilize Sage Fox mode. Both 6 Paths mode and Heavy Ion mode are prohibited. This reminder will only occur once. Subsequent instances will be incorporated into the competition rules. As compensation, upon achieving victory, Naruto may elevate his rewards from 1 to 2. And may choose any 2 from 3 available options. Honestly, I was looking forward to experiencing 6 Paths mode and Heavy Ion mode. Naruto lamented upon hearing this news, feeling a twinge of regret. Those 2 modes had only surfaced in his memories, and he had yet to experience the full might they offered, yet the system had already barred them from him. I said I wasn't your opponent to begin with. And now you impose these restrictions? Do you truly wish to deprive me of my chances? Shikamaru, standing opposite Naruto, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him at Naruto's words. His previously lackluster eyes now shimmered with a hint of disbelief. If he struggled against the QB mode, how could he possibly contend with 6 Paths and Heavy Ion modes? That left him with no dignity whatsoever. Is that what you want to experience? Naruto scratched his head awkwardly, suddenly aware that he had overlooked Shikamaru's feelings in his eagerness to play. Suddenly, a screen materialized before Naruto, and the system's voice echoed in his ears. 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. Please select one ability from the 2 you have acquired for this round. Got it. I'll go with this one. Naruto glanced at the options and swiftly made his selection. Both participants' states have been adjusted. The system now announces that the second round of the Hokage tournament, Match 1, featuring 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto versus 8th Hokage Nara Shikamaru, is officially underway. I'm coming at you, Shikamaru, with the system's announcement fading. Naruto clapped his hands together, instantly entering QB mode. Oh dear, I've chosen the wrong friend. But, Naruto, if you underestimate me, you are in for a rude awakening. Shadow Demon. Go! Shikamaru shed his previous lethargy. His shadow suddenly surged, and a figure emerged from it, merging into his being. Instantly, Shikamaru's form appeared somewhat ethereal, his once pineapple-shaped hairstyle now flowing longer, radiating a visible dark aura. He swiftly dove into the shadow of a nearby wall. Vanishing from sight. What just happened? And where did Shikamaru's presence go? Naruto exclaimed in surprise and curiosity, hastily activating his sensory abilities to locate Shikamaru, yet he could not pinpoint his location. The spectators observing the battle began to fervently discuss the unfolding events. 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki. What is going on? He just vanished into the shadows, and from Naruto's expression, it seems he cannot sense his opponent. 2nd Tsuchikage Mu. This must be the ability of that special creature known as the Shadow Demon that Shikamaru acquired. It likely allows him to merge with his master, granting him the power to enter shadows and conceal his presence. 4th Raikage AI. It seems the Shadow Demon is a creature uniquely suited to our ninja ways. Be careful. Naruto, he is hiding in your shadow. Just as Naruto searched for Shikamaru's whereabouts, Kurama suddenly shouted within him. Upon hearing the warning, Naruto instinctively leaped into the AI in the next instant. A figure erupted from his shadow, sliding stealthily towards where Naruto had just stood, leaving no sound. Only a graceful black arc shimmering through the air. That figure quickly dove back into the shadows, and in a flash, a small wind release. Spiraling shuriken was hurled towards the spot where the figure had vanished, expanding rapidly before detonating, leaving a massive crater roughly 10 meters in diameter on the ground. Did I hit him? Naruto mused, though he sensed it was unlikely he had made contact. No, he evaded you the moment you struck. He is now 100 meters away, hidden in the shadow of a wall. This ability is rather troublesome, Kurama replied, though his attention was focused on devising a strategy to counter Shikamaru's ability. Senju Tobirama. He is so fast. He just shifted to a shadow 100 meters away in an instant. Is he capable of traversing any shadow? Namikaze Minato. If that is the case, this could become quite challenging. Although it's daytime, there are still numerous shadows. If we cannot detect his location, we'll only be able to defend passively. Yamanaka Ino. But I noticed Naruto seemed to sense Shikamaru's attack just in time to evade it. Uzumaki Naruto. That is Kurama's malicious perception ability. It allows us to sense any ill intent directed at us. As long as there is malice, we can detect the opponent's presence. Haruno Sakura. So that is how it works. It appears that Naruto's ability counters Shikamaru quite effectively. Senju Hashirama. However, aside from malicious perception, It seems that Shikamaru can conceal his presence, making him undetectable to us, while Naruto can counter him. We cannot, which complicates matters that it seems we'll need to bombard all the shadows simultaneously. Uchiha Madara, why not obliterate the entire arena? Let us see how he dodges that. Fourth Raikage AI, but how much power would be required to level the whole area? As the discussion among the spectators unfolded, Naruto and Shikamaru had already exchanged several rounds of blows. The moment Naruto once again identified Shikamaru's location through malicious perception, he shouted, "Kurama, let us go all out and demolish the entire arena." In an instant, a surge of golden chakra erupted from Naruto, transforming into a colossal golden nine-tails fox. Chapter 33. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Nara Shikamaru Continuous-tailed beast balls. The black-tailed beast balls coalesced within the mouth of the enormous golden nine-tails fox before being unleashed in rapid succession, striking the distant buildings with explosive force. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of thunderous explosions echoed throughout the sky as numerous structures were obliterated, dazzling light shooting into the heavens. How is that? Did I defeat him? Naruto questioned, gazing at the radiant glow in the distance, uncertainty creeping into his voice. What do you think? The system's voice remained silent, yet Naruto could still sense Shikamaru's malice. That it was evident that, aside from his ability to move swiftly through shadows, Shikamaru possessed other capabilities as well. Kurama shook his head, casting an exasperated glance at Naruto. In previous matches, the system's voice had always chimed in immediately after a battle concluded. The absence of that sound meant Shikamaru had not been defeated. This should have been common sense. As the smoke from the explosions gradually dissipated, the scene revealed itself. Shikamaru was now sprinting rapidly towards the shadows in the distance. This sight appeared normal, yet Kurama sensed something was amiss. Wait a moment, that speed doesn't make sense. Naruto charged towards Shikamaru to engage in close combat, needing to confirm a few details first. All right, he nodded in response, instinctively following Kurama's advice without a second thought, immediately reverting from his tailed beast mode and rushing directly at Shikamaru. Has it been discovered? There was no remedy for this. He could only endure it. Shikamaru, with a sidelong glance at the golden flash approaching him, felt his expression darken. He unleashed the red chakra of the nine tails, forming a tailed beast cloak, and two black blades appeared at his sides. Simultaneously, Shikamaru's previously swift speed noticeably diminished. I can't believe you're going to use this power I gave you to defend against my attack. Just as Shikamaru shifted into his form, Naruto had already teleported to him. While forming a blue Rasengan in his right hand, he launched it straight at Shikamaru. How could that be? This is your power. Using it in front of you is simply foolish. I never intended to defend against it. Shikamaru chuckled at this, knowing he was far from foolish enough to use Nine-Tails chakra to block Naruto's assault. After all, the chakra he possessed was merely a fraction of what Naruto had bestowed upon him. Likely not even 1% of Kurama's total chakra. Only a fool would attempt such a thing. So, what are you? Naruto began to ask Shikamaru how he planned to block his attack when his Rasengan passed right through Shikamaru. At the same time, Shikamaru swung the black blades from his arms, but their speed was significantly sluggish. For an ordinary person, dodging might be challenging. However, for a ninja like Naruto, it was painfully slow, with a swift teleportation. Naruto leaped out of the range of Shikamaru's attack. What just happened? My attack went right through. Indeed, just as Naruto was puzzled about how his attack had passed through, Kurama seemed to have come to a realization. What do you mean, indeed? What is going on, Kurama? Hold on, let me explain it slowly. The current situation is likely due to the ability bestowed upon Shikamaru by that shadow demon. And while Kurama was conveying his analysis to Naruto, many in the barrage had already deduced Shikamaru's abilities. Uchiha Madara. Currently, it appears that Shikamaru's abilities can be categorized into two types. One is high-speed movement within shadows, and the other resembles Obito's Kimui intangibility. Of course, it could also simply be a form of phasing through attacks, allowing him to bypass any physical assault and counterattack, albeit with a limited range. However, it seems that entering the second state significantly slows down his overall speed. Uchiha Izuna. In simpler terms, he is immune to physical attacks while also capable of counterattacking. However, his speed is too slow. As long as his reaction speed is decent, he can completely evade. Uchiha Obito. The issue is that he has also activated Nine-Tails chakra to augment himself. Even so, if his speed is already this slow, that weakness becomes glaringly obvious. A certain Konoha villager, I'm not saying you Uchiha are being excessive, but you two are leaking our Hokage village's intelligence. A certain Kumogakure Jonin, to the person above. I think you're overthinking it. Any clever individual should be able to deduce this information. Understood. So if Shikamaru is slower, then he has entered a state akin to the previous 6th Hokage's Kimyui intangibility, allowing him to evade any physical attack. Precisely, and Naruto should be cautious of those 2 black blades. Although we are uncertain of their power, it is advisable not to be struck by them, as it would be quite humiliating. Who would get hit by something so slow? Their attack speed is painfully sluggish. Regardless, just be careful. Sigh. If only you knew Jinjutsu. Otherwise, we could try to see if illusions would affect Shikamaru. As Kurama sighed, he lamented that compared to Taijutsu and Ninjutsu, Naruto was most inept at Jinjutsu. In this situation, it was unrealistic to expect Naruto to resort to verbal tactics against an opponent who had not even darkened. This battle was more akin to a friendly match, albeit a life-or-death one. But ultimately, no one would perish. Thus, verbal tactics would prove ineffective. There's no choice. I'll attack again to see if I can find Shikamaru's flaw. Indeed, for now, that is the only option. Be cautious. Understood. Naruto declared and charged once more, engaging Shikamaru in a clash of taijutsu. Naruto's attacks were ferocious, yet amidst the fury, there was a hint of gentleness, reminiscent of the gentle fist style of the Hyuga clan. Albeit distinct, that it seemed to have absorbed some strengths of the gentle fist, exhibiting rapid shifts between offense and defense. Coupled with Naruto's speed, his offensive maneuvers appeared exceptionally fierce, as Shikamaru's counterattacks were considerably simpler. Utilizing his ability to be immune to any physical assault to evade Naruto's onslaught while launching counterattacks, with the black blades tracing arcs in the air. However, Naruto's strikes were evaded by Shikamaru through the phasing ability granted by the Shadow Demon, while Shikamaru's attacks were dodged by Naruto's incredible speed, resulting in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. Chapter 34. Shikamaru's tricky phasing ability, Vortex Kushina. I can't bear to watch any longer. Naruto has been attacking for nearly 5 minutes, yet he hasn't landed a single hit. If this continues, neither will be able to prevail, and will end up in a draw. Namikaze Minato. From what we've seen, Naruto has tried taijutsu and ninjutsu. The only thing left is Jinjutsu, which he has yet to attempt. Uchiha Obito. But the problem is, if Naruto hasn't used a single Jinjutsu, it might indicate that he actually doesn't know any. If that's the case, he should have tried it by now. Uchiha Izuna. No way. How could Naruto, with his Sharingan, not know any Jinjutsu? That would be a disgrace to our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku. Izuna. To clarify, Naruto is not one of us. He is a vortex. Uchiha Izuna. I know that, but didn't he acquire our Uchiha Sharingan? Plus, when his sister Vortex Naruko marries into our Uchiha clan, as someone of the same lineage, she would naturally adopt our surname. Wouldn't that mean they are part of our Uchiha clan then? Vortex Mito. Enough. Naruko is not enough. You want to take Naruto too? You Uchiha are truly insatiable. Let me tell you, from now on, either Uchiha Sasuke changes his surname to Vortex Sasuke as part of the family, or he won't even think about marrying Naruko. Uchiha Sasuke. What have I done to deserve this? Why should I change my surname? Aren't you all getting a bit off topic? We are discussing the battle here, not my marriage. Vortex Naruko. Exactly. Aren't we supposed to be figuring out how to counter Shikamaru's phasing ability? How did we end up on the topic of marriage? Narashikaku. No, I must say that the previous topic was quite interesting. We could continue discussing it. Kurama, Naruko, I don't know what you're trying to do. Trying to change the topic is futile, and don't push me to your home for a riot. Narashikaku. Isn't it easy for me as a father? Akimichi Choji, Shikaku. Your good intentions have been accepted by Shikamaru, but things haven't gone as planned. There's nothing we can do. Yamanaka and Oichi. Exactly. In this situation, we should simply cheer for Shikamaru from the sidelines. Vortex Kushina. Go. Naruto, Mom believes in you. Ugh, after all this time, why has it yielded any results? Shikamaru's ability seems limitless in duration. Aside from lowering his overall speed, it appears to have no drawbacks whatsoever. Naruto had been attacking Shikamaru for quite some time, exhausting himself, even gasping for breath, yet he still couldn't find any flaws in Shikamaru's phasing ability. Meanwhile, Shikamaru appeared remarkably relaxed, although the Nine-Tails chakra had completely dissipated from his body. He remained in a phasing state, leisurely moving towards the nearest shadow. There's no choice. Naruto, what is your Manjiki Sharingan technique? The opponent has already revealed his unique ability. We must also employ ours. Kurama pondered for a long time, unable to devise a method to counter Shikamaru's phasing ability, and thus turned to Naruto. My Manjiki technique? Yes, the ability you chose this time is the Manjiki Sharingan. Right? Besides Susanoo, there are two other techniques. Let us hope these two techniques possess a means to counter that ability. Otherwise, this battle will truly devolve into a stalemate. Indeed, let us give it a try and see if it proves useful. Naruto nodded, his eyes swiftly transforming into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. He quickly distanced himself from Shikamaru, raising both hands and forcefully striking the ground. His kaleidoscope eye spun rapidly, channeling a peculiar energy into the earth. Is Naruto about to employ his kaleidoscopic ocular technique? Although I am unaware of its nature, I must act swiftly. Observing this scene, Shikamaru immediately grasped Naruto's intent. Gritting his teeth, he dispelled his intangible state and shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, aiming to dive into the shadows before Naruto's ocular technique took effect. However, just as Shikamaru was about to touch the shadows, the ground beneath him began to tremble violently, and he felt himself uncontrollably sliding backward. What is happening? I am not retreating. No, the very earth is compelling me to withdraw. Shikamaru quickly realized that it was not his own movement, but rather the land beneath his feet that was propelling him backward at an alarming speed. Yet, this raised further questions. Was the Earth's movement a consequence of Naruto's ocular technique? Hello, though I do not know you, it seems my father does not wish for you to enter the shadows. Therefore, I must apologize and ask you to remain here quietly. Just as Shikamaru pondered the situation, a hearty voice emanated from beneath his feet. What on earth is this? Startled, Shikamaru looked down, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. The ground had inexplicably formed a pair of enormous eyes and a mouth, resembling a sentient creature. This spectacle not only shocked Shikamaru, but also astonished all who were spectating the battle. Inuzuka Kiba, what in the world is happening? How can there be eyes and a mouth on the ground? Uchiha Itachi, is this Naruto's kaleidoscopic ocular technique? What sort of ability is this? Uchiha Madara, it appears so. But what kind of ability grants life to the earth, or perhaps governs it? Senju Tobirama, the kaleidoscopic techniques are countless, and one is bound to emerge that defies comprehension. Senju Hashirama, it does not seem to grant life to the earth. However, did the system not mention before that the kaleidoscopic Sharingan is the eye of the heart? When activated, what does the user most desire? They gain the corresponding ability. So, what was Naruto thinking when he activated his eyes? Vortex Mito, only Naruto would know. Namikaze Minato, setting that aside. It seems Naruto's ability is ineffective against Shikamaru's intangible technique. Nara Shikaku, why does it feel like you are attempting to change the subject? Vortex Kushina, what subject change? Are we not discussing how to counter your son's intangible ability? I merely mentioned that Naruto intended to use his ocular technique to respond, though it seems to have limited effect. Chapter 35. Naruto's kaleidoscopic power. This is absurd. The land possesses consciousness and is capable of attacking. Shikamaru beheld the earth rising like waves, his lips twitching involuntarily as he swiftly shifted into an intangible state to evade the onslaught. Simultaneously, he was bombarded by the incessant murmurs emanating from the ground's mouth. Repeating, in the name of Father, I shall eliminate you. In the name of Father, I shall eliminate you. Naruto, what on earth is your kaleidoscopic ocular technique? Kurama watched this scene, unable to suppress a grimace as the earth sprouted eyes and a mouth, behaving as if alive, surging forth like waves towards a target. What truly vexed Kurama was the phrase, in the name of Father, which unmistakably referred to Naruto. Haha. My two kaleidoscopic ocular techniques are called bestowal. One grants life, while the other bestows a soul, enabling any non-living entity to act as if it were a living being. The capabilities of the bestowed entity correlate with its inherent properties. For instance, the earth I have imbued with life and soul possesses the ability to control the land. Upon hearing about Naruto's kaleidoscopic abilities, Kurama fell silent and then inquired with concern, is there a limit? What is the lifespan of entities you bestow life upon? Such an extraordinary power, does it pose any danger to you? Once given life and thought, will they obey your commands? Naruto pondered how best to explain the intricacies of his ocular technique to Kurama. There are indeed limits. My two kaleidoscopic techniques function like two buckets that store vast amounts of chakra. While they do not deplete my chakra reserves, the chakra stored within can only be utilized for the ocular techniques. The amount stored is approximately 10 times my chakra capacity, as long as I do not exhaust the chakra within the kaleidoscope. Utilizing the ocular technique entails no adverse effects, aside from potentially diminishing my vision like a typical kaleidoscope. The lifespan of the entities I bestow life upon is determined by the chakra I infuse. With stronger entities requiring more chakra and consequently having shorter lifespans that I ask for their loyalty, any being I grant life to is unfailingly loyal to me. And what happens if the stored chakra is depleted? Kurama pressed on. In that case, my own chakra and yours would be consumed. If both were to be exhausted, it would mean we have completely depleted our chakra. As for what happens next, I cannot say, as I have yet to experience chakra depletion, although it has appeared in my memories. Naruto scratched his head, acknowledging that he had not truly experienced chakra depletion, despite having encountered it in past memories. I understand. In that case, Naruto, listen carefully to what I propose. After grasping the nature of Naruto's ocular abilities, Kurama's mind raced with a plan, leaning down to whisper his strategy into Naruto's ear. All right, I comprehend. Naruto nodded vigorously and swiftly set about executing the plan. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was becoming increasingly despondent under the relentless assault of the earth. As a strategist, Shikamaru's jutsu relied heavily on intelligence. Utilizing family secret techniques alongside the shadow manipulation he had gained from previous victories. However, both his family jutsu and shadow manipulation lacked the capacity for wide-scale attacks, with his primary offensive power stemming from explosive tags. Explosive tags are effective against ordinary individuals, and even formidable ninjas with exceptional defenses are not immune. However, Shikamaru's opponent was anything but ordinary, setting aside the fact that Naruto possessed the Nine-Tails chakra. Shikamaru's explosive tags merely created craters that the animated earth quickly restored. Moreover, the very earth seemed aware of Shikamaru's ability to meld into the shadows, consciously avoiding his entry into them, resulting in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. This is a nuisance. Does your ocular technique lack a time limit? What are you planning? Shikamaru lamented, having just detonated 2 explosive tags that barely dented the earth before it rapidly healed. Haha, soon you shall see, Shikamaru. I guarantee you will be pleasantly surprised, Naruto declared, standing beneath a wall, his palm pressed against its shadow, while his kaleidoscopic eyes continued to whirl at high speed. The unique chakra stored within the kaleidoscope surged forth, animating the shadows in a manner imperceptible to the untrained eye. Good heavens, what kind of infernal ninjutsu is this? System, I surrender. I wish to end this, Shikamaru exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he witnessed the unfolding scene. Feeling an overwhelming desire to abandon the fight. Ding, reminder, to surrender, you must obtain the consent of your opponent, Uzumaki Naruto. Furthermore, although this match will result in a victory for Uzumaki Naruto, he will receive no rewards. Are you certain you wish to choose surrender? Senju Tobirama. What? No rewards for surrendering. I was hoping to directly forfeit when facing my brother, but it seems I have no choice but to engage. Uchiha Izuna, TCH. Senju Tobirama. What does it matter? You could just surrender. It's not like you can defeat your brother anyway. Senju Tobirama. Why do I detect a hint of jealousy? Could it be someone as envious of not receiving rewards? Unable to resurrect and grow stronger. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Sasuke's focus diverged from that of others. While they were preoccupied with Senju Hashirama, he found himself captivated by Naruto. To him, Naruto, possessing the advanced sage body, had once been at the bottom of the ranks, clearly having squandered his innate talents due to insufficient training. Suddenly, 2 beams of light descended from the heavens. One enveloped Naruto, while the other settled in his hand, transforming into a radiant green orb. Concurrently, memories flowed into Naruto's mind. Before he could ponder further, a beam of light descended, whisking him away from the battlefield and returning him to the Ninja Academy in Konoha. So this is how it works, Naruto mused, playfully examining the green orb in his hand before initiating a barrage of messages on the screen. Naruto Uzumaki. Mom, Dad, who should I resurrect first, Minato or Kushina? Minato Namikaze. Naruto. Start by bringing back your mother. There's no rush for me. After all, I'm a contestant too, and winning could grant me a chance for resurrection. Kushina Uzumaki. Minato. Really? Alright then. Kushina had initially intended to let Naruto choose whom to resurrect. Understanding both as a mother and a wife, her own longing to see her son mirrored in her husband's heart. Yet, it seemed she was a step behind, for Minato's suggestion would undoubtedly lead Naruto to choose her without hesitation. After all, as Minato had pointed out, the competition continued, and there would still be opportunities for resurrection rewards. Thus, at the cost of this life, Naruto whispered to the green orb, "Revive my mother, Kushina Uzumaki." The orb erupted in brilliant green light, floating upward and gradually expanding into a human form. Simultaneously, in the Pure Land, a radiant green light enveloped Kushina, drawing her back to the world of the living. In the Ninja Academy, a dazzling green glow illuminated the space, revealing a woman clad in casual attire, her beautiful red hair cascading down. "Mom!" X2'd upon seeing her. Naruto and Boruto momentarily froze, at a loss for words, ultimately uttering a simple, "Mom." Naruto, Boruto. Kushina opened her eyes and, unlike her sons, who were bewildered, immediately embraced them. Tears cascaded down like pearls, each drop embodying all her longing and emotions in that embrace. "Mom, a bit gentler. I can't breathe." Kushina's grip was so tight it felt as though she wished to merge them into her very being, rendering them breathless. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Upon hearing their muffled voices, Kushina hastily released them, her demeanor flustered as she attempted to comfort them. After all, it was her first time as a mother, and she had no prior experience. The last time she saw Naruto, he was but a child, and now he had grown, soon to graduate from the Ninja Academy and become a ninja. Furthermore, she now had not just a son but also a daughter. Sasuke, witnessing the reunion of mother and children, couldn't help but reminisce about the happier times spent with his own family. Intensifying his resentment towards Itachi Uchiha in an instant, he silently vowed revenge. Meanwhile, their companions remained discreet, choosing not to interrupt this long-awaited reunion. Yet, amidst their quietude, another presence would intrude: the system. Ding! The second round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament begins. Third Hokage Hiruzen Tsuratobi versus fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Contestants, please prepare. The battle arena is now being selected. Selection complete. The battle arena for the Strongest Hokage Tournament. Round 2. Match 2. Third Hokage Hiruzen Tsuratobi versus fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze will take place in Konoha Village, the version that has endured the baptism of Shinra Tensei. Contestants, take your positions. Teleportation will commence in 3 seconds. Wait, what does it mean by the version that has endured the baptism of Shinra Tensei? Senju Tobirama inquired, looking towards Hiruzen Tsuratobi, clearly seeking clarification. Such an event had never transpired in their village. It must have occurred in the future. Hiruzen shook his head, affirming that in the decades he had watched over Konoha, no such calamity had ever befallen them. The future? What exactly happened? His previous intelligence had been woefully inadequate. Was it the Akatsuki, Uchiha Obito, or the Otsutsuki clan? Chapter 38. The Strongest Hokage Tournament. Round 2. Match 2 begins. Countless remnants of walls lay scattered, a vast crater dominating the landscape. Were it not for the Hokage rock in the distance, one would scarcely recognize this as Konoha, once the foremost village in the ninja world. 2 beams of light fell from the sky, materializing into 2 figures: Hiruzen Tsuratobi, the third Hokage, and Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Is this truly our village? How could it have become like this? Hiruzen gazed around, unable to reconcile the desolation with the village he had devoted his life to protecting. That's pain. This time, it appears there's no one else around. Minato, like Hiruzen, surveyed the surroundings, his keen eyes quickly spotting the Deva path of pain hovering in the air. It was evident that this battlefield was markedly different from their previous encounters. Senju Hashirama. "Oh no, my village, my and Madara's labor. Who did this to our home?" Senju Tobirama. "Calm down, brother. The images we see are of the future, and as long as we are revived, no one will dare harm the village again." Naruto Uzumaki. "Damn it. Although I recall this scene from my memories, seeing it again fills me with rage." Third Tsuchika Jinoki. "Wait, isn't there someone standing in the air? It looks like Pain from the Akatsuki." Fourth Kazekage Raza. "Indeed, it is Pain. This battlefield seems different from before. It appears there are people present this time." Correct, considering the potential disparity in strength among the contestants, which might lead to discouragement and lack of engagement. This system has deliberately introduced environmental variables into the battlefield. Thus, in this match, contestants must not only contend with their opponents, but also be wary of the images present. While these images cannot be harmed, their attacks can inflict damage upon you, and the battle must remain within a 1-kilometer radius of these images. Senju Tobirama. So, the upcoming battle requires us to navigate not only our opponents, but also the unpredictable dynamics of the battlefield. Nara Shikamaru. Why wasn't this in place during my match with Naruto? If it had been, I wouldn't have had to concede. I genuinely couldn't breach Naruto's defenses. During his previous encounter with Naruto, it wasn't that Shikamaru wished to surrender, but rather he had exhausted most of his chakra without inflicting a single scratch on Naruto. His own jutsu simply lacked the power to penetrate Naruto's defenses. Though the shadow possession technique granted him unparalleled survivability, it did not provide him with any decisive moves. Honestly, had he possessed even one technique capable of overcoming Naruto's defenses, he would never have chosen to concede. Isn't this an improvement based on the issues I identified during your match? Nara Shikamaru. Fine, enough chit-chat. Let us commence the Strongest Hokage Tournament, Round 2, Match 2. 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi vs. 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. Let the battle begin. It's time. As the system's announcement concluded, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze swiftly assumed fighting stances, preparing to launch their attacks when suddenly, a desperate cry echoed throughout the village. Naruto, come back now. I beg you, Naruto. The voice in the front was filled with despair, while the voice behind resonated like a heart-wrenching wail, imbued with boundless grief and indignation, pleading for help from the one person in whom he had the utmost faith. At this moment, the most formidable summoning technique in history was unleashed with a resounding bang. A cloud of white smoke erupted, swiftly dispersing with the wind to reveal a strikingly handsome figure. Golden short hair framed his face. With orange eyeshadow accentuating his orange slit pupils, he donned a long red and black trench coat that flowed elegantly with the breeze, evoking admiration for his undeniable charm and poise. That it was Naruto. Looking at the dashing Naruto standing atop Gamabunta, Minato Namikaze couldn't help but smile, his heart brimming with joy. After all, no father wishes for anything less than his son to surpass him. Naruto, you finally arrived. Saving me quite a bit of time, as Naruto made his entrance. Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, descended from the sky, followed by the other 5 Pains in succession. Tsunade appeared on the battlefield, her expression filled with fury as she confronted the 6 paths of pain. Unforgivable, I shall never forgive you, Pain. Each word dripped with venom, her rage palpable, as if she bore an ancient grudge, and indeed, it was a grudge, had she not exhausted her chakra to protect the remaining villagers. Konoha could have been erased from the annals of the ninja world. I am the 5th Hokage. You have ravaged the dreams and relics of our ancestors, and I shall not forgive you. Here, as Hokage, I shall settle this matter. Though Tsunade appeared as a mere wisp of her former self, her tone and gaze remained unyielding. However, Pain regarded her fury with indifference, replying blandly, "It seems you have a slight understanding of what pain is. Nevertheless, I have no time for you now. What I seek is..." Before he could finish, Azura Path charged towards Tsunade, launching a surprise attack. The speed was such that Tsunade, already at her limits, had no chance to evade. Just at that critical moment, Naruto descended with a Rasengan, striking Azura Path into the ground. "You seek me, don't you?" Naruto's gaze locked onto Pain, his eyes ablaze with vengeful fury. Tsunade gazed upon Naruto's back, envisioning 2 towering figures. These adversaries don't even require our Hokage's intervention. Granny, retreat, and take your time to sip tea. Naruto suddenly turned to Tsunade, exuding confidence from every pore. The sage mode he had attained was formidable enough to protect his beloved village. "Haha, I never expected that little rascal from back then has grown up." Sarutobi Hiruzen burst into laughter, reminiscing about Naruto as a mischievous child. Yet, this child had transformed into a remarkably reliable and strikingly handsome warrior, filling Hiruzen, who had always considered Naruto his grandson, with immense pride. Chapter 39, Sarutobi Hiruzen vs. Minato Namikaze. Within the Ninja Academy, everyone stared at Naruto in astonishment. This sudden attention made Naruto uncomfortable, prompting him to ask the crowd, "Why are you all looking at me like that? Is that really you on the screen?" Ino pondered before finally voicing her question, unable to contain her curiosity. After all, everyone was well aware of how Naruto used to be clumsy, fond of pranks, and with an unremarkable appearance, likely due to the 6 whisker marks on his face, which made him less appealing to the girls in the academy. Yet, in the video, both Sage Naruto's looks and demeanor were undeniably charismatic, domineering yet exuding a sense of safety. And most importantly, he was incredibly charming. Had he rescued someone other than Tsunade, perhaps a girl of his own age, it would have been a classic case of a hero saving a damsel in distress. potentially winning her heart in the process. Thus, it was clear that the sage Naruto in the video could undoubtedly fulfill the role of a dreamboat in the eyes of many girls. Of course, it's me. Ino, did you not hear the voice calling my name earlier? Speaking of which, your voice sounds so familiar, like Sakura's, as Naruto spoke. He turned his gaze to Sakura, and without realizing it, he had begun to refer to her without the affectionate suffix he used before. That does sound like Sakura's voice. Wow, Sakura, you wouldn't happen to have developed feelings for Naruto, would you? Otherwise, why would you call out his name in such a perilous moment? And he appeared just as you shouted? Ino, Sakura's close friend, looked at her with a knowing expression. In no way. Sakura instinctively denied it, though her tone lacked conviction. After all, the situation in the video was evident. Girls often first think of calling for help from the ones they like. Moreover, Sage Naruto's charm and powerful aura indeed made Sakura's heart race uncontrollably. Humph, boring, Sasuke snorted, feeling inexplicably dissatisfied as he turned his gaze toward the battle on the screen. As Sage Naruto launched his attack on Pain. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Minato Namikaze sprang into action. As if a switch had been flipped, Minato threw numerous kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique around Hiruzen. Come forth, Monkey King. Hiruzen summoned his spirit beast. The Monkey King, transforming it into a golden staff, instantly grasping Minato's strategy. You think you can take me down with such tricks? Minato smirked, tossing a flash bomb toward Hiruzen. As the flash bomb detonated, he swiftly released a multitude of kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique. This a combination of the Flying Thunder God and a flash bomb. What was it called again? Spiral Flash. Forget it. I can no longer commend Minato's naming sense. The intense light from the flash bomb blinded Hiruzen momentarily, yet he was well acquainted with Minato's tactics. He quickly formed hand seals, slamming his palm into the ground. Earth style, earth flow wall. Instantly, for earthen walls rose around Hiruzen. Sage art, Rasengan. In the blink of an eye, Minato formed a Rasengan the size of a human head, positioning it against the earth flow wall with great force. Boom! The earthen wall held for 2 seconds before the Rasengan shattered it. Minato did not pursue further attacks but instead utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to relocate himself. In the next moment, a colossal shadow descended from the sky, crushing the earthen wall along with Hiruzen beneath it. Stay down. Gamabunta pinned the split hound to the ground. Ugh, I'm really not cut out for sage techniques. The little bit of sage chakra I gathered has already been depleted so quickly. Minato sighed, self-deprecatingly reflecting that although he had gathered some sage chakra, it had all been spent on the previous sage art, Rasengan. And he had barely maintained sage mode for a second before reverting. Minato, the inability to seamlessly integrate sage mode into his combat style to achieve instant activation felt like a failure. However, not everyone shared his sentiment. Jiraiya, what do you mean you're not cut out for it? Do you even let me live, Minato? Fukasaku, and you dare say that about Jiraiya, among the 3 known users of Mount Myaboka sage techniques? You're the least competent. After all these years, you still can't enter sage mode on your own without lengthy preparation, and you're still a half-finished product. Shimaku Sennin, the child's mother speaks the truth. Whether it be Watergate or Naruto, their sage mode is superior to yours. Take some time to return and practice. Now that the child of prophecy has been found, there is no need to wander aimlessly. Senju Hashirama, wait a moment. What do you mean by an excessively long preparation time in a half-finished product? What does that even signify? Isn't sage mode something one can enter with a mere gesture? Uzumaki Naruto, speaking of which, I have yet to utilize sage mode, nor have I tried the sage fox mode. Should we consider using it in the next round, Kurama? Yon Kurama, sigh, fine, if you wish to use it. Then let us do so. Jiraiya, this is excessive. Can't you two leave some dignity for others? Orochimaru, dignity is earned through one's own efforts, after decades of learning a half-baked sage technique. Who are you to complain? Jiraiya, at least that is preferable to someone who hasn't even mastered sage techniques. Tsunade, hey, Jiraiya, no full-screen attacks allowed. Senju Tobirama, indeed, sage techniques are quite challenging to master. I certainly struggled with them in my time. Even achieving a half-baked version is commendable. Senju Hashirama is adept in sage techniques, so it is impossible for Senju Tobirama not to have explored them. He merely did not succeed in mastering them. Nevertheless, this does not impede his understanding of sage techniques. Although a half-baked sage technique is not on par with a perfected one, achieving it still marks one as a notable talent. Chapter 40. The Victory of Namikaze Minato Water Release. great waterfall technique. In an instant, torrents of water surged upward like a waterfall, directly assaulting Namikaze Minato, who was with his eyes closed, gathering sage chakra. "I found you." Namikaze Minato opened his eyes, and once again, the orange hue of sage mode adorned his visage. With a swift use of the flying thunder god technique, he evaded the great waterfall technique. Lightning release, earth walk. Following this, Namikaze Minato executed a counter with lightning release, multiple strands of silvery lightning rapidly enveloping the great waterfall, flowing against the current back to its source. Observing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been hiding underground, quickly emerged from the ground. He had anticipated that the earth flow wall would be ineffective against Minato's assault, thus he had used earth release to hide beneath the surface. The earlier Sarutobi Hiruzen that was overwhelmed by Gamabunta and the splitting hound was merely a mud clone he had created. Meanwhile, his true self lay hidden underground, waiting for a chance to attack Minato, who also realized this, hence his decision to enter Sage mode to enhance his sensory abilities and locate Hiruzen. Wind release, spiraling shuriken, before Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen could make their next move. The continuously spinning spiraling shuriken expanded and erupted across the battlefield. Trouble, the golden cudgel is lengthening. Witnessing the previously exploding spiraling shuriken, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had already experienced its might, wished to avoid a second encounter. The golden cudgel in his hand elongated, carrying him away from the midair danger. Meanwhile, Namikaze Minato executed a flying thunder god, effortlessly and comfortably vacating the area. Trouble, I am unclear about the ongoing battle between Naruto and Pain, and I cannot afford to be distracted while preventing myself from being affected by their clash. I must distance myself from the battlefield and swiftly conclude this confrontation. Namikaze Minato resolved himself and turned towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's direction. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just landed and had not yet had the time to analyze the situation when he heard a multitude of piercing sounds nearby. Turning his head, he was confronted by a flurry of shuriken, resembling a rain of green light, hurtling toward him. Shadow clone shuriken technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly recognized this technique, as it was one he had created based on the shadow clone technique of his mentor. The second Hokage, earth release, earth flow wall. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly formed hand seals, striking the ground, and in the blink of an eye, a massive stone wall rose before him. The shuriken fell upon the wall like raindrops, producing a cacophony of explosions. When the light and noise subsided, the enormous stone wall was rendered nearly unrecognizable. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unharmed behind it. Sage technique. Great ball, spiraling sphere. Yet before Sarutobi Hiruzen could exhale in relief, a spiraling sphere broke through the stone wall and came crashing toward him. It turned out that while Namikaze Minato was executing the shadow clone shuriken technique, he had also thrown a flying thunder god shuriken, simultaneously gathering all his sage chakra to form the spiraling sphere. After the shadow clone shuriken attack concluded, he utilized the flying thunder god technique to teleport to this location. However, all of this transpired in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no opportunity to mount any effective defense or evade. He could only endure the impact of the spiraling sphere. Sarutobi Hiruzen cried out in anguish as he was sent flying. As he stood trembling, he glanced down at the spiraling wound on his chest, flesh mangled and gruesome. Yet there was no time to dwell on his injuries. If he did not rise quickly, he would surely lose this duel. Shadow clone technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned 4 shadow clones, unleashing a terrifying chakra from within. Each shadow clone, including his original self, formed different seals. 5 release. Great multi-shadow projectile technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively opted to unleash his ultimate technique, combining the 5 exquisite elemental releases, earth, fire, lightning, water, and wind, into the 5 release. Great multi-shadow projectile technique, which could be deemed his most powerful ninjutsu. The terrifying assault of 5 distinct elemental attacks surged toward Namikaze Minato like a tidal wave. A certain Leaf Village ninja. Haha, finally, the technique most adeptly wielded by the 3rd Hokage, the 5 release, great multi-shadow projectile technique, is here. Surely this will determine the outcome in one blow. Uchiha Kakashi, sigh. Today's youth truly lack understanding. The 3rd Hokage's 5 release, great multi-shadow projectile technique is formidable, but it's challenging to hit the 4th Hokage, who possesses the flying thunder god technique. Senju Tobirama, indeed. It seems the monkey has been rattled, resorting to such a desperate maneuver. Uzumaki Naruto. What does that mean? I don't quite understand. The 5 release, great multi-shadow projectile technique appears quite powerful. How can it be deemed desperate? Uchiha Madara, truly a fool. Your father wields the flying thunder god technique, allowing for infinite teleportation. Employing such a chakra-consuming jutsu without restraining your father's actions is an utterly unwise choice. I say, Third Hokage, it has been a while. Have you forgotten my signature technique? Observing the oncoming assault akin to a tidal wave, Namikaze Minato remained remarkably composed, even finding time to retort with a final whoosh. He vanished from his location, appearing at Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. Spiraling sphere. Oh no, is it just as I feared? Sarutobi Hiruzen had no time to contemplate, as the spiraling sphere struck his head, delivering a devastating blow. Simultaneously, Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clones dissipated into white mist, 5 clouds of mist materializing on the battlefield. Oh, that was it. You intended to ambush me while I used the flying thunder god? But Third Hokage, you didn't realize that I too left my flying thunder god mark on you. As he saw the white mist rising at his feet, Namikaze Minato immediately comprehended Sarutobi Hiruzen's scheme. The next moment, the system's voice echoed in the sky. Second round, second match of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen versus 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. The victor is 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Congratulations to the victor, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Reward, Basic Sage Body. Chapter 41, Second Round, Third Match of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. Basic Sage Body. It seems rather insignificant for someone like me who is dead. Upon witnessing the reward he had received, Namikaze Minato scratched his head, then executed a flying thunder god to return to the location where Senju Naruto and Six Paths Pain were engaged in battle. Eager to witness the remainder of that confrontation and observe his son's valiant performance. However, the system would not grant him that opportunity. A luminous orb descended from the sky, merging into Namikaze Minato's body. And a beam of light whisked him away from the battlefield. It did not allow Minato to witness the ongoing battle nearby. Namikaze Minato. System, what harm would it cause to let me finish watching that battle? I wish to see my son's heroic demeanor as he fights. There will be ample opportunity later. You can watch at your leisure. Now, we shall commence the second round, third match of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. Senju Hashirama. Ah, is it so soon? Didn't the matches usually have a 1 or 2 minute interval after they concluded? Thus, the system has yet to prepare both of you brothers for your entrance. Senju Hashirama. Oh, Senju Tobirama. Sigh. System, you should start promptly. Whether early or late, the outcome remains the same. Senju Tobirama, well aware of the disparity between himself and his elder brother, has resigned himself to the inevitable loss, planning merely to engage in a casual contest and, once he exhausts his chakra, allow his brother to defeat him, securing victory and rewards. The system evidently comprehends Senju Tobirama's intentions. Apologies, this system requires some time for preparation, as there exists a notable gap in strength between you and your brother. Thus, this system can only assist you in slightly mitigating your disadvantage on the battlefield. Fear not. There will undoubtedly be an entity within the forthcoming arena capable of vanquishing your brother. Uchiha Madara. Oh ho, to defeat Hashirama. You have instantly captured my attention. System, pray tell, what exists in the upcoming arena that can bring down Hashirama? That is a secret. Continue your conversation for now, and await further information from this system. Uchiha Madara. Wait, system. Let us not play the riddle game. Quickly disclose the details. My curiosity is quite piqued. System, respond. Senju Tobirama. Cease your shouting. No matter how much you holler, the system will not reply. We shall soon find out. Uchiha Madara. But I cannot bear to wait even a single second. What manner of being possesses the power to defeat Hashirama? What formidable attack could it unleash? Could it be that I, destined to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, would face such an adversary? That would be splendid. Ha. Uchiha Izuna. Brother, calm yourself. Why do you become so frenzied upon encountering matters related to Senju Hashirama? Uchiha Madara. You do not understand. My dear Izuna, I have only ever lost to Senju Hashirama in my life. This is a matter of great shame for us, the Uchiha clan, that I must reclaim our honor, for the sake of our lineage. Uchiha Izuna. Indeed, for the sake of our Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama. Hold on. Although it is peculiar to hear such words from Uchiha Madara, your clan now consists of merely 3 members, and at this rate, It seems the Uchiha clan may face extinction in a few decades. Uchiha Taijima. Wait. What did you just say? 3 members. Who are they? Uchiha Sasuke. Clearly, it refers to myself, my detestable brother Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Sasuke. Based on the trends I have glimpsed in the future, I shall eliminate my brother, while Uchiha Obito will meet his end at the hands of Naruto. After all, that wretch is responsible for the death of his parents. Uchiha Obito. Wait, who exactly are you referring to? Uzumaki Kushina. Who else could it be but you? Obito, where are you now? Come out, so I may deliver your demise. Uchiha Obito. You, of all people. Do you wish to recall how you and your husband met your end all those years ago? Uzumaki Naruto. Dare to touch my mother, and you shall see. Uchiha Obito. My mother cannot defeat you, but I certainly can. Uzumaki Naruto. And I as well. Minato Namikaze. Obito, though I am unaware of the events that have transpired to turn you into what you are now. Should you dare to threaten my family, I will not let you escape unscathed. Kakashi Hitaki, calm down, sensei. Obito is merely speaking in anger. One day, I shall bring him back, and he will kneel before you to apologize. At that time, you may do as you wish with him. Uchiha Obito, you think you can capture me? As Obito's words faded, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Preparation complete. We shall now commence the Strongest Hokage Tournament. Round 2, Match 3. First Hokage Senju Hashirama versus Second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Please, contestants, prepare yourselves. Next, for the Strongest Hokage Tournament. Round 2, Match 3. The arena is the King of Monsters Battleground. Contestants, take your positions. Teleportation will commence in 3 seconds. The King of Monsters Battleground. Who shall be the King of Monsters? Is it a beast akin to the Nine Tails? Observing the arena, Senju Hashirama found it somewhat unfamiliar, his mind racing to decipher who the King of Monsters might be. Having never heard of such a being before, what could the King of Monsters Battleground signify? Does it imply the determination of the Monster King? Not only him, but even Senju Tobirama pondered this question, as did all present, contemplating the identity of the King of Monsters. The 3 seconds elapsed swiftly, and 2 beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping Senju Tobirama of Konohagakure and Senju Hashirama of the Pure Land. Lifting them into the air, immediately, the screen displayed tempestuous weather, with rain pouring down in torrents. Sitting atop countless skyscrapers, amidst the streets, the gale swept through, lifting numerous small objects into the air. Strange sounds echoed through the broadcast, imparting an apocalyptic ambience to the entire scene. The visuals presented were unlike anything seen before by the inhabitants of the ninja world. What are those towering structures? They are so tall and grand. The images conveyed an eerie sensation, as though some monstrous entity were about to emerge. This surely is not the environment of the ninja world, but of another realm. No wonder there had never been mention of the so-called King of Monsters. It resides in a different world. Chapter 42. The King of Monsters. Godzilla. In the city beset by tempestuous winds and rain, 2 golden beams of light descended from the heavens, transforming into figures clad in red and blue armor. They were none other than the first Hokage of Konohagakure, the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage of Konohagakure, the master of forbidden techniques, Senju Tobirama. Surely, this is not the ninja world? It appears to be a different realm. The architecture is unprecedented. Senju Tobirama surveyed his surroundings, confirming that the structures diverged entirely from the architectural style of their ninja world. Simultaneously, he recalled the system's previous mention of a different world and surmised that this battleground must indeed be located in such a realm. Such towering skyscrapers, it feels infinitely more prosperous than our village. Yet, where is the King of Monsters? Why do I see no trace of any monster, nor a single soul? Senju Hashirama, too, was surveying the surroundings. Resembling a naive newcomer to the city, wielding his Tanto sword, excitement etched upon his face as he curiously gazed about, as if everything in this world were a marvel to him. That I implore you, brother, do refrain from such antics. Senju Tobirama regarded Senju Hashirama with exasperation, just as a thunderous roar echoed from the horizon. Roar. Instantly, both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were drawn to the far-off skyline. Before their eyes appeared a colossal creature, adorned in golden scales, possessing 3 dragon-like heads and expansive bat-like wings, along with 2 tails. With every flap of its wings, the creature unleashed a terrifying sonic boom. causing the nearby skyscrapers to tremble violently. The creature approached at remarkable speed, landing before them, yet it disregarded both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, instead scanning the surroundings as though searching for something. The sight left both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama bewildered. What was the purpose of this creature's arrival? Ordinary bystander 1. My heavens, my grandfather, my grandmother, my God. What manner of monster is this? It exudes an overwhelming aura of dominance. Ordinary bystander 2. You there? That is hardly insightful. It has already been established that the king of monsters is clearly this creature. Ordinary bystander 3. But if this is a decisive battle, surely there must be an opponent. Therefore, there should be another creature like this one. Where could it possibly be? Ordinary bystander 4. Perhaps it has yet to make its entrance. The other creature is still forthcoming. However, I sense that the battle is already concluded, and this one shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. Ordinary bystander 5. Let us place our bets. I wager this creature is the king of monsters. Deduct 1. While I wager that the last creature to appear is the king of monsters. Deduct 2. Is that creature pursuing a child? What could that child have done to provoke such madness? I have no idea. Should we not intervene? How would we go about that? You told me that. In a sense, they are merely projections. The morning has passed, and nothing can be altered. Speaking of which, why has the system yet to announce the commencement of the match? How should I know? As the system delayed in declaring the start of the competition. The Senju brothers attempted an assault, yet found themselves incapable of inflicting any harm upon one another. Reluctantly, they sought refuge atop a high vantage point, observing the monstrous entities wreaking havoc throughout the city. Relentlessly pursuing a small girl that it was not until the very earth began to tremble that a deep, resonant footfall echoed ever closer, growing increasingly loud and formidable. This attracted the attention of the 3 individuals present, who gazed upwards to witness a creature enveloped in rough, crocodilian skin, adorned with dorsal fins reminiscent of mountain peaks, radiating a mesmerizing blue luminescence. It appeared to be a fusion of a marine lizard and a dinosaur. The beast advanced steadily from the coastline, and inexplicably, upon sighting this monstrosity, everyone felt as though they had beheld a savior, akin to the sight of Naruto's solitary figure in the video, poised to vanquish all calamities and illuminate the world. King of monsters, Godzilla. As if to convey its uniqueness compared to another creature, the system explicitly revealed to all its name and identity in 7 words. All personnel are present. Inform Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama that the scope of your match encompasses the entire city. Moreover, in 10 minutes, the king of monsters Godzilla will unleash a devastating ultimate attack that neither of you can withstand. Please determine the victor before then. Otherwise, the winner will be declared based on the order of your eliminations. Additionally, it is worth noting that the creature battling Godzilla is known as King Ghidorah. Now, the second round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament begins, featuring the first Hokage Senju Hashirama versus the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. The match is officially underway. An ultimate attack. Are you jesting? Is this truly how it works? Senju Hashirama gazed at the distant Godzilla, his astonishment palpable. However, he soon seemed to recall something and turned to his brother, shouting, Tobirama, how about this? Let us engage in a casual bout. I wish to experience what that ultimate attack from the king of monsters Godzilla entails in the final 10 minutes. No, brother, Tobirama interjected. The system has stated that we cannot withstand the final ultimate attack. Do you still wish to experience it? Upon hearing Hashirama's plan, Tobirama could not help but facepalm, questioning the logic of his older brother's thoughts. Haha, precisely because we cannot withstand it do I wish to experience it. Please, dear brother, grant me this request. Hashirama chuckled heartily, beseeching his sibling. Very well, but let us agree that we must not allow the system to deem us as holding back. Otherwise, there will be no rewards, and that simply will not do. Tobirama, observing his brother's demeanor, shook his head in resignation, ultimately conceding, for after all, he was his elder brother. Regardless of who emerged victorious, what mattered was securing the reward. The ultimate goal was the triumph of their village, a principle Tobirama steadfastly upheld. Then let us commence. Would release. Would clone technique. Chapter 43. Senju Hashirama versus Senju Tobirama. Would release. Would clone. With a clap of his hands, Hashirama conjured 4 wooden clones behind him. Subsequently, he and his clones alternated in providing cover as they charged towards Tobirama, ready to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Shadow Clone Technique. As Hashirama rushed towards him, Tobirama too summoned several shadow clones to counter. Given the system's scrutiny, neither dared to openly hold back. Their efforts were earnest, though they limited themselves solely to physical techniques, refraining from employing ninjutsu apart from a single clone technique. Hashirama had even shelved his plan to utilize his diamond sword during this match. Roar. As the Senju brothers clashed, Godzilla emitted a mighty roar and charged at Ghidorah, while countless aircraft and warships surged forth from behind him. Following this, a barrage of missiles was launched from the planes and ships, striking Ghidorah or encircling him to restrict his movements, forcing him to unfurl his bat-like wings to shield himself. Godzilla, now face-to-face with Ghidorah, seemed to sense the imminent confrontation, spreading his wings against the onslaught of firepower as he surged toward Godzilla. Boom! The two colossal beasts collided instantaneously, unleashing a powerful shockwave that radiated outward. The shockwave struck Tobirama, who had just leapt to attack, sending him flying 100 meters away, rotating in midair before expertly landing on his feet. The sheer force generated by their collision was formidable enough to rival an S-class ninjutsu. Tobirama assessed the titanic battle unfolding before him, contemplating the power of the two beasts. Ha, Tobirama, while we are engaged in battle, do not lose focus. Hashirama, observing Tobirama's distraction, burst into laughter and swiftly approached his brother. Delivering a heavy punch, Tobirama, recognizing the impending blow, opted not to withstand it, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport several meters away, then countering with a flurry of explosive kunai, swiftly forming hand seals. Mutual explosive tag. With a shout, Tobirama ignited the explosive tags affixed to the kunai, immediately teleporting away to a location a kilometer distant. Simultaneously, as the explosive tags detonated, they conjured a multitude of new explosive tags. Igniting once more, the mutual explosive tag technique allows one explosive tag to summon trillions more, creating an infinite cycle of pinpoint detonations. Boom, boom, boom. The power unleashed by trillions of detonating explosive tags was unimaginable, lighting up the darkened world with its sheer magnitude, duration, and reach. Even Tobirama, a kilometer away, nearly fell victim to the fallout, narrowly escaping by employing the Flying Thunder God technique to retreat even further. The mutual explosive tag technique was originally designed to complement the impure world reincarnation technique. However, as it was used for the first time in this context, Tobirama struggled to gauge the attack's range and distance. Nevertheless, the effect was nothing short of breathtaking. Such a ninjutsu exists. Conan gazed in awe, astounded to learn that she had depleted the entire Akatsuki organization's funds in preparing 600 billion explosive tags, which included a portion of Kakuzu's retirement funds. After all, why was the Akatsuki so fervently engaged in missions and amassing wealth? It was solely because she had transformed their hard-earned money into explosive tags. Yet, Conan had initially thought that 600 billion explosive tags were an exorbitant amount, but now, in comparison to Tobirama's technique, it seemed utterly insufficient. What does a trillion even signify? A trillion equates to 10,000 billion. Moreover, Tobirama's technique was based on trillions, with the quantity only exceeding that 600 billion did not even come close to a trillion. How could it possibly compare to the mutual explosive tag? Furthermore, the cost of the mutual explosive tag technique was remarkably low, requiring only a single tag. To be honest, Conan was incredibly envious of this ninjutsu. This mutual explosive tag technique must be documented in the sealed scrolls of the Hidden Leaf Village. We should devise a plan to acquire it. Nagato, perceiving Conan's expression, understood her intentions and promptly remarked, "Forget it, Conan. Currently, both the revived Senju Tobirama and the rewarded Naruto Uzumaki, along with Nara Shikamaru, are formidable opponents." Shounen shook her head. The current combat power of Konoha was no longer limited to the singular presence of the famed Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The betrayal of the legendary three ninjas had left a significant void, and many had chosen to wander the world, opting not to return to the village. With the resurrection of Senju Tobirama and the acquisition of future memories by Naruto Uzumaki and Shikamaru Nara, both had even received enhancements to their strength. If the Akatsuki were to confront them now, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The explosions persisted for an extended duration, until the world fell into an eerie silence. Yet, this world could never truly be tranquil, for two colossal beasts continued their relentless clash nearby, and as the battle intensified, Two more titans emerged from the skies. One resembled a butterfly in its form, while the other was a pterosaur with molten lava coursing through its veins. As they appeared, the system thoughtfully labeled them Mothra and Rodden. The battle of the four behemoths rendered the very heavens and earth restless. Although Tobirama's explosive tags were indeed spectacular and powerful, their roar was eclipsed by the tumult of the titanic skirmish. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, a wooden shield, battered and barely recognizable, slowly came into view. It was evident that the shield had suffered tremendous damage, revealing a somewhat disheveled figure of Senju Hashirama within. Despite his tattered appearance, reminiscent of a beggar, Hashirama remained spirited and seemingly untouched by the devastation wrought by the explosive tags. "Isn't this the technique I forbade you from using? Its power is immense, and without the Flying Thunder God technique, employing it is exceedingly perilous. Thus, it was indeed wise of me to impose that ban," he remarked. Chapter 44. The Emergence of Burning Godzilla, Annihilating All. Indeed, it was a prudent decision to impose that ban. As Hashirama surveyed the surrounding devastation, he patted his chest, relieved at having entered Tobirama's domain of ninjutsu. The danger was palpable. Had anyone else used this technique, it would have resulted in mutual destruction, a classic case of losing 1,000 while inflicting 1,000. This technique was never intended for ordinary individuals. It was designed to be paired with the reanimation jutsu. Tobirama suddenly appeared before Hashirama, elucidating his intentions behind the explosive tags. His aim was to utilize the reanimated individuals to engage in a strategy of mutual annihilation with the enemy. However, due to the immortal nature of the reanimated bodies, aside from the sealing techniques, nothing could truly counteract them. Thus, it was more akin to killing 1,000 while sustaining 0 losses. What was the initial evaluation I gave the reanimation jutsu? Forbidden technique. Then that settles it. Brother, if you truly find it difficult, you might as well delve into water release. You spend all your time on these trivial ninjutsu, making it impossible for me to impose bans. Perhaps I should designate everything except water release as forbidden techniques, Tobirama lamented. This is precisely why you insisted on including individuals who are not adept in water release in the sealing book. Isn't it? Tobirama was momentarily at a loss for words, recalling that aside from the Flying Thunder God technique, which was created during the establishment of Konoha, all other ninjutsu developed in the village that did not pertain to water release had been sealed by his elder brother. Even the Flying Thunder God technique, in the end, could not evade this fate. It was merely recorded in the sealing book. Indeed, Hashirama nodded solemnly, feeling justified in his actions. After all, a single technique from Tobirama could very well disrupt the entire Shinobi world. Fourth Raikage. At last, I understand why the second Hokage is referred to as the fastest in the human realm and a master of water release. It turns out all his other techniques were sealed by Hashirama. Naruto Uzumaki. Poor second uncle. Sasuke Uchiha. What is so poor about him? Even without those techniques, his water release remains unmatched in the Shinobi world. Naruto Uzumaki. Exactly. That's why my brother says the second uncle is unfortunate. He can't find a rival in water release and wishes to explore other avenues. Yet his brother blocks every path. Naruto Uzumaki. That's precisely what I wanted to say. Sasuke Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha. Ha ha ha. Now that you mention it, Tobirama does seem rather unfortunate. Never mind. I don't wish to discuss this further. Brother, you are always so naive and oblivious. Tobirama, understanding his elder brother's nature, opted not to elaborate, knowing Hashirama would remain indifferent to his explanations. Alas, how many times must I repeat myself? You simply refuse to listen. By the way, how many minutes have passed? Hashirama shook his head, expressing his exasperation towards his brother, before recalling their ongoing battle, from the moment we commenced our clash until the explosive tags concluded. It has been approximately 8 minutes. We should have about 2 minutes left. As soon as Tobirama finished speaking, a thunderous roar echoed from behind them. Boom! The sound erupted as Ghidorah hurled Godzilla into the air, causing a tremendous impact upon his descent. The king of monsters, Godzilla, was being suppressed by Ghidorah, and to the casual observer, the outcome of this contest seemed predetermined. However, at that moment, Mothra, battered and bruised, flew towards Godzilla. Attempting to shield him, yet akin to a moth drawn to a flame, she charged at Ghidorah. Tragically, she was obliterated by Ghidorah's formidable gravity beams, disintegrating into colorful phosphorescent dust. As the colorful dust settled upon Godzilla, it ignited a molten crimson glow upon his already injured form. What in the world is this? At that moment, both Hashirama and Tobirama felt an alarm bell ringing in their minds, a potent sense of impending doom washing over them. They sensed an ominous presence awakening. Ghidorah, clearly attuned to this sensation, advanced to drain Godzilla of his energy. Yet, an eerie sound diverted Ghidorah's attention, prompting him to abandon Godzilla and pursue a nearby jeep. Upon overturning the vehicle, a woman and an apparatus were revealed, capturing Ghidorah's full focus. Unbeknownst to him, behind him stood a reawakened, radiant Godzilla, enveloped in intense heat. Entering his burning state, fivefold Rashomon. Wood release, wood clone technique. Wood release, crimson bloom technique. Water release, water barrier. Earth release, earth flow wall. In that moment, both Hashirama and Tobirama were frantically conjuring defensive ninjutsu before them, standing united to brace for Godzilla's forthcoming cataclysmic onslaught. Roar. As Godzilla let out a fearsome roar, everything in close proximity to him was melted by the intense heat radiating from his body. Gathering all his energy, he suddenly unleashed a terrifying thermonuclear pulse. Wherever the pulse traveled, the surrounding temperatures soared dramatically, resulting in the complete melting of numerous structures, as well as Ghidorah's wings. Even the formidable defenses constructed by Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju were obliterated in an instant by this devastating pulse. Before the two could re-establish their defenses, Godzilla released another thermonuclear pulse. This time, without a hint of doubt, Ghidorah's two heads were annihilated to the last fragment, and the fate of the Senju brothers mirrored that of their foe. However, instead of hastily declaring the match concluded after the disappearance of the Senju brothers, the system waited until Godzilla had thoroughly eradicated Ghidorah's remaining head before announcing the results. The second round. Third match of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. First Hokage Hashirama Senju versus second Hokage Tobirama Senju. The victor is First Hokage Hashirama Senju. Chapter 45. The winner of the second round. Third match. First Hokage Hashirama Senju. Congratulations to the victor, First Hokage Hashirama Senju. Awarded, Holy Grail, Chakra Plate. Holy Grail, Chakra Plate, an artifact from another realm. When stored within the body, it not only enhances the user's chakra capacity, but also accelerates chakra recovery. Additionally, it possesses a unique active skill that, at the cost of 12 hours, aids the user in fully restoring their state. Hashirama Senju. This Holy Grail is quite remarkable. But why do I only receive items instead of unique abilities like others? Tobirama Senju, brother. Be content. Many others are unable to receive any rewards at all. Third Hokage Hiruzen Tsuratobi. Congratulations, First Hokage, on acquiring a powerful artifact. Your strength has ascended to new heights. Uchiha Madara. But speaking of which, to what extent can this Holy Grail restore the user's state? If it can completely restore them, that would be impressive. But if it only offers a minor recovery, its utility is rather limited. Hashirama Senju. As I am currently deceased, I cannot gauge how potent this Holy Grail's enhancement truly is. However, it does emit a beautiful blue-golden glow and is exquisitely crafted, resembling a piece of art, perfect for use as a drinking vessel. Fourth Reikijai, a drinking vessel. If the first Hokage has no use for it, we of the Cloud Village would gladly accept it without hesitation. Third Tsuchiki Jinoki. Good heavens, it seems the individuals above are practically plotting to snatch it from right under him. Regardless, it is a reward earned by the first Hokage. How can it simply be taken? Though it may not hold much value for him, it is still an artifact from another world. First Hokage. If it proves ineffective for you, we of the Rock Village would be more than willing to purchase it at a fair price. Third Hokage Hiruzen Tsuratobi. I believe you are overthinking this. The first Hokage has never indicated disinterest. Even if it is of no use to him, he could still bestow it upon one of our chakra-depleted elite ninjas in Konoha. I think Kakashi would be a fine choice. He is quite powerful, albeit somewhat lacking in chakra. Kakashi Hitaki, must you speak of such things in front of everyone? Third Hokage, do you not care for my dignity? Uchiha Obito, Hahaha. Lacking in chakra. What a pitiful state. Kakashi, useless, indeed, haha. Kakashi Hitaki, you reappear. Obito, care to address the question posed by my sensei? Kushina Uzumaki. Indeed, Obito and Kakashi, how do you address me? Kakashi Hitaki, Sister Kushina. That is more like it. Upon seeing Kakashi refer to her as sister in the chat, Kushina's spirits lifted and her clenched fists relaxed. However, this left Naruto and Naruto in a state of confusion. given Naruto's tendency to speak his mind. He directly inquired, "Mom, by lineage, shouldn't that older brother named Kakashi be Dad's disciple? So why do you want him to call you sister?" "Because sister sounds lighter than sensei. Besides, I'm newly resurrected, and there's a generation gap between Kakashi and me. It would feel strange for him to address me as sensei," Kushina explained, hands on her hips. After all, a woman is eternally 18. Asking a 30-something Kakashi to call her sensei would put her at a disadvantage. Oh, Naruto and Naruto nodded in understanding. Ding! The second round, fourth match of the Strongest Hokage Tournament is about to commence. Fifth Hokage Tsunade Senju versus sixth Hokage Kakashi Hatake. Please prepare, as we will now draw the battle arena. Draw complete. The second round, fourth match of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. Fifth Hokage Tsunade Senju versus sixth Hokage Kakashi Hatake. The battle arena is Rain Village, Sennin versus Six Paths Pain. Competitors, please take your positions. Teleportation will commence in 3 seconds. Sennin, is that a reference to the sage mode of Naruto, Kushina's son? If so, it must pertain to that fool Jiraiya. Upon seeing the term Sennin, Tsunade's mind immediately conjured the image of a peeping white-haired man, prompting a look of disdain to cross her face. This time, her opponent is Tsunade. If she wins, will Kushina's sensei come after me? After all, they are close friends. Kakashi found himself fretting over the potential consequences of facing his former sensei, especially considering he had already angered Kushina due to a prior slip of the tongue. Now, if he were to defeat her close friend, it would be akin to handing her a weapon against him. As he brooded over this, 2 beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping Kakashi and Konoha and Tsunade within a tavern in the Rain Village, instantly whisking the two away into the heavens. Simultaneously, the projected image on the screen revealed the appearance of the Rain Village at that moment. The Rain Village was unexpectedly bathed in sunlight, no longer shrouded in torrential rain, situated in a nondescript gully. A tall man in his 50s, adorned with a forehead protector inscribed with the kanji for oil, with long white hair and a red mark beneath his eyes, donned a red outer robe over a brown tunic and wooden sandals. His hands clad in ninja gear, often seen carrying a large scroll on his back. His expression was grave, his long white hair indicative of some unknown circumstance, ensnaring a woman clad in a black robe with red clouds and a light blue paper flower in her hair. Her eyes a soft orange-yellow, delicate features accentuated by pale purple eyeshadow and a lip piercing. Beside her stood a brown-haired individual with numerous black iron rods protruding from his face, his eyes bearing the Rinnegan, an entity not previously encountered during the battle between Naruto and Six Paths Pain. They were none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, and Konan from the Akatsuki, along with the animal path of Six Paths Pain. Just as the three faced off, 2 beams of light descended from the sky, transforming into a stunningly voluptuous woman and a white-haired cyclops. Konoha's 5th Hokage Tsunade Senju and 6th Hokage Kakashi Hatake. Chapter 46. The second round, 4th match of the Strongest Hokage Tournament, the previously unseen Pain. Along with Jiraiya, and the backdrop of Rain Village. This foolish man must have heard that the Akatsuki's headquarters is here, so he ventured alone to investigate. Only to be discovered and cornered, Tsunade surveyed the surroundings. Quickly grasping the situation, it was evident that Jiraiya, in his quest for information about the Akatsuki, had ended up trapped here. Upon realizing his opponent was his own student, he was determined to fight with all his might to prevent the opposing side from succeeding. Jiraiya, so, Nagato, Konan, your headquarters is in the Rain Village, but isn't that Hansa's territory? Nagato Uzumaki, that was in the past. I recently eliminated Hans, general of the Land of Iron, Mifyun. What? I can't believe that Lord Hans has perished. That is indeed a great loss. Nagato Uzumaki. What is there to mourn? He was merely a treacherous coward who never kept his word. Jiraiya, what do you mean by that? Nagato, it seems you harbor quite a deep-seated resentment towards Hanzo. What has he done to you? Jiraiya, with his keen perception, discerned from Nagato's words that his animosity towards Hanzo resembled an irreconcilable vendetta. A potential breakthrough for him. Ever since learning that Nagato and Konan were members of the Akatsuki organization, Jiraiya had been seeking ways to connect with them and persuade them to return to the righteous path, rather than pursue the capture of tailed beasts or the resurrection of the 10 tails. Yahiko, it should be related to my death, as I perished trying to save Konan, being betrayed by Hanzo. Initially, Hanzo had agreed to our Akatsuki's development and arranged a meeting, But when the time came, he suddenly reneged and kidnapped Conan to threaten us, urging Nagato to kill me. In my attempt to save Conan, I willingly charged towards Nagato's kunai. Beyond that, I am unaware of the events that transpired, but I believe Nagato's hatred for Hanzo stems from this incident. Nagato, indeed, it is precisely because of this that I have comprehended the essence of true suffering. And I have genuinely grasped how to bring peace to this world, by allowing everyone to experience pain, creating a forbidden technique capable of effortlessly annihilating a nation, instilling fear in all. Those who dare to wage war shall face annihilation, thus ensuring that peace endures forever. Hashirama Senju, your understanding of peace is fundamentally flawed, and there are indeed two significant issues with it. Nagato, what are those two issues? Nagato was taken aback, realizing that his seemingly flawless plan had been identified with two critical flaws. Hashirama Senju, first, there is no such thing as eternal war, nor is there such a thing as eternal peace. Before Hashirama could elaborate further, he was suddenly unable to continue, as the system's voice promptly resounded. While you wish to discuss the philosophy of peace, please feel free to do so without hindering the continuation of the match. Now, commencing the second round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament, the fourth match, Tsunade Senju, the fifth Hokage versus Kakashi Hatake, the sixth Hokage. The battle area is within 1 kilometer of the arena where Jiraiya fought against Pain. The match officially begins now. Summoning technique. As the system announced the start, the animal path was the first to act, clapping its hands to summon a crab, which released bubbles towards the crowd. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and even Kakashi deftly evaded the bubble assault with agile flips. However, this move was not intended to attack them. It was designed to wash away the oil, helping Conan escape, while simultaneously targeting Jiraiya. Conan, retreat. After Conan was freed, Nagato knew she would not genuinely engage Jiraiya, so he instructed her to leave. As expected, Conan departed without hesitation, clearing space for the intense battle among the others. Now that the match has begun. Kakashi, watch out, Tsunade shouted, gathering chakra in her fist and charging towards Kakashi like a human cannonball. Kakashi, fully aware of Tsunade's formidable punch, had no intention of confronting her directly. He lifted his forehead protector, revealing his left eye, which transformed into the Mangeki Sharingan. Boom! Like a cannonball, Tsunade barreled through Kakashi, her fist crashing heavily into the wall behind him, causing the diamond wall to shatter like it had been struck by a heavy artillery shell, cracking extensively before collapsing. Meanwhile, Kakashi, utilizing the ability of his Mangeki Sharingan, Shinden, Kaiten, sustained no damage at all, swiftly distancing himself from Tsunade while forming hand seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Kakashi expelled a small water dragon from his mouth, a technique he had previously copied from the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. However, the only difference was that Kakashi's water dragon bullet was not as extravagant as Tobirama's. Kakashi, do not underestimate me, Tsunade shouted in fury upon seeing the water dragon, delivering a straightforward and unremarkable punch that struck the dragon's head, causing it to explode into a spray of water. Wow, that power is astonishing. Kakashi couldn't help but comment on the scene, yet his actions did not slow down as he continued to showcase his impressive skills honed over 30 years of singlehood. Lightning release. Lightning Wolf Fong. A lightning wolf leaped from Kakashi's right hand, lunging directly towards Tsunade. Humph. Sealing release. 100 healings technique. Creation rebirth. Tsunade let out a disdainful snort, and the diamond seal on her forehead transformed into a purple hue, with the markings spreading across her body. In an instant, Tsunade's chakra surged to its peak, erupting from her body and shaking the very air around them. Facing the lightning wolf, Tsunade made no attempt to evade. Instead, unleashing her seemingly mundane yet powerful punch, she shattered the wolf, which transformed into blue electricity, momentarily paralyzing her, but was quickly remedied by the 100 healings technique. Seeing this, Kakashi did not rush to attack, and Tsunade opted not to retaliate either, swiftly moving away from their current location, as this battle was not theirs alone to partake in. The next moment, two figures appeared at their previous positions, a frog wielding a trident and a chameleon brandishing a shield. Chapter 47, Tsunade vs. Kakashi utilizing Sage Mode. Jiraiya applied eyeshadow to his face, clapped his hands, and prepared to unleash his ultimate technique by entering Sage Mode. Meanwhile, Pain did not respond but instead allowed the chameleon behind him to swallow him whole. This was not an act of self-destruction, but rather a means of concealment, so troublesome These two summoning beasts. Why did it seem so effortless for that kid from the Uzumaki family to deal with the 6 paths of pain? Tsunade furrowed her brow at this sight. First the crab, and now the chameleon. While their combat strength was not particularly formidable, their abilities were increasingly bothersome. Who knows? I am quite curious how Lord Jiraiya manages to form hand seals with his feet. Kakashi shook his head, currently uninterested in the summoning beasts, as he observed Jiraiya unable to move due to his hands being pressed together, leading him to form a sensory-type ninjutsu barrier using his feet. What does that matter? Your opponent is me. Tenkiyaku. Tsunade gathered chakra at her heel and forcefully brought her leg down towards Kakashi's location. Wow, Tsunade. At least uphold some martial virtue, Kakashi, feeling somewhat helpless, hurriedly activated his Kamui to evade. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Pain engaged in their own battle, though it was more accurate to say their summoning beasts clashed against each other. The formidable toads summoned by Jiraiya, Fukusaku, displayed remarkable bravery, engaging in a back-and-forth struggle with the hellhounds, which could split apart, while deftly leveraging Jiraiya's vast experience to gain the upper hand. However, Pain's summoning beasts seemed endless. Crab, chameleon, hellhound, Yada no Kagami, panda, and bull, one after another, leaving the spectators somewhat bewildered. Sakura Haruno, can summoning beasts be used like this? A certain civilian ninja, indeed. Today has truly broadened my horizons. The broadcast of Jiraiya and Pain's clash opened a new world for those who had never experienced life and death battles, including some civilian lower ninjas. After all, summoning beasts were not something just any lower ninja could master. Even some civilian middle ninjas, and perhaps even upper ninjas, might not possess a single summoning beast. Summoning beasts were considered rare resources. Ordinary civilian ninjas could only learn them with a good teacher. Moreover, summoning beasts were ranked. The more powerful the summoning beast, the rarer it became, often requiring alliances with formidable ninjas or the great clans of the ninja world. For instance, the summoning beast of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Inma, was bound by a summoning contract exclusively with the Sarutobi clan. Obito Uchiha. Humph, just a bunch of flashy, useless things. In Obito's view, summoning beasts were of no consequence. His Susanoo was far more useful, and the only creature he deemed worthy was the Nine Tails, which he regarded merely as a beast. Hashirama Senju. Madara, you cannot say that. While summoning beasts may indeed hold little value for us, they have always been valuable allies for ninjas. Third, Tsuchikage Inoki. Sigh, the daily nonchalance of these two great figures is quite the sight indeed. The words of Noki resonate deeply with many. Naruto Uzumaki. The giant toad is so cool. By the way, can I summon a giant toad too? Yonku Lama. No, you can only use it in the peak mode of system battles. You haven't signed a summoning contract with Mayaboka Mountain yet, and besides, why do you need any summoning beasts with me around? Learn from Uchiha Obito. Naruto Uzumaki. Why would I want to learn from him? Am I supposed to learn how to activate the infinite Tsukuyami? The moment Naruto's comment appeared, he was instantly met with a fierce reprimand from his mother, Kushina. Why are you hitting me? Mom, before Kushina could explain, a barrage of comments filled the sky, clarifying everything. Inku Lama. Sigh, let me elucidate what my other half meant. He is envious of your desire to use other summoning beasts and suggests you learn from Uchiha Obito, who relies solely on his own strength. His power, coupled with the Susanoo you wield, can entirely substitute for a summoning beast. Fifth Hokage Tsunade, envious. Am I hearing this correctly? The famed Ninetales is actually envious? Yonku Lama. Oh no. Are you still not my other half? How can you undermine your own partner like this? Or was I envious? I'm simply suggesting Naruto learn from Obito, who accomplishes everything on his own, without the need for summoning beasts. Frog Wanta. After your lengthy explanation, I still sense a hint of jealousy. Jiraiya, why haven't you rushed to Konoha yet? Quickly get Naruto to sign the summoning contract with Mayaboka Mountain. I want to go over and mock the Ninetales. Yonku Lama, if you dare approach, I will obliterate you, foul frog. Frog Wanta, what did you say? Naruto Uzumaki. All right, both of you, stop arguing. Quarreling only breeds discord among us. Frog Wanta, then for Naruto's sake, I will refrain from bickering with this fox. 10,000 snakes. Oh ho. Is someone backing down? Frog Wanta. What did you say, stinky snake? Sigh. Why are they arguing again? Never mind. I shall continue watching the battle. Naruto shook his head at this and redirected his attention to the combat displayed on the screen. At this moment, Jiraiya had entered Sage mode on the battlefield. Meanwhile, The fight between Tsunade and Kakashi was escalating dramatically. Aha! With a resounding shout, Tsunade shattered the water dragon bullet aimed at her, simultaneously charging a punch towards Kakashi. Earth style. Earth flow wall. Kakashi, summoning his 30 years of single-hit speed, swiftly formed hand seals, then clapped his hands, causing 4 earth walls adorned with Kakashi's signature canine head to rise from the ground, surrounding him. Will this gesture be useful to me in the future? Tsunade, now exhilarated by the fight, couldn't help but focus on destroying the wall with the dog head, entirely overlooking the fact that Kakashi, with his Kamui and intangibility, had no need for the earth wall to defend against her attacks. Boom! A tremendous noise erupted as Kakashi's earth wall shattered into pieces, revealing Kakashi's figure within. Chapter 48. Kakashi Hitaki. Victory! Tsunade's fist came crashing down heavily, yet as before, it simply passed through Kakashi once more. Witnessing this, Tsunade's temper flared uncontrollably. She had lost count of how many times Kakashi had toyed with her due to his Kimui's ability. Each time she thought she could secure a decisive blow, he effortlessly evaded her attacks. Tsh, what an annoying ability. Will you perish if you deactivate it? Hehe, I must say, Lady Tsunade, are you truly unaware of the weight behind your punches? You could genuinely cause fatalities, Kakashi remarked, unable to resist a jab. That punch could easily crack the ground. If he dared deactivate his Kamui, he would be the one lying on the ground the very next moment. Stop prattling. Unleash your full strength. You haven't used your Susanoo even once. What exactly are you waiting for? Tsunade, her face a mask of fury, believed Kakashi was holding back out of respect for her age. Otherwise, given the strength he displayed against Hashirama Senju, their battle should have concluded long ago. Hehe, primarily because I don't want to provoke Obito. He seems quite reactive when he sees me using his Susanoo. Kakashi scratched his head at the thought, unable to confess that he was merely testing his own strength and getting accustomed to his new Mangeki Sharingan for future battles against others. Thus, Kakashi silently apologized to Obito in his heart, saying, "Sorry, Obito, it seems you're taking the blame for this, Obito Uchiha. Damn it, Kakashi, I thank you, and I thank your entire lineage. Obito Uchiha, why should I care about you? What do you think you are? Obito Uchiha. If I had your eyes, I would have finished this fight with Tsunade minutes ago. Humph, why bother caring about that traitor, given his role in inciting the Ninetales rampage? Do you still hope for his return? Countless people in the village seek his life, and even if he did return, do you believe life could revert to what it once was?" Hearing this, Kakashi couldn't help but lower his head. He understood better than anyone that returning was impossible. Although he was unaware of Obito's motives for inciting the Ninetales rampage, the lives lost during that crisis would not be forgotten by their loved ones. Moreover, as Tsunade suggested, even if someone were willing to protect him, could life ever return to its former state if he re-entered the village? Clearly, it could not. A distraction during battle is a ninja's greatest taboo. Sensing Kakashi's distraction from his lowered head, Tsunade recognized an opportunity and swiftly charged towards him with a punch. However, a tangible azure chakra intercepted her. The skeletal figure of azure hue gradually emerged from Kakashi, growing larger until it transformed into a towering giant of at least 100 meters. At last, it has manifested. Summoning technique. Come forth, slug. Upon seeing the colossal azure giant, Tsunade bit her finger, utilizing the summoning technique to call forth her own summoning beast. The slug, Obito Uchiha. Damn it. In the end, you still had to summon it. Kakashi, I swear. Naruto Uzumaki. Wow. The one above has been cursing for several minutes now. I haven't seen him pause at all. No Rin, enough already. Obito, what's wrong with you? Even when you were displeased with Kakashi before, you never cursed for this long. Obito Uchiha. Obito was reluctant to admit that he was indeed envious of Kakashi, especially since he was using his Sharingan. It could also stem from Kakashi becoming Hokage, a dream Obito had once relinquished. Yet, despite having given up, that dream forever lingered in his heart. Here it comes. Slug. Tsunade stood atop the slug's head, and compared to the azure giant, the summoned slug appeared diminutive. However, this was not due to the slug being smaller than the complete Susanoo. Rather, Tsunade's chakra could not support a larger slug. Next comes this move, Susanoo Kamui Raikiri. The Mangeki Sharingan in Kakashi's eye spun rapidly, immense ocular power radiating forth, enveloping the right hand of the azure giant with a layer of black lightning. Kakashi was no longer inclined to play around. After all, His chakra reserves had dwindled too much to sustain the fight. Subsequently, Kakashi directed the Susanoo, gently flapping its wings, ascending into the sky, and after reaching a certain altitude, it dove downwards with great speed. Tsunade recognized that she could not evade this move, so she prepared to unleash her ultimate strike to determine the victor, channeling all her chakra into her right hand while coordinating with the slug beneath her. The slug expelled corrosive slime, which collided with Kakashi's Kimi Raikiri, resulting in a violent split. The formidable complete Susanoo maintained its momentum, leaving Tsunade no choice but to exert all her strength into her punch in an attempt to withstand Kakashi's technique. However, against absolute power, any resistance was futile. Kimi Raikiri pierced through Tsunade, along with the slug beneath her, both succumbing to the onslaught. It's over. Kakashi, upon witnessing this, dispelled the Susanoo, only to be met with a chorus of croaking sounds, causing him to feel dizzy as he found himself ensnared in an inescapable illusionary realm. This a genjutsu. Before Kakashi could fully comprehend the situation, he was abruptly restored from the barrier. Glancing around to discover Jiraiya had successfully dealt with 3 pain in the nearby passage. Truly, the esteemed Jiraiya. Just as Kakashi was about to commend him, he suddenly noticed a figure emerging behind Jiraiya, launching an attack towards him. Alarmed, Kakashi instinctively opened his mouth to warn, but the scenery around him froze, slowly dissipating, as the voice of the system resonated from the heavens. The second round of the Strongest Hokage competition. Match 4, 5th Hokage Tsunade Senju vs 6th Hokage Kakashi Hatake. The victor is 6th Hokage Kakashi Hatake. Congratulations to the victor, 6th Hokage Kakashi Hatake. Reward: Wolf Fang Blade. This battle felt so real yet surreal, blurring the lines of reality. It was merely a projection fabricated by the system. Upon hearing the system's voice, Kakashi finally realized that the preceding scene was merely a projection of events that would transpire in the future. Although those projections could inflict harm upon them, they were incapable of retaliating against the projections. Chapter 49 Match List for the third round. Wolf Fang Blade. A blade forged by the most formidable warrior from another realm. The Wolf Fang. It is extraordinarily sharp, slicing through iron as if it were mud, and possesses a spirit bond. Anyone other than its recognized master who wields this blade would find it as worthless as scrap metal. However, in the hands of its master, it transforms into a divine weapon capable of cleaving mountains and splitting stones, with its power determined by the amount of chakra channeled into it. A divine weapon. Is this blade truly so formidable? After reading the description of the Wolf Fang blade, Kakashi gazed with astonishment and curiosity at the short blade that floated quietly before him. He was astonished that this seemingly unadorned bone blade was indeed a divine weapon, and curious to discover just how powerful the system claimed this divine weapon to be. Driven by curiosity, Kakashi grasped the Wolf Fang blade, eager to experience its prowess, when suddenly a beam of light descended from the sky, whisking him away from the battlefield and back to Konoha. This left Kakashi utterly speechless. Hey, can it not be so swift? Let me experience it for a moment. Ding, the second round of the Strongest Hokage competition has concluded. All participants are now to draw their opponents and matchups for the third round. The drawing rules remain unchanged. It's up to you to decide the order of drawing. Once completed, simply raise your drawn cards towards the sky. Alright everyone, let us draw in the previously agreed order. Senju Hashirama said, extending his hand towards a card in front of him. After all, among all the Hokage, he was the eldest in both age and seniority. Following him, the other Hokage took turns drawing, with the highest ranking one going next, and soon everyone had their cards. After Naruto picked up the card from the table, all the Hokage simultaneously raised their cards towards the sky. Ding! The match list for the third round of the Strongest Hokage competition is as follows. Match 1. 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze vs 6th Hokage Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi. It has truly been a long time. How should I deal with him? Obito's Mangeki Sharingan ability is quite troublesome. Minato stroked his chin, contemplating how best to contend with Kakashi. The first match is mine, and my opponent is Teacher Minato. This is troublesome. I was hoping to sneak in a little rest while watching some Paradise of Affection. Kakashi, looking like a lethargic fish, pulled out Paradise of Affection, preparing to indulge for a moment. Match 2. 2nd Hokage Tobirama Senju vs 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Tobi. I'm up against Teacher Tobirama. Hiruzen stroked his beard, closing his eyes to ponder how to face his teacher. A monkey, huh? Let me see just how much stronger your abilities have become over the years. Tobirama was similarly contemplating how to approach the upcoming battle. Match 3. 5th Hokage Tsunade Senju vs. 8th Hokage Shikamaru Nara. That pesky Nara brat again. It's just the right opportunity for me to take my revenge. Tsunade flexed her wrist, recalling that her previous battle against Shikamaru had been a one-sided affair where he showcased his skills before she even had a chance to unleash her full strength. This time, she was determined to avenge her previous defeat. What a hassle. My luck is abysmal. Why isn't at the 2nd Hokage? Shikamaru lamented, covering his head in despair. He had a clear understanding of his own abilities. If he could utilize shadow possession, perhaps he could hold his own against the other Hokage for a moment, but without it, his inherent skills limited him to elite Jonin status, facing off against those who were on a different level altogether. He truly felt outmatched. Unlike Tsunade and Shikamaru, some spectators, upon glancing at the first 3 matches, immediately deduced who would be in the 4th match and grew excited. Match 4. 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki vs. 1st Hokage Hashirama Senju. Hahaha. I can hardly contain my excitement for the battle between Hashirama and Naruto. I wish the previous 3 matches would simply skip ahead to the 4th. In the Pure Land. Uchiha Madara felt a surge of exhilaration upon seeing this match list. In his view, only those of Hashirama's caliber could truly captivate him. Everyone else was merely a decorative pillow, lacking substance. This match might very well determine who the strongest Hokage is. In truth, it seems unnecessary to compete, as Naruto possesses 2 formidable forms sealed away. Whatever, I'm already looking forward to the 4th match. Let the betting begin. Will it be 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki or 1st Hokage Hashirama Senju? The odds for both were being discussed fervently across the ninja world, as everyone debated whether Naruto, devoid of his Sage of 6 Paths and truth-seeking orb forms, was more powerful than the legendary ninja god, Hashirama Senju. The above is the match list for the 3rd round of the Strongest Hokage competition, which will commence tomorrow at 9:00 a.m. In the meantime, all contestants should rest well and prepare for the upcoming battles. Uchiha Madara. What do you mean tomorrow morning? I have to wait an entire day to witness the clash between Hashirama and Naruto. I cannot accept this. System, commence immediately. Scram. This system is off duty to rest. All beings in the Pure Land, return to slumber. The barrage feature is now disabled. We shall reconvene tomorrow morning. As the system's announcement concluded, the light screen gradually faded, and the crowd lost the ability to send messages. Everything seemed to revert to the morning's start, save for the fact that Konoha now bore the presence of 2 long-departed souls. It was not only because the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had been resurrected, but also due to the misdeeds of Hiruzen Sarutobi, not to mention Naruto's lineage. As the son of the 4th Hokage, he should have enjoyed the privileges of a hero's child. Instead, he had been scorned as the Nine-Tails Fox for over a decade, causing a stir throughout Konoha. Those who had once bullied or insulted Naruto began preparing gifts to apologize upon learning his true identity. This sudden change made Naruto, who had just finished class and was on his way home with his mother and newly acquired shadow clone sister, feel an unprecedented warmth from the villagers. However, the fervor was overwhelming. Leaving him somewhat dazed, he spent a considerable amount of time dealing with the villagers' exuberant greetings, only returning home late into the night. Yet, before he could sit down to rest, Kushina, upon seeing Naruto's living conditions, erupted in fury and stormed out of their home towards the Hokage's office to confront Hiruzen Sarutobi. Chapter 50. The 3rd round of matches begins the following morning at 9:00 a.m. The light screen appeared above the Ninja World and Pure Land as scheduled, and simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in everyone's minds. Ding! Good morning, everyone. On this new day, let us commence the 3rd round of the Strongest Hokage competition. Uchiha Madara. Finally, it has arrived. I can hardly wait. System, let the battle between Hashirama and Naruto begin. Senju Tobirama, would you care to pay attention to what you're saying? Their match is the final one in this round. Uchiha Madara. The preceding 3 matches are merely the battles of a rabble. Only the clash of true titans can ignite my passion. 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki. I, on the other hand, am quite eager for today's battles. Perhaps we'll witness more hidden trump cards from the other Hokage. As Noki completed his barrage of comments, he couldn't help but think to himself that the best reward would be one devoid of the resurrection mechanism. Even the absence of rewards would be preferable. In that case, the Hidden Leaf Village would not grow any stronger. Ding! The next event about to commence is the first match of the third round of the Strongest Hokage Championship, the fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze versus the sixth Hokage, Kakashi Hatake. Contestants, please prepare as we begin selecting the battlefield. The selection of the battlefield is complete. The first match of the third round features the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze versus the sixth Hokage, Kakashi Hatake, in the arena of the Sand Dune Desert. Contestants, please take your positions. Teleportation will commence in 3 seconds. Kakashi Hatake. It seems this map is different from the previous ones. Minato Namikaze. It appears so. There shouldn't be any other combatants here. It likely has something to do with the terrain. As they spoke, 2 beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping Minato and Kakashi. The scene shifted, revealing a desolate desert landscape. The yellow sands shimmered beneath the sun, casting a golden hue across the expanse. While breathtakingly beautiful, the landscape exuded an air of inexorable danger. In an instant, the beams of light transformed into the figures of Minato and Kakashi. With no one else around, the ground beneath them was quicksand. It seemed that the most perilous aspect of this battlefield was indeed its treacherous terrain. Upon landing, both Kakashi and Minato instinctively began to assess their surroundings, ensuring that no external factors would influence the outcome of their battle. In this nearly lifeless zone, where no prior conflicts had unfolded, it could be inferred that the most significant threat lay in the very environment itself. Both contestants have completed their teleportation. Now they will adjust their states. Each contestant has received a single reward, thus no adjustments are necessary. The system now officially announces the commencement of the first match of the third round of the Strongest Hokage Championship. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze versus sixth Hokage Kakashi Hatake. Let the battle begin. I'm coming, Sensei Minato. With the system's announcement, Kakashi lifted the forehead protector concealing his left eye, his gaze swiftly transforming into the Manjiki Sharingan as he charged at Minato wielding his short blade. Come on, Kakashi, let me see how much stronger you've become over the years. Minato, fully aware of the dangers of locking eyes with a wielder of the Sharingan, deliberately avoided Kakashi's gaze while producing a plethora of flying Thunder God kunai and hurling them towards Kakashi. In rapid succession, he readied a flash bomb, preparing to unleash his signature technique, the Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance. After all, a seasoned warrior like Minato knew that when facing a Sharingan user, the first priority was to obscure their vision. Is that a combination of the Flying Thunder God and a flash bomb? Kakashi thought, a wave of nostalgia washing over him, recalling how Minato had once employed this very technique to save his life. A memory he cherished. Although he had a countermeasure in mind, he chose not to utilize it, wishing instead to test the power of the TR in his hands. Minato threw the flash bomb. It exploded into a blinding yellow light, illuminating the surroundings in a dazzling glow. Wolf Fong Slash. Kakashi closed his eyes, channeling chakra into his short blade before swinging it with force. In an instant, a wolf's head over a meter high burst forth from the blade, tearing through the golden radiance, splitting it in two, and swiftly carving a deep fissure into the sandy ground that extended for dozens of meters. Impressive power. Kakashi, how much chakra does that technique consume? Minato's voice resonated from beside Kakashi. If anticipating the question, Kakashi glanced at his blade and replied, it consumes less than 1% of my total chakra. Meaning I could unleash an attack like that at least 100 more times. That's so. Truly, the short blade lives up to its legendary status. Minato nodded in appreciation. He was acutely aware of Kakashi's shortcomings, namely, his limited chakra, comparable to that of an ordinary person. Minato felt confident that even without considering the Nine Tails chakra, he possessed more than Kakashi. Senju Hashirama. Does the sixth Hokage have such little chakra? Senju Tobirama. Didn't you fight him before? Brother, had it not been for his chakra depleting quickly, I reckon the sixth could have lasted longer against you. Senju Hashirama. Is that so? I don't recall. Tsunade, for heaven's sake, grandfather, pay attention. Did you not notice that Kakashi hardly utilized any jutsu throughout the match? Uchiha Madara, that's merely because he's too weak. Only using a few jutsu is inadequate. If it were me, I could spar with Hashirama for an entire day and night. It would be a true contest of endurance. Naruto Uzumaki, a whole day and night. Don't you need breaks for food? I feel like I wouldn't last that long. I might get hungry in the middle of a fight. Yang QB. Fool, they can fight for a day and night because they consume those ninja essentials called military rations, which keep them full. If you had those, you could fight for a day and night too, provided you were willing. Naruto Uzumaki. Really? From what I recall from the memories I received from the system, none of my battles have lasted longer than half a day. They usually end quite quickly. And what are those military rations? Third Sachikage, based on our intel, it seems you're about to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Right, Naruto? Naruto Uzumaki. Yeah, what's up with that? Fourth Raikage, haven't your teachers ever explained what military rations are? They are quite fundamental. Surely the academy instructors must cover it. Naruto Uzumaki. Ah. Did Irika-sensei teach that? Irika. Naruto, please turn to page 5 of your textbook. Your assignment tonight is to copy it 100 times. Naruto Uzumaki. What? Sakura Haruno. Naruto, you idiot. Let us continue. Sensei Minato. After playing with his short blade for a moment, Kakashi declared, then swung the blade towards Minato. Honestly, still the same as before. Observing Kakashi's demeanor, Minato smiled and shook his head, swiftly employing the Flying Thunder God to evade Kakashi's strike. Kamui! Kakashi closed his eyes, spun around, and suddenly opened them wide, conjuring a small vortex behind Minato, imbued with a terrifying force of spatial annihilation that sent alarm bells ringing in Minato's mind, prompting him to use the Flying Thunder God to evade. This rendered Kakashi's Kamui ineffective, swallowing a considerable amount of sand instead. The spatial ninjutsu employed at a distance contrasted with the close-range variant that Obito wielded. Thus, Kakashi's technique was evidently designed for long-range engagement. Witnessing this, Minato quickly grasped the nature of Kakashi's Kamui ability. As expected, Sensei Minato's speed remains unparalleled. He dodged that without a hitch. Kakashi marveled at Minato's reflexes, while simultaneously gathering chakra and swiftly forming hand seals. Earth Release. Earth Flow River. As Kakashi completed the hand seals, the previously loose sand transformed into moist earth, surging forth like a river. Are you attempting to wash away my Flying Thunder God Kanai to restrict my mobility? If so, you underestimate me, Kakashi. With that, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God once more, observing the flowing earth while simultaneously forming hand seals. Jinjutsu. Dark walking technique. In the blink of an eye, everything around them fell into darkness, rendering the surroundings pitch black and obscuring Kakashi's vision entirely. Don't know. This is troublesome. The loss of sight rendered Kakashi's dynamic vision and long-range Kamui ineffective. Unable to see, he found himself subjected to a barrage of punches and kicks, forced to stand still and endure, relying solely on his hearing to gauge Minato's position. Uchiha Izuna. Damn it. This technique disgusts me. That despicable Tobirama only invents jutsu to counter our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shursui. Indeed. One must admit that the dark walking technique is particularly effective against our Sharingan. Uchiha Obito, that is merely effective against an ordinary Sharingan. It holds no value against the Manjiki Sharingan. After all, not to mention other ocular techniques, very few can counter the Susanoo. Kakashi, that worthless fool, wields my Manjiki Sharingan, yet is still suppressed by others. Naruto Uzumaki. Hey, I recently heard that you were defeated by my father. So it's no surprise that Kakashi, possessing your eyes, would lose to him as well. Uchiha Obito. That was merely my carelessness at the time. Were I to face him again, I would undoubtedly emerge victorious. After enduring a couple of kicks from Minato Namikaze, Kakashi felt somewhat helpless and could only activate Kamui to shield himself. This situation cannot continue. If I remain suppressed like this, once the duration of Kamui ends, my teacher will overwhelm me again. It seems I have no choice but to utilize Susanoo. Kakashi contemplated that the only viable way to turn the tide, aside from evading with Kamui, was to employ Susanoo. After all, while the Wolf Fang blade is powerful, its effectiveness relies on visibility. Otherwise, no matter how great its might, it would be futile if wielded indiscriminately. With this thought, Kakashi hesitated no longer. Instantly, his Manjiki Sharingan began to rotate at high speed, releasing a tremendous amount of ocular power. A swirling azure chakra rapidly emerged from within him, forming a skeletal structure around Kakashi, resembling a blue-hued frame. Senjutsu. Rasengan. The moment the azure skeletal frame materialized, a brilliant blue Rasengan hurtled towards him, resulting in a fierce clash between the two. However, in the end, the Senjutsu Rasengan failed to breach the defenses of Susanoo. Wolf Fang Slash. Kakashi reacted swiftly, slashing towards the Rasengan. The azure blade sliced through the air, launching a wolf head over a meter high. Yet, due to the surrounding darkness, Kakashi could not discern the outcome of his attack, though he could speculate that it was likely dodged by his teacher. Minato. Indeed, as Kakashi surmised, Minato had once again utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to a distant location, pondering how to break the stalemate. Susanoo. The Senjutsu. Rasengan couldn't breach its defense, so I must resort to the tailed beast Rasengan. However, that would deplete my chakra significantly, and at present, I lack any jutsu capable of overcoming Susanoo's defenses. If only I could utilize Naruto's Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. That said, the name Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken seems rather mundane. It could be renamed to Wind Release, Radiant Gale Explosive Arrow. That sounds much cooler. Is this really the time for such thoughts? A voice suddenly echoed from within Minato. Indeed, it appears not. Minato, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly before adopting a serious expression. Then, I must rely on you this time, Kurama. Come forth, and give everyone, especially your son, a grand surprise. The Kurama grinned in an instant. An astonishing surge of chakra erupted from Minato. This powerful chakra stirred up fierce winds, scattering sand all around him. As a result, Minato transformed into a dark golden-hued figure, his Hokage cloak elongating into a six-path cape, adorned with several black tomo on his chest. Apart from the color difference, everything else mirrored Naruto's Kurama perfectly. The manifestation of Minato's Kurama mode immediately caused a tremendous uproar throughout the ninja world. Chapter 52. Eruption, Tailed Beast Transformation vs. Naruto Uzumaki. Is this my Kurama mode? How come my dad can use it too? Kurama. That is because your father split me in two. One half was infused into you, while the other half remained within him. Shikamaru Nara. So, what you're saying is that the Kurama within Naruto is merely half of the original, with the other half residing in the fourth Hokage, Inoki, the third Tsuchikage. No way. If half of Kurama makes Naruto this powerful, does that mean Minato possesses strength comparable to Naruto, Hashirama Senju? That is hard to say. After all, the Kurama within Naruto should be whole, but the one within the fourth Hokage is only half. Inuzuka Kiba. So, in a one-on-one, Naruto holds a significant advantage, right, Hashirama Senju? Not necessarily, as Naruto cannot utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, and he hasn't employed Sage Mode yet, so it's uncertain how powerful he is in that state. If they truly fought, the outcome would be unpredictable. Madara Uchiha. Why discuss so much? Just watch and enjoy the match. For now, let us focus on the battle between those two father and son. Hashirama Senju. I believe Madara is correct, but this Kurama form is simply too cool. I wish I could wear that outfit. Kurama, will you let me experience it someday? After all, the 8th Hokage only requires a fraction of your chakra to enter that mode. Kurama. Some people should not even think about it. Even if I were to forgive others in the future, I would never forgive you. Spit. Hashirama Senju. What do you mean by that? Kurama? Kurama. Did I mention anyone? Those who feel targeted should reflect on themselves. Spit. Hashirama Senju. Dear brother, someone is bullying me. You must stand up for me. Tobirama Senju. Could you please focus on watching this battle? Brother. Kushina Uzumaki. Minato is so cool. Go for it. What is this chakra? How is this possible? The commotion caused by Minato was so immense that Kakashi could sense it, and he found it hard to believe. For he detected Kurama's chakra emanating from his teacher, Tailed Beast Bomb. Minato had completed his transformation into a tailed beast, and a massive dark golden nine-tails manifested in the desert, gathering a colossal black tailed beast bomb in its mouth before launching it towards Kakashi. Upon hearing the sound of the tailed beast bomb whistling through the air, Kakashi's heart raced, and instinctively, he activated his Manjiki Sharingan, causing his Susanoo to rapidly shift into its complete form. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated, sending powerful winds swirling, scattering clouds of yellow sand in every direction. This upheaval invigorated the previously desolate desert, causing the sand to flow downward as if it were water. Now I understand. No wonder it's called the Quicksand Desert. Indeed, the challenge lies with the terrain, but it can be exploited. Seeing this, Minato immediately devised a plan that he hurled a kunai into the distant smoke while simultaneously utilizing the Shadow Shuriken technique to confuse Kakashi's auditory senses. After all, previously, Minato had already employed Jinjutsu to obscure Kakashi's vision, leaving him reliant solely on his hearing and sensory abilities to gauge his surroundings. Phew, that was close. I didn't expect my teacher to wield the power of the Nine Tails. Speaking of which, the system mentioned that he seemed to possess Ine Kurama's power, but later transferred it to Naruto that I thought my teacher's peak state lacked the Nine-Tail strength. What does that sound? As Kakashi pondered the current situation, he suddenly heard some sporadic noises and then felt as though his Susanoo had been struck by something. I asked that my teacher's shadow shuriken technique. But what were those earlier sounds? They didn't sound like shuriken at all. Kakashi was perplexed. Unable to see, he had no way of ascertaining the precise situation. However, he soon sensed an incoming attack and had no time to think further, so he directed Susanoo to defend. In an instant, the two colossal beings collided, igniting an explosive confrontation. As they continued to clash, the intensity of their battle escalated. Over time, Kakashi began to find his rhythm, completely oblivious to the fact that he was being led astray by his teacher. It wasn't until Susanoo's movements were hindered that Kakashi finally realized, wait, I'm sinking into the sand. When did this happen? However, before Kakashi could contemplate further, multiple-tailed beast bombs struck the Susanoo directly. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the armor of Susanoo shattered, particularly the wings on its back, which received the brunt of the assault. This is troublesome. It seems I must resort to my last ounce of strength for one final gamble. Kakashi felt the current state of his Susanoo and the chakra within him that was nearly at its limit, leading to a sense of helplessness. At this moment, he sensed he possessed the capability to challenge deities. Yet his chakra constrained his performance that he believed that if he had even half the chakra of Senju Hashirama or Naruto, he could defeat the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, though this thought lingered in his mind. Kakashi's Manjiki Sharingan spun wildly, unleashing an astonishing power from his eyes. Simultaneously, a unique force erupted from within him, distinct from any power he had previously encountered. The azure-hued armor of his Susanoo began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. This very power had aided him in his battle against the first Hokage. It was formidable, yet too scarce. Had he possessed more, the outcome of that confrontation might have been reversed. A profound sense of crisis surged within Namikaze Minato, making him acutely aware that Kakashi had tapped into that chakra once again. Although Minato could not discern the source of this chakra, he recognized its immense strength, vastly surpassing ordinary chakra in both quality and magnitude. Indeed, this power was that of the Sage of Six Paths. He had felt a similar chakra from the sage himself, but Kakashi's was pitiably scant in comparison. Chapter 53. The Victor, Namikaze Minato. The power of the Sage of Six Paths. Could it truly be the legendary Sage of Six Paths? Caution was warranted. Hearing the words of Kyubi, Minato felt a weight settle in his heart, his expression growing increasingly grave. The true strength of the Sage of Six Paths was unclear to him, given that he had perished many years ago, yet he knew that Naruto, who had acquired half of the Sage's power, could effortlessly overwhelm all the Hokages. Even Kakashi, who had merely obtained a fraction of the Sage's strength, would likely not be feeble. Kamui Shuriken. Kakashi summoned all his physical power, coalescing it into two black orbs, which then gradually expanded and transformed into two colossal black shurikens held aloft by his Susanoo. In an instant, a palpable sense of danger surged within Minato. However, Kakashi did not rush to hurl the shurikens. He needed to ensure a decisive strike. After all, his chakra was already limited, and even that newfound power was still insufficient. He could only execute such a technique 2 or 3 times before exhausting his chakra, so he had to remain patient and ensure his aim was true. Minato discerned Kakashi's intent and chose to cancel his tailed beast transformation, striving to lower his presence and conceal himself from Kakashi's perception. Ordinary Jinkai. What are they doing? Why isn't Kakashi making his move? Senju Hashirama. That power is once again sending shivers down my spine. To be honest, had that thing hit me previously, I would have lost. Uchiha Madara. I suspect this power is that of the Sage of Six Paths. Wasn't it mentioned in the earlier videos that Obito would eventually become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? While he ultimately lost and was killed, he did step into the realm of the Sage that I surmise Kakashi acquired his eyes, which contained a fragment of the Sage's power, albeit a woefully small amount. Uchiha Obito. What? That damned Kakashi. Just wait. You've taken my eyes and my Susanoo, and now, even in death, you want to leave my eyes be. Uzumaki Kushina. If that's the case, you had it coming. There it was. Kinui Shuriken. After a lengthy search, Kakashi finally pinpointed the location of his teacher, Namikaze Minato, and hurled the gigantic shurikens in his direction. Swish! The two shurikens sped forth, slicing through the air with a sharp sound that drew nearer. In response to the imminent threat, Minato executed a flying thunder god technique to evade. The two colossal shurikens struck the ground, instantly transforming into two miniature spatial vortexes that consumed the surrounding desert. Though it appeared that the attack had missed, Kakashi had achieved his objective. He had employed Earth Release, Earth Flow River, to concentrate all of Minato's kunai at a single point. Thus, there was only one location for his teacher to relocate to. Kimui Raikiri. The massive azure Susanu's hand was instantly enveloped in black lightning, and Kakashi guided the Susanu toward the direction etched in his memory. As the darkness in Kakashi's eyes gradually dissipated, Minato's figure swiftly emerged before him. At this sight, Kakashi's gaze became resolute as he channeled all his chakra into the Susanu, accelerating its speed. In an instant, the colossal Susanu surged forward, its velocity surpassing that of before. Arriving almost immediately at Minato's side, the hand, shrouded in black lightning, pierced through Minato, driving deep into the earth. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated throughout the desert, sending shockwaves that stirred the sands into a frenzy. Teacher, I have one. Kakashi thought he had secured victory, but soon, white smoke began to rise from his hand. In an instant, the elation on Kakashi's face transformed into bewilderment, which rapidly morphed into alarm. Shadow clone? When did that happen? Tailed beast bomb. Kakashi scarcely had time to ponder further when an enormous tailed beast bomb hurtled toward him from a distance, directly striking him and erupting in a violent explosion. Boom! A blinding white light illuminated the entire desert, and the terrifying shockwave generated a gale force of level 8, sending the sands soaring. The cacophony of the explosion and the raging winds had yet to dissipate when the system's voice echoed from above. The third round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. First match. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato vs 6th Hokage Hatake Kakashi. The victor is 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Congratulations to the victor, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Reward: Flying Thunder God Barrier. Flying Thunder God Barrier, a ninjutsu that establishes a barrier. Once the barrier is activated, those within can freely utilize the Flying Thunder God technique without the need for any markings. With the barrier's range determined by the amount of chakra infused by the user. Senju Tobirama. It looks like a fusion of the Flying Thunder God technique and a barrier version. How exactly does this work? Can the Flying Thunder God evolve in such a manner? Why didn't I think of this before? As the system's voice faded, a memory surfaced in Minato's mind. After a brief moment of digestion, he quickly grasped the principles of the Flying Thunder God Barrier. That's how it is. The Flying Thunder God Barrier resembles a fusion of the Flying Thunder God technique and a barrier. Although one does not need the Flying Thunder God markings within the barrier, it allows for the manipulation of individuals inside, enabling positional exchanges at will. This is advantageous, for once the barrier is activated, the entire space becomes the user's domain. However, the drawback is that the barrier is not truly confining. It can be exited in ordinary battles. This might not be an issue, but against a formidable opponent. Establishing a range of 1 to 2 kilometers requires significant chakra. Nevertheless, this barrier can be taught to others. I wonder if Naruto can master it, having comprehended the capabilities of the Flying Thunder God Barrier. Minato's thoughts turned to whether this ability could be passed down, especially to Naruto, the first person who came to mind. After all, as his son, he would surely inherit some degree of his spatial time talent and might even be able to learn the Flying Thunder God. While Minato pondered this, a beam of light descended from the sky, whisking him away from the battlefield. Chapter 54. The second match of the third round begins. Hatake Kakashi. So, teacher, what exactly is this Flying Thunder God Barrier? Namikaze Minato. You all must have surmised it by now. It is essentially a combination of the Flying Thunder God technique and a barrier, though it's more akin to an upgraded version of the Flying Thunder God technique. Third, Tsuchikage Inoki. Goodness. Doesn't this mean that the already fastest ninja in the world, the Yellow Flash, will become even swifter? Fourth, Raikage. In no way. Is this going to make it impossible for others to compete? Senju Tobirama. As expected. Attention. We now commence the third round, second match of the Ultimate Hokage Championship. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama versus the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Competitors, please prepare as we select the battleground. The battleground has been chosen. The second match of the third round features the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama versus the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with the arena set on Crescent Island. Competitors, please take your positions. Teleportation will commence in 3 seconds. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I have never heard of Crescent Island before. Where is it located? Is it from another world? Senju Tobirama. It could be similar to the previous sand desert. After all, we had no prior knowledge of that desert either. As the conversation unfolded, 2 beams of light suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping Senju Tobirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen, lifting them into the air. The screen displayed a striking transformation, revealing an island resembling a crescent moon. Surrounding the island was a tumultuous ocean, with countless whirlpools encircling it, rendering it an isolated isle, inaccessible to any vessel. At the heart of the island stood a volcano, continuously belching thick black smoke, ominously signaling an imminent eruption. The island was also lush with dense vegetation, teeming with various poisonous creatures and ferocious beasts, posing an extraordinary danger. This seemingly isolated natural paradise had become the arena for their battle as the 2 beams of light transformed into a handsome man with white hair and a figure resembling a monkey. They were none other than Senju Tobirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen. As before, the perilous natural environment of the map was a concern, particularly the volcano that might erupt at any moment. Senju Tobirama gazed at the distant volcano, filled with uncertainty about when it would erupt. If it did, there would be no means of escape on this nearly secluded island. Both competitors have been teleported. Now, let's adjust their states. The rewards earned by the participants are Senju Tobirama 1. Sarutobi Hiruzen 0, thus neither can utilize any rewards to enhance their strength in this match. The system now announces the commencement of the Ultimate Hokage Championship, 3rd round, 2nd match, the second Hokage. Senju Tobirama versus the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The battle begins now. In truth, there was no need to mention the rewards. The one Senju Tobirama received seemed to have little effect on enhancing his strength. The reward of resurrection he obtained did not bolster his power, rendering it essentially inconsequential. However, it occupied a reward slot, placing him at a slight disadvantage against other Hokage, particularly those who had gained strength through their rewards. Summoning technique, Monkey King. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed seals and summoned his spirit beast, the Monkey King, to aid him. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama launched a multitude of flying thunder god kunai towards Sarutobi Hiruzen to facilitate the ensuing battle. Is my master intent on denying me any chance to perform and simply aims to overpower me with the flying thunder god technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen discerned his master's strategy and hastily formed his hand seals. Earth Style, Earth Flow River. Sarutobi Hiruzen's strategy mirrored that of Kakashi's previously. He aimed to utilize Earth Style, Earth Flow River to consolidate all the flying thunder god marks in one location, ensuring that no matter how Senju Tobirama employed the flying thunder god to shift, he would ultimately appear in a single spot. Monkey, your approach is rather conventional. Senju Tobirama shook his head. This method had already been employed before. Minato Namikaze had neutralized it and even countered with a technique of his own, yet his disciple persisted in using it, leaving him somewhat speechless. Shadow Clone Technique. With this, Senju Tobirama created several shadow clones, and together they swiftly formed seals. Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Thanks to the proximity to the ocean, several colossal water dragons surged forth from the sea, charging towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. The sheer magnitude of the water dragons rendered the Hidden Mist Village Shinobi utterly astonished. Hidden Mist Village Jonin. What on earth? Is this what you call water style? Hidden Mist Village Chunin. Indeed, the legend holds true. The second Hokage is the man who forged a pact with the sea. And this rumor is no mere myth. Kisame Hashigaki. 3 formidable water dragon bullets. I can endure, but such gigantic water dragons. Are you serious? Uchiha Izuna. Humph. Every time I witness Senju Tobirama, I feel irked, especially recalling those cursed techniques of his, all aimed at our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku. You know, upon reflection, most of the techniques mastered and developed by the second Hokage predominantly target our Uchiha clan. Senju Hashirama. Well, back when the village was not yet established, our Senju clan frequently clashed with the Uchiha clan, so Tobirama naturally focused his research in that direction. The Uchiha clan should not hold a grudge. Uchiha Itachi, humph. No grudge? Ever since he took office, he has persistently targeted our Uchiha clan, not to mention that his 3 disciples are inextricably linked to the annihilation of our clan. Inuzuka Kiba. But I heard that the Uchiha clan's downfall was orchestrated by Uchiha Itachi, wasn't it? Inuzuka Tsum. I apologize, everyone. I failed to provide proper guidance. Kiba, children should not meddle in adult matters. Some things are better left unasked and unspoken. Uchiha Sasuke. Wait, why this attitude? It seems that other high-ranking officials in the village also avoid discussing the Uchiha massacre. Is there truly a hidden truth behind this? At this moment, Sasuke recalled how he had descended into darkness upon learning the truth about Itachi from Naruto's video, contemplating the need to uncover the real story behind the Uchiha massacre. Chapter 55, Senju Tobirama vs. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Does my master intend to escalate things this dramatically? Observing the immense water dragons, Sarutobi Hiruzen's youthful visage twitched slightly. His teacher showed no mercy, unleashing full force from the very beginning, prepared to strike him down with every blow. Despite these thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands moved swiftly, forming seals before forcefully slamming them into the ground. Earth style, earth flow wall. A massive stone wall erupted from the ground. Starkly different from Kakashi's decorative earth flow wall, Sarutobi Hiruzen's was a simple, yet colossal slab of stone, at least 3 times larger than Kakashi's. The formidable water dragons crashed against the earth wall, torrents of water cascading down like a magnificent waterfall. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly leaped atop the fallen wall, positioning himself for a vantage point. Senju Tobirama and his clones also ascended the earth wall, evidently sharing the same strategy. Having confirmed their synchronized intentions, both parties wasted no time and seized their weapons, a golden staff and a sword, charging towards each other. The clang of metal resonated across the battlefield as their confrontation unfolded. A seamless exchange of blows, each a veteran of the battlefield, having faced the trials of steel and blood. Their mastery of taijutsu, stemming from the same lineage, made their contest equally matched. Neither could gain a decisive advantage. Water style, heavenly cry. Senju Tobirama initiated a new technique, unleashing a barrage of water needles from his mouth, targeting Sarutobi Hiruzen's vital points. Not good. Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted swiftly, wielding the golden staff to deflect the incoming water needles. Yet this left his previously impenetrable defense vulnerable. Opportunity, water style, water surface slash. Senju Tobirama quickly capitalized on the opening, infusing his chakra into the blade and lunging towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth, raising his arm to shield himself with the forehead protector, but the blade struck, slicing into his arm and causing blood to spurt forth. Lengthen, staff. Having paid such a steep price, even risking the potential impact on his own technique, Sarutobi Hiruzen was compelled to retaliate. He immediately positioned the Jingu Bang before him, aimed at Senju Tobirama, and commanded it to extend in an instant. The staff elongated dramatically, forcefully pushing Senju Tobirama away. Coincidentally, this Tobirama was indeed his true form, and he staggered as if struck hard, though he swiftly vanished from the end of the staff. The next moment, he reappeared beside his clone, and together they hastily performed hand seals. Water release, water wave strike, water release, water severing wave. Both the true form and the clone of Senju Tobirama unleashed 2 distinct water release techniques simultaneously. In an instant, torrents of water surged from the ground, swiftly dragging Sarutobi Hiruzen beneath the waves, intent on drowning him. Meanwhile, another clone of Senju Tobirama expelled a high-pressure water jet, slicing through the water to target the ensnared Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, as the high-pressure water jet passed through Sarutobi Hiruzen, he transformed into a puddle of mud, muddling the once clear waters. Mud clone. Was it the very technique I overlooked when you sent me flying? Well done, monkey. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but commend his apprentice for successfully deceiving him. Earth release. Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire release. Earth Dragon Flame Bullet. In the next moment, a barrage of composite ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Flame bullets, rained down from one side, targeting both Senju Tobirama and his clones, engulfing the entire battlefield. Water release. Water barrier. Senju Tobirama reacted swiftly, both his true form and clone quickly executing the water barrier technique, conjuring a wall of water that thwarted the incoming Earth Dragon Flame bullets. Instantly, the collision of fire and water produced a vast cloud of white smoke, enveloping the battlefield. Witnessing this spectacular clash of ninjutsu, the inexperienced shinobi could hardly contain their excitement. Konoha Village, a low-ranking shinobi. My goodness. Is this the level of a Kage battle? It's astonishing. The offense and defense on both sides are simply remarkable. Konoha Village, a mid-ranking shinobi. Whether it's the second Hokage's water release or the third Hokage's composite ninjutsu involving two techniques. It's enough knowledge for a lifetime. Konoha Village, a high-ranking shinobi. This must be the limit achievable by us mere mortals. The likes of Naruto, the fourth Hokage's son, or the first Hokage are levels we can only dream of. Tsunade Village, a high-ranking shinobi. Why bring up those two monsters? Their previous performances completely overshadow any other Hokage. And your Kakashi, if not for his limited chakra, would likely hold his own against these two. Kakashi Hitaki. Hey, sorry, I'm the chakra hand. It's my fault. Uchiha Obito. What did you expect? I can hold my own against Sensei with a single Manjikyu Sharingan, yet you wield two and still can't compete. Even with the power of the Sage of Six Paths within you, pathetic, Kakashi. Namikaze Naruto. I've realized, whenever Kakashi speaks, Obito can't help but pop up to berate him and argue back. Namikaze Minato. Exactly. Yahiko Rin. I can only say their relationship remains as good as ever, always bickering. Uchiha Obito. Who said I have a good relationship with that trash Kakashi? Rin, you shouldn't speak so recklessly. I'm just appalled that he can't even match up with others despite wielding my eye. Uchiha Madara. Doesn't that just imply you're also incompetent? What's there to dispute? Exciting and thrilling, but hardly more than a fraction of what Hashirama and I can achieve. Namikaze Kushina. And what about Naruto? Uchiha Madara. He's barely adequate. Just a bit too foolish, though his strength is decent. Senju Hashirama. Madara. You can't say that. Naruto isn't foolish. He's just young and lacked guidance during his childhood that I believe he will grow into a powerful and wise Hokage in the future. Namikaze Naruto. First Hokage. Your words truly resonate with me. Chapter 56. Breath of Water 5 releases. Great bullet technique. Observing the water wall that had thwarted his composite ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively opted to unleash his full power. He divided into 4 shadow clones, coordinating with his true form to simultaneously unleash 5 different elemental ninjutsu: fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind, each at a 1 chakra ratio, aimed directly at the water wall. Boom! In an instant, a violent explosion erupted across the earth wall, overwhelming it and leaving a massive crater in its wake. It over. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped for breath, wary of complacency, for the absence of the system's voice indicated that his teacher had evaded his attack. No, you overestimate yourself, monkey. At that moment, Senju Tobirama had somehow positioned himself behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, raising his blade and aiming a thrust at Hiruzen's heart. Reacting instinctively to the sound, Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to dodge. Yet the blade still pierced through his chest. Although it spared his heart, it struck his lung. Instantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen collapsed to the ground. Even as a Kage-level shinobi, he was still vulnerable and without effective treatment. Such a lung injury could claim his life within mere minutes. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not preoccupied with his condition. Rather, he pondered when he had been marked with the Flying Thunder God technique for his teacher. Oh, when was I marked? Water release. Heavenly weeping, Senju Tobirama, perhaps wishing to spare his apprentice further suffering, expelled several water needles from his mouth, striking Sarutobi Hiruzen's head and ending his life. The system's voice chimed in promptly. In the third round of the Strongest Hokage competition, the second match, second Hokage Senju Tobirama versus third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The victor is the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. As soon as the system announced Senju Tobirama's victory, a distant volcano erupted, seemingly in celebration. Yet, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that such an eruption truly occurs? Was I merely ahead of the game? Or was it orchestrated by the system? If it was the former, then it was merely random. But if it was the latter, did that mean the outcome of this match was predetermined by the system? However, this thought flickered through his mind briefly before being cast aside. Ultimately, he adhered to his previous conviction. As long as the victor was from Konoha, that was what mattered. More than that, Senju Tobirama was keenly interested in what rewards he would receive. Congratulations to the victor, second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Reward received: Breath of water. Breathe of water. A breathing technique from another world, primarily used to enhance lung capacity, allowing blood to rapidly absorb oxygen, significantly boosting physical abilities in a short time. It also includes corresponding sword techniques, a method that can augment one's strength. A sword technique. How fitting for me, considering my weapon is a katana. I hope this breath of water does not disappoint. With these thoughts in mind, Senju Tobirama felt a surge of memories flooding into his mind, encompassing all the capabilities and knowledge regarding the breath of water, which he swiftly mastered as, oh, this is the breath of water. Quite impressive, but why is it a derivative of a breathing technique? What is the original breathing technique? At this moment, Senju Tobirama was filled with curiosity. The breath of water had opened a new avenue for him, and his inherent inclination for research piqued his interest in the other breathing techniques mentioned in his newfound memories. However, the system clearly did not grant him the luxury of time to ponder. After dispensing the rewards, a beam of light descended from the heavens, transporting Senju Tobirama back to his original location. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Second Hokage, I still can't comprehend when you marked me with the Flying Thunder God technique. Throughout the battle, it seemed you only managed to strike me once with your blade up close. Otherwise, I don't recall you touching me at all. Senju Tobirama. Have you forgotten something, monkey? The Flying Thunder God technique is permanent and cannot dissipate unless entirely destroyed or transferred. Do you really think I never marked you with it before? Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You had already placed the Flying Thunder God seal on Sarutobi Hiruzen at the beginning of the match. How can we possibly continue? With that in play, you can teleport to him at any moment. Fourth Raikage. Indeed, isn't that a form of cheating? It somewhat undermines the fairness of the competition. Ding. Practice more, and if you cannot bear to lose, then do not play. Fourth Raikage. What do you mean by that? Third Raikage. What else could it mean? The ability to place the Flying Thunder God seal in advance is merely a testament to one's skill. If you do not wish to fight, you may simply concede. On the battlefield, no one will concern themselves with such matters. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You speak the truth. It was my oversight. Had I anticipated this, I might have utilized the Flying Thunder God seal to outmaneuver my teacher. It is imperative to consider everything around you during battle, even remnants of the past. Naruto Uzumaki. So it can be done this way. Huh? Kakashi, where are you? Kakashi. Kakashi Hitaki. What is it that you seek from me, Naruto? By the way, given our generational difference, you should refer to me as brother. Naruto Uzumaki. At over 30 years of age. You expect me to call you brother? Aren't you the least bit embarrassed? I need to borrow your kunai blade. I want to see if I can bring it with me during my battle with the first Hokage. After all, the first diamond sword seems rather formidable. Kakashi Hitaki. Very well, I shall come to you. But let us be clear, whether the system permits you to bring it along is a matter of concern. Naruto Uzumaki. How can we know without trying? Besides, that is your reward, not mine. If I manage to borrow it, that is my skill. After all, it is merely a weapon. Surely the system would not prohibit it. Hashirama Senju. Is it appropriate to discuss this in my presence? Ding. The third round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament begins now. Fifth Hokage, Tsunade Senju versus 8th Hokage, Shikamaru. Contestants, please prepare for the draw of the battle arena. Chapter 57, Third Round, Third Match. Ding. The third round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament begins now. 5th Hokage. Tsunade Senju versus 8th Hokage, Shikamaru. Contestants, please prepare for the draw of the battle arena. Draw complete. The arena for the third match of the Strongest Hokage Tournament is Brothers Battle, Battle at Sea. Contestants, please prepare. Teleportation will commence in 3 seconds. Tsunade. Wait, what does battle at sea mean? Isn't it simply the brothers' battle? Shikamaru. Could it be that this so-called brothers' battle is actually someone letting the sea loose? At this moment, the crowd was also filled with curiosity. They had heard of the brothers' battle, undoubtedly stemming from some conflict between siblings, but what could the battle at sea possibly entail? However, the system provided no answers. As 3 seconds elapsed, 2 beams of light descended from the sky, whisking Tsunade and Shikamaru into the air. Simultaneously, the image on the screen transformed into what appeared to be a corridor. The figure was slowly walking through this corridor, and everyone quickly recognized him as the grown-up Sasuke Uchiha. Kisame Hashigaki. It's Uchiha Sasuke. Then his opponent must be. Kisame glanced at his companion, Itachi Uchiha. Since it was a brothers' battle, Sasuke Uchiha was the brother, leaving Itachi Uchiha as the only possible opponent. For Sasuke had no other siblings. Sasuke Uchiha, lost in thought, gazed at the screen above, his expression inscrutable, though one could tell he was deeply contemplative. Not only Kisame, but everyone else soon grasped who the protagonists of this battle were. Why would I engage in a battle at sea with Itachi Uchiha? So he is letting me off easy. But why would he do that? What is the truth behind all this? At that moment, Sasuke felt as if his mind might explode, that if he were to oppose Itachi Uchiha, he would be the last to show any leniency, let alone let him off easy. In other words, it seemed that Itachi was indeed allowing him an advantage. Yet why? Considering that Itachi had slaughtered their entire clan, why would he choose to go easy on him during their battle? Sasuke was utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, in the light, Sasuke walked through the corridor for what felt like an eternity until he finally exited into a simple room. The decor was minimalistic, featuring only a massive stone chair, upon which Itachi Uchiha sat, eyes closed in meditation. Only when Sasuke came to a halt did Itachi open his eyes. The scene then shifted to the rooftop of the house, where two beams of light descended, transforming into a strikingly voluptuous woman and a man with a pineapple hairstyle exuding a rather languid expression. They were none other than Tsunade and Shikamaru. Strangely, there was not a soul in sight. Where had the contestants of the brothers' battle gone? Tsunade scanned her surroundings, realizing that besides herself and Shikamaru, there was no one else present. Unlike others who possessed a god's eye view, she could not see Sasuke and Itachi inside the house. They must be below us. There are two chakra signatures down there that surpass my own. Shikamaru sensed the chakra below and couldn't help but express his astonishment. In the world of Naruto, aside from Kakashi, everyone else's chakra was greater than his, particularly that of Naruto and Hashirama Senju, whose differences were at least 100-fold. Below, that sends a shiver down my spine. A swift resolution would be preferable. Tsunade also sensed the chakra below, and though she did not know whose it was, an unsettling premonition lingered in her mind. After all, the system had orchestrated this. There was undoubtedly a force intent on overpowering both of them. Both parties have completed their teleportation. Adjustments to their states will now commence. The rewards obtained by the contestants are Shikamaru Nara 1, Tsunade Senju 0. Thus, neither contestant may utilize any rewards to enhance their power in this match. The battle range is confined to the house you currently occupy. Everything else is at your discretion. Therefore, this system announces the third match of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. 5th Hokage Tsunade Senju vs. 8th Hokage Shikamaru Nara commences now. Alright, here we go. Seal release. 100 healings technique. Activate. Regeneration. Commence. As the system's voice faded, Tsunade unleashed her full power, drawing from her previous experience. She had no intention of granting Shikamaru a moment's respite. Eager to avenge the humiliation of her last defeat, superhuman strength, upon releasing her seal, Tsunade gathered chakra into her right hand and leaped into the air, aiming a powerful strike at Shikamaru. Seriously, is she starting off this strong? This is hardly giving anyone a chance. Shikamaru, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. Given that his opponent was not underestimating him, winning against Tsunade would be exceedingly difficult, especially since she was not affording him any time to strategize. Enough chatter. Tsunade roared as her fist descended with tremendous force. Shikamaru, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly enveloped himself in the red chakra of the Nine Tails, amplifying his abilities and promptly leaping back, while simultaneously tossing 2 shuriken. This time, I won't fall for the same trick again. Witnessing Shikamaru resort to his usual tactics ignited a flame of anger within Tsunade. For she had suffered from this very ploy in their last encounter. She immediately countered by swatting the 2 shuriken aside and pursued Shikamaru relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. Each time Tsunade's superhuman strength struck the ground, it left behind a crater several meters deep, a testament to her restraint. Otherwise, the rooftop they occupied would have collapsed upon her first punch. However, after several successive blows, the roof could no longer withstand the onslaught and crumbled beneath them. In an instant, Tsunade and Shikamaru found themselves plummeting downwards. Now is the golden opportunity. Seizing the moment, Shikamaru's red chakra transformed into a golden divine robe, and a Rasengan began to coalesce before him. With a swift motion, Shikamaru's hand morphed into a giant claw, capturing Tsunade, who was helpless in midair. Let us settle this with one decisive blow, Shikamaru shouted. yanking Tsunade closer as he prepared to unleash the Rasengan. Waiting for her approach to determine the outcome. You aren't even utilizing the Nara family's secret techniques, Tsunade scoffed, unable to hold back her sarcasm. From the start of the battle until now, Shikamaru had relied solely on Shuriken, the Ninetales chakra, and this Rasengan. He hadn't employed any of his shadow imitation techniques that I would love to use them, but have you given me the chance? Chapter 58. Tsunade versus Shikamaru, I would like to use it too. But have I been given the opportunity? Shikamaru found himself at a loss for words in response to Tsunade's taunt. From the very beginning of the battle, his opponent had relentlessly pursued him, leaving him no chance to unleash his ninjutsu. Just when he finally seized an opening to counterattack, he was met with ridicule. Nara Shikaku. It's not that our Nara clan's secret techniques are unworthy. Rather, the chakra of the Ninetales and the fourth Hokage's Rasengan offer far greater value. Nara Shikaku. I must admit, in a one-on-one confrontation, the Ninetales chakra and the Rasengan undeniably surpass our Nara clan's techniques. Yonkarama, of course. Who do you think's chakra it is? Senju Hashirama. Since your chakra is so formidable, Ninetales, why not lend it to me for a moment? I truly desire that golden outfit. It is simply magnificent. Yonkarama, I advise you to abandon that thought. I will never lend you my chakra in this lifetime. And who gave you permission to call me by my name? Are we that close? Senju Hashirama, come now. We once shared a bond of head-patting. Inkarama, get lost. You dare to call that a bond of head-patting? Damn it. Naruto, make sure to thoroughly defeat Hashirama in your upcoming battle, and if possible, lend us your body at the end. We wish to personally finish him off. Namikaze Naruto, huh, can we really do that? Yonkarama, not sure, but it's worth a try. I am quite intrigued by tearing apart Senju Hashirama. Kurama, Naruto, absolutely right. Uchiha Izuna, haha. The Senju clan has stirred up a hornet's nest. They all seek your life. Inkarama, we equally despise any member of the Senju and Uchiha clans, especially Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, you lot of foxes don't actually think that having a protector means I can't deal with you. Do you? Yonkarama, come at me. With a mighty punch, in the face of a Rasengan comparable to the size of a human head, Tsunade gathered a substantial amount of chakra into her fist, causing blue flames to erupt around it. And then they collided. Boom. The explosion generated a thunderous sound and an extraordinary shockwave. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, Tsunade and Shikamaru's figures plummeted from the sky. At that moment, Tsunade's right hand emitted a steady stream of white smoke, rapidly regenerating before the naked in stark contrast. Shikamaru's condition was rather dismal. Although he bore no injuries, the chakra of the Ninetales had vanished, indicating he was now devoid of the means to confront Tsunade head-on. Fire style. Great fireball technique. X2 at that instant, due to the damage inflicted upon the ceiling, Shikamaru and Tsunade found themselves in the midst of the battle between Sasuke and Itachi. Both brothers unleashed the great fireball technique simultaneously, expelling enormous fireballs towards their opponent. In an instant, the two colossal fireballs collided in midair, with both sides continuously infusing chakra into them. Ultimately, Sasuke, brimming with youthful vigor and abundant chakra, gradually pushed Itachi's fireball back. Just then, Itachi's right eye suddenly shed blood tears, and black flames erupted, initiating a counter-pressured in the next moment. The two fireballs exploded violently, engulfing the four combatants present. The smoke from the explosion dissipated. Tsunade and Shikamaru were hurled against the wall by the residual force, yet neither suffered significant harm. Only Sasuke appeared notably weakened, ultimately collapsing to the ground in silence. At that moment, the ceiling, which had been shattered during their fight, inexplicably restored itself. Itachi hastily approached Sasuke, kneeling beside him, gazing at his silent brother on the ground. Though his heart raced with anxiety, he maintained a facade of calmness. Suddenly, a voice echoed in everyone's ears. Oh no, I can't have really burned Odo-Do to death, can I? He cautiously extended a finger to touch Sasuke, seeking confirmation of his brother's existence. Abruptly, a bizarre phenomenon occurred. Sasuke's body retreated like a serpent, instantly transforming into white smoke and vanishing without a trace. In the spot where he had lain, a deep black hole emerged. Yet, Sasuke stood unscathed at the bottom of the pit, looking up at Itachi. Immediately, black curse seals surged over his body like a tide, causing a startling transformation as he became entirely enveloped in darkness. Uchiha Mikoto, son, please refrain from using that cursed seal. It looks dreadful. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Madara, by the way. I just noticed. This kid is using the 3-Tomo Sharingan while engaging with the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Izuna. What? Really? No wonder it's called the War of the Sea. This has truly unleashed the waters, transforming it into an ocean. Uchiha Tetsuhan. Isn't that so? The disparity between the 3-Tomo and the Manjiki is like a chasm. If you don't unleash the waters into the sea, victory is unattainable. Uchiha Sasuke, what does that mean? Uchiha Madara. I can't tell if you genuinely don't understand or are just pretending. The system already explained that even the most powerful 3-Tomo Sharingan, when compared to the upgraded Manjiki, is simply not on the same level, be it Susanoo or any of the other awakened ocular techniques. Even the dynamic victory is not comparable. Namikaze Nagato. I'm beginning to suspect that Uchiha Itachi might have some issues. Come on, Uchiha Itachi, let's have a good chat. Look into my Rinnegan, and let's discuss properly. Deidara, well done. Leader, it was high time to investigate him thoroughly. Third, Tsuchiki Jinoki. Finally, Deidara, you've spoken up in the comments. Hurry back here. Deidara, no way. Karatsuchi. Deidara, you can't say that. Although the old man is less than impressive, you ought to heed his words. Otherwise, your fate will be dire. On the battlefield, Sasuke clasped his hands together, preparing to unleash his jutsu. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, in agony, collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood while clutching his right eye. His expression one of profound suffering. Fire style. Great fire dragon technique. Sasuke expelled a searing fireball towards the ceiling where Uchiha Itachi stood. Sensing something, Itachi's pupils contracted, and he swiftly leaped away from his position. In the next moment, a fire dragon erupted from where he had just been standing, soaring skyward. Chapter 59. The victor is Tsunade. This battle is truly fierce. Speaking of the ceiling, it feels as though all that effort was for naught. Shikamaru watched the duel between Sasuke and Itachi, along with the restored ceiling, overwhelmed by countless feelings of melancholy. Heh, I suppose Mikoto's heart is shattering right now. Tsunade, on the other hand, smiled cheerfully, given her close relationship with Kushina. She was well aware of and acquainted with Kushina's best friend, Uchiha Mikoto, and their relationship was rather amicable than Tsunade had anticipated. Witnessing her two sons clash mercilessly was causing Uchiha Mikoto's heart to near its breaking point. Uchiha Mikoto, stop it. Don't fight anymore. Please, just stop. What mother can bear to watch her two children engage in such brutal self-destruction without intervening? This will likely be my final jutsu. Sasuke remarked with a cold smile, his tone laced with anticipation. Uchiha Itachi wearily rose from the ground, gazing at Sasuke, his voice faint yet resolute. The Sharingan can perceive chakra. Do not overexert yourself. I know you are out of chakra. Evading the Great Fire technique, which employs the Great Serpent substitution technique, is indeed challenging. Moreover, such a refined substitution requires a significant amount of chakra, Uchiha Itachi continued, but anyone with keen insight could detect a hint of concern in his tone. Are we still going to fight, Lady Tsunade? Shikamaru inquired curiously, looking towards Tsunade. That I would like to fight, but for heaven's sake, cancel your shadow imitation technique, so I can move. Otherwise, come at me. Tsunade erupted in fury upon realizing that Shikamaru had stealthily linked his shadow to hers during the chaos of the explosion, rendering her immobile. All right, then scatter the chakra you've gathered in your right hand, and I'll come over. Long before Shikamaru managed to immobilize Tsunade, she had been gathering chakra in her right hand. Now, should Shikamaru dare to approach, she would expend every ounce of her chakra to break free from the shadow imitation technique and deliver a decisive blow to conclude the battle. This stalemate has left the two of them locked in place. For Shikamaru, advancing would spell certain death, while remaining at a distance could lead to a similar fate once her chakra is depleted. Thus, he waits for the powerful technique that Sasuke mentioned, intending to leap directly into its midst, leaving his life or death to fate. At that moment, the sky suddenly roared with thunder, clouds darkened, and a bolt of lightning sliced through the heavens, unleashing a torrential downpour. The rain intensified, shrouding the sky in a veil of darkness. What purpose does that brat have in summoning such ominous clouds? Tsunade gazed up at the thickening clouds, a look of confusion crossing her face. However, Sasuke swiftly provided an answer through action that he extended his left hand, channeling the power of lightning, and then leapt into the sky. With a resounding boom, the thunder grew louder, as if the very heavens were trembling in response, a multitude of lightning bolts beginning to coalesce. The technique's name was Kirin.as. Sasuke uttered the name of this jutsu, Obito Uchiha. Wait, what was the name of that jutsu? Kakashi Hitaki. It's Kirin, what did you think it was? Obito Uchiha. Ah. I see, I must have heard it wrong. A fierce lightning storm manifested into a deep blue Kirin, which began to roar, dissipating alongside the thunder. Sasuke brought his elevated left hand down in a sweeping motion. And the colossal blue Kirin seemed to heed his command, descending from the sky with great force, aimed directly at Itachi Uchiha. Shikamaru hurriedly utilized the shadow imitation technique to control Tsunade, propelling them toward the location where the blue Kirin was set to land. Boom! A tremendous surge of lightning erupted from the ground, accompanied by thick smoke and explosive sounds, a blinding white light enveloping the area, dust cascading down, and the deafening roar instilling fear in all who witnessed it. Kato-dan, damn, my Tsunade, is Nara Shikamaru insane? In both encounters with my Tsunade, he has resorted to a mutually destructive strategy. Orochimaru, what can be done? There is indeed a disparity in their strengths. Lacking any trump cards, he has no choice but to gamble on this desperate tactic, hoping for a stroke of luck that if he loses, he loses. If he wins, he gains everything. Clearly, Shikamaru is operating under this mindset, exhibiting a remarkable self-awareness. Nara Shikaku. This is indeed a viable approach. After all, if we exclude the shadow creatures, the only thing capable of matching a shadow-level powerhouse in my son's peak state is the Nine-Tails chakra. Once that is lost, there seems to be no other option but to engage in a mutually destructive strategy. Senju Tobirama, quite clever and decisive, recognizing his weaknesses, thus opting not to confront the opponent head-on. Instead maneuvering to seek opportunities. More importantly, he is ruthless to himself, to prevent little Tsunade from escaping. He even ensnared himself in the process, aiming to sever her retreat and meet the Kirin technique together. He merely overlooked one detail. Though Tsunade's physique may not match ours, she is still a sage body, significantly superior to an ordinary human, putting him at a considerable disadvantage in this scenario. As expected, just as Senju Tobirama had surmised, when the smoke from the explosion gradually cleared, Tsunade emerged, enveloped in white smoke. Panting heavily, she had endured Sasuke's devastating Kirin. However, Shikamaru was far less resilient, lying on the ground like a charred remnant. Soon after, a voice echoed from the heavens. The third round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. Match 3. 5th Hokage Senju Tsunade versus 8th Hokage Nara Shikaku. The victor is 5th Hokage Senju Tsunade. Congratulations to the victor, 5th Hokage Senju Tsunade. Awarded, Sage Mode, Wetbone Forest. Sage Mode, Wetbone Forest, one of the 3 sacred sites of the ninja world. The sage arts passed down from Wetbone Forest allow one to absorb natural energy from the environment to enter Sage Mode, enhancing one's strength. Shima. Congratulations, Lady Tsunade. I never expected the reward to be the sage arts of my Wetbone Forest that you have yet to master. Senju Hashirama. Haha. Splendid. Our Leaf Village has gained another user of sage arts. Jiraiya. At this rate, it seems only you, Orochimaru, remain among the 3 incapable of using sage arts. Orochimaru. And so what? That doesn't change the fact that your sage mode pales in comparison to your disciples. Chapter 60. The Strongest Hokage Tournament. 3rd round, 4th match. Ding. The next match of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. 3rd round, 4th match, featuring the highly anticipated 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama, versus 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. Please prepare for the combatants as we now proceed to select the battle arena. Selection completed. The Strongest Hokage Tournament. 3rd round, 4th match. 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama versus 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. The battle arena is Valley of the End. Please prepare. Teleportation will commence in 3 seconds. Senju Hashirama. Which era of the Valley of the End are we referring to? Uchiha Madara. Finally, it is about to begin. I have been looking forward to this for quite some time. Uchiha Taijima, listen. Uchiha clan, make sure to cheer for Naruto with all your might. Uchiha Izuna, understood. Uchiha Sasuke, understood. Uchiha Shisui. Uzumaki Mito. Goodness, the Uchiha clan is quite united in this matter. In an instant, the entire barrage of comments was dominated by the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, 2 beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping the figures of Senju Hashirama and Naruto in the Pure Land and Leaf Village. Respectively, the visual display shifted to depict the Valley of the End, featuring a colossal waterfall at its center and two massive stone statues flanking either side. However, the statues depicted in this recording differed from the original Valley of the End. Originally, the statues represented Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, but in this video, while Hashirama's statue remained unchanged, the statue originally representing Madara had been replaced by Naruto clad in a Hokage cloak. The two beams of light descended upon the heads of the respective statues, transforming into the figures of Senju Hashirama and Naruto. How odd that there is not a soul around, and even Madara's statue has changed. Yet, that makes sense, as my opponent this time is Naruto. Standing atop Madara's statue would feel quite strange, and even more so on my own. Senju Hashirama surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing amiss aside from Naruto's statue opposite him. Haha, I can hardly wait. Naruto promised to weaken Senju Hashirama significantly before I step in for the finishing blow. The Ninetales was now exceptionally excited at the prospect of facing Hashirama, a dream he had long yearned to fulfill. Alas, I did not bring the wolf blade with me. In contrast to the exhilarated Ninetales, Naruto appeared somewhat despondent. He had initially intended to bring along the wolf blade for a little fun, but it had vanished from his pocket. Observing this, the Ninetales quickly spoke up, "Forget about that blade. Focus. You can't activate 6 paths or heavy particle mode, so be cautious. But what exactly is heavy particle mode?" Naruto inquired, having gleaned information about 6 paths mode from previous system dialogues, yet remaining entirely in the dark about heavy particle mode. That a mere name was all he had, and curiously, he felt a deep-seated resistance to wielding that power, as if it resided within him, ready to be summoned at any moment. Upon hearing this, the Ninetales pondered briefly and replied, "That is a last resort, a trump card that must never be utilized unless absolutely necessary. For once activated, we both face certain doom. It is a final gambit." The Ninetales refrained from revealing the truth to Naruto. After all, once the heavy particle mode was used, it was not the two of them who perished, but rather himself. He wished to retain that final trump card, in case they encountered an opponent that truly surpassed them, allowing him to make one last desperate stand. Had Naruto been privy to the cost of that trump card beforehand, he would undoubtedly have chosen never to employ it. Upon hearing this, Naruto nodded slightly, dismissing the concern. If it came to a final showdown, then so be it. If they faced an insurmountable foe, it would be prudent to have that option available. Both parties have completed their teleportation. Adjustments to their states are now commencing. Ding! Due to the fact that the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, has only 2 rewards, while the 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, possesses 4, please select 2 rewards from your 4 to participate in this battle. Kurama, which rewards do you think I should choose to face the first Hokage? Regarding the selection of rewards, Naruto tossed the question directly to Kurama, too apathetic to ponder such matters himself. Kurama couldn't help but twitch his mouth at this. Was it he who was battling Senju Hashirama, or was it Naruto? Nevertheless, considering that he might have to personally finish off Hashirama, Kurama held back his words and began to analyze the 4 rewards Naruto had obtained: the Manjiki Sharingan, the Dual Birth of Lotus, the Path of Life, and the Perfect Sage Body. Among them, Kurama felt that the Manjiki Sharingan and the Perfect Sage Body would be the most useful for this fight. Of course, the Perfect Sage Body could be exchanged for the Dual Birth of Lotus, but as for the Path of Life, if it were truly useful in battle, Senju Tobirama would have already utilized it. Let us go with the Manjiki Sharingan and the Dual Birth of Lotus. After some contemplation, Kurama made his decision. Since the Perfect Sage Body was also possessed by the opponent, it would be wise to leverage their numerical advantage. After all, 2 Manjiki Sharingans would be quite a challenge to deal with. Alright, I'll go with what you suggested. Naruto nodded in agreement and selected his answer from the screen before him. Ding! Now, let the 3rd round of the Strongest Hokage competition commence. First Hokage Senju Hashirama versus 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. Hahaha. Come on, 7th Hokage. Let me see your strength. Senju Hashirama clapped his hands, unleashing a terrifying purple chakra that generated a ferocious wind, cracking the very ground beneath him. Not a problem. First Hokage. Naruto responded with a fist bump, instantly entering Kurama mode. Enveloped in golden chakra, in the next moment, both leapt down from their respective stone statues and raced across the lake towards one another. their fists colliding with such force that a whirlwind erupted, scattering debris in every direction. Thus, the stage was set for an epic confrontation. Chapter 61. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Senju Hashirama, as the system's announcement echoed. Naruto and Hashirama clashed under the watchful eyes of all. A dazzling display of taijutsu commenced on the lake's surface. Each was a legendary figure, one having carved a path through the Warring States era to earn the title of the God of Shinobi, while the other was a protector of the ninja realm against extraterrestrial threats from the Tsutsuki clan in the future. The combatants' skills had been honed through life and death trials, and for a time, neither could gain the upper hand. They exchanged blows for half a minute before Hashirama shifted tactics. Suddenly, he produced his mighty diamond sword, infusing it with chakra. Instantly, the initially 2-meter-long sword elongated to over 10 meters, radiating a fearsome purple light. With a swing of the sword, a massive purple energy blade shot forth toward Naruto. Reacting swiftly, Naruto retreated, his eyes rapidly transforming into the Manjiki Sharingan. With the enhanced dynamic vision granted by the Sharingan, he executed 2 backflips onto a cliff, effortlessly evading the energy blade while forming hand seals with remarkable speed. Shadow clone technique. For shadow clones materialized around Naruto, he then seized one of the clones and hurled it toward Hashirama. Hashirama, sensing the attack, gathered his strength and delivered a heavy slash, obliterating the clone. However, in quick succession, 3 Narutos, each wielding a Rasengan, charged at him with astonishing speed, leaving Hashirama with no time to defend himself. In a moment of desperation, he clapped his hands together. Would release. Advent of the forest. Miraculously, trees burst forth from the lake, as if uprooted, creating a dense forest around Hashirama in an instant, with the flailing branches. The 3 Narutos were dissipated into clouds of smoke. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a colossal, spiraling shuriken soared through the air. Wind release. Rasen Shuriken. The rapidly spinning shuriken sliced through the trees, ultimately detonating at the center of the forest, unleashing a blinding white explosion upon the lake. The water surged violently, waves radiating outward from the epicenter. As the brilliance faded, countless wooden splinters rained down from the sky, cascading into the lake. However, at the explosion's core, a wooden shield shaped like a fearsome fanged demon remained intact. Uzumaki Kushina. No way could it be. My Naruto's Rasen Shuriken is an S-rank ninjutsu, and it was blocked by that shield, seemingly unscathed. Uchiha Madara. This is just the beginning. When my Susanu's greatsword struck, it couldn't even pierce through. Your son's technique, though formidable, is merely adequate. Inazuka Kiba. No way, an S-rank ninjutsu, and it's only adequate. Uchiha Madara. Haven't you seen it before? Hashirama's true Thousand Hands Buddha is the real deal. Uchiha Madara. Of course, I can counter that technique now. Aside from me, no one can defeat Hashirama. Indeed, he is invincible, except when facing me. Senju Tobirama. Your brother is delusional. He praises my brother while puffing himself up. Aren't you going to say anything about it, Uchiha Azuna? Uchiha Azuna. There's nothing to be done about that. Senju Tobirama. How resilient. With Naruto using Sage Fox mode and tapping into the chakra of 4 tails, let us see if it can withstand magma. Although the system has disabled Naruto's Sage of 6 Paths mode, it doesn't mean he lacks the chakra of the other 8-tailed beasts. While insufficient to achieve the terrifying destructive power of 6 Paths mode, its might remains considerable, albeit rare, without assistance. It's challenging for Naruto to utilize this a second time in the short term. Alright, upon hearing this, Naruto clapped his hands together, orange shadows suddenly appearing around his eyes, and his aura intensified significantly. He then extended his right hand, forming a Rasen Shuriken infused with the molten chakra of the 4-tailed sun Wukong at remarkable speed. Sage Art. Lava Release. Rasen Shuriken. The searing Rasen Shuriken cut through the sky, leaving a graceful arc before crashing into the fanged demon's wooden shield. Boom. The molten Rasen Shuriken exploded, creating a devastating blast that far surpassed the previous wind-release Rasen Shuriken, incinerating the fanged demon's wooden shield. Sun Wukong. That is my chakra. How could Naruto possess it? Gue. Did you forget? In the future, we all lent Naruto some of our chakra, meaning that at his peak, he wields our combined power. Shikaku. So while the Sage of 6 Paths mode is unavailable, Naruto can still harness our chakra. Hot. As the steam from the collision of lava and lake water billowed, Senju Hashirama's voice emerged, and he leaped out from the mist, plunging his slightly reddened diamond sword into the water. The sizzling sound of steam erupted from the contact. In a way, he managed to block that? How did he do it? Kurama observed this scene, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Hashirama appeared unscathed, showing no signs of injury, aside from his hand, which bore evident burns. Otherwise, he was perfectly intact. It must have been that formidable sword that shielded him. How splendid. I wish I had one too. Naruto had long coveted the formidable Vajra greatsword of Senju Hashirama and Kakashi's double wolf blade. As long as you emerge victorious, the rewards will be plentiful, perhaps even including weapons. But should you lose, you shall gain nothing. Enough talk. Launch your attack. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Unleash it with all your might. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately conjured two senjutsu-enhanced wind release, spiraling shurikens, and hurled them towards Senju Hashirama. Behold my mighty sword. Seeing the two shurikens hurtling towards him at high speed, Senju Hashirama swiftly drew the great sword from the lake, transforming it into a colossal weapon with a powerful swing. He effortlessly shattered the two spiraling shurikens in midair. Chapter 62. The Tailed Beast versus the Wooden Man. Wow, what a treasure! A reliable weapon is truly a blessing. Observing Hashirama disperse his spiraling shurikens with the Vajra great sword only intensified Naruto's desire for a weapon. His face alight with longing. Haha, now it's my turn, 7th Hokage. After launching his spiraling shuriken, Hashirama let out a hearty laugh, clapped his hands, and suddenly, shadowy markings appeared on his face as he entered Sage Mode in the blink of an eye. Jiraiya, isn't this a bit excessive? I can tolerate Minato entering Sage Mode in just a couple of seconds, but why can you two casually enter it with just a clap? While Naruto had previously entered Sage Mode with ease, Jiraiya had remained silent despite feeling disheartened. However, witnessing Hashirama achieve the same feat left him utterly flabbergasted. After decades of training in Sage Mode, he had only reached a half-baked state, relying on others for assistance and requiring a lengthy preparation to enter it. Yet in merely 2 days, he had observed two individuals demonstrate what it meant to enter Sage Mode instantaneously, which felt like a crushing blow to him. Tsunade, apologies, Jiraiya, but I just tried it myself and can now also instantly enter Sage Mode. Sage Art. Would release. Flower Tree World. With a mighty roar, Hashirama summoned trees that erupted from the lake, swiftly forming a vast forest that surged towards Naruto. It's coming. I know what to do. Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto swiftly formed seals, conjuring thousands of shadow clones, each wielding a spiraling ball as large as a person. Sage Art. Super Large-Tailed Beast Bomb. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of Narutos leaped into the air, unleashing their spiraling orbs upon the wooden forest, resulting in a blinding flash of light followed by a cataclysmic explosion. The dense thicket disintegrated into splinters and sank into the lake. Wood release. Wood Dragon Technique. A colossal wooden dragon surged forth from the water, resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, barreling towards Naruto, who had just revealed his true self after his shadow clones dissipated. With the assistance of two chakra hands, Naruto rapidly formed an enormous spiraling shuriken and hurled it at the swiftly approaching wooden dragon. Boom! A dazzling white light illuminated the entire Valley of the End as the massive wooden dragon collided with the blinding radiance, disintegrating into wooden fragments. Kisame. Enough, you two. Why are you tossing out such powerful jutsu so casually? Can't you at least give us a fighting chance? Kakashi. In terms of chakra, I can't help but feel envious. Watching the video of Naruto and Hashirama, what appeared to ordinary people as monumental techniques became mere commonplace skills for the two, leaving everyone questioning their own existence, especially as they effortlessly unleashed powerful jutsu, looking as though their chakra reserves were hardly depleted, capable of continuing for countless more rounds. Sage Art. Would release. Wooden Man Technique. A massive wooden figure erupted from the lake, with Hashirama standing atop its head, gazing down at Naruto. Naruto, unleash the Tailed Beast transformation and defeat him. Compared to Naruto, the Ninetales was even more eager to bring Hashirama to his knees. Upon witnessing the wooden giant, he immediately transferred all his prepared chakra to Naruto. Roar. Let us do this, Ninetales. Naruto clapped his hands together, and an explosion of golden light surged forth, followed by an overwhelming chakra that spread out. revealing a colossal, radiant fox that howled towards the heavens. Growl. Hashirama, I will surely defeat you today. The Ninetales is quite lively today. Hashirama furrowed his brow, confused as to whether he was battling Naruto or the Ninetales. Humph, why should I care about your liveliness? Naruto, take him down. The Ninetales exhaled a puff of white smoke. Previously unable to contend with Hashirama, he could only curse him. But now, alongside Naruto, he felt emboldened to challenge Hashirama. Resolving to ask Naruto for permission before making a move. Let us go, Naruto. All right. Naruto maneuvered the colossal golden Ninetales fox, charging towards the towering wooden man, initiating a fierce clash. The wooden figure retaliated with a kick, leading to a vigorous sumo duel where neither side yielded. Once again, they found themselves engaged in a contest of physical prowess. Be cautious, first Hokage. After a brief exchange, Naruto made the first move that he opened his arms, and the golden fox mirrored him, gathering a dark blue energy to form a massive tailed beast bomb. Tailed beast bomb. Boom. The tailed beast bomb erupted from the golden fox's mouth, unleashing a destructive force aimed directly at the wooden giant. However, Hashirama merely raised his hand, effortlessly grasping the tailed beast bomb that possessed the power to obliterate the entire Valley of the End. This power is significantly stronger than before. Is this the result of Naruto's strength? Impressive, indeed. Hashirama marveled at the immense power conveyed through the wooden figure's hand. Having once battled the Ninetales, he was well aware of its might. The power emanating from the Ninetales now surpassed what it had been during their previous confrontation. The additional strength was undeniable. As a perfect Jinchuriki, Naruto could harness both his own power and that of the tailed beast, creating a synergy that was beyond comprehension. Realizing this, Hashirama couldn't help but burst into joyous laughter, delighted by the presence of such an exceptional successor in Konoha, bringing him immense gratification as the founding Hokage. Ha! Come on, 7th Hokage. The probing is over. Let us unleash our full strength and determine the victor of this battle. Chapter 63. True Senju vs. Sage Art. Tailed Beast Planetary, Spiraling Shuriken now. Let us unleash our full strength to determine the victor of this battle. Hashirama laughed heartily, manipulating the wooden figure to hurl the tailed beast bomb towards the golden Ninetales fox. Fair enough, let us get started, Naruto replied, initially calmly stating the first half of his sentence before shouting the latter half with vigor. Suddenly, the lake beneath them began to churn violently, and a massive wall of water rose between them, intercepting the tailed beast bomb that Hashirama had sent back. Boom. What is happening? Hashirama stared in bewilderment at the water wall, momentarily perplexed, when suddenly the wooden giant he stood upon began to sink. Realizing something was amiss, Hashirama glanced down, only to be taken aback by what he saw. What in the world is this? A colossal whirlpool was rapidly consuming his wooden giant, starting from the feet and swiftly disintegrating it into splinters. Clouding the whirlpool, nearby, a face resembling human features, eyes, mouth, and nose, emerged on the water's surface. Shikamaru. Not this again. Wait a minute. Wasn't he Naruto always fighting Hashirama head-on? Where did he find the time to transform the surface of the water into that life form? Senju Tobirama. Wait. Are you suggesting that Naruto has chosen to utilize the reward of the Mangeki Sharingan and the dual birth of the lotus, while he confronts my elder brother head-on? Naruto has already submerged in the water, quietly turning the surface into a living entity. Kushina Uzumaki. Bingo, you are correct. Naruto was indeed taken away by a previous beam of light that I watched for quite a while without catching a glimpse of her. It turns out she was stealthily up to something significant underwater. Mito Uzumaki. The heart of a mother can be quite biased. She is clearly lurking beneath the water, waiting for the opportune moment to launch a sneak attack. Yet you describe it as her doing something grand. Jiraiya. But the question remains, how did she evade the perception of Sage Mode? One must understand that the sensory capabilities of Sage Mode are no trifling matter. Fukasaku Sage. It must be due to the lake's water. The strength of Sage Mode's perception arises from its ability to sense everything around it with the aid of natural energy. However, as the lake water is part of nature itself, the life-infused water would naturally assist its creator, which is why the first Hokage did not detect her presence. Shima's Sage. At this point, that seems to be the only explanation. Otherwise, I cannot conceive of any other reason. I must leave the water's surface at once. Otherwise, I risk suffering a disadvantage if this continues. The lake water was imbued with life by Naruto. Senju Hashirama found himself at a disadvantage in this terrain. Aware of this, the battle-hardened Hashirama decisively prepared to use the wooden figure as a springboard to escape the water's surface before it could be torn apart. Wood release, wood dragon technique. With a shout from Senju Hashirama, the wooden dragon atop the wooden figure sprang to life, launching him away like an arrow from a bow, heading towards the distant forest. Dante let him escape. Naruto, attack quickly. Seeing Hashirama attempting to flee, Kurama shouted anxiously, for this was crucial to his quest for vengeance. I understand. Kurama, no need to rush me. Multiple-tailed beast balls, Naruto declared as he spread his arms. Channeling the black-tailed beast balls that coalesced within the mouth of the golden nine tails, ultimately swallowing them, in the next moment, he unleashed a barrage of tailed beast balls from his mouth. Hurtling towards the fleeing Senju Hashirama, grow larger, my adamantine sword. Upon witnessing this, Hashirama promptly hurled his gigantic adamantine sword, infusing it with a substantial amount of chakra. In an instant, the sword transformed into a colossal structure, towering over 1,000 meters high and several hundred meters wide, resembling a giant pillar holding up the heavens, blocking Hashirama's path. Boom, boom, boom. As the barrage of tailed beast balls struck the towering sword, an explosion of dust and debris erupted. However, as the smoke began to dissipate, the adamantine sword stood firm, showing no signs of damage. Teach, truly resilient. Kurama scoffed upon witnessing this. Sage art would release true thousand hands. As Hashirama landed in the forest, he clapped his hands and shouted, in an instant, a colossal statue of cannon, with countless giant arms, rose from the ground, dwarfing everything around it, as if it sought to break through the very sky. Come on, 7th Hokage. I'm coming for you. Transform into the Buddha. With Hashirama's thunderous roar, the multitude of giant arms surged forward like a tidal wave, crashing towards the golden nine tails. Naruto, focus. This is the technique that Hashirama once used to defeat Uchiha Madara. Give it your all. Understood. Kurama, sage art, tailed beast planetary Rasengan. Naruto swiftly gathered a gigantic shuriken, spinning wildly with a sound reminiscent of a chainsaw, demonstrating the incredible speed at which it rotated, and hurled it toward the thousands of giant arms. The golden nine tails opened its mouth and unleashed several tailed beast balls, which spiraled around the central Rasengan in a chaotic dance. This technique was a terrifying amalgamation of Naruto's Sage Chakra, Wind Release Chakra, Rasengan, and the tailed beast balls of Kurama. If you wish to challenge my father, you must first seek my permission. The lake too erupted, emitting a thunderous roar, as the entire surface of the lake sprang to life. Thousands of enormous water columns shot upward, following the massive Rasengan as they surged toward the true thousand hands. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed in the air, illuminating the sky with brilliant white energy, the scorching heat causing nearby waters to begin evaporating. Everything in their path began to vanish, quickly engulfing both the golden nine tails and the massive cannon statue. It seemed as though the very essence of the world was to be obliterated. And it continued to expand. Deidara. Art. Art. Now this is true art. Incredible, huh? Watching the explosive display on the screen, Deidara sank to his knees, completely enraptured, lost in the unparalleled spectacle of destruction. That I wonder if kneeling is really necessary. Scorpion remarked, unable to bear the sight of Deidara's fervor, feeling even reluctant to acknowledge his partner. Chapter 64. Did Senju Hashirama win? After an indeterminate amount of time, when the smoke finally cleared, the Valley of the End. The battleground between Naruto and Hashirama had transformed into a colossal pit. The once plentiful trees, rocks, and lake were all gone. The earth lay scarred and battered, as if it had been rewritten. The arms of the great Buddha had been reduced to splinters, and half of the golden nine tails had vanished, its once resplendent hue now dimmed. Senju Tobirama. My goodness, there truly exists someone capable of matching my elder brother in a direct confrontation, aside from Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, quite impressive. You certainly possess remarkable strength. Uzumaki Naruto. This sight stirs something within me, igniting a desire to personally test your abilities. Kushina Uzumaki. So cool, Naruto. You truly are my son. Inazuka Kiba, my heavens. I shall never dare to irk Naruto again. Otherwise, I might genuinely meet my end. Uchiha Sasuke. Is this merely Naruto without the powers of Sage of Six Paths and the truth-seeking orbs? How formidable would he be if he did activate those two modes? Haha, you are formidable, 7th Hokage. Even without your strongest two powers, you managed to put up such a fight that I acknowledge you as an excellent junior. At that moment, Senju Hashirama gasped for breath, his body enveloped in white smoke, chakra nearly depleted, and even his previously rapid recovery had slowed significantly. Were it not for the circumstances, he would have undoubtedly lost by now, as he lacked the chakra to continue fighting. Yet, things were slightly different now. He had acquired an item that could help him restore a considerable amount of chakra instantly. Activate, Holy Grail. A blue light enveloped Hashirama. As an ancient, intricately designed dark golden cup materialized before him, filled with a flowing blue liquid that surged into his body in almost an instant, Hashirama felt his chakra completely restored, and upon realizing this, he burst into laughter. Haha, I never expected to be restored to my peak condition. My apologies, but it seems I have one, 7th Hokage. Uchiha Taijima. Fully restored. Goodness, doesn't that mean Hashirama's chakra has doubled? Senju Tobirama. Wait a moment. Elder brother. If Naruto wins, he receives double rewards. Oh dear, I should have reminded him about that. Ding. During the match, no deliberate assistance is allowed. If detected by this system, all rewards granted will be rescinded, and participation qualifications will be revoked. All contestants are advised to take note. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Izuna. Hahaha, you deserve it, useless Tobirama. 3rd Tsuchiki Jinoki. This is acceptable. Receiving one reward is certainly better than Konoha receiving two. 4th Raikage A. I agree with the above statement. Kushina Uzumaki. That may not necessarily be the case. The outcome remains uncertain. Sage Art, Heavenly Gate. Senju Hashirama took a deep breath, then let out a tremendous shout. Instantly, 9 enormous wooden doors descended from the sky, pressing against the various parts of the Golden Fox. Naruto attempted to break free, but found himself utterly unable to escape. The Heavenly Gate could suppress even the 10 tails, so Kurama, with its 9 tails, was naturally unable to free itself. Alas, struggling to break free. Even Naruto and I cannot contend with that bastard Senju Hashirama. Such dissatisfaction. Observing the current situation, Kurama gazed resentfully at the colossal visage of Hashirama. He never anticipated that after battling to such an extent, defeat would still be their fate. Do not fret, Kurama. We still possess a backup plan, do we not? Naruto attempted to move, realizing he was immobilized, yet he remained relatively calm, for outside, another Naruto was stealthily preparing to surprise Hashirama. Alright, it's time to conclude this match. It's a pity I cannot face you in your prime, Hashirama lamented as he approached Naruto, wielding the mighty Vajra. As he reached the center, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked open, swiftly expanding into a vast chasm. Hashirama was momentarily taken aback by this sight, and then he felt as if he were weightless, plummeting downward. However, he quickly regained his composure and used the Vajra to anchor himself against the cliff. Standing firm atop the blade. What is happening? Why is the ground? Before he could ponder the situation, another crack appeared beside him, and suddenly, a golden figure emerged from the fissure. Sage Art. Magnet Release. Spiral Sphere. A spiraling orb adorned with eerie purple patterns struck Hashirama, sending him tumbling to the bottom of the chasm. Shortly thereafter, a radiant figure stood where Hashirama had once been. Itsu. Naruto's second chosen ability is the Dual Lotus. Upon seeing this Naruto, Hashirama understood the second ability chosen by Naruto, initially assuming it to be the perfect sage form. Apologies, first Hokage, but this round belongs to us siblings. The younger Naruto beamed with a dazzling smile. As if the battle had already concluded with her previous move, this prompted hearty laughter from Hashirama, for the damage inflicted by a single spiral sphere was negligible. He could recover almost instantly. Haha, I must say, little girl from the 4th Hokage's family, a single spiral sphere won't faze me. It means nothing to me, Hashirama declared, attempting to demonstrate his resilience. Yet, as he tried to move, he found himself unable to do so. His chakra seemingly sealed. Hachibi. Ha! Did you not expect this? This is the sealing ability of my chakra. Kushina Uzumaki. Ha! This is why I mentioned it earlier. After all, Naruto has never entered the fray. Raza. 4th Kazekage. I never knew Hachibi possessed such abilities. This is the first I've heard of it. Chapter 65. Senju Hashirama. Do not approach. This is a sealing technique. The previous spiral sphere carried sealing capabilities. Hashirama observed the violet patterns enveloping his body and quickly deduced the current predicament. The spiral sphere was not intended to harm him, but to restrain him. Fortunately, the sealing was not too potent, and he should be able to break free soon. As a seasoned warrior, Hashirama swiftly devised a method to counter the seal. However, just as he prepared to do so, the ground beneath him began to shift, transforming into a viscous sludge that ensnared him. What is happening? Hashirama was stunned, bewildered by how the solid ground had turned to mire. Hello. Suddenly, a large face emerged from the ground, responding to Hashirama's confusion. The earth had been imbued with life by Naruto. This explained the sudden cracks and the transformation of the terrain into sludge. After greeting Hashirama, Naruto turned to rescue the original Naruto. Upon reaching him, she placed her hands upon the Myojin gate, and Naruto's eyes began to whirl with the kaleidoscopic patterns of the Sharingan, blood tears streaming down her cheeks as extraordinary chakra flowed into the gates. In the next instant, a mouth and eyes appeared on the central beam of the Myojin gate. Mama, Mama, Mama. All the Myojin gates were revived, their chorus of Mama resonating throughout the battlefield. The revival of the Myojin gates astonished many observers. Kushina Uzumaki. Is my daughter really only 13? How did she become a mother? Minato Namikaze. While we can engage in some purification ninjutsu, we must not connect directly to the underworld. Obito Uchiha. Can even objects created from chakra be revived? This is outrageous. Shikamaru Nara. I cannot even imagine what fate would have befallen me had I not opted for self-sacrifice. Noki, 3rd Tsuchikage. This ability has the potential to overwhelm. If the Myojin gates possess their own sealing abilities, that would indeed be extraordinary. AI, 4th Raikage. Those things should be able to be dealt with, right? After the lake was dispersed, it has not resurfaced. It must have evaporated. Raza, 4th Kazekage. It likely was dealt with, but it's fortunate. If those entities were invincible, that would be a true nightmare. Let us go, children. We shall seek out the first Hokage for some fun. Naruto and the younger Naruto waved their hands, embarking towards Hashirama. Mings, listen to me. You are the Myojin gates I created. You must heed my commands, for I am your creator. You cannot treat me this way. Hashirama cried out in despair, witnessing the multitude of Myojin gates advancing towards him. He was acutely aware of their formidable power. Once subdued, he doubted anyone could resist, and he found himself utterly powerless. Desperate, Hashirama attempted to assert his role as their creator in a final bid for defiance. But the words of the Myojin gates plunged him into despair. That we only acknowledge Mama and this Papa beside us. Though you are our creator, you are an enemy to our parents, so, brothers, charge forth, for Papa and Mama. Do not approach. The resounding cries echoed, and then the Myojin gates leapt into action, overwhelming Hashirama and rendering him incapable of resistance. Hahaha, splendid work. Naruto, let me take over now. Witnessing this, Kurama erupted into laughter, mirroring the exuberance of the Uchiha clan's famed jesters, his crimson eyes ablaze with excitement though. With that, Naruto decisively switched places with Kurama, allowing him to take control of his body. Meanwhile, the younger Naruto also reached an understanding with Kurama within her, leading to a reciprocal exchange. They returned to their original forms, exiting the Kurama mode, their eyes shifting from the kaleidoscopic Sharingan back to the familiar crimson of the fox. Ha! At last, you are in my grasp, Hashirama. Kurama cracked his knuckles, a sinister malice etched across his face. In that moment, Hashirama was filled with despair, watching as the duo approached him step by step, foreseeing the grim fate that awaited him. Not the 7th Hokage, but the daughter of the 4th Hokage. Can we not discuss this calmly? Just grant me a swift end, will you? In a battle, there should be no need for such cruelty. Hashirama could accept his defeat, even at the hands of his successors. He was not one to shy away from loss. Death was merely a return to what he already was. Yet, if possible, who truly desires to be beaten? Having already lost, could he not receive a merciful end? The irony was that Hashirama had sown the seeds of his own misfortune. He remained oblivious to the profound impact his words had on the young Kurama when he once declared, "The Nine Tails is too powerful. It must be sealed." Tell me, Hashirama, who is truly too powerful and in need of sealing? You, who are so blind to your own strength, are the very ones who plunged us into this war. Only to blame our ferocity, is it not the guilty who should take responsibility? As the Ninetales relentlessly pummeled Senju Hashirama with one blow after another, he unleashed the pent-up fury that had festered within him for decades. A fury not only born from the resentment of being subdued by Hashirama, but also from the myriad grievances inflicted upon him by humanity, despite having forged a peaceful coexistence with Naruto and opening his heart to him as a friend. That camaraderie was confined solely to Naruto. Had it been anyone else, he would still be the fearsome harbinger of disaster, the mightiest-tailed beast aside from the Ten Tails, Uzumaki Mito. I have little left to say. The culmination of violence ultimately begets further violence. Terrifying power will inevitably command respect, and many strive to harness it as a weapon of war. Ultimately, tailed beasts, much like their Jinchuriki, are merely victims of this relentless cycle. Uchiha Madara. This is precisely why I assert that the peace constructed by Hashirama is misguided and ephemeral. Only the infinite Tsukuyomi can bring true resolution. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara recalled that his infinite Tsukuyomi plan seemed flawed, particularly as he had yet to comprehend the emergence of Kagaya Otsutsuki, according to his design. Once the infinite Tsukuyomi concluded, there should have been no subsequent events to contemplate. Chapter 66. The outcome is decided. Naruto emerges victorious at long last. A long-held desire was fulfilled, and it was time to bring this matter to a definitive close. After an indeterminate duration of combat, the Ninetales felt an overwhelming fatigue, yet his heart brimmed with satisfaction at this moment. Senju Hashirama lay utterly shattered, his visage unrecognizable, bones pulverized, and internal organs bleeding. Nevertheless, he clung tenaciously to life with remarkable resilience. Uchiha Madara. Finally, it is over. My Hashirama. How could you be reduced to such a state? Damn beast. Ninetales. You shall pay for this. Striking a man is one thing, but you've left Hashirama in a condition even I can scarcely recognize. One day, I shall exact my vengeance upon you. Senju Tobirama. Wait, what did you say, my Hashirama? Someone here is attempting to usurp your elder brother. Uzumaki Mito. You wretched Uchiha Madara. I've seen your covetous eyes on my family as Hashirama before. Now your intentions are finally laid bare. Uchiha Madara. You vile woman, how can you not feel sorrow for Hashirama's plight? I dare not strike him down to this extent. Uzumaki Mito. Who says I lack compassion? Yet what can I do? I cannot intervene. I can only silently grieve and seethe with rage. Uzumaki Kushina. Do not be upset. Mito. That Naruto can be quite exasperating. When he returns, I shall certainly set him straight. Do not let it trouble you, my dear, that I will ensure he learns how to treat his elders properly. Namikaze Minato. The Ninetales seized the Vajra sword from a short distance away and swiftly delivered a fatal blow to Senju Hashirama. Almost immediately, a voice resonated from the heavens. Third round, fourth match of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. First Hokage Senju Hashirama versus 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. The victor is 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. Congratulations to the victor, 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. You may choose any two rewards from the following three options. 1. Manjiki Sharingan. 2. Rebound Armor. 3. Power of the Five Tails, Mu King. Please make your selection, naturally, if you are uncertain. Feel free to consult your friends and family through the comments. Mu King. Is this truly a reward for me? Shotsuchikage. Clearly, it is. The system must be rewarding your power. 5th Mizukage Taram Mei. If the system rewards the power of tailed beasts, will the ninja world soon have two Mu Kings? Senju Tobirama. What does this rebound armor signify? It seems to relate to reflection. The system could at least provide a description of these three abilities. Could it not? Beep. Certainly, Uzumaki Naruto. Do you require it? Of course, I would appreciate an introduction, particularly for the rebound armor, as I truly cannot fathom what it entails. Manjiki Sharingan. This has been previously described. The system has enhanced this Manjiki Sharingan, which not only grants two entirely new abilities, but can also merge with your original Manjiki Sharingan, upgrading it to the Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Note: the Eternal Manjiki Sharingan is an advanced version of the Manjiki Sharingan, enhancing its original capabilities while eliminating the risk of blindness from overuse. Rebound Armor, an artifact from another world, possessing the ability to absorb energy and reflect any attack. Note: each use requires a cooldown of 10 seconds before the next attack can be reflected. Five Tails Mu King. one of the nine-tailed beasts created by Kage Otsutsuki using the chakra of the 10 tails, possessing unparalleled melee capabilities among the tailed beasts. Uchiha Madara. Wait, what am I witnessing? Not only can one upgrade their eyes to become eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, but they can also acquire a second new power. Are you jesting? This is astonishing. Uchiha Izuna. Is it true that anyone possessing a Mangekyou Sharingan can utilize this reward to attain the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan? Indeed, they can, and it is also possible for those without Sharingan to receive a Mangekyou Sharingan, awakening those who possess Sharingan but have not yet achieved the Mangekyou Sharingan. Shimura Danzo. This is incredible. Naruto already possesses a Mangekyou Sharingan, and an upgrade would render him even more formidable. I feel this should be assigned to someone else in need. Uzumaki Kushina. Shimura Danzo. Get lost. My son's Mangekyou Sharingan is still a regular one and can be upgraded. Why should he not benefit? Namikaze Minato. Exactly. Why should Naruto not be able to utilize it? What is your intention, Danzo? Third, Tsuchika Jinoki. It seems Shimura Danzo harbors ill intentions. I suggest the Leaf Village conduct a thorough investigation into him. Senju Tobirama. It is indeed necessary to investigate. In recent days, I have uncovered certain matters that point to you, Danzo, and I believe you should come forth to clarify these issues. Uzumaki Naruto. I feel we should set aside those matters for now. Dad, Mom, Ninetales, which two of these three rewards do you think I should choose? I cannot decide. Senju Tobirama. Undoubtedly, you should select the Mangekyou Sharingan and the Rebound Armor. The Five Tails Mu King, while not to be dismissed, pales in comparison to the other two options. Mu King, I appreciate your analysis. Senju Tobirama. You are welcome. Mu King. I knew we would select as Senju Tobirama suggested. The Ninetales remarked to Naruto, harboring a more significant reason. He did not wish to reside alongside others in Naruto's consciousness space, as their shared existence was quite comfortable. Very well, I shall choose these two. Upon hearing this, Naruto nodded and promptly began to operate the interface before him. Very well, rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto for receiving the rewards, Mangekyou Sharingan and Rebound Armor. As the system's voice faded, two luminous orbs descended from the heavens, piercing through the walls and landing beside Uzumaki Kushina, transforming into two figures, Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki. This moment, Uzumaki Naruto held two glowing orbs, one containing a pair of blood-red eyes and the other resembling a piece of armor, specifically a red breastplate. Beep. The third round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament has concluded. All participants please draw for opponents and matchups for the fourth round. The drawing rules remain unchanged. You may discuss amongst yourselves the order in which to draw. After drawing, simply raise your cards to the sky. As before, in the presence of Naruto and numerous other Hokage, two tables appeared before them. They transcended time and space, able to see one another. Tobirama, you take the lead. My face is currently experiencing phantom pain and is not suited for speaking. As Senju Hashirama rubbed his face, he addressed Senju Tobirama. Although the battle had clearly concluded, and typically one would not experience any lingering pain after a fight, Hashirama was still acutely aware of the intense discomfort radiating from his visage. A fiery and unbearable sensation that intensified with each word he uttered. Very well, let us adhere to our previous customs. This time, the juniors shall go first, namely, the 7th Hokage. You may draw first, despite the fact that Naruto and the others had yet to ascend to the position of Hokage. Tobirama felt it necessary to maintain a sense of formality, particularly with outsiders present. All right. Naruto nodded in response and reached for one of the four cards before him, selecting one at random. Following this, in their usual fashion, they picked cards from the youngest to the oldest, simultaneously raising their chosen cards skyward. Ding! The fourth round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament is as follows. Match 1. 6th Hokage Kakashi Hitaki vs. 8th Hokage Shikamaru Nara. The 6th Hokage. This is troublesome. I seem to lack any means to counter Susanoo or the space-time ninjutsu. As he beheld the first match featuring himself, Shikamaru scratched his head in exasperation. Oh dear, what a bother. Not only Shikamaru, but even Kakashi found himself in a state of distress, for both their abilities to manipulate space were formidable and exceedingly challenging to contend with, truly akin to a bug in the system. I may not be able to defeat you, but I can certainly annoy you with my abilities. Match 2. 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze versus 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki. Huh? I'm facing my dad, Naruto exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at his father. Although he was aware that a confrontation between them was inevitable, he had not anticipated it would occur so soon. At last, I can hold Naruto and his sister close. Minato chuckled bashfully. Having passed away shortly after becoming a father, a longing to embrace his son that had become a distant dream, let alone his newborn daughter, he had longed to hold them in his arms rather than merely observe their images or projections. Meanwhile, the entire ninja world was captivated by this matchup, as it promised to be a heartwarming display of familial bonds, a spectacle they relished. Match 3. 1st Hokage Hashirama Senju versus 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen, with his pipe falling from his mouth, was oblivious to the world around him, his eyes wide as he stared at the match list. He had already lost 3 times. Should he lose again, he would be utterly eliminated, with the subsequent matches being of no concern to him, let alone any potential rewards. Hashirama, on the other hand, wore a stoic expression, unwilling to engage in conversation, as the phantom pain on his face persisted. Oh, poor old man, sighed Asuma Sarutobi, shaking his head in pity for his father. After all, Hashirama and Naruto were peerless in their prowess among Hokage, leaving little hope for others facing them. Match 4. 2nd Hokage Tobirama Senju versus 5th Hokage Tsunade Senju great-grandfather. Bring it on. I won T concede easily, Tsunade exclaimed, her spirits soaring. If she were to face anyone else, she might have felt somewhat disheartened, but against her elder, a desire for recognition ignited within her, compelling her to give her all and showcase her talents. Come on, show me your strength, little Tsunade, Tobirama replied coolly, though his words were tinged with a hint of warmth. After all, having never fathered a child, he truly regarded his elder brother's offspring as his own. Thus concludes the match list for the 4th round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament, commencing at 2:00 p.m. this afternoon. Competitors are advised to rest well and prepare for the upcoming battles. As the system's voice faded, the screen dimmed, restoring the previous view before Naruto. All right, it's time to merge this. With everything returning to normal, Naruto retrieved the Mangekyou Sharingan he had earned from his victory, ready to fuse it, aiming to evolve it into the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Just as he was about to proceed, a message in the chat caught his attention. Senju Tobirama. Wait a moment, 7th Hokage. Do not rush into merging the Mangekyou Sharingan yet. Naruto Uzumaki. What's up, Uncle Tobirama? Why can't I merge it? Do you want it? Uchiha Izuna. What? Damn Tobirama. How dare you covet the Uchiha clan's Mangekyou Sharingan? You wretched fool. Uchiha Shursui. Humph, I knew it. Tobirama undoubtedly harbors ill intentions towards our Uchiha clan and covets our Sharingan. Senju Hashirama. I must say, oh Daodu, an ordinary Mangekyou Sharingan pales in comparison to the eternal Mangekyou. If you desire it, you can wait until you defeat others and earn rewards from the system. There's no need to snatch it from the 7th. Senju Tobirama. What do you take me for? The Mangekyou Sharingan system has previously stated that it is the eye of the mind, the moment of awakening. The wielder's deepest desire transforms into corresponding power that I merely wish to inform Naruto to hold off on merging the Mangekyou Sharingan for now. Instead, he should continuously attempt to hypnotize himself to awaken the power he truly yearns for. This way, the merger might yield a potent ability. Chapter 68. The 4th round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament begins. Uchiha Itachi. This 2nd Hokage has thoroughly dissected our Uchiha clan's Mangekyou Sharingan research. He even contemplates exploiting bugs. Senju Hashirama. So that is the case. Senju Tobirama. What did you think I meant? Upon seeing the Mangekyou Sharingan in Naruto's hand, I was concerned that it had not been directly integrated into him by the system. Hence my urgent warning: if he merges it while harboring thoughts of laziness or sleep, he might awaken a subpar ability, which would be quite a waste. Naruto Uzumaki. So that's how it is. I thought the abilities were entirely random. By the way, when I obtained the Mangekyou Sharingan, I never contemplated bestowing life or anything like that. Why did I acquire such a capability? Uchiha Sasuke, who knows? You'd have to ask yourself what you were thinking at that time. Naruto Uzumaki. But the truth is, what we were thinking about was how to revive mom and dad. That doesn't seem closely related to bestowing life, right? Senju Tobirama. Enough. What's done is done. Pondering it further serves no purpose. In any case, Naruto, Follow my advice and remember to genuinely desire power in your heart. Naruto Uzumaki. Alright. I understand, Uncle Tobirama. Desiring power. Huh. Alright. Here we go. Taking a deep breath, Naruto began to chant within the depths of his heart. I want power. I want power. Gradually, he positioned the Manjiki Sharingan in front of his eyes. In an instant, the Manjiki Sharingan erupted in a blinding radiance, swiftly merging with Naruto's eye in the blink of an eye. Even a certain unofficial Umbu member observing from a distance had not yet made a move before it was all over. As Naruto slowly opened his eyes, the familiar patterns of the Shuriken Manjiki remained unchanged, albeit now with a more intricate design, that a tremendous surge of ocular power erupted from him, creating a gust of wind in the surroundings. How is it, Naruto? Can you tell mommy about your new Manjiki techniques? Kushina inquired curiously, embracing Naruto. Of course. The name of my new technique is Devour and Amplify. Devour, as the name suggests, allows me to consume all things and convert them into energy, while Amplify utilizes that energy to enhance my own strength. Naruto nodded, having no intention of concealing anything from his mother. These two energies possess both active and passive properties. The active aspect allows me to utilize my Devour technique to absorb everything in the world, including any ninjutsu or energy, and then, through the active amplification, I can enhance my strength several times over. However, this only lasts for a limited duration. Once the absorbed energy is depleted, the enhancement will vanish. Moreover, the more strength I gain, the greater the energy consumption, and I cannot absorb more than 30 times my own chakra amount. The passive aspect is that the two of them, even without my intervention, can still absorb the energy surrounding them, and through amplification, continuously enhance my strength. Although the amount of energy absorbed and the subsequent increase are quite small, this process is eternal and can persist indefinitely. How outrageous! After listening to Naruto's explanation, Kushina was utterly astonished. The two ocular techniques Naruto acquired could be said to have elevated his strength to an entirely new echelon. It could be posited that Naruto, in his Sage Fox state, was already at the pinnacle of the Super Shadow level, and with the enhancement from these ocular techniques, he might very well be capable of contending with the 6 paths of Sage. Of course, this was merely Kushina's internal musings. In her eyes, Naruto, having triumphed over Senju Hashirama, was already the strongest beneath the Sage of 6 paths. An increase in strength several-fold might indeed allow him to engage in a contest of strength with the Sage of 6 paths. After all, Kushina had never encountered a true 6 paths powerhouse. What she had seen previously were mere fleeting glimpses and videos. So this is how it is. It seems my gamble has paid off. Naruto, you have truly struck gold this time. Suddenly, Senju Tobirama appeared out of nowhere, holding a masked individual in his grasp. Second Hokage, what brings you here? Naruto exclaimed, surprised by Tobirama's sudden appearance. I have come to investigate your information. Of course, after all, it is likely that tomorrow or the day after will mark our confrontation, so having more knowledge about you is quite advantageous for me. Naruto, as a ninja, your secrecy skills are decidedly lacking. You should refrain from revealing your abilities to others when possible. It could give you the upper hand in surprising them. You need to be more vigilant, especially since this person has been observing you for quite some time. Although masked, I can assure you he is certainly not a member of the Umbu. He may well be a ninja from another village. Tobirama lectured Naruto with a stern expression, given Naruto's current strength. He was certainly among the elite of the village, and Tobirama was keen to guide him to become the next leading figure. Did I understand? Second Hokage, Naruto scratched his head, visibly irritated by the admonition. His impatience evident. This elicited a swift reaction from Kushina. Did I apologize? Second Hokage. He is still young and somewhat ignorant of the rules. After scolding Naruto, Kushina turned to Tobirama with an apologetic demeanor. It's quite all right. Now hurry off to school. You have yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Studying should be your foremost priority, Tobirama replied, shaking his head, having lived long enough to maintain a calm demeanor and not take offense at Naruto's antics. Oh, then we shall take our leave. Second Hokage. Naruto nodded in relief and hastily followed Kushina away from the scene. Ding! The time has come. The first match of the 4th round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament is about to begin. 6th Hokage Hatake Kakashi vs. 8th Hokage Nara Shikamaru. Please prepare, as the battlefield will now be drawn. Drawing complete. The first match of the 4th round. 6th Hokage Hatake Kakashi vs. 8th Hokage Nara Shikamaru. The battlefield is The battle at the sealed bridge. Please prepare. Transportation will commence in 3 seconds. The name Battle at the Sealed Bridge sent a shiver down Shimura Danzo's spine as he found himself in the route headquarters. Unable to suppress a cold tremor, as though something sinister was targeting him. Chapter 69. The doom of Shimura Danzo. Before him lay a large bridge constructed of stone bricks, where a man donned in a Hokage hat, with neatly arranged flat bangs and a singular elongated eye, exuding a cunning and profound gaze, his head and right eye wrapped in bandages, and a cross-shaped scar adorning his chin, walked alongside 2 individuals resembling his underlings. Suddenly, a spatial vortex appeared before them, from which 3 figures gradually emerged, clad in matching black cloaks adorned with red clouds. One wore a mask, while the other 2 included a red-haired girl, largely unknown to the ninja world but identifiable to those well-informed as a member of the Uzumaki clan. And the other was none other than Uchiha Sasuke. Shimura Danzo. Wait a moment. I'm wearing the Hokage hat. In the future, I will become Hokage, so why am I excluded from the Strongest Hokage Tournament? I protest against the system. Ding, protest invalid, roll away. Shimura Danzo. What is the reason? Don't tell me I'm wearing the Hokage hat not because I haven't become Hokage, but merely as someone else's substitute. Even if I'm just a stand-in for other Hokages, I should be able to transform into their likeness and not appear as myself. Right. This implies I will undoubtedly become Hokage in the future. Why can't I participate? Danzo had seemingly lost his wits. He had toiled throughout his life to attain the title of Hokage, yet the system excluded him from that esteemed category. Now, he sought only a singular reason. Third Tsuchikijinoki. Calm down. Perhaps you're merely a stand-in, just as you suspect. Senju Tobirama. Indeed, Danzo, maintain some composure, will you? Don't cause a ruckus. Shimura Danzo. But if I truly become Hokage, then we would have 9 participants in this Strongest Hokage Tournament. That would mean we could potentially secure an additional reward. Senju Tobirama. That is a valid point. System, please clarify. Do you truly wish to know? Senju Tobirama. This concerns the reputation of your Konoha village. If I explain, your village shall be humiliated in the ninja world. Senju Tobirama. Then let us leave it be. The tournament should take precedence, and we can address other matters later. The reason Shimura Danzo's future as Hokage is not counted among Hokages is that he became Hokage after the 5th Hokage, Tsunade Senju. However, regarding his contributions to Konoha, they are outweighed by his transgressions. The deeds he has committed are numerous and far from honorable. The details of these actions will be displayed on the screen for you to observe over the next half hour. As the proclamation concluded, a multitude of videos and written records appeared on the screen, each detailing the numerous misdeeds of Shimura Danzo throughout the years, including the incident with Konoha's White Fang, his clandestine experiments, his interference during the Nine Tails incident, preventing the Uchiha clan from participating in the conflict, the truth behind the Uchiha clan's annihilation, and his role in spreading the narrative that Naruto was the reincarnation of the Nine Tails. All of these actions took place within the village, while he had committed even more offenses outside its borders. Furthermore, he had partaken in several dubious actions in the future, such as remaining passive during Pain's invasion of Konoha while leading the route. In summary, each of these actions was sufficient to incite outrage among the villagers of Konoha, who would be eager to see him brought to justice. Shimura Danzo, I will see you dead, Sasuke exclaimed in fury. Rushing forward, consumed by a desire to tear Danzo apart with his bare hands, his heart filled with rage and resentment. You vile scoundrel, all the suffering my friend Naruto has endured over the years is due to your malicious actions. Kushina seethed, her anger boiling over at the thought of her son's plight being a result of Danzo's relentless propaganda. Very well, very well. You are indeed a fine disciple of mine. Danzo. At this moment, Senju Tobirama was utterly exasperated, his anger giving way to laughter. He never anticipated that his arduous efforts would ultimately safeguard such a foolhardy individual. Moreover, witnessing the actions he took, it was clear that his other disciples were also implicated in this farce. He could not fathom what his sacrifices had truly amounted to. Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, monkeys, Tsunade, 7th Hokage. I implore you, eliminate Shimura Danzo to all in Konoha. I hereby declare, in my capacity as the 1st Hokage, the annulment of all positions held by Shimura Danzo in our village. And from this day forth, he shall be deemed a rogue ninja of Konoha. Bring his life to an end. I will not allow one who stands upon the blood of our villagers to persist. Senju Tobirama, leave it to me. Brother, I will personally cleanse our ranks. Third Hokage Tsurutobi Hiruzen, I never imagined you, Danzo, would act behind my back in such a manner. Very well, allow me, as an old friend, to bid you farewell. Let this be my penance for my previous misjudgments. Furthermore, esteemed first and second Hokages, in atonement for my wrongful decisions, I hereby resign from the title of third Hokage and even dismantle my Hokage rock. I am unworthy of leading Konoha. Senju Hashirama. No, while monkey, you have committed numerous misdeeds, you have also rendered service to Konoha. Therefore, simply resign and pass the position to Tsunade for the title and Hokage rock. Let them remain. We are not a village that turns its back on its own. Tsunade. Indeed, old man. Although you have become somewhat myopic, it is high time you retired instead of stubbornly clinging to that position. Resulting in this predicament. Chapter 70. Shimura Danzo takes on the entire Uchiha clan. Uzumaki Kushina. It seems this is not the time for such discussions. We must hasten to the headquarters of Root and ensure Shimura Danzo does not escape. TCH. That vile woman. Danzo, upon witnessing this barrage of comments, was infuriated, his teeth grinding in irritation as the system prepared to unveil his misdeeds. He swiftly instructed Root to prepare for an evacuation, thus refraining from engaging with the comments. Focusing solely on commanding his forces, Tsunade. However, I am currently not in Konoha and cannot return in time that IT falls upon you, second grandfather, and the lad from the Uzumaki clan, to thoroughly deal with Shimura Danzo. Jiraiya, I, too, require at least 2 more days to return to the village. Uzumaki Kushina. No problem, I will speak on Naruto's behalf. Tsunade, let us go avenge you. Naruto, you should join us. Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Minma. Uzumaki Naruto, alright. Mom. Uzumaki Minma. Coming. Senju Tobirama. All Jonin of Konoha, assemble. Upon sighting Shimura Danzo, signal immediately, and others should retreat to safety to prevent our adversary from acting out of desperation. All Jonin of Konoha, yes. In an instant, Konoha became a hive of activity, with second Hokage Senju Tobirama and third Hokage Tsurutobi Hiruzen each leading a team of Umbu towards the Root headquarters. Naruto and Minma, under Kushina's guidance, also made their way in the direction of Root's headquarters. Soon, they cornered the fleeing Danzo within the forest. The two sides exchanged no words. A fierce battle erupted. The outcome was inevitable. For shadow-level powerhouses, 2 of whom possessed eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and with Tobirama's enhanced strength against a singular shadow-level adversary. Shimura Danzo was doomed. Half an hour passed swiftly, and the scene on the screen reverted to the previous bridge. At this juncture, Kakashi and Shikamaru appeared on the bridge, inexplicably playing cards that it seemed the situation had concluded on their end. And now, it was their turn. Indeed, noticing everyone's gaze return to their direction, the two hastily tucked away the cards, with Kakashi also taking a moment to fondle his spiritual sustenance, akin to an internet addict who had not touched their phone for ages. Finding solace only in the presence of their cherished distraction, the reason he had not revealed his cards earlier was the sudden switch of the scene to their location, which would have exposed him to his teacher's ire for viewing inappropriate material in public. That would have been disastrous. Both parties have completed their teleportation, and now they will adjust their respective states. The rewards received by the 2 competitors, Hatake Kakashi and Shikamaru, are both 1. Thus, both sides can utilize 1 reward this time. Now, let the Strongest Hokage Tournament commence. Round 4. Match 1. 6th Hokage Hatake Kakashi versus 8th Hokage Shikamaru. The match officially begins now. Here we go. With the system's announcement, Kakashi swiftly adjusted his eye mask, his eyes transforming into the Manjikyu Sharingan. Shikamaru, not one to dawdle, summoned a shadow creature from his own shadow, merging with it. Meanwhile, Danzo's subordinates charged towards Sasuke and the masked man. Obito, only to be swiftly dispatched by Obito in mere moments. Danzo, on the other hand, leisurely removed the bandages from his arms, revealing his pale, Sharingan-laden limbs. Hey, there is no need for such theatrics. It's frankly repulsive. Shikamaru, witnessing this spectacle, felt as if his lunch from earlier was about to resurface. Such cruel individuals exist every year, yet this one takes the cake with his self-mutilation. Kakashi could only shake his head in disbelief. Especially recalling the Hokage hat he had previously worn, his feelings of helplessness overflowing. Uchiha Izuna. Danzo, I curse you. Uchiha Itachi. Though I was mentally prepared, seeing it firsthand still infuriates me. Danzo, I curse you. Uchiha Taijima. You fool. I curse you. Uchiha Itachi. Danzo, I truly curse your ancestors. Uchiha Inaho. Danzo, may you perish. Uchiha Shizen. Danzo, you will pay for this. Uchiha Chihiro. Damn you, Danzo. Uchiha Madara. Danzo, open the microphone for communication. Shimura Danzo. What does it matter if you open the microphone? I am already dead, surrounded by a bunch of trash. Ding! Detection of Shimura Danzo's arrogance, desiring to challenge the entire Uchiha clan. Thus, the system obliges. Shimura Danzo is now inviting Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Kakashi, Uchiha Sasuke, and all members of the Uchiha clan to a duel. Shimura Danzo. Damn it, is the system betraying me? Ding! All Uchiha clan members accept Shimura Danzo's invitation. Shimura Danzo and all members of the Uchiha clan were transported by the system to a stage-like arena before Danzo could fully comprehend the situation. Uchiha Izuna appeared beside him and delivered a punch to his nose. You think you're so tough? Huh? You think you can escape death? Do you believe we cannot handle you? How dare you touch the eyes of our Uchiha clan? You are seeking your own demise. Brothers, let us strike. Kill. Instantly, all members of the Uchiha clan began to besiege Danzo. Third Tsuchikage Inoki. How tragic. Even in death, he must endure such humiliation. It's almost comical. Fourth Raikage A. I personally relish this sight. Fourth Kazekage Gaara. Who among us does not? Fifth Mizukage Meiterumi. Haha. I have long harbored disdain for that Danzo. Just looking at that arm makes me nauseous. Beat him to a pulp. Is there anyone here who does not enjoy this? Indeed, I feel the sight of Danzo being pummeled is more welcome than our own battles. I, too, wish to witness this. Why don't we play rock, paper, scissors to determine the outcome? That may not be wise. The system might not approve, we still need to fight. It seems too troublesome, I concur. It's quite a hassle. Kakashi and Shikamaru, who could be likened to lethargic fish, were disinterested in wasting time on battle, especially since few were paying attention, leading to a lackluster effort in their fight. They merely exchanged a few blows while engaging in idle chatter. Chapter 71. Iconic scene of Danzo's kunai piercing Susanoo. This brat, even during battle, maintains such a lackluster demeanor. He truly deserves a good thrashing. As the mother of Shikamaru, witnessing her son's utterly listless demeanor, especially in front of the entire ninja world, ignited her fiery temper in an instant. Oh, come now, let's not be so harsh. Shikamaru has always given his utmost in every battle he faces that we shouldn't place such immense pressure on our child. It's better to let things take their natural course. Narashikaku attempted to soothe his wife. Yet his words only served to draw her ire toward himself. Let things take their natural course. What do you mean by that? You must understand, this battle is under the scrutiny of everyone present. His lackadaisical expression only invites scorn upon our village, Konoha, and let us not forget, Shikamaru still bears the title of the 8th Hokage. Although Shikamaru had not yet ascended to the role of Hokage, the system had thrust him and several others, who had yet to achieve that status, into the limelight, leading many in Konoha to believe they were destined to become Hokage in the future. All right, I understand. When he returns, I will certainly give him a stern talking to. Faced with his wife's formidable presence, Narashikaku could only concede, repeatedly assuring her that he would properly educate Shikamaru upon his return. Subsequently, Shikaku turned his gaze skyward, where the light screen displayed Shikamaru and Kakashi engaged in combat, having exchanged an unknown number of rounds. Yet, by virtue of their seemingly invincible intangibility, they effortlessly evaded each other's attacks. This turned the battle into a test of stamina. The first to exhaust their chakra would be the loser, transforming the encounter into a tedious stalemate. The monotony of this tug-of-war prompted the spectators to divert their attention to the adjacent clash between Sasuke and Danzo. At that moment, Danzo delivered a classic moment for the audience, thrusting a kunai at Susanoo. The sharp kunai struck the purple skeletal figure, instantly shattering as if it were mere clay, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Third Tsuchikage Inoki. Wait. What is this? Are you attempting to pierce the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo, with an ordinary kunai? How laughable. Danzo, are you trying to make me die of laughter? Haha. Fourth Raikage A. Haha. I usually don't laugh much. given my professional training, but this performance is simply too explosive. I can't help it, haha. Senju Tobirama. Danzo, from this moment forth, you are no longer my student. I shall expel you from my tutelage for your disgraceful antics. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, I feel pity for having such a friend as you. You possess no common sense. Attempting to pierce Susanoo with a kunai? What were you thinking? Deidara. Ha, you've killed me with laughter. That technique earlier, called lightning release. Kirin, couldn't he even breach the defenses of Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo, and you wish to break through Susanoo with a kunai? Is there anything more ridiculous? Ha ha ha. As the audience erupted in a barrage of taunts directed at Danzo, he gazed at the broken kunai in his hand, his expression betraying no hint of embarrassment. So it truly is Susanoo, an impeccable defensive technique indeed. This sentiment was swiftly countered by a punch from Sasuke. Not merely any punch, but one delivered by Susanoo. The massive purple fist unleashed a tremendous force that sent debris flying, shaking the entire bridge and crushed Danzo into a mere pulp. Remarkably, Danzo emerged unscathed, perched on a distant pillar. What on earth is happening? How many times is this now? Is Danzo some unkillable cockroach? Or is he using a technique like Shadow Clone? But it doesn't seem like that at all. As the battle between Shikamaru and Kakashi devolved into a war of attrition, both fighters conserved their chakra, rendering their skirmish exceedingly mundane in comparison to the explosive clashes nearby. Employing every conceivable tactic, they even paused to critique the adjacent fight. Indeed, but did you notice? The Sharingan on his right arm seems to have 3 eyes closed. His ability is likely tied to those Sharingan. Kakashi's analysis was astute, quickly uncovering that Danzo's abilities were connected to the eyes on his arm. Naruto Uzumaki. Wow, Uncle Kakashi is amazing. We battled for ages, and it was only thanks to the 2 older gentlemen's hints that we figured out Danzo's abilities. Yet he merely glanced and understood immediately. Senju Tobirama. So, there is much you still need to learn. This ability is a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, known as Izanagi, which can turn adverse events that occur within a certain time frame into non-events, while allowing favorable occurrences to manifest. The duration of activation varies by individual capability, and using it results in the blindness of the activated Sharingan. Essentially, members of the Uchiha clan treat this forbidden technique as their trump card. I never imagined Danzo would utilize it as a substitution technique. Senju Hashirama. Good heavens, how many Sharingan does he possess to wield such confidence? Minato Namikaze, from the Sharingan on his arm. It appears he has around a dozen, and considering he might have backups, the number could be countless. That I suspect that after the Uchiha clan's extermination, he collected all the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Third, Tsuchikage Inoki. Good grief. So many. We have never acquired a single Sharingan over the years, yet Danzo has amassed an unbelievable quantity. Fourth, Raikage. Nonetheless, we must thank Danzo. Without him, the Uchiha clan would not have been exterminated. Fourth, Kazekage Raza. I suppose this is the only good deed Danzo has ever accomplished. Amaterasu. Sasuke's left eye spun wildly, engulfing Danzo in a torrent of black flames. Amidst a shrill scream, Danzo met his demise once more. Meanwhile, Sasuke, fatigued from overexertion, felt blood trickling from his eyes. First, Susanoo, followed by the flames of Amaterasu, were merely tests of Danzo's abilities, which left Tobi, the masked man, shaking his head in disbelief. In his view, it was a colossal waste of talent, as Sasuke seemed indifferent to the state of his own eyes. Chapter 72. It feels like Orochimaru found a father. Sasuke, watch your back. The crimson-haired woman, Uzumaki Karen, suddenly cried out, warning Sasuke. Indeed, although Danzo had perished at Sasuke's hands yet again, he had risen once more. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Danzo unleashed a barrage of projectiles from his mouth, resembling a pea shooter, launching bullets towards Sasuke like a hail of gunfire. Prompted by Karen's warning, Sasuke hurriedly dodged, but was still grazed on the arm. Plummeting from the bridge, Sasuke. Karen cried out in despair, her voice filled with heart-wrenching anguish. A piercing eagle cry echoed, and a majestic eagle soared through the sky, returning Sasuke to the battlefield if I remember correctly. Sasuke should have been trained by Orochimaru, yes? Indeed. Orochimaru trained him, yet he is playing with eagles instead of snakes. What a jarring mismatch. I feel the same way. Kakashi and Shikamaru continued to exchange barbs while battling, deftly avoiding each other's thrown kunai and searching for weaknesses. Orochimaru, you make a valid point. You are my pupil, yet you engage with eagles instead of summoning snakes. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, how should I know? And stop bothering me. I'm busy dealing with Danzo. Jiraiya, why do you two sound like that? It feels like Sasuke is the master, even though he hasn't formally taken you as his teacher yet. Why does it feel so odd? 5th Hokage Tsunade. You feel it too? I do as well. It seems like Orochimaru hasn't found a disciple, but rather a father figure. Orochimaru, hey, you're going too far. Wind release, vacuum wave. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. One cannot help but acknowledge the remarkable prowess of Danzo in wielding wind release techniques, as he manipulates them with an artistry that is both flamboyant and cunningly deceptive. Particularly relishing the element of surprise, after an intense exchange of blows, Danzo finally seized Sasuke by the throat, poised to eliminate him. However, at that critical moment, Sasuke's eagle suddenly swooped in, returning the wind release kunai previously dispatched by Danzo. Severing his arm in the process, Sasuke, equally ruthless and succinct in his actions, swiftly employed the Kusanagi sword to bisect Danzo at the waist. Immediately after, Danzo revived once more, his Sharingan eye gradually closing. As he scoffed, "It's futile, you cannot kill me." His words left Kakashi and Shikamaru utterly speechless. In mere minutes. How many Sharingan have you lost? Shouldn't you count them? Such bravado is bound to lead to your downfall. This soon proved true, as Danzo's arrogance resulted in him falling prey to Sasuke's Jinjutsu. Serves you right, Shikamaru chuckled at the sight. The misdeeds of Danzo were well known, and had Shikamaru and Kakashi not entered the battlefield, they too would likely have joined the fray against him. Kakashi remained silent, but felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that Danzo bore a significant portion of the blame for his father's death. Witnessing Danzo's punishment brought him great joy. Seizing the opportunity, Shikamaru noticed Kakashi lost in thought, and swiftly unleashed a strike with his black blade, dispelling his phasing state to enhance his speed. Intent on taking Kakashi's life in one fell swoop. Alarmed by Shikamaru's sudden and ferocious assault, Kakashi was taken aback. He attempted to phase away, but it was too late. He could only retreat to minimize the damage. A dark arc sliced through the air, and Kakashi's arm was instantly severed, blood gushing forth. Despite losing an arm, Kakashi had no time to contemplate, quickly retreating to create distance from Shikamaru before attempting to staunch the bleeding. How careless of me. Indeed, one must not be easily distracted during such critical moments, he mused, applying pressure to stem the flow of blood before glancing at Shikamaru. Shikamaru, panting heavily, appeared to have exhausted his chakra reserves. While Naruto might have believed it, Kakashi, being highly intelligent and having learned from past mistakes, was not so easily fooled. Moreover, given the current circumstances, expending chakra worked to his advantage, as his opponents were also depleting their chakra, while he only consumed it when using his ocular techniques. In any regard, he maintained a considerable advantage, even with one arm lost. All he needed to do was wait them out. I never imagined I would find myself at an advantage in chakra one day. This feeling is rather delightful, he thought, formulating a strategy as he charged back into combat with Shikamaru. Shikaku. Quite impressive. Although he was careless and lost an arm, he quickly regained his composure and maintained his calm demeanor. Very commendable. My guy. Kakashi was indeed reckless. My eternal rival. I cannot allow such sluggishness in his reactions. When he returns, I must pull him back into the vigor of youth. Rock Lee, teacher Guy is right. This is the essence of youth. Tintin, seriously, where's the youth in all of this? As Kakashi and Shikamaru clashed once more, Sasuke and Danzo were embroiled in an equally fierce confrontation. Both sides revealing their trump cards. Would release and Susanoo were deployed by both combatants. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Karen had discerned Danzo's abilities and commenced their assault. Every attack from Danzo was thwarted by Sasuke's Susanoo, with each counterattack claiming one of Danzo's lives. This cycle of Danzo rising and falling continued for several minutes until only one Sharingan remained. It was now time to determine the victor of this fierce battle. Sasuke infused the Kusanagi sword with lightning and charged forward, while Danzo similarly empowered his wind-release chakra to confront Sasuke head-on. After a series of violent clashes, the confrontation culminated with Sasuke plunging the Kusanagi sword into Danzo's chest. Yet, Danzo wore a confident expression, for his arm still bore an open Sharingan, displaying the visage of a victor. Your eagerness has led you astray. Your eyes remain wide open. Go seek counsel from Itachi Uchiha. I have won.is that so? Both Kakashi and Shikamaru felt compelled to question Danzo. What happened? Why hasn't Izanagi activated? At that moment, Danzo realized something was amiss. Izanagi had not triggered, and he had not reverted to his previous state. He glanced at his arm, only to discover that his final Sharingan had long since closed. The earlier events had merely been an illusion conjured by Sasuke, tricking him into believing he still possessed a remaining Sharingan. You are the one destined to meet Itachi. Sasuke exhaled in relief, finally avenging his grievances. Damn it. Danzo attempted to lunge at Sasuke, but ultimately succumbed, collapsing to the ground, defeated by his own hubris. Simultaneously, his right hand spiraled out of control, rapidly transforming into a towering tree. Meanwhile, Sasuke regained his vitality by taking a bite of Karen. This astonishing scene left the Shinobi world in utter shock. Fourth Raikage, what on earth? Just a single bite can restore her. She seems so lively now. First Raikage, I have heard of this. It appears to be a unique ability of the Uzumaki clan, only possessed by a select few. Second Tsuchikage Inoki. Indeed, when we destroyed the Uzumaki clan, a significant part of our motive was to obtain this ability, akin to an elixir of immortality. A mere bite can lead to instant recovery. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Incredible. Immediately, orders were dispatched to locate the girl, with other villages tasked to find her. Almost simultaneously, village leaders issued commands to their umbu, recognizing the extraordinary nature of this ability. However, they underestimated the implications of their actions. Uzumaki Mito, Kushina, hurry and take Naruto to find this girl. She is one of our Uzumaki clan. Once her power is revealed, she will undoubtedly become a target in the entire Shinobi world. Uzumaki Kushina. Understood. I will take Naruto now. Senju Tobirama. Take Naruto with you. He is a participant in the second match, and it appears the current battle is nearing its conclusion. Both Kakashi and Shikamaru have reached their limits. Uzumaki Kushina. Got it. Where are you now, child? Rest assured, we are of the same clan. We will not harm you, nor allow others to do so. Uzumaki Karen. However, after a considerable wait, Kushina received no response from Karen, prompting Karen's mother to reply in the chat. Uzumaki Karen's mother. If I am not mistaken, my child should still be in the grass village. Please, save her. Uzumaki Kushina. The grass village. Understood that I will head there with Naruto immediately. The people of the grass village, heed my warning. Should anything happen to our Uzumaki clan member, prepare to face our wrath. Damn it. The grass village inhabitants seethed upon reading the message, yet felt utterly powerless. After all, Kushina was backed by the most formidable village in the Shinobi world, Konoha, with two Hokage supporting her, one of whom possessed overwhelming strength capable of sweeping through the entire Shinobi realm. What shall we do, village chief? What can we do? Let us give Karen a bath, feed her something good, and change her clothes. We cannot have her looking so disheveled when they arrive. Meanwhile, on the other side, Naruto had already summoned the colossal Susanoo, soaring through the skies alongside Kushina towards the direction of Konoha. At that moment, another astonishing event unfolded on the screen. The cause was Danzo's desperate attempt to take Kage hostage rather than allowing the situation to conclude. However, who would have thought that Sasuke, being a man devoid of any emotional attachments, would unsheath his blade and execute a swift Chidori, effectively taking down both Kage and Danzo in one fell swoop. In no way. That's ruthless. Shikamaru panted heavily against a stone pillar. Having completely exhausted his chakra, leaving him immobile, he sat quietly, resigned to his fate, yet couldn't help but voice his thoughts upon witnessing the scene. Seriously? I suddenly feel like Sasuke isn't as noble as I once believed. I've given up, Sakura. I won't compete for Sasuke any longer. Sakura, taken aback by his words, was at a loss for how to respond, as she too had contemplated relinquishing her feelings for Sasuke. After all, that scene was undeniably hard for these young girls to accept. He was, after all, their comrade who had just saved them, only to turn one of them into a hostage without a second thought, delivering a chilling blow in the process. Who would dare to be Sasuke's ally now? One day, they could easily find themselves as a burden, meeting their demise at his hands rather than by an enemy's. The classmates nearby nodded in agreement. Witnessing this, Uchiha Mikoto's lips twitched as despair washed over her. She longed for grandchildren, yet with the current turn of events, who would dare to marry Sasuke? What can one say? Such is the life of a ninja, Kakashi mused. contemplating Shikamaru's question. A ninja, indeed? If it were Naruto, he would never resort to such measures. Shikamaru sighed, his mind flooded with memories of countless battles alongside Naruto. Oh, it's time to conclude this. Kakashi rose, having gathered his chakra, then formed a single-handed seal, enveloping his right hand in lightning before charging towards Shikamaru, ready to put an end to this match. Naturally, Kakashi was cautious, easily evading the traps Shikamaru had laid in his path, simple explosive tags buried along Kakashi's route. Good grief, I'm exhausted. Finally, it's over. Watching his final technique miss its mark, Shikamaru surrendered to his fate, realizing he simply couldn't win. As Raikiri pierced through Shikamaru's body, the system's voice echoed from the heavens. The fourth round, first match of the Strongest Hokage Championship. 6th Hokage Hatake Kakashi vs 8th Hokage Nara Shikamaru. The victor is 6th Hokage Hatake Kakashi. Congratulations to the victor, 6th Hokage Hatake Kakashi. Reward: chakra increased by 30 times. What? An increase in chakra? This reward is absolutely splendid. This boon resonated deeply with Kakashi, for his combat capabilities had always been hindered not by his skills, but by his chakra reserves. With sufficient chakra, he could even contend with the progenitor of chakra himself. Chapter 74. The fourth round, second match, Senju Hashirama. Ah, a 30-fold chakra boost. But why does it feel like the 6th chakra is still so limited? Uzumaki Naruto. I concur. I feel the same way. Senju Tobirama. You two up there, please refrain from your humble bragging. It's already more than what the average person possesses. You should not compare yourselves to mere mortals. Uzumaki Minato. Absolutely right. It's clear that Naruto has been led astray by Hashirama. Senju Hashirama. I'm not his wife. How can you say I've led him astray? I didn't influence him at all. Nara Shikamaru. But Naruto would never have acted like this before. Akimichi Choji. That's spot on. Senju Hashirama. Ah. This, ding, the fourth round, second match of the Strongest Hokage Championship is about to begin. 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze vs 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki. Competitors, please prepare as the battle arena is being selected. 3rd Tsuchikage. Is it finally here? I'm eagerly anticipating this father-son duel. 4th Kazekage Raza. Naruto might need to show some proper filial respect to his father. Gaara. Rather than him showing respect to his father, I'd rather show you some respect. I'm going to kill you. 4th Kazekage Raza. Selection complete. The fourth round, second match of the Strongest Hokage Championship. 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze vs 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki. The arena will be Konoha, Ninetales Incident. Competitors, please prepare. Teleportation will commence in 3 seconds. Minato Namikaze. The Ninetales Incident. What a painful memory to revisit. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Indeed. That incident left Konoha severely wounded. As the words were spoken, 2 beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping Naruto and Minato, lifting them into the air. Simultaneously, the scene on the screen transformed into a night in Konoha. It was an unremarkable evening, with a sparse moon and scattered stars, villagers meandering the streets in small groups, while others had already drifted into slumber, all appearing quite ordinary. However, unlike the villagers in the scene, every inhabitant of Konoha was acutely aware that an unforgettable calamity was about to unfold within their village. Summoning technique. The masked man with a tiger-patterned mask, also known as Uchiha Obito, emerged from the shadows, infiltrating the village, and then clapped his hands. The gargantuan form of the Ninetales materialized in the village, instantly inciting chaos among the populace. Concurrently, 2 beams of light fell from the sky, landing at different locations in Konoha. One beside the Ninetales and the other in Minato's home. The one beside the Ninetales was Naruto, while the one in Minato's abode was, of course, Minato himself. Thus, the 2 combatants found themselves separated. Hiden, what's going on? They were not in the same location. How are they supposed to fight? Inuzuka Kiba, no idea. At that moment, both Naruto and Minato wore puzzled expressions, as there was no sign of each other nearby. This match differs from the previous ones. Considering your father-son relationship, it is likely you would hold back at times. Therefore, the system has adjusted the rules. During the Ninetales incident, meteorites will continuously descend upon your locations. Each time you shatter a meteorite, you will earn 1 point, with larger meteorites yielding more points. The match concludes once the incident ends, with the highest score determining the victor. Additionally, Naruto cannot leave the head of the Nine Tails, while Minato must remain within a 10-meter radius of his position. Third, Tsuchikage. Wait, what do you mean? I still want to see the father-son dynamic. Fourth, Raikage. Absolutely right. Senju Hashirama, is something wrong with you all? While I too wish to witness the battle between the 4th and 7th Hokage, if they don't want to fight, then they simply won. Must you always meddle? In any case, 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki, do you understand the rules of the match? Understood. X2 both Naruto and Minato nodded simultaneously, for the rules were quite straightforward and nearly impossible to forget. Now, let us adjust the conditions for both competitors. Ding! Due to the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze possessing only 2 rewards, while the 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki has 6, please select 2 rewards from Naruto's list of 6 to utilize in this match. I'll choose the Manjikyu Sharingan and the reverse armor. I want to give them a try. Wait, why does the Manjikyu Sharingan require me to use 2 rewards? Naruto naturally wanted to test out the reward he had received previously. But upon selecting the Manjikyu Sharingan, he found that it had occupied both of his reward slots. Yet, no one had the time to answer his question. For the next moment, the system's voice resonated from the heavens. Ding! Now commencing the 4th round, second match of the Strongest Hokage Championship. 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze versus 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki, officially beginning. Roar! As the voice of the system echoed, the Nine Tails beneath Naruto's feet erupted into chaos. Brandishing its lethal claws and tail, each strike wreaking havoc upon the village hidden in the leaves. Where it passed, only remnants of shattered walls remained. Calm down, Kurama. This is a village. Do not cause destruction. Naruto, standing atop the Nine Tails, infused his chakra into his feet, firmly anchoring himself as he shouted at the beast. However, this only provoked the mocking response of Kurama from within him. You fool, can you not see my enormous Sharingan? I am under control, and what you perceive is merely a projection of the past, something you cannot alter. Instead, pay attention to the sky. The sky? Upon hearing this, Naruto looked up to discover countless meteors plummeting rapidly from above, seemingly targeting him and a building within the village. This an overwhelming number. He gazed at the meteors that nearly filled the entire sky, realizing that if they were to rain down upon the entire Shinobi world, it would likely lead to its utter destruction. Enough chatter, prepare the tailed beast bomb. I know already. Chapter 75. The Harbinger of Calamity. The Nine Tails in a sudden surge, golden chakra erupted from Naruto, transforming into a colossal golden fox head that continuously unleashed black-tailed beast bombs, bombarding the descending meteors. Meanwhile, on another front, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, gazed lovingly at his wife and child within their quarters. I will return shortly. Clad in his Hokage cloak, which fluttered dramatically, he turned back with an undeniable charm that instantly incited fervent cheers from the entire Shinobi world, especially among the female populace. With those over 40 expressing particular fervor. Yameka Ino, so handsome, exactly my type. 5th Mizukage Terumi, truly dashing. He exudes a charisma that is palpable even with a mere glance. A noblewoman from a certain land. How could such a man marry and have children so early? What a pity. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with a relentless cacophony of explosions from both the heavens and the Nine Tails. The blasts from above were the result of Naruto's continuous tailed beast bombs shattering the meteors, while the explosions emanating from the Nine Tails were caused by ninjas bravely charging forth to protect their village and families, throwing kunai inscribed with explosive tags at the legendary harbinger of disaster. The Nine Tails. Yet, these assaults felt like mere tickles to the beast. With a casual swipe of its paw, the Nine Tails swatted away a group of ninjas, as if they were flies. Do not falter. Even if we cannot defeat the Nine Tails, we must do our utmost to restrain it for the sake of the villagers. Boom. The shout of a ninja was abruptly cut off as the Nine Tails' paw came crashing down, taking his life and damaging several buildings in the process. The loss among those who dared to confront the Nine Tails was staggering. Yuhi Kurenai. Father, forgive me. Yuhi Anko. It's all right. That is all in the past. Look forward, Kurenai. Despite the comforting words from Kurenai's father, tears glistened in her jewel-like eyes. Not only Kurenai, but Irika and many others in the village hidden in the leaves, who had lost loved ones during the Nine Tails rampage, were filled with anguish and hatred. This ignited within them an unquenchable fury towards Obito Uchiha. wishing nothing more than to exact vengeance upon him. On the battlefield, standing atop the Nine Tails, the kind-hearted Naruto witnessed the tragic demise of his fellow ninjas, filling him with sorrow. Kurama, can we not cease the past's onslaught? I truly cannot bear to watch. Even if we must suppress it together, it would be better than this. Rather than asking me, you should inquire with the system. This is merely a projection of the past it has created. We cannot harm it, but it can harm us. If you wish to avoid witnessing this, relinquish control of your body to me, and I shall fight while you close your eyes until it concludes. But if you control my body, we cannot utilize the Nine Tails mode, and the Sharingan is still within me. Then heed my advice. Focus entirely on obliterating the meteors, and leave the defense to me. All right. Boom. Just as Naruto and Kurama were deliberating, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, arrived on the scene. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he redirected the tailed beast bomb, causing a colossal explosion that resonated even from a distance. Its power seemingly capable of annihilating all existence. Simultaneously, Minato clapped his hands, instantly entering the Nine Tails mode, rapidly forming hand seals, and a light blue barrier emanated from him, spreading outward and soon enveloping a 1-kilometer radius. Flying Thunder God Barrier, activate. As the barrier completed its coverage, Minato began his performance. He became the master of space, waving his hand at the meteors entering his 1-kilometer vicinity, causing them to vanish from their original location, only to reappear on a collision course with another meteor in the next moment. The two meteors collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reduced both to mere dust. Minato continued his work, managing the plethora of meteors cascading from the sky. Third Hokage Onoki. Good heavens, this Flying Thunder God Barrier is formidable, a 1-kilometer radius, and he can change the position of any object at will. At this rate, he could even relocate people. How will we combat this? Fourth Hokage A. It appears the technique has no cooldown. As long as he has chakra, he can use it as many times as he desires. Fourth Kazekage Raza. But how much chakra does it require to deploy, and how much is needed to maintain it? Can Minato endure the consumption? If he can, that would be truly extraordinary. Fifth Mizukage Terumi. Have you forgotten? The current fourth Hokage is a half Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and a perfectly balanced one at that. He definitely has no shortage of chakra. Uzumaki Nagato. No need to say more. He is practically invincible. To defeat the fourth Hokage, one must either eliminate him the instant he activates the barrier, or release a powerful attack that encompasses a kilometer, or swiftly traverse that distance to eliminate him, all while ensuring he does not use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Hatake Kakashi. Is this ninjutsu truly that remarkable? No error in. Wait. What is that? Someone is behind the teacher. Just as the fourth Hokage prepared to confront the Nine Tails, a black hand suddenly emerged. Fortunately, Minato reacted swiftly, countering with a kunai. However, astonishingly, the kunai passed through the figure behind him as if it were striking air, causing no harm whatsoever. Your opponent is me, and this ends here. The figure, obscured by a mask save for a single exposed eye, seized the fourth Hokage's hand, and an explosion of spatial vortices erupted from his eye, whisking Minato away. Yet, the fourth Hokage's speed was unmatched, vanishing almost instantaneously. With him disappearing alongside the fourth Hokage was also Minato Namikaze, unable to stray more than 10 meters from him. Chapter 76. The Nine Tails Rampage. A certain Leaf Village ninja. Damn it. No wonder the fourth Hokage arrived so late. It was all your doing, Obito Uchiha. Yuhi Kurenai. Obito, you better give me a chance. Otherwise, I swear one day I will kill you and take my revenge. Obito Uchiha. A villager from the Leaf Village who lost a loved one during the Nine Tails incident. You're right. Just wait for me. Uchiha Obito. The current villagers of Konoha have finally come to understand why the fourth Hokage arrived so late to the battlefield. Despite being known as the Yellow Flash, it was all a result of being ensnared by Uchiha Obito. This revelation has only intensified the hatred of those who already despised him. It is important to note that the victims of the Nine Tails incident were not limited to Naruto's family. Many of Obito's classmates also suffered, yet the bonds of friendship pale in comparison to the tragedy of familial loss. Although they are aware that their hopes for revenge are exceedingly slim, they still possess the audacity to speak boldly. Uchiha Obito, is it really you? Do you think you can kill me? Naruto Uzumaki, whether I can or not, I feel compelled to give it a try. Uchiha Sasuke, I ask you. Obito, if the opponent is Naruto, do you believe you can prevail? Uchiha Obito. If we are speaking of Naruto as the 7th Hokage, then indeed, it poses quite a challenge. However, I remain unyielding. Were Naruto merely the host of the Nine Tails, Obito might have been able to contend with him for a few exchanges using his Kimui ability. Yet now, Naruto has attained the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, possessing 2-eye techniques, one of which remains unknown. Nonetheless, the known technique is already troublesome enough. Given Obito's current strength, he may very well find it difficult to defeat Naruto on the battlefield. The 4th Hokage has already exchanged several blows with the mysterious masked man. Uchiha Obito. At this moment, the 4th Hokage has made a preliminary assessment of Obito's abilities. It is truly admirable how the 4th Hokage, with his remarkable intellect, has comprehended the enemy's capabilities and devised a counter-strategy in just a few exchanges. The key insight is that for Obito to launch an attack, he must manifest a physical form. In other words, if he wishes to engage in combat, that fleeting moment of contact will reveal his corporeal self. With this understanding, the 4th Hokage swiftly threw a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique towards Uchiha Obito while simultaneously dashing forward. The kunai passed through Obito's head, and he formed his hand into a claw. Preparing to execute a fatal strike against the 4th Hokage. I have won. As Obito's hand was about to make contact with Minato Namikaze, he was already convinced of his victory. However, Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to instantaneously appear behind him. Gathering a blue Rasengan in his hand, which he mercilessly smashed into Obito, driving him forcefully into the ground. Naruto Uzumaki. Haha, splendid work, Dad. You're incredible. Kushina Uzumaki. Indeed, this sight is truly satisfying. That wretched white-eyed wolf deserved such a beating. Naruto Uzumaki. Once Dad revives, I will definitely ask him to teach me. Those 2 techniques are simply too cool. Kushina Uzumaki. Of course, that will be no problem. However, Naruto, these jutsu are exceedingly powerful and quite challenging to learn. Do not be disheartened if you struggle. Orochimaru, the Flying Thunder God technique, you say? I attempted to learn it in my youth, but sadly, I lacked the talent to master it. Jiraiya, indeed. The Flying Thunder God technique demands an extraordinary level of talent. Among all of Konoha, only the 2nd Hokage and Minato have recorded success, along with the Umbu team Minato organized, who can collectively execute the technique. After severing the connection between Uchiha Obito and the Nine Tails with a sealing contract, Obito recognized the dire situation and hastily uttered a fierce retort before vanishing. However, Minato chose not to pursue him relentlessly, as his primary objective remained focused on the 9 Tails. In the face of this scene, Minato felt a twinge of regret. If he had pursued Obito back then, might he have altered the course of events? Minato had once held great affection for Obito. Indeed, the entire Namikaze family, including Kushina, cherished him, with Kushina even hoping that one day Naruto would grow up to be as optimistic and cheerful as Obito. Yet now, if Naruto were to adopt Obito's persona, it would likely drive Kushina to madness. Meanwhile, Naruto stood atop the Nine Tails, unleashing tailed beast bombs at the meteor shower above without restraint. The Nine Tails, having regained its senses due to Obito's retreat, did not cease its rampage. Rather, its anger fueled a greater destruction. Driven by the resentment it harbored towards Konoha, countless shinobi bravely attempted to halt its onslaught. Yet, to be candid, non-Kage-level shinobi were akin to mere insects before its might, easily crushed with a single swipe. Among the casualties were Irika's parents and Kurenai's father, both of whom perished in this battle. That creature still not finished. At this moment, Hiruzen Tsurutobi was exhausted, panting heavily as he half knelt upon the ground. It was unclear whether it was his own weakness or the Nine Tails' overwhelming strength, but the most powerful Hokage in Konoha's history had fought valiantly, yet failed to even scratch the beast's hide. Conversely, the Nine Tails showed no concern, continuously gathering a vast amount of chakra within its jaws. Tailed Beast Bomb. The Nine Tails was preparing to unleash its ultimate attack once more, seeking to deliver Konoha a swift demise. Believing that only through such devastation could it express the grievances and humiliation it had endured over the years. However, the greater the power of the Tailed Beast Bomb, the longer the cast time required. Summoning technique. The protagonists often arrive at critical moments to save the day. In this battle, the 4th Hokage is undoubtedly the central figure. His voice resonated through the skies. A massive toad descended from above. Gamabunta landed squarely atop the Nine Tails, interrupting its casting while simultaneously pinning Naruto, who was relentlessly launching tailed beast bombs at the sky. Ah, Dad, it's a friend. Chapter 77. A man whose handsomeness transcends time. Dad. It's a friend, protected by the chakra of the nine tails. Naruto remained unharmed by Gamabunta's assault. Yet, perhaps due to the demands of the narrative, he was unable to use his chakra hands to remove Gamabunta, remaining pinned beneath its weight. Minato Namikaze chuckled helplessly at the sight, then utilized the flying Thunder God barrier to rescue Naruto. Be cautious, Naruto. These are events projected by the system from the past and future. We cannot alter them, so avoid these situations to prevent injury. I understand, Dad, but where can I hide? I'm stuck atop the nine tails. Well, we must be vigilant. There should still be places to evade. Yes, Naruto conversed with Minato. The fourth Hokage took a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision, and addressed Gamabunta. I kindly ask you to restrain the nine tails for a moment to buy me some time. I can only do my best. After all, I am not a match for him. Gamabunta acknowledged his limitations, but showed no trace of fear in the face of the strongest tailed beast. This courage was enough to move an ordinary person. Naruto Uzumaki. Wow, that is so cool. That big toad is amazing. Nine tails. Naruto, that big toad only managed to land on my head due to a sneak attack. If it has the guts, let it face me head on, and I guarantee I'll turn it into a toad skin coat. Gamabunta, just in time. I could use a fox fur coat. Let us have a go. Jiraiya, can't you two just get along? And Gamabunta, if you truly are not a match for the nine tails, it would be wise not to engage. You could perish. Gamabunta, you scoundrel. Jiraiya, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Jiraiya, of course not. I am merely stating the facts. When it comes to fighting the nine tails, it's a lopsided battle. Gamabunta, I can kill him 9 times in a minute. Nine tails, Naruto. Oh really? Then why don't you give it a try? Snake of 1,000, I must agree with the nine tails this time. You two should have a brawl. Boom. The explosion of the tailed beast bomb produced a tremendous sound, accompanied by a blaze that illuminated the pitch-black night. That it was a close call. The village nearly met its end. Naruto gazed at the distant, soaring flames, unable to suppress a sigh of relief. As one who could harness the power of a tailed beast bomb, he was acutely aware of its devastating potential. Had the nine tails' earlier attack detonated, at least half of Konohagakure would have suffered dire consequences. Fortunately, his father, the fourth Hokage, had acted decisively, not only diverting the nine tails and the tailed beast bomb, but also ensuring the safety of his mother, Kushina, and the infant Naruto himself. Wait a moment. What are you planning to do, Dad? I currently possess no combat capabilities. I must swiftly erect a barrier. At that moment, the fourth Hokage was panting heavily, having exhausted his chakra in the effort to redirect the nine tails and the tailed beast bomb. Although a genius, he had no external aids, and achieving this feat under such circumstances was truly commendable. Few in the world could have done better. However, he understood that the situation was far from over, and it could very well escalate into a more perilous ordeal. No worries. I can hold on a little longer. Kushina, perceptive as ever, immediately recognized her husband's plight and spoke soothingly, golden chakra chains materializing behind her. Adamantine sealing chains. This was a unique ability of the Uzumaki clan, not possessed by every member, and even those who could wield it might not unleash its full power, while the likes of Uzumaki Karui could use it. She was unable to bring forth its true potential. However, Kushina was more than capable, as the shimmering chains flew towards the nine tails, instantly subduing it. Damn, not this again. The sight of those chains irked Kurama. The fox within Naruto, whose expression contorted as if constipated, as an embodiment of chakra, he dreaded 3 abilities above all, would release, the Sharingan, and sealing techniques. Without those, he could have easily matched the likes of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Wow, Mom is amazing. To think she can so effortlessly restrain Kurama. Naruto, witnessing his mother overpower the nine tails, gazed at her with unbridled admiration. The tremendous commotion roused the slumbering infant Naruto, having been born less than an hour prior. He was oblivious to the world around him and could not comprehend the immense sorrow that lay ahead. Being separated from his parents, I'm sorry for waking you. Dear, it's all my fault. Kushina gently reassured her newborn. At that moment, who could have imagined that the once fiery and tempestuous woman would display such tenderness, transforming her spirited nature into gentleness solely for her newly born child? The fourth Hokage and his wife, as well as Naruto, were filled with heartache at the sight. Even Minato, who had already faced this once, found it difficult to breathe through the pain. That it's all right. This will keep the Nine Tails at bay. And I was destined to perish anyway. That I can buy you more time. Cough cough. Kushina tenderly shook her head, aware that the fate of a Jinchuriki was invariably linked to that of the tailed beast. Without the Uzumaki clan's remarkable vitality, she would not have survived this long. She felt that simply surviving to assist her husband was a miracle in itself. Yet, the more she expressed this sentiment, the more guilt weighed on Minato and his determination to protect her. Thank you for everything you have done for me. In this final moment, Kushina chose to confess her feelings, wishing for Minato to cast aside his guilt. She hoped that after her departure, he would care for their son. Naruto. In her eyes, she, a girl tragically uprooted from her homeland, had encountered her true love in this foreign land. Marrying him was the greatest fortune and joy of her life. Kushina, you have made me the fourth Hokage. You have made me your husband, and you have made me Naruto's father. And yet, Minato's heart shattered with despair. As a husband, he could not protect his beloved. And as a father, he feared he would soon be unable to safeguard his son. Minato, do not wear such a sorrowful expression. That I am happy to have your love. And today is Naruto's birthday. Let us celebrate. If I were to survive, all I could envision is the blissful life of our family of three. Kushina gazed sweetly at little Naruto. A day that should have been filled with joy was marred by fate's cruel hand. Though it is said that men seldom shed tears, the three men present were already overwhelmed with emotion. I only have one last wish, to see Naruto when he grows up. In her final moments, Kushina longed to witness the future of her son. Upon hearing this, Naruto attempted to descend from Kurama's head to approach his mother. This time, he faced no obstruction and successfully reached her, gently embracing her. Mom, I hope I haven't disappointed you as I grow up. From the commoners of the land of fire. Whoa, this is too painful. I cannot help but shed tears. From the commoners of the land of wind. Tears welling up. As a mother, I can empathize with this pain even more deeply. From the commoners of the land of water. Seeing my brother not cry, I went over and hit him till he cried. From the commoners of the land of lightning. You are ruthless. I merely saw my boyfriend not crying and broke up with him. From the commoners of the land of earth. I truly cannot bear it any longer. Isn't this a battle video? Why must we witness such tragic scenes? Senju Hashirama. I cannot hold back. I am utterly overwhelmed. Woo. Uzumaki Mito. Woo woo. It's all right. Kushina has been revived. She can see him now, can't she? Kisame Hashigaki. I never expected the legendary Yellow Flash would cry. Third, Tsuchiki Jinoki. Even the most exceptional ninja cannot escape the bonds of kinship, love, and friendship. Woo-woo mom. Naruto buried his head in Kushina's embrace. Tears soaking the fabric of her chest. It's all right. Don't cry, Naruto. Kushina gently patted his back, offering comfort. Kushina, you need not perish alongside the Nine Tails. I will use your remaining chakra to enable you to see Naruto. In the light of the curtain, the fourth Hokage wiped his tears and made a grave decision. This decision would ultimately shape Naruto's dark childhood. That I will seal all your remaining chakra within Naruto, combining it with the 8 trigram sealing technique. Furthermore, I will handle the Nine Tails myself. As a non-Jinchuriki, I can only utilize the dead demon consuming seal. No. Using that sealing technique will put the user. Upon hearing Minato's intention to employ the dead demon consuming seal, Kushina grew anxious and vehemently opposed it. Having lost her parents at a young age, she understood the hardships children faced when deprived of their parents. She did not wish for Naruto to endure such a fate. Her death was inconsequential. As long as the fourth Hokage lived, no one would dare bully Naruto. Additionally, the Nine Tails sealed within her was only half. Such formidable power could not be physically contained, and from a strategic perspective, Konoha could not afford to lose its tailed beast. Minato spoke resolutely, torn between the desire to protect his son and the duty he owed to his village. The tailed beasts represented the foundation of a village. Without one, Konoha would only face devastation in the future. It must be said, his contemplation extended far into the future. However, this decision would enable him to be a good Hokage. Yet not a good husband or father. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, recalled his teacher Jiraiya's prophecy, believing that Naruto could fulfill this dream. I know what you wish to express, but the world transformation that Jiraiya spoke of will come with calamity. Today, I have confirmed 2 truths. The masked man who attacked you. He will undoubtedly bring bloodshed, and the one to stop him will be this child. This child, named by Jiraiya, will become the Jinchuriki and pave the way for the future. For some reason, I am firmly convinced of this as Jiraiya's disciple and the fourth Hokage. The only thing he could do was place his faith in Jiraiya. However, his vision extended far beyond, oblivious to whether the prophet might be struck down. I will undoubtedly succeed in forging the future and vanquishing that masked man, Uchiha Obito at this moment. Naruto's gaze was resolute. He now possessed the memories of future battles but remained, at heart, a child. Vortex Naruto, damn Uchiha Obito, no matter what you intend to do, I will stop you. Uchiha Obito. No error Rin. By the way, Obito, you still haven't answered me. Why are you doing this? You know how my teacher and Kushina treated you. So why commit such heart-wrenching acts? Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito. Haha, consider it a whim of mine. A fabricated world matters not. Beep, is it a false world? Do you think the world of infinite Tsukuyomi is the reality you speak of? Allow this system to reveal the truth behind infinite Tsukuyomi. And by the way, the truth of that incident from long ago. I am eager to see if you can still claim that this world requires a false one. Uchiha Madara. Wait, system, what do you mean? What is the truth behind infinite Tsukuyomi? Please send me the details. Senju Tobirama. I too request your assistance, system. Yet, Minato, before Kushina could finish her words. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, formed hand signs and activated the Shiki F gene. Believe in this child. He is our son. In the distance, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, finally arrived, recognizing the hand signs Minato was forming. That seal, could it be? Ah, the Shiki F gene. The figure of the Shinigami appeared behind Minato. Chapter 79. Minato's determination, Kushina's reluctance after sealing you. I will bind your chakra within Naruto, hoping that when he attempts to control the Nine Tails as a Jinchuriki, you will assist him to eye in the face of death. The fourth Hokage remained remarkably composed. He could have chosen to survive, but opted instead to make this sacrifice. Part of him wished to accompany Kushina, preventing her from facing solitude, a love story that resonates deeply and evokes envy in others. Moreover, he aimed to provide Naruto with a safeguard, albeit at the cost of his own life, that he is our son. That is precisely why I do not wish for Naruto to bear such a heavy burden. Kushina, well aware of her husband's thoughts, felt both moved and guilty as she witnessed his self-sacrifice. She longed for Minato to remain by Naruto's side, nurturing him through his growth. She wished for a day in the future when Minato, having aged, could recount the tales of their years together. Why should Naruto be made a sacrifice for the sake of the so-called balance of tailed beasts, or for the village? Her deepest desire was for Naruto to live a simple life, unlike her own troubled past. Yet, such a straightforward wish seemed insurmountable. Abandoning the nation, forsaking the village, was akin to abandoning a child. That a person who has lost their homeland should understand the cruelty of such a fate. The exiled will endure a life of relentless hardship, especially as a family of shinobi. Furthermore, I cannot defeat you while I am alive. Although your time as a mother is fleeting, what you impart to Naruto surpasses anything I could offer. That is the role of a mother. The fourth Hokage spoke earnestly to Kushina, gently cradling young Naruto in his arms. This, too, was a father's duty. At that moment, onlookers, whether shinobi or civilians, even nobles, were moved to tears by their sacrifice. This transcended any notions of justice or evil. It was a profound human sentiment, rooted in love for a child, for their nation, for the village. The only drawback was the sense of guilt he felt as a father, knowing he had subjected his son to unfair treatment, forcing him to endure trials that no ordinary child should face. Yet, he bestowed upon his child a measure of strength to navigate this chaotic world, placing immense trust in him as a father. In this regard, he was indeed competent. Vortex Kushina. Minato, I know you say this to prevent me from feeling guilt, but do you understand? When I see Naruto's life over the years, my remorse cannot be quelled. You could have lived. You could have protected Naruto from experiencing those hardships. Reflecting on the past, Kushina never regretted her choices. Her only regret was that she did not stop her husband. For had she done so, perhaps Naruto would not have endured such a tragic childhood. Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Minato family sacrificed so much for the village. I am truly sorry for not safeguarding Naruto. Jiraiya. As a shinobi, Minato is an exceptional being. He meticulously planned for the future over a decade ago, leaving behind several strategies for his child. Fifth Mizukage Terumi Mei. As a woman, I envy Vortex Kushina for having found such a perfect husband. Karatsuchi. I admit my jealousy. If my future husband possesses even half of what the fourth Hokage had, I would be content. Darui, everyone in Konoha owes a debt to the Naruto family. Yet Naruto has endured a rather unfortunate upbringing. The villagers of Konoha who once bullied Naruto, the fourth Hokage's family sacrificed too much for the village. Reflecting on how we treated Naruto fills us with guilt. We truly acted inhumanely. We hope Lord Minato, Lady Kushina, and young Naruto can forgive us. Vortex Naruto, it's all right. That is all in the past. I understand your resentment towards Kurama, so I do not blame you for that. Naruto could be seen as another version of himself, sharing the same memories, differing only in gender, otherwise, they were identical. Having shared abilities and memories, Senju Hashirama. Whoa, so touching. This is the duty of a father, the duty of a Hokage that I never expected sealing the Nine Tails would result in death. Kurama, Naruto damn. When I fought you this morning, I held back too much. Next time we meet, I will unleash my full strength. Senju Hashirama, when that time comes, the one who shows fear will be the loser. Senju Hashirama, how about a one-on-one match? Just the two of us, without involving Naruto, I'll give you 999 hands. Senju Tobirama, enough already, brother. You're ruining the moment. I was just feeling moved by the fourth Hokage's will of fire when you started making noise. And now I feel nothing that you're still sore about it, yet you dare to taunt. Senju Tobirama held a deep admiration for Namikaze Minato. Had he not passed away prematurely, Minato would undoubtedly have elevated Konoha to new heights. The only regret Tobirama harbored was Minato's emotional decision in this matter. He believed a Hokage should maintain a certain coldness, as emotional decisions can easily lead to turmoil. Senju Tobirama, damn the fourth Hokage. The Nine Tails, aware of its impending fate, resisted the notion of being sealed once more so soon after its release. Without delay, the fourth Hokage swiftly sealed half of the Nine Tails chakra within himself. Its body stiffened. Astonished by the weight of its chakra, A.S. Minato contemplated this. He summoned a sealing altar and placed Naruto upon it. The Nine Tails bared its fangs at the altar prepared for the sealing ceremony, realizing that the fourth Hokage intended to seal it away once more. Moreover, it was sealed within the body of a small demon, which immediately ignited a surge of fury within. The Nine Tails also seized the fleeting moment of Kushina's vulnerability, causing the chains binding it to loosen. As the fourth Hokage departed to assess Kushina's condition, he left Naruto's side, intent on seizing this opportunity to eliminate young Naruto directly, just as the Nine Tails extended its lethal claws to strike down young Naruto. Both Minato and Kushina became acutely aware of the impending danger. Chapter 80, System Anomalies. Battle concludes with a piercing sound. Blood splattered everywhere as the Nine Tails was about to deliver a fatal blow to young Naruto. Kushina summoned every ounce of strength within her, resolutely using her own body to shield him. Simultaneously, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, threw himself into the fray, exerting every bit of his power, as time seemed to freeze in that harrowing instant. Although the Nine Tails' sharp claws pierced through their chests like skewers, they halted just before reaching young Naruto, a mere fraction away from a tragic conclusion. Despite this, the blood of his parents dripped down, staining Naruto's chest. No. Naruto cried out in anguish as he beheld the horrifying sight of his father and mother impaled before him, his heart wrenching in despair. In that moment, he felt an unbearable pain. Propelling himself forward in a desperate attempt to push the Nine Tails' claws away. Let go, Kurama, hurry. Naruto tried everything. Chakra-infused punches, wind release, raisin shuriken, tailed beast bomb, but none could budge the Nine Tails in the slightest. The ultimate Hokage Championship, as despair gripped Naruto due to Minato's grievous wound. At that critical juncture, his eternal Manjiki Sharingan began to spin. A unique chakra hidden within him surged forth, guided by the spinning patterns of the EYE. As the speed of the swirling designs accelerated, this powerful and concealed chakra was drawn forth, transforming the Manjiki patterns into concentric circles to in the next instant. Time around him abruptly rewound. The system's declaration of victory was instantly silenced. The scene reverted to the moment before the Nine Tails raised its hand, poised to unleash its claws once more, as if replaying the harrowing events. Stop. Naruto's eyes burned with unwavering determination, the faint purple glow of his eyes emanating an overwhelming power. The world around him seemed to freeze in place, turning a ghostly gray as everything except Naruto himself came to a standstill. Yet, it could not be said that everything was entirely frozen, for the voice of the system still echoed above. Alert! Error! Alert! Error. First Hokage, wait. What is happening? Second Hokage, Naruto's eyes have changed. Is this all caused by his eyes? Pain. That is the Rinnegan. How could this be? Third Tsuchikage, Anoki. The Manjiki Sharingan has evolved into the Rinnegan. This is astonishing. Ding. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the fourth round of the Ultimate Hokage Championship has been paused to address the anomaly. Kushina, is the anomaly related to Naruto's eyes becoming the Rinnegan? Indeed. His Manjiki Sharingan unexpectedly evolved into the Rinnegan, unconsciously triggering its unique ocular techniques of time reversal and stasis, allowing the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who was meant to perish, to return to life. This also reverted the outcome of the match back to mere seconds ago, necessitating intervention. As the system's voice faded, the gray haze surrounding Naruto dissipated, and another figure regained mobility, his father, Minato Namikaze. What does the system plan to do now? Minato inquired, gazing skyward. Based on your current scores, Naruto originally held an absolute advantage. To prevent any further unforeseen complications from the two of you, the match shall conclude here. The system hereby announces, in the fourth round, second match of the Ultimate Hokage Championship, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, versus the seventh Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. The victor is Naruto Uzumaki, the seventh Hokage. Congratulations to the victor, Naruto Uzumaki, the seventh Hokage. You may select two rewards from the following three options. 1. Rinnegan Technique, Heavenly Hand Power. 2. Elemental Spirit, Wind Spirit Bird. 3. Enhanced Ninetales. Rinnegan Technique, Heavenly Hand Power is a unique ocular technique acquired by Sasuke Uchiha upon awakening the Rinnegan, allowing instantaneous position exchange between the caster and the target within a specific range. Elemental Spirit, Wind Spirit Bird is a child of the wind, inherently blessed with the ability to command fierce gales. Its power scales with the strength of the one it forms a contract with. Enhanced Ninetales amplifies the already formidable strength of the Ninetales, allowing the previously separated Yang and Yin halves of Kurama to merge and enhance their might. Please make your selection. If uncertain, you may consult your friends and family through the commentary. Sasuke Uchiha. Wait, that Heavenly Hand Power is my future Rinnegan technique. Naruto Uzumaki. That sounds incredibly powerful. I know what to choose. Anoki, you haven't even analyzed yet, and you already know your choice. Naruto Uzumaki. Of course I do. I'll select the Rinnegan Technique, Heavenly Hand Power, and Enhanced Ninetales. After all, that technique belongs to Sasuke, and its power will undoubtedly be formidable. Besides, if Kurama becomes stronger, it means I'll be stronger too. As for the Wind Spirit Bird, I have no idea what it even is. Why would I choose that? In Kurama, good choice. It seems I must take my leave. Fourth Hokage, though you are a good person, Naruto is also in good hands. Minato, haha. Please send my regards to Naruto and take good care of him. Naruto Uzumaki, but if both Kuramas exist, will my father still be able to use the power of In Kurama? Wouldn't that weaken him? Ding. In the Ultimate Hokage Championship, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, will still be able to utilize the power of In Kurama, but he will not be able to do so after his revival. Minato, then there is nothing to worry about. I was contemplating how to return In Kurama's power to Naruto, so this saves me quite a bit of effort. Naruto Uzumaki. Then I'll make my choice. With that, Naruto began operating the interface before him, and the system's voice resounded once more. All right, rewards are being dispensed. Congratulations to Naruto Uzumaki, the seventh Hokage, for receiving the rewards, Rinnegan Technique, Heavenly Hand Power, and Enhanced Ninetales. Chapter 81, The Ultimate Hokage Championship, 4th Round, 3rd Match. All right, rewards are being dispensed. Congratulations to Naruto Uzumaki, the 7th Hokage, for receiving the rewards, Rinnegan Technique, Heavenly Hand Power, and Enhanced Ninetales. As the system's proclamation concluded, 2 radiant orbs of light descended from the heavens. One entered Naruto's Rinnegan, while the other infused itself into his abdomen. Simultaneously, the imagery on the screen transitioned from the forest setting to Naruto's consciousness space. But in this peculiar realm of consciousness, a 16-year-old Naruto stood before Kurama, while behind him lay a place resembling a sewer. At the end of this sewer, a colossal gate loomed, beyond which slumbered a massive Ninetales. Not far from the gate lay a young Naruto, around 11 or 12 years old, peacefully asleep atop Kurama's head. The radiant orb that had entered Naruto now pierced through the sky, gradually merging with the colossal Ninetales beyond the gate. Suddenly, a phantom identical to the immense creature appeared nearby, leading to the 2 Ninetales fusing together in a brilliant explosion of golden light. illuminating the entirety of Naruto's consciousness space. As the light gradually receded, the once visible sewer vanished entirely, leaving only the slumbering young Naruto and a newly formed Ninetales of similar size. What in the world is happening? How have I transformed into this? Kurama exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded at the sight. His once towering and magnificent form had been reduced to a small, adorable creature. So cute. This version of Kurama is simply delightful. I wish I could embrace it. As Naruto beheld the adorably charming Kage, the thoughts of indulging in playful mischief surged uncontrollably within him. Alas, he found himself unable to approach, for although this was indeed his own conscious realm, it seemed to be bifurcated into past and future due to the system's influence. On one side lay his present self, whilst on the other, his appearance at the Strongest Hokage Tournament was displayed. Refrain from that tedious notion of yours. Dare to embrace this old man, and I assure you, I shall send you flying. Kage's piercing gaze discerned Naruto's intentions, and he exclaimed with a commanding tone. The initial volume of his voice startled Naruto, causing him to instinctively cover his ears, but it gradually diminished until it took on a surprisingly endearing quality. Taken aback, Naruto turned to investigate, only to find that the Kage behind him had transformed into a similarly petite and adorable version. In an instant, a wide grin akin to that of an infatuated admirer crept across Naruto's face as he merrily approached the Kage. Hee, what do you intend to change, Naruto? I warn you. Do not come any closer. Uzumaki Kushina. Ha! Such a delightful little Ninetales. I long to embrace it. Uzumaki Mito. I never anticipated the Ninetales in its youth would be so adorable, utterly heart-melting. Fifth Mizukage Terumime. This is truly heartwarming. It has awakened my inner girlhood. Kage Naruto, what on earth is happening? Uzumaki Naruto, by the way, you two have transformed, haven't you, Kage? Kage, Naruto, I warn you not to approach. Should you dare intrude, I shall be quite unyielding. Uzumaki Naruto. Beep. Although the competition has concluded, Naruto, the system feels it necessary for you to heed the forthcoming words. As the system's voice faded, the imagery on the screen reverted to its previous state, reflecting Naruto's appearance during the time reversal, though the three individuals previously transformed into candied hawthorns had now reduced to two, the fourth Hokage and Kushina. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Naruto, you must not be picky with your food. Ensure you eat heartily each day to grow strong. Remember to take warm baths daily. Avoid late nights and guarantee sufficient sleep. Additionally, forge friendships. It matters not if your circle is small, just a few trustworthy companions will suffice. Though I may not excel in this, strive diligently to master your ninjutsu. However, everyone has strengths and weaknesses. Should you encounter difficulties, do not despair. Always respect your teachers and seniors. Furthermore, a vital matter concerning the three prohibitions of ninjas. Firstly, do not lend money casually. Remember to save your mission rewards. You may only consume alcohol once you turn 20. For excessive drinking is detrimental to your health. Moderation is key. As for the prohibition regarding women, being a woman myself, I confess my understanding is limited. In essence, there exists only a distinction between male and female. Inevitably, you will find yourself interested in women, but be wary of strange ones. Seek out remarkable women like your mother. Moreover, regarding the three prohibitions, do keep an eye on Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya? Hey. Naru, regardless of the hardships or suffering you may face in the future, always adhere to your own pace. Harbor your dreams, and endeavor to bring them to fruition. Have faith in yourself. Furthermore, there is so much more I wish to convey to you, and I long to share life with you. I love you. Tears streaming down her cheeks, Kushina spoke tenderly to little Naruto, fearful of rousing him yet hopeful that he would remember her admonitions and live well. Forgive me, Minato, for I have become rather animated. No. It is all right. What I wish to convey, Naruto, is akin to what your nagging mother would say. The fourth Hokage spoke gently, before enacting the sealing technique, confining the Ninetales within little Naruto. In an instant, a brilliant light illuminated the entire screen, and both Naruto and Minato were transported back to their rightful places by the system. Yet, Naruto remained lost in contemplation of the words he had just heard. Oblivious to the fact that he had returned to Konohagakure. It was only when the system's voice resonated from above that he regained his senses. Beep. The fourth round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament now commences. First Hokage Senju Hashirama vs. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Contestants, please prepare as we now draw the battleground. While drawing, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, what sort of scenery do you prefer? Sarutobi Hiruzen. System, do you possess any manners? The system's abrupt inquiry elicited laughter from all corners of the ninja world. A wave of mirth echoing throughout. Chapter 82. The plan to collapse Konoha, 4th Hokage A. Hahaha, per Sarutobi Hiruzen, the system clearly has no faith in you. You're destined to lose. 3rd Hokage Jinoki. Hahaha. Not only that, if my memory serves me correctly, he has already lost 3 consecutive matches. Should he lose this one, he will be eliminated. 4th Kazekage Raza. Ha ha ha. Does anyone recall that the records from Konoha depict the 3rd Hokage as the strongest of all? 5th Mizukage Terumime. Ha ha ha. The strongest Hokage. I see him as the strongest comedic Hokage. Given the current situation, he seems to have solidified his position as the strongest. Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen, how can you call yourself a Hokage? Teacher, look at this. This is the Hokage you chose. Though I may not be talented, I feel I surpass him in strength. Senju Tobirama. Get lost, you have been expelled from my tutelage, with your actions. Do you still aspire to be Hokage? Pa. Uzumaki Mido. I must ask, are you Uchiha capable of anything? He can even send out bullet screens. Uchiha Madara, bastard, whose turn is it to beat him now? Remove them all from the Uchiha clan. What rubbish, allowing him to send out bullet screens. Uchiha Sasuke, step aside, I shall take my turn. I just awakened my Manjiki Sharingan and need a place to test it. Uchiha Izuna. Oh. Impressive, you've already awakened your Manjiki, truly worthy of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, well done, Sasuke. Uchiha Shursui, count me in for the assault on Danzo. Feel my Susanoo. Shimura Danzo, System. Please continue with the random selection. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in resignation after enduring a moment of exasperation. At this juncture, he had wholly relinquished the struggle. Did he not desire victory? Did he not yearn for the rewards? The answer was neither. Rather, each opponent he faced was overwhelmingly formidable. None he could hope to defeat. Naruto, Minato, Senju Tobirama, and Senju Hashirama, 2 among them, were already confirmed as the strongest Hokage, while the remaining 2 would undoubtedly contend for the 4th and 5th spots without much difficulty. Beep. The draw is complete. The 4th round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama versus 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen will take place in Konohagakure during the collapse of Konoha plant. Contestants, please prepare. Transportation will commence in 3 seconds. Senju Hashirama. Wait, what does the collapse of Konoha plan mean? Is someone invading our beloved Konoha? Senju Tobirama. It seems so, brother. Senju Hashirama. Bastard. What do they take my Konoha for? To invade it will. If I discover who it is, I shall crush them with my wooden jutsu. Orochimaru. Why do I suddenly feel the surrounding air has grown significantly colder? 2 beams of light descended from the sky, lifting Senju Hashirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen into the air. Simultaneously, the imagery on the screen shifted to depict the scene of Konoha that on a rooftop. A purple square barrier encased the entire structure. At the center of this barrier stood 2 formidable figures. One was instantly recognizable to all, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The other, a figure from Tsunade, was also familiar, as he was the 4th Kazekage, though in reality, it was Orochimaru disguised as the 4th. Concurrently, 2 beams of light descended from the sky and entered the barrier, transforming into Senju Hashirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen. This monkey, and who might this be? Is it the Kazekage from Tsunade? Are they seeking to wage war against us? Konoha, Senju Hashirama, brimming with killing intent, pondered how many times Konoha had been invaded. He now questioned whether their kindness had led others to believe they could attack them without consequence. The 4th Kazekage. At this moment, it should be the time for the Chunin exams. Could it be that their previous intention to form an alliance was merely a deception? Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed his surroundings, and upon spotting his steadfast 4th Kazekage, his brow furrowed in concern. Based on the current environment and circumstances, he deduced that the time must coincide with the Chunin exams, which were still a few months away from their time. Moreover, Tsunade had previously broached the subject of an alliance with him, leading him to suspect that their proposal was, in fact, a trap, a scheme devised against Konohagakure. Senju Tobirama. Well, you Tsunade are quite audacious to attack us, thinking we lack the will to retaliate, are you? Senju Tobirama was equally incensed. Having witnessed Konohagakure's invasions countless times, it was only natural for anyone to feel a surge of anger. 4th Kazekage Raza. Wait, I don't know. We genuinely sought an alliance with you. This attack on Konoha has nothing to do with Tsunade. Raza, now gripped by fear, felt his heart race, while he had not yet reached the point of terror. He understood that Konohagakure was far stronger than Tsunade, especially now that Naruto had acquired the Rinnegan and reconciled with the Ninetales, potentially becoming the perfect Jinchuriki at any moment. Coupled with the resurrected Senju Tobirama and the numerous rewards bestowed upon the Hokage of Konoha, the village was undeniably returning to its former glory as the strongest in the Shinobi World. In such a situation, Raza did not wish to provoke a conflict with Konoha, as it would be akin to courting death. Both parties have completed their teleportation. Adjustments to their states are now underway. The reward count for the two competitors is Senju Hashirama 3, Sarutobi Hiruzen 0, thus this match can only proceed with both parties at their peak states. Now, let the Strongest Hokage Tournament commence. Round 4, Match 3, First Hokage Senju Hashirama vs. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The match officially begins now. With the announcement echoing through the arena, the fourth Kazekage and third Hokage sprang into action. Long time no see, Sensei. The fourth Kazekage was the first to unveil his mask, revealing his true identity as Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin and a former pupil of Sarutobi Hiruzen. How could it be you? Orochimaru. Hiruzen's emotions were tumultuous. Orochimaru had once been his proudest student, yet now he found himself attacking Konoha, leaving Hiruzen in a state of bittersweet reflection. Wait, Sensei, you two know each other, and he is your student. Senju Hashirama remarked. Observing the unfolding situation with confusion, it was evident that the assailant before them had a significant relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 83. The defeated Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya, I never expected you would ultimately make a move. Orochimaru. Orochimaru, surprised, are you? I suspect if it weren't for the bond you and Tsunade share, you would have acted long ago. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade had anticipated Orochimaru's confrontation with Hiruzen. In fact, had Hiruzen not been their teacher, they might have been unable to restrain themselves from taking action against him, given the misdeeds he had committed over the years. Fifth Hokage Tsunade. I won't deny that Sensei has faltered considerably in recent years. I even considered taking action against him a few years ago. Naruto Uzumaki. No, how can you all be like this? Kushina Uzumaki. Enough, Naruto. The third Hokage has brought this upon himself. Did Kushina harbor no resentment towards Sarutobi Hiruzen? The answer was a resounding no. She felt an intense dislike and even anger towards him. Years ago, she entrusted Naruto into Hiruzen's care, only for him to neglect her son, allowing him to consume expired food while obscuring his identity as the son of the fourth Hokage. A hero, and instead allowing the Ninetales' notoriety to permeate the village. He even failed to provide Naruto with sufficient funds for a month's worth of meals, despite the substantial savings she and Minato had left behind. Had even a fraction of that wealth been allocated to Naruto, he would not have endured such hardship over the years. Fourth Raikage. Goodness, Sarutobi Hiruzen has truly become so despised that even his legendary pupils, the Sannin, are tempted to extinguish his existence. Third Tsuchikage Inoki. Observing the arena, it appears that this so-called Konoha collapse plan is set to transpire in 6 months, meaning that Sarutobi Hiruzen is doomed. Senju Tobirama. I can only say that, monkey. You have truly failed in your endeavors. What a day this has turned out to be. Forget it. I don't want to dwell on this any longer. Monkey, let us swiftly conclude this battle. I truly do not wish to witness any further destruction of Konoha. Upon hearing Hiruzen's explanation of his relationship with Orochimaru, Tobirama found himself at a loss for words. Feeling exasperated, he genuinely wished to prevent any more devastation to the village he had worked so hard to establish. All right, first Hokage. Hiruzen understood Tobirama's intent. He too desired a swift resolution to the battle, having been defeated 3 times in the previous matches without securing a single victory. Although his physical form had returned to its prime, his spirit felt aged and weary, leaving him lacking the motivation to continue fighting. Very well, let us proceed. Sage art would release true hundreds of hands. Tobirama wasted no time, clapping his hands together to enter Sage mode, radiating immense pressure as a vast quantity of chakra surged from his being. An enormous wooden statue resembling a bodhisattva, adorned with countless colossal arms, erupted from the ground, casting a shadow over the arena and instilling a profound sense of oppression as it gazed down upon all. The purple barrier paled in comparison to the towering statue, which shattered it into fragments with ease. Shadow clone technique. 5 nature transformation barrage. Hiruzen, witnessing the overwhelming presence of the colossal statue, hastily formed hand seals, creating 4 shadow clones while simultaneously gathering a substantial amount of chakra. However, The chakra he emitted was minuscule compared to the vast reserves radiating from Senju Tobirama, akin to a mere pebble amidst the sea. The 5 manifestations of Hiruzen aligned themselves, each executing a different elemental technique: wind release, earth release, lightning release, fire release, and water release. The 5 nature transformation barrage, combining the 5 elemental chakra types in a balanced fusion, unleashed a formidable power. This technique could be considered Hiruzen's most potent ninjutsu. Yet, despite its terrifying might, it paled in comparison to the massive bodhisattva, rendering Hiruzen's efforts trivial when juxtaposed with the might of Senju Tobirama. Transform into the Buddha! A thundering roar erupted from Tobirama as the multitude of arms behind the colossal statue descended upon Hiruzen. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 nature transformation barrage managed to withstand the onslaught of thousands of arms for a fleeting second before being completely overwhelmed. Each strike, reminiscent of countless sanctions, bore the strength to obliterate mountains, crashing down upon the humble structures, unleashing a cacophony of sound that echoed through the air, just as the noise subsided within moments. The voice of the system resonated above. In the 4th round, 3rd match of the Strongest Hokage Tournament, 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama versus 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The victor is 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama. Congratulations to the victor, 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama. Awarded, Would Release Chakra Mode. Would Release Chakra Mode. An enhanced chakra state derived from possessing the Would Release bloodline limit. Upon entering this state, chakra consumption accelerates, but the potency of Would Release techniques and other attributes, such as recovery and strength, are significantly amplified. Would Release Chakra Mode, you say? It appears rather impressive. I quite like it. Ha ha ha. The rewards he had obtained dispelled the haze clouding Tobirama's heart, and he erupted into hearty laughter. Were it not for his current limitations, he would have relished the opportunity to flaunt his newly acquired Would Release Chakra Mode. 3rd Tsuchikage Jinoki. Ha! You've killed me with laughter. What a so-called strongest Hokage. Within mere moments, you fell without a fight. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are truly a disgrace. Regarding the rewards for Senju Hashirama's enhanced strength, they are of little consequence to the 3rd Tsuchikage Jinoki, or even to others from different villages. After all, they were already outmatched. The fact that he has grown stronger does not alter the outcome, and so why ponder it so deeply? 4th Kazekage Raza. I concur with Sarutobi Hiruzen. What face do you have to claim you are the strongest Hokage in history? Senju Hashirama. Speaking of this strongest Hokage, I have long wished to inquire, what is the situation with you, monkey? Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is as follows. 1st Hokage. These ideas originated from Danzo. During the 1st and 2nd Great Ninja Wars, our village faced a transitional period, and morale was exceedingly low. Thus, we had no choice but to publicly declare that I am the strongest Hokage of all time to stabilize the troops. Chapter 84. The Strongest Hokage Tournament. Round 4, Match 4, Senju Hashirama. I see, you have worked hard, monkey. Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's nothing to be concerned about. 1st Hokage.it was a necessary measure at the time. However, it matters little now. With the 2nd Hokage resurrected and Naruto gaining the Rinnegan, becoming even more powerful, I no longer need to hold on. Senju Tobirama. Understood. Now you should take a good rest, monkey. Ding. Attention everyone. Due to participant 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen losing 4 matches, he is now completely out of the competition. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is out. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is out. As the system's announcement concluded, a ranking appeared on the screen. There were a total of 8 ranks, and at the bottom, in 8th place, was the name of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ding. Congratulations to 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen for achieving 8th place in the Strongest Hokage Tournament, with a reward of 50 years of lifespan. 50 years of lifespan is not too shabby. At least I can live longer and witness the future strength of Konoha. Upon seeing his reward, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment, then stroked his beard, reflecting. Although it is not a treasure that enhances strength, 50 years of lifespan signifies that he could live an additional 50 years, which is a considerable reward for someone of his advanced age. A certain Jonin from the Mist Village. Goodness, achieving 8th place is quite an accomplishment. But there have only been 8 Hokage participants, right? 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. You have a point. I didn't think much of it initially. But now that you mention it, it makes me want to laugh. Ha ha ha. Senju Hashirama. Alas, poor monkey, I feel I should have let him win a little, so he could gain some reward. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a dire situation now. Senju Tobirama, I say. Brother, have you forgotten? The system is watching. Letting someone win yields no rewards and may result in disqualification. and then there would be no final rewards at all. Senju Hashirama. True enough. I'm glad I didn't let him win. Sarutobi Hiruzen. You need not mention that. First Hokage. Ding. We now commence the 4th round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. Match 4. 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama versus 5th Hokage Senju Tsunade. Please prepare, and the selection of the battle arena will now begin. Battle arena selection completed for the 4th round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. Match 4. 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama versus 5th Hokage Senju Tsunade. The arena will be Lava World. Please prepare, contestants. Teleportation will commence in 3 seconds. Senju Tobirama. The Lava World can't possibly be what I think it is, can it? 5th Hokage Tsunade. It might very well be, second grandfather, just as you imagine. As before, 2 beams of light descended from the heavens, carrying Senju Tobirama and Tsunade skyward. Simultaneously, the imagery on the screen transformed into a world of lava, with an endless expanse of flowing molten rock, exuding wisps of heat, as if capable of melting anything in its vicinity. In this world of lava, 2 blue platforms stood firm. The beams of light landed precisely on these platforms, revealing the figures of Senju Tobirama and Tsunade. It truly is a world filled with magma. Surely the system needn't be so dramatic. Tsunade, feeling the scorching heat and the fiery hue surrounding her, couldn't help but gasp. In this entire realm, aside from the blue platforms they occupied, there was scarcely anywhere else to stand. All else being molten lava capable of incinerating anything. Yet, the system's unchanging opening remarks responded to Tsunade. Both contestants have been teleported, now adjusting their states. The number of rewards obtained by the contestants is as follows. 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. 2. 5th Hokage Senju Tsunade. 1. Therefore, 1 reward may be utilized in this match. Please, Senju Tobirama, select one of your 2 rewards to participate in this bout. Do you think you're being humorous? It seems my only viable reward is the water-breathing technique for this match. Please make your selection. Otherwise, the system will choose for you. Hearing the system's cold voice, tinged with a hint of menace, Senju Tobirama hastily and earnestly selected water breathing from the screen before him. Very well, the system now announces the commencement of the 4th round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. Match 4, 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama versus 5th Hokage Senju Tsunade. The match officially begins now. As the system's voice faded, the blue platforms beneath them slowly began to vanish, and a sensation of weightlessness quickly enveloped both participants. Goodness, does the system really need to go this far? Both Tsunade and Senju Tobirama reacted swiftly, rapidly forming hand seals, and simultaneously expelled torrents of water towards the molten lava below. While Tsunade excelled in superhuman strength and medical ninjutsu, she had dabbled in other techniques to some extent, albeit not mastering them as others had. Consequently, the water she conjured was significantly smaller than that of Senju Tobirama, by at least tenfold. Gurgle, gurgle. As the blue water touched the lava, it instantly generated a copious amount of white steam, simultaneously creating a dark surface above the lava, providing a platform for both Tsunade and Senju Tobirama to stand upon. Upon descending from the high altitude onto the black surface amidst the lava, they inevitably splashed surrounding molten rock and white steam, yet the scalding steam instantly burned both of their exposed skin. Seal release, creation rebirth, 100 healings technique, activated. As soon as Tsunade landed, she immediately initiated the seal, beginning to heal her injuries. Water release, great waterfall technique. On the other hand, Senju Tobirama's approach was quite straightforward, lacking medical ninjutsu. He quickly gathered a substantial amount of chakra and unleashed a vast torrent of water, forming a colossal waterfall that surged outward. Truly, he is the second grandfather. Even in such an extreme environment, he is capable of executing such a grand scale of water release, and with such ferocity as well. Tsunade, witnessing the towering waterfall nearly 10 meters high, felt her mouth twitch, hastily channeling a significant amount of chakra to her feet to anchor herself on the dark surface, preventing herself from being swept away by the water flow. Boom. Gurgle, gurgle. The immense blue waterfall, centered around Senju Tobirama, spread outward, crashing into the searing lava, producing a boiling sound, and quickly transforming into white steam that ascended into the air, while simultaneously converting a large portion of the lava into obsidian. Chapter 85. Tsunade vs. Senju Tobirama, Kisame Hashigaki. Truly, the second Mizukage is remarkable. Even in such high-temperature conditions, he is able to execute such a scale of water release that I am thoroughly impressed. 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, with my strength. To use a water shield of such scale in that lava scenario would consume nearly half of my chakra. Yet, Seeing the second Hokage perform this way, I cannot help but feel somewhat inferior. Senju Hashirama, Hahaha. My dear Odo, you are indeed impressive. Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, in such an environment, the steam generated from the interaction of lava and water is sufficient to severely scald both contestants. Tsunade may fare better. But I recall that the second Hokage lacks medical ninjutsu. He seems to be at a disadvantage against Tsunade. Kushina Uzumaki. You are absolutely correct. Tobirama indeed lacks talent in medical ninjutsu. After all, no one is perfect. Not everyone is born flawless. However, it seems the system has accounted for this, as in terms of raw strength, Tsunade truly cannot match Tobirama, and there is no possibility of victory for her. Given the current situation where Tobirama has been weakened, Tsunade now has a chance to win. Jiraiya, what he said is absolutely correct. Let's see if Tsunade can seize this opportunity. This moment. The entire battlefield was enveloped in a thick white steam, the scalding vapor continuously searing the skin of Senju Tobirama and Tsunade, causing them considerable distress. Sage Mode, activate. As Tsunade gazed into the boundless sea of steam obscuring her vision, she wasted no time. With a swift clap of her hands, shadows appeared around her eyes, signaling her entry into the Sage Mode acquired from the wet-bone forest. This Sage Mode was identical to the one utilized by Senju Hashirama. With the formidable sensory abilities of Sage Mode, Tsunade quickly located her great-uncle, Senju Tobirama's position, Super Strength Fist. Without hesitation, she concentrated her chakra into her fist, enveloping it in a blue flame, and then propelled herself like a cannonball towards Senju Tobirama. Impatience surged within her. Despite her maturity, she could not contain her eagerness to attack. Although Senju Tobirama did not possess Sage Mode, his sensory capabilities were exceptional, and he immediately felt the commotion caused by Tsunade's strike. In a flash, he hurled a flying thunder god kunai several meters away. Just as Tsunade's fist was a mere 0.001 meters from him, he vanished in an instant, leaving her to swing at empty air. Nevertheless, her powerful punch generated a tremendous gust of wind, causing the black obsidian forming beneath her feet to crack, with molten lava spilling forth from the fissures, threatening to cover the entire battlefield. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Senju Tobirama's hands moved with remarkable speed, swiftly gathering an abundance of chakra. A torrent of water surged from his feet, coalescing into a massive water dragon that sped towards Tsunade. Tsunade sensed the impending danger and let out an enraged roar as her formidable fist struck the water dragon's head, shattering it into droplets. The splattered water collided with the lava seeping through the cracks, creating another surge of steam that filled the area she had just cleared. This cannot continue. If I keep using water release, I'll eventually succumb to the surrounding steam that I had hoped for a prolonged battle. But time is of the essence. I must end this swiftly. The collision of lava and water did not lower the temperature of the battlefield. Instead, it introduced a new, unbearable heat, while Tsunade was relatively fine. Continuously healing herself with the Baiken no Jutsu, Senju Tobirama, lacking medical ninjutsu, found himself at a severe disadvantage. If this continued, he would be scalded to death by the steam, without Tsunade needing to lay a finger on him. For the scene resembled a steamer, akin to slowly boiling a frog. With this in mind, Senju Tobirama began to circle around Tsunade, sprinting at high speed and strategically placing Flying Thunder God Kunai in preparation for the next phase of battle. Great uncle, what are you trying to achieve? Just come at me directly. What's with all this running around? Are you afraid of dying too slowly? Tsunade, utilizing her Sage Mode, sensed Senju Tobirama's movements and found his high-speed running perplexing. In such extreme heat, it seemed like a reckless acceleration towards demise. Yet, knowing her great uncle, she understood he would not engage in futile actions without purpose. You'll know soon enough, Senju Tobirama replied, having set the stage to his satisfaction. Before charging at Tsunade with his katana in hand, simultaneously he adjusted his breathing rhythm, and the katana became enveloped in a stream of water-like energy. Water Breathing Technique, activate. First form, Water Surface slash, a swift, direct slash surge towards Tsunade. Fortunately, she had anticipated his movement and, empowered by Sage Mode, managed to evade the lethal blow just in time. Otherwise, that strike could have cleaved her in two. Yet, this was merely an appetizer. The main course was yet to come. Water Breathing Technique, third form, Flowing Dance. Senju Tobirama transformed into multiple afterimages, a testament to his astonishing speed, leaving behind mere phantoms as he darted around. His velocity was so overwhelming that Tsunade could only evade critical strikes, while her body endured numerous water-like slashes. This is too fast. It's not a body flicker technique, it's pure speed. How has my great-uncle become so incredibly swift with her keen perception? Tsunade quickly discerned that her great-uncle was employing no technique but rather an enhanced physical movement. Impressive, his short-distance speed is remarkable. The power of this water-breathing technique exceeds my expectations. If combined with techniques like the body flicker, its effectiveness would be even more devastating. Chapter 86. Still Water. Ethereal Light Blade, Mitsuhane. Such ferocious swordsmanship, relentless like flowing water. If it weren't for the 5th Hokage's Sage Mode enhancement, she would have likely perished under the 2nd Hokage's blade long ago. Senju Hashirama, indeed. I envy this technique. If I were to be resurrected, I would certainly ask Tobirama to teach me this move. It's truly magnificent. Uchiha Madara. Is he employing pure physical techniques without any chakra fluctuations? This breathing technique is intriguing. I wonder how much it enhances Senju Tobirama's abilities. Jiluo. This seems reminiscent of my unique 7-day breathing technique. It appears to invigorate the body by absorbing vast amounts of oxygen, thereby enhancing physical prowess. Rock Lee. Wait, are you saying you practice physical techniques as well? Jiluo. Indeed. Are you saying the same? Rock Lee. Absolutely. If time permits, I would love to exchange insights on physical techniques with you. Jiluo. That would be no problem at all. Might Guy. It seems I've encountered like-minded individuals. Lee, this is wonderful. This is the essence of youth. Making connections with those who share similar passions through various avenues. Rock Lee. Hi, teacher guy. Tintin, can you all please refrain from spamming the chat? It's so embarrassing. Water breathing technique, 8th form. Waterfall basin. Senju Tobirama unleashed a powerful downward slash, narrowly grazing Tsunade's arm and almost severing it entirely. Damn it. This speed is overwhelming. I can barely keep up. This water-breathing technique greatly enhances my great-uncle's abilities. Tsunade retaliated with a heavy punch, forcing him to use the Flying Thunder God technique to evade, granting her a brief respite. However, her Baiken no Jutsu was beginning to falter under the strain, and her recovery rate had significantly slowed, causing her to exit Sage Mode. On the other hand, Senju Tobirama was also in a precarious state, despite Tsunade not landing a single blow on him. The surrounding steam's intense heat had inflicted considerable damage. Were it not for his immersion in the concentrated state of water breathing, he might have succumbed to his injuries, yet he continued to unleash a flurry of high-speed slashes. This water-breathing technique is quite remarkable, albeit a considerable strain on the lungs. Excessive use could harm the body, but it remains an excellent method. Senju Tobirama held a high opinion of water breathing, recognizing its significant enhancement to his strength. Of course, this was also due to his already formidable prowess. Even a novice practicing this technique would find themselves capable of holding their own against a nin. Little Tsunade seems to be nearing her limit. It's time to determine the victor. I too am reaching my threshold. Let us settle this once and for all. Senju Tobirama was acutely aware of his current condition. Although he still possessed a significant amount of chakra, his body had sustained extensive burns, rendering further movement a perilous endeavor that could jeopardize his life. Consequently, he resolved to conclude the battle with a decisive move. With this determination in mind, Senju Tobirama swiftly formed hand seals and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to instantaneously transport himself near Tsunade. Almost immediately, he unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, reminiscent of crashing waves, which rapidly coalesced into a colossal, elliptical water prison enveloping Tsunade within. This was no time for complacency. By the time Tsunade realized what was happening, she found herself ensnared within the watery confines. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama soared gracefully through the water, wielding a kunai inscribed with explosive tags. With deliberate precision, he thrust it into Tsunade's form under his careful control. Following this, Senju Tobirama promptly employed the Flying Thunder God technique once more, hastily concluding the hand seals in his mind. Explosive tag technique. In an instant, Tsunade had barely grasped the kunai when the explosive tags wrapped around it ignited, summoning an onslaught of explosions that reverberated within the water prison, continuing to burn fiercely even after detonation. Huff, huff, huff. It is over. Senju Tobirama gazed at the relentless explosions in the distance, panting heavily. At this juncture, he found himself devoid of any remaining strength for further action, as his skin had been severely scalded by steam, and even the slightest movement brought excruciating pain. However, as he had anticipated, the System's voice soon echoed throughout the arena. 4th round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. Match 4. 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama vs 5th Hokage Senju Tsunade. Winner, 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. Congratulations to the victor, 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. Reward, Tranquil Water Radiance Blade. Tranquil Water Radiance Blade. a top-tier artifact from another world. Said to be forged from the soul of a water dragon, possessing the ability to manipulate water currents. It is imbued with a spirit that can only unleash its full potential in the hands of its recognized master, offering various extraordinary applications for the owner to explore. As the system's announcement concluded, a beam of light descended from the heavens, hovering before Senju Tobirama. He reached out to accept it, and a deep blue blade materialized in his hand. Its surface shimmering like the tranquil waters of a serene lake, gentle ripples dancing across the blade's edge. Even to an ordinary person, the value of this artifact was unmistakable, the tranquil water radiance blade. I hope you do not disappoint me. Senju Tobirama gently caressed the blade's surface, and with his touch, ripples emanated from it, as if responding to him. Soon after, a beam of light descended from the sky, transporting Senju Tobirama back to his original position. Naruto. Awesome. Uncle Tobirama has obtained his weapon. I wish I could earn one too. Out of the 8 rewards, none can be used as a weapon. Ever since witnessing Senju Hashirama's diamond sword and Kakashi's wolf blade, Naruto had longed for an artifact of his own. However, after participating in these 4 matches, he had received 8 rewards, only one of which was an artifact, and it was armor. Shikamaru. Do you really want to hear yourself? 8 rewards already surpass what any of us have received, and you're still not satisfied. Kushina. Exactly, Naruto, that we shouldn't be so entitled, especially not like the first Hokage. Chapter 87. Match list for the 5th round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. Senju Hashirama. Am I really that entitled? I don't think so. I feel quite good. Senju Tobirama. Have you never been entitled? Ding. Please remain silent. The 4th round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament has concluded. All participants are now to draw for their opponents in matchups in the 5th round. The drawing rules remain the same as before. You may discuss the order among yourselves. Once completed, hold your drawn cards toward the sky. However, due to the elimination of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, only 7 Hokage remain. Consequently, one participant will have a bye in the 5th round, granting them not only the victory reward but also the opportunity to advance directly to the 6th round. Of course, this bye is applicable only in the loser's bracket. Shikamaru. Oh, Sage of 6 Paths. I hope I draw that by dawn. I certainly can't defeat the others that are left. Kakashi. Seriously? Why isn't it in the winner's bracket? I really don't want to fight anymore. Look at how few people are left in the winner's bracket. 5th Hokage Tsunade. Sage of 6 Paths. Please grant me the bye, for the same reason as Shikamaru. Tsunade. You should probably refrain from wishing for that. If you draw it, something disastrous is bound to happen. Senju Hashirama. What do you mean? What disaster could occur if Tsunade draws a bye? Tsunade. You see, when she wins at gambling or draws something fortunate, one of her friends is invariably involved in some unfortunate incident. For instance, my uncle and Tsunade's brother both faced dire situations shortly after she won. Jiraiya. That does sound plausible. The day before Kato Dan's incident, I was playing mahjong with Tsunade, and I lost while she won. Orochimaru. I heard that SHJ's misfortune occurred the day after Tsunade won big at gambling, and she was quite inebriated at the tavern that night. Senju SHJ. Kato Dan. Why do I recall that I had brought Tsunade's necklace that day, and she ended up kissing my forehead? The 4th Raikage A. Good heavens. You folks from Konoha should keep her away from gambling. Otherwise, winning a single match could lead to calamity for her entire clan. Ding. All participants may now begin the drawing. Let us refrain from discussing those incomprehensible metaphysical matters that will elude your understanding for a lifetime. Cough, cough. That is indeed true. Let us commence the drawing. Following the previous order, hearing the system's directive, Senju Hashirama cleared his throat and addressed the other 6 individuals before him. All right. The other 6 nodded in agreement. Then, starting with Senju Hashirama and concluding with Naruto, each took a card from the table and raised it above their heads. Immediately thereafter, the system's voice resonated from the heavens. Ding. The 5th round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. The matchups are as follows. Match 1. 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama vs. 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. My previous words have indeed come to pass. I have encountered Naruto. Senju Tobirama felt no surprise upon seeing this. Instead, he lowered his head to contemplate how to defeat Naruto. Come what may, I shall vanquish all who stand before me and claim victory in this tournament, Naruto declared with fervor. Match 2. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato vs 8th Hokage Nara Shikamaru. Alas, this is troublesome. I did not draw a favorable matchup. It seems my journey in the Hokage tournament ends here. Shikamaru sighed deeply, not believing he could surpass the 4th Hokage's prowess. Match 3. 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama vs. 6th Hokage Hitaki Kakashi. Once again, it is the 1st Hokage. Such a hassle. Kakashi scratched his head in resignation, his typically indifferent eyes revealing an air of disdain. The 6th Hokage. Haha. Let me see just how formidable the 6th Hokage, who has earned 2 rewards, truly is. Senju Hashirama was optimistic, regardless of who his opponent was, as they were all from Konoha, inheritors of his will of fire. Congratulations to 5th Hokage Senju Tsunade, who received a bye in the 5th round and earned the reward. Bloodline limit would release. Bloodline limit would release. A genetic limit formed from the combination of earth and water chakra. This technique allows the user to rapidly grow trees from the ground using their chakra as a source of life, creating an entire forest in an instant. Within this forest, the user can achieve both offense and defense, a legacy passed down from the second son of the Sage of Six Paths, Ashura, to the Senju clan. 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki, the Senju clan's would release is indeed inherited from the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths' second son. No wonder it is so powerful. 4th Raikage A. This is the first I've heard of such a thing. I assumed the would release originated solely from Senju Hashirama. 4th Kazekage Raza. Let us not dwell on that. It appears Tsunade has drawn the bye. Does this count as her winning a gamble? 5th Mizukage Terumi May. It certainly does, as there must be at least 2 individuals vying for a bye. Senju Hashirama. No way. Who is destined to encounter misfortune tomorrow? Who are your friends? Tsunade. Hurry and check if anyone is in danger recently, or swiftly ensure their protection. Vortex Watergate. I told you, Hashirama, let us not indulge in rumors nor propagate them. Tsunade's luck is not as dire as you imagine. Ding, the system is checked. And it turns out that when Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama passed away, Tsunade had won in either significant or minor gambling activities. One cannot deny that her fortune is beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Jiraiya. Oh heavens, who is it that will face misfortune next? Surely it cannot be me. 5th Hokage Tsunade. It's not as good as you all presume, all right? Sarutobi Hiruzen. It wouldn't be me. Would it? I've just gained a lifespan of 50 years and have yet to enjoy my good fortune. To perish now would be absurd, but I suppose I can accept it, having lived this long. I am content. Ding, are you all ill? The system indeed stated that her fortune is beyond the control of ordinary people, yet some among you are certainly not ordinary. Orochimaru, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that someone besides Tsunade has the ability to tame her extraordinary fortune? Chapter 88. The notion of Tsunade's fortune. Senju Rope Tree. Who could it be? The system is capable of taming my sister's uncanny fortune. Vortex Kushina. Precisely. It could very well be that person is my sister's true soulmate. Kato Dan. I acknowledge that my fortune may not suffice to tame Tsunade, but if she were to meet someone who treats her well for the rest of her life, I would willingly let go. Orochimaru. Wait, we haven't confirmed anything yet. Why are you all so quick to make sacrifices? But considering you've been dead for so many years, Tsunade might indeed find someone else in the future. 5th Hokage Tsunade. Why are you all spouting such nonsense? The mystical claims made by the system are not credible, and I assure you, I will never turn my affections elsewhere. My heart belongs to you alone. Kato Dan. Hearing you say that brings me great joy. Tsunade, but I still hope you pursue your happiness, should I remain unable to revive. Senju Hashirama. Enough with the trivialities. System, I wish to know, who is the one capable of taming Tsunade's fortune? Do you all truly wish to know? Upon the system's utterance, the vast majority of those present in the ninja world nodded in agreement, their curiosity piqued, especially after hearing about Tsunade's peculiar fortunes. They became even more eager to discover who could possibly tame such an extraordinary individual. Vortex Kushina. Of course we want to know. System, please speak quickly and do not keep us in suspense. If possible, I would like to play matchmaker for my sister Tsunade and that person. Are you certain? Vortex Kushina. If you succeed in matchmaking them, the system shall reward you. If you fail, it matters not. The system's words were laced with excitement, as if it had caught wind of some juicy gossip. Even offering rewards, appearing to revel in the unfolding drama, this left Kushina somewhat uncertain, as the system's offering of a reward made her feel as though she was attempting to matchmake her beloved sister Tsunade, a task she found difficult to accept. Jiraiya. Why is there a reward involved? Could that person possibly be Minato? Vortex Kushina. Surely it cannot be, right? Senju Tobirama. Regardless of who it is. System, please reveal their identity. After all, it is a reward, and if the individual is unsuitable, so be it. However, if they are a good fit, we can indeed consider matchmaking, and failing to do so carries no penalties. Senju Hashirama. That is a fair point. System, please disclose the information. Very well, that person is The system, for the sake of dramatic effect, elongated the final word, causing many to feel a surge of impatience, urging the system to hasten its revelation. Once the desired effect was achieved, the system ceased to withhold information and revealed the identity of the individual. That person is none other than the son of the 4th Hokage, the 7th Hokage of Konohagakure. Vortex Naruto. What? It turns out it is not Minato, but his son Naruto. Wait, Naruto. Due to the system's antics, everyone initially believed that the individual in question was Minato, only to realize in astonishment that it was Naruto. However, before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, they were struck with disbelief, their eyes wide in shock. Vortex Kushina. So it's Naruto. Thank goodness it's not Minato. Wait, does this mean if I successfully match Naruto with Tsunade, I will receive a reward from the system? Ding. Indeed, that is correct. 5th Hokage Tsunade. Kushina, I advise you not to be so outrageous. You know well the vast difference in age between Naruto and me. It is unfathomable. Namikaze Minato, I find myself at a loss for words to describe my current emotions. 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki, we may entertain the bizarre, but we cannot entertain the ridiculous. The age gap is far too vast for them to be together. 4th Raikage, you are absolutely right. I believe it is best to abandon this idea. 4th Kazekage Raza, I concur. Should they truly end up together, it would appear as though an old ox is courting tender grass. 5th Mizukage Terumi, indeed, Tsunade was already 6 years old during the First Ninja World War. She has experienced 3 great ninja wars, whereas Naruto was born only after the Third Ninja World War. The disparity is too great. I suggest we refrain from matchmaking. The leaders of 4 villages shared a singular thought, to persuade Kushina to abandon the idea of matching Naruto with Tsunade, as they were genuinely reluctant to see Konohagakure receive the system's reward. Senju Hashirama, how shall we put this? We may entertain the bizarre, but we cannot entertain the absurd. Yet as I ponder, the Senju clan has dwindled, and it is indeed time to consider lineage continuation. I must say, Naruto is quite an excellent candidate, and thus matchmaking is not entirely out of the question. Senju Tobirama, brother. Do you not recall your earlier assertion that we may entertain the bizarre, but not the absurd? Senju Butsama, why not let you take the lead? Tobirama, currently, our Senju clan stands on the brink of extinction. Aside from you and Tsunade, there is no one else to bear the burden, thus this matter falls to either you or Tsunade. Senju Tobirama, yet, as my elder brother mentioned, Naruto is indeed a viable candidate. As he is the only one in this world capable of taming Tsunade's fortune, I believe matchmaking is worthwhile, and if successful, a reward would come to Konohagakure. So Tsunade, why not pursue a relationship with Naruto? 5th Hokage Tsunade, have you considered the implications of what you are suggesting? Elder. Vortex Kushina, let me gather my thoughts. If Naruto possesses the charm to tame my sister Tsunade's uncanny fortune, and should I successfully matchmake them, I would receive a substantial reward or power. Then Tsunade and Naruto, why not give it a try? After all, the system has stated that you two are quite compatible. Ding, when did this system ever claim that they are compatible? The system merely stated that Naruto's fortune can tame Tsunade's, and only mentioned that you could obtain a reward for matchmaking them. It has never asserted that they are suitable for one another. Vortex Kushina, all right, I understand. Therefore, for the sake of obtaining this reward, would you two consider it? Vortex Naruto, 5th Hokage Tsunade. 5th Hokage Tsunade, do not even entertain the thought. Kushina, the system merely speaks whimsically, and I have no faith in such notions of fortune. Chapter 89, the all-knowing Uchiha Ibido, 5th Hokage Tsunade, do not even entertain the thought. Kushina, the system merely speaks whimsically, and I have no faith in such notions of fortune. 5th Hokage Tsunade, furthermore, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Kushina, I regard you as a dear sister. Yet you wish to take on the role of my mother-in-law. Vortex Kushina, how can you say that to me, Sister Tsunade? I only seek a reward. If it grants me life, I could revive Minato and reunite our family. So please help see this through. Senju Hashirama, indeed, Tsunade, let us assist each other, and this will also consider your own lifelong happiness. 5th Hokage Tsunade, begone. Elder, I reiterate, the system's claims are not to be trusted. The voice of the system resonated, proclaiming, witness the truth of my words through this video. As the command echoed, a multitude of images flooded the screen, depicting every emotional thread from Tsunade's past, her grandfather, her beloved Dankato, and her younger brother, Nawaki. Yet, it appeared that none of these narratives culminated in a perfect conclusion. Following this was a glimpse into the future events between Naruto and Tsunade. Jiraiya. Whoa, did Naruto just receive a kiss on the forehead from Tsunade? How envious. And if I recall correctly, isn't that necklace supposed to bring misfortune? Why is Naruto unscathed? Orochimaru. So that's how Jiraiya met his end, wagering with Tsunade. Jiraiya, did you think your luck was exceptional? Just a hapless fool. Dan Kato. Well, I must concede, that necklace I wore, coupled with a kiss on the forehead, led to my demise the following day. Yet, Naruto not only donned the necklace but received a kiss. And he is still alive, even having become Hokage. Nawaki, I must admit, Naruto's fortune is truly remarkable. I didn't survive even a day under my sister's onslaught. Kushina, ha. Did I just witness Tsunade's heart flutter? You've already seen Dan's figure behind Naruto. Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, was at a loss for words. The video depicted a striking intimacy that, regardless of perspective, resembled a sisterly bond, devoid of any romantic implications. However, the consensus among others that she harbored feelings was undeniable, especially the final statement about becoming an exemplary man, alongside the two figures she recognized, one being her former love, was easily misconstrued. Ding. The video has concluded. The system is now off duty. In any case, Kushina, once you successfully orchestrate a union between Tsunade and Naruto, seek me out for your reward. The 5th round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament will commence tomorrow at 9 a.m. As the system's pronouncement faded, the screen gradually dimmed, and, akin to the previous day, the crowd found themselves unable to send messages, the world reverting to its prior state. How to bring about a union between Naruto and Tsunade? What do you suggest? Naruto Kurenai. Gazing at the dusklit sky, Kushina pondered how to make her dear friend Tsunade her daughter-in-law, dragging along Naruto and Kurenai for assistance. I'm not sure. Naruto shook her head. Strictly speaking, she was another Naruto, rather straightforward, and scheming was not her forte. What about attempting to push them together? Kurenai suggested timidly. That might work for Naruto, but how do we ensure Tsunade's willingness? We re at a loss. Meanwhile, within the combat realm created by the system, numerous members of the Uchiha clan were besieging Danzo Shimura, while others engaged in casual conversations with their kin and friends. Amidst the chaos, one individual stood frozen, seemingly entranced, Obito Uchiha. Ever since the system revealed to him the truth of the infinite Tsukuyomi in the original plan of Madara Uchiha, he was left dazed. Attempting to digest the revelations, after a prolonged moment, he regained his composure, tears of regret welling in his eyes, his Sharingan fixated on Madara. Madara Uchiha, I will kill you. Fire style, blaze dance. Noticing Madara engrossed in conversation with his brother, Obito launched his attack without hesitation. What madness is this? Madara, sensing the searing flames from behind, immediately activated his blue Susanoo for defense, frowning in inquiry. Everything that transpired was orchestrated by you. Rin's death before my eyes was no accident. You've been targeting me from the start, from Rin's abduction to her transformation into a Jinchuriki, even Kakashi's attempts to save her, and the helplessness of Minato-sensei. It was all your design. Obito, now utterly deranged, unleashed his fury, having come to the bitter realization that Madara had been manipulating him all along. Though he understood Madara's deceit, he had believed it only began after Rin's loss. The truth revealed that it had started long before, back in Konoha. All of it was scripted by Madara Uchiha. I was merely a puppet, a tragic figure in this farcical play. What? You've known all along. And you still wish to kill me? Fine. Enlighten me on the truth of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Ever since I saw that video, something felt off. You know, so explain it to me. Madara, upon hearing Obito, refrained from denying anything. Readily acknowledging the truth of Obito's accusations, each event had been his doing. Given that the truth was now exposed, Madara's curiosity was piqued regarding the system's portrayal of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Ha. The infinite Tsukuyomi, it's amusing. Do you wish to know? Allow me to enlighten you. Chapter 90, The Strongest Hokage Tournament, Round 5, Match 1. Ha. The infinite Tsukuyomi, it's amusing. Do you wish to know? Allow me to enlighten you. This is the entirety of the truth. You two have been played for a fool. Ha! You thought yourself clever, yet you're merely another jester, just like me. Obito laughed heartily, considering the infinite Tsukuyomi nothing more than a farce orchestrated by Kage Tsutsuki's desire to save her mother. Regardless, it served his purpose to infuriate Madara. What did you say? That despicable black Zetsu deserves death. True to Obito's expectations, upon hearing this, Madara's rage flared, his forehead bulging with veins, and overwhelming chakra erupting from him. His eyes transforming into Rinnegan. That moment, he was angrier than ever before, more so than when Hashirama sought to eliminate him. Ha ha ha. I relish witnessing your helpless rage, believing you orchestrated everything, convinced it lies within your grasp. Yet you are merely a clown, a puppet in another's scheme. In stark contrast to Madara's fury, Obito was elated, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction as he watched his nemesis, the architect of his ruin. See with rage. Silence. If you utter another word, I'll ensure your demise. Hearing Obito mock his brother, the devoted Izumi Uchiha stepped forward, shouting in anger. What is the matter? Come at me. I may not be able to defeat you, but I can certainly annoy you. Obito cheekily beckoned to Madara and Izumi, aware that while he might not be able to overpower them, his Kamui technique rendered him impervious to any formidable adversary, allowing him to evade confrontation even with the likes of the Sage of Six Paths. Forget it. I should focus on reviving and confronting Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara cast a knowing glance at Uchiha Obito, fully aware that the matter of greatest importance at present was not Obito himself, but rather Kaguya Otsutsuki and the means to resurrect her on the other side. Uchiha Itachi found himself encircled by a multitude of Uchiha clan members. Regardless of the justifications Itachi might offer for his familial massacre, these would not serve as reasons for the slain Uchiha to absolve him. Their eyes brimmed with a hatred intense enough to wish to rend Itachi asunder. Itachi, perhaps burdened by the weight of his past actions, was reluctant to engage them and had initially contemplated allowing his kin to exact their vengeance, perhaps as a form of liberation. Yet, Uchiha Sasuke stepped protectively in front of his brother. Having uncovered the truth, he had awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, his power having undergone a profound transformation that rendered him beyond the reach of those who had yet to unlock their own Manjiki. Are you truly intent on safeguarding him? Do not forget, regardless of his reasons, he is a criminal who slaughtered our Uchiha clan and shall never be forgiven. Indeed, I see both of you brothers as heartless traitors. Betrayers of the Uchiha legacy. Silence. My brother's actions do not require your judgment. Should you wish to act against him, you must first seek my consent. Enough, Sasuke, go to mother and father. Do not concern yourself with me. Uchiha Itachi gently patted Sasuke's shoulder, wishing for him to depart and not feel compelled to defend one he deemed a center of their clan. After all, in committing such deeds, he had already sealed his own fate. Initially, he had intended to perish at Sasuke's hands. Now, dying at the hands of those he had once slain felt equally acceptable. Be silent. You think you can settle past grievances with a mere death? Not a chance. Uchiha Sasuke shouted fiercely, consumed by rage not only at his brother's past transgressions but also at Itachi's desire to manipulate his destiny. Sasuke, Itachi. Uchiha Mikoto stood to the side, yearning to intervene and halt this scene. But lacking the strength or connections to alter the course of events, she felt utterly powerless. Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes, torn between loyalty to his clan and his son. Time swiftly passed, and at 9 o'clock the following morning, the system's voice and a luminous screen resonated from the heavens. Ding. Good morning, everyone. On this new day, let us commence the 5th round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. Senju Hashirama. Ha ha ha. I'm first. Jiraiya. What? So fast? I didn't even get a chance to snatch it. Senju Hashirama. Of course, I snagged it with my true Senju technique. Uchiha Madara. How childish. Hashirama. Senju Tobirama. I prefer not to comment on this. Ding. We are about to begin the first match of the 5th round of the Strongest Hokage Tournament. 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama versus 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. Contestants, please prepare as we now proceed to select the battle arena. Selection complete. The first match of the 5th round features 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama versus 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. The battle arena is the Storm Vortex Sea. Contestants, prepare yourselves. Teleportation will commence in 3 seconds. Senju Tobirama. Given the name, it's apparent that the terrain favors me. Uchiha Izuna. What makes you think you can compete with the 7th Hokage, you worthless fool? Senju Tobirama. I won't say much, but I can easily handle you. Uchiha Izuna. What did you call me, Tobirama? Before Senju Tobirama could retort, a beam of light descended from the sky, transporting him and Naruto upwards. The scene on the luminous screen transformed into a vast ocean, beset by tempestuous winds and rain, with numerous typhoons swirling nearby, rendering the sea turbulent and churning with whirlpools that threatened to obliterate everything upon its surface. In the center of this tumultuous sea were 2 blue platforms, upon which the beams of light descended, revealing the figures of Tobirama and Naruto. Chapter 91. The Strongest Hokage Tournament. First match of the 5th round begins. Both contestants have been teleported. We shall now adjust their conditions. The rewards allocated to each contestant are as follows. 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama receives 3, and 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto receives 8. Therefore, Naruto may utilize 3 of his 8 rewards for this match. Ding! Informing 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto that due to the awakening of your Rinnegan, which evolved from the original reward of Mangekyou Sharingan, you will be unable to utilize it in the upcoming matches of the Hokage tournament. However, the wood release that awakened alongside the Rinnegan may be employed. A certain Cloud Village Jonin. Wait, what did you just say? Wood release. How did that kid awaken wood release? The Rinnegan is derived from the evolution of Mangekyou Sharingan. But that kid has no connection to the Senju clan. 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki. One cannot entirely dismiss the connection, for the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan are indeed distant relatives, both tracing their lineage back to the second son of the Sage of Six Paths, Ashura. However, their focal points seem to diverge, with the Uzumaki emphasizing resilience and sealing techniques. Kuratsuchi, yet this does not explain how he manifested would release. It cannot be that this Brad's bloodline is closer to the Senju clan, awakening it by mere coincidence. Even if it were a shared awakening, it should align with the abilities of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Mito, you are correct. Even if he was spurred to awaken, it should reflect our Uzumaki abilities, either the adamant chains or the Kagura Shinai, but would release. That seems implausible. Senju Hashirama, could it be that the 4th Hokage has some blood ties to our Senju clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen, if I weren't aware of Minato's true lineage, I might almost believe that, based on the 1st Hokage's words. 4th Kazekage Raza, could it be Naruto? Uzumaki Kushina, what are you implying? 4th Kazekage, that Naruto is the child of Minato and me. If you dare to tarnish our honor, I will come over there and deal with you myself. 4th Kazekage Raza, wait, calm down. I was merely engaging in rational analysis. The system has stated that wood release is inherited from the Sage of Six Paths' second son Ashura, so if Naruto awakened it without a system reward, it must be inherent to his bloodline. Ding! Enough with the speculation. Naruto is already beginning to doubt his own origins, just as the system had indicated. Naruto, upon reading the comments on the screen, found himself questioning his identity. Naruto, you need not doubt. You are indeed the child of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. This is the fault of the system. Previously, when explaining wood release, it inaccurately stated that it originated from the Senju clan and the Sage of Six Paths' second son Ashura. Wood release indeed traces back to Ashura, and both the Senju and Uzumaki clans carry his legacy, albeit in somewhat peculiar ways, involving not only bloodlines but also chakra inheritance. Legend has it that the Sage of Six Paths' firstborn, Indra, was discontent with his father for passing the mantle of the shinobi to his brother Ashura, leading to conflict. However, unable to best his father, Indra ensured his chakra was passed down through the Uchiha clan across generations, while Ashura similarly perpetuated his chakra within the Senju and Uzumaki clans. The previous incarnations of Indra and Ashura's chakra were Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, while this generation's reincarnation of Ashura's chakra is Naruto. Only those imbued with the chakra of Ashura and Indra can awaken the Rinnegan, which is why Naruto's Mangekyou Sharingan evolved into a Rinnegan under duress, simultaneously activating Ashura's chakra to awaken wood release. This explains Naruto's manifestation of wood release. Cease your conjectures about his bloodline. He is simply a child who has been thrust into existential doubt by your musings. Uchiha Madara. I see, so I share such a connection with Hashirama. Come, Hashirama, call me brother. Senju Hashirama. But why do I feel that in our interactions, I am the one taking on the role of the elder brother, Uzumaki Kushina? So that is the case. I had thought that Minato possessed some lineage from the Senju clan, yet he never mentioned it to me before. Tsunade. I never anticipated that Naruto and great-grandfather would share such a connection. It truly caught me off guard. Ding. Enough with the trivialities, let us get straight to the matter at hand. 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, please make your choice. I shall select these 3. Naruto pondered over the 8 rewards laid before him. And ultimately, under the furious yet pleading gaze of Kurama, he chose to enhance the Ninetales. He ignored the remaining options, for at that moment, the entire fox had turned a shade of ash gray. Damn it, Naruto, could you not allow me to revert to my former imposing stature? This is Kurama speaking. I wish to experience just how powerful you become after the enhancement, and wouldn't it be wise for you to acclimatize beforehand? After all, you will be